In a world where nothing is black or white, a girl forsakes her duty in a quest for freedom. Princess Kha'Lythria, a young elf filled with untapped potential, has her future forever altered when her father, the king, arranges her marriage to a distant human ruler to unite their realms. Yet, she longs for the life of an adventurer and the forbidden art of magic, both denied to her for her role as a political pawn. During her journey to her betrothed's kingdom, fate deals a cruel blow that might just turn out to be the start of her story, not as a pawn, but as a player. A brutal ambush scatters her entourage, forcing the young princess to flee through the wild heart of the untamed wilderness. Now, the question looms, will these dire circumstances free her from a life she dreads, or will the unforgiving mountains, her kin's ancestral home, quash her budding legend? 01. Prologue. The Dragon's Rest mountain range stretched from the top of the continent to nearly the middle of it vertically, looking as if it were the spine of the very planet itself. The large ley line, with its numerous branches running beneath the range, caused mystical side effects, resulting in the high mountains being covered in snow year-round, despite their equatorial location in Etheria. At its borders, the perpetual winter gave way to lush jungles, vast savannas, arid deserts, and more, while the mountains themselves remained cloaked in eternal winter. It was a harsh environment where only a few could live, and only those born there could thrive. At lower altitudes on the many mountains, dense pine forests covered them and many dangerous animals lurked inside of them. On a plain where snow piled up to 2 meters, a convoy of carriages floated gently above the surface, flanked by several armored figures on steeds, their feather-light steps barely denting the soft snow. The lithe quadrupeds moved gracefully, their white feathers camouflaging them against the snowy ground. The riders were adorned in silvery armor, shimmering and emitting a soft glow that highlighted intricate engravings. The runes on the edges were both visually striking and infused with a sense of ancient magic. The one thing an observant onlooker would find their gazes gravitating towards would be the armored riders' elongated ears, extending 5 to 10 centimeters from their skulls and occasionally twitching in alert. This caused them to snap their heads in a direction, searching for any danger, but so far they had only come across harmless snow rabbits hiding below in their burrows. The guards were tense and jumpy, but who could fault them considering whom they were tasked with protecting? Many of them occasionally glanced towards a carriage traveling near the middle of the convoy, appearing better made and fortified than the rest, but that was just a facade. That carriage was a moving fortress, and anything less than an ancient drake or an archmage would find themselves unable to do more than scratch at its wards. The inside of that carriage managed to seem both luxurious and elegant without leaning too much on either. A gleaming golden metal nicely accented the silvery metal in places as they formed intricate carvings that covered the monstrous enchantments underneath them. Inside sat a girl seemingly no older than 19 by human standards. She was gorgeous even by elven standards, and her mournful look could tug at the heartstrings of even the harshest of men. Alas, it didn't work on the only one that counted, her father. He was a ruthless man, his heart as cold as the winters at the peaks of the mountains. He deserves his title in more ways than one, she thought with a slight smirk that quickly disappeared from her perfectly sculpted face. The Winter King. That was his title, and he was the 5th to ever hold it since the beginning of recorded history. He ruled over the entirety of the Dragon's Spine Mountains, the plains on the other side of them, as well as any who dwelled within. She loathed him with all her heart. He was the sole reason all her kin only ever regarded her with guilt or remorse. Pitying gazes followed her wherever she went, and she had no one else to blame for it but her father. She glared at the passing landscape to engrave it in her mind. She knew this might be the last time she saw it in her life. The evergreens were pitifully small this far up the mountain, but further down she'd heard about them reaching hundreds of meters in height. Even if this would be the only time she saw them, she relished this chance to see those magical forests. The creatively named Winter Castle was far up in the mountains, hidden beyond the clouds, and nestled in a highland valley between 2 peaks. She rarely got the chance to travel around even inside the kingdom, and she always wanted to see some of the landscapes she saw in her stories. Growing up, she buried herself in books. She'd read romance, fantasy, and every curious novel she found in the open library, but the ones closest to her heart had always been the books her father forbade her from reading. Those were books on magic, runes, and spellcraft, which she always dreamed of learning, and while it may have been forbidden, her eccentric master sneaked 1 or 2 books in for her. There might have been a bit of a want for what's forbidden in her obsession with them, but she still enjoyed every single spell she managed to cast. "Can't have you leak elvish magic to the humans," her father's dispassionate words would play in her mind as she forsook most of her private time to study and practice. Even now, as her right hand held her chin up as she stared out at the enchanted window, her left hand made somatic gestures and conjured up small balls of fire which twisted and turned between her fingers. She couldn't get far without further books in her studies, but she mastered what she had and even went beyond it a bit by making up new spells with the runes she learned. The carriage felt constricting, and she felt a pit settle in her stomach as she thought about why the carriage was reinforced both ways and didn't open from the inside. This was as much a prison as a fortress. The guards readying themselves drew her attention, and she lost control of the candle flame for a moment, causing her to yelp in pain as it singed her palms a bit. She flailed it around a bit, then blew air on it to relieve the pain. She pulled on her core and channeled a bit of her mana into the bracelet on her wrist, causing it to emit a gentle green glow as the burn receded on her other hand. It was a handy thing to have as it had an enchantment on it which always returned her body to its prime condition given enough mana. She was gifted it by her father once he saw her get injured while she was playing around in her room to keep her unblemished and without numerous burn and slash scars. She, of course, got those while practicing magic. Back then, she childishly thought, if she injured herself, she would become undesirable enough for the marriage to be cancelled, but this pretty little bracelet quashed her dreams. She only stopped struggling against her fate by the time she was 15 and instead decided to make the most of the gifts her father gave her. When she returned her attention to the guards outside, she saw 5 of them overwhelming a large, bear-like creature with the head of an owl and feathers for some reason. The beast instantly mesmerized the princess as she realized it to be the owlbear she had read countless tales about. It was the villain in one storybook she liked as a child, and once she got a book on magical animals, it was the first one she studied. While she couldn't learn any magic, learning about the effects of magic on the world was permissible, and so she absorbed knowledge about that with religious zeal. In the end, her father even hired an accomplished archmage who was famous around the continent as an explorer and researcher to be her tutor. She appreciated the stubborn old elf not only for their shared interests, but also for his open distaste for her father, even though he couldn't do much against him. The mighty owlbear that had felled so many heroes in the books was soon dyeing the snow with its blood after emitting a final mournful shriek that rustled the nearby leaves. The young elf teared up a bit at how the royal guard have massacred one of her favorite magical beasts, but she shook her head. It was dangerous nonetheless. They're just protecting me. Despite what she thought, she watched on sadly as the carcass vanished into the distance with a few scavenging birds already descending towards it. They didn't even take its core. In all the adventure books she had read, people had to cut up the corpse of their felled foe to get to its core, which solidified after its death. It was by far the most precious loot of any monster, as it was filled to the brim with both mana and essence, 2 of the most important things for anyone seeking either wealth or power. She kicked her ankles up on the seat on the opposite side of the carriage in a manner her etiquette tutors would scream at her for, but she couldn't care less at the moment. What kind of princess am I to travel in a carriage this small, anyway? She thought in annoyance, even if she knew this must have cost more than a damned castle to make even this big, and that kind of cost would make even the oh-so-mighty Winter King wince. She glared at the metallic shapes covering the inner walls of the carriage like they stole her favorite toy, and in a way they did just that. Enchantments used the same runic system as spells did, so by studying these enchantments, she could have maybe learned new runes to add to her repertoire. She knew such a thing was heavily discouraged, and when she admitted to doing it to her teacher, she got chewed out for nearly an hour before the old man grew too bored to continue. Using unknown runes in your spells is no better than testing what sticking a spear through your heart does, Your Highness, he'd said, and while she gave him credit for being right, she had also experienced the healing capability of her bracelet, plus beggars can't be choosers. The carriage didn't as much as jolt, even when the open plain gave way to a forest. The terrain grew rugged, but it wasn't beholden to such base things as gravity or terrain. It flew just like before, a meter above the ground, and traveled behind the carriages in front of it, all of them following the first one, which tore down the offending nature in front of it to make way for the convoy. Just like that, Princess Kha'Lythria, or Callie, as her siblings called her, lost her distraction as she could only see the needle-like leaves of the evergreens slapping against her carriage through the windows. She sighed, then shifted her gaze away, picked up her small bag from the floor, and browsed through its contents. She had packed a few books to read today if she got bored with the view, so she once again got lost in the worlds of her books, escaping even if only for a few hours from the reality of her situation. By the time she heard a knock on the door, she was reclining on her seat with it propped against the wall, and the low ceiling of her cramped carriage, dubbed a coffin by Callie, pressed close. "Yeah?" she asked distractedly, the book held in front of her face still keeping most of her attention. She was just getting to the final part of the novel where the heroine would get her revenge on the evil dragon for burning her city to the ground. Not the best book she'd read, but better than whatever waited for her on the other side of the door. "May I open the door, Your Highness?" came the voice of the leader of the Royal Guard squad assigned to her for this trip. There were a bunch of normal guards too, but the 9 Royal Guards could single-handedly massacre the rest. "Sure," she answered without much thought. She felt more than heard the enchantments locking the door deactivate one after the other. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at the number of them, though. Her long ears twitched as she focused on the sensation traveling from them down to her spine. Elves had this unique ability to sense runes activating and being able to tell them apart with enough practice. Callie relied on this sense for as long as she could remember to observe anything and everything, but she was still far from the proficiency needed for being able to replicate the runes just by sensing them. Some sort of mana identification rune plus the obvious lock rune with what I'm guessing are a bunch of others that reinforce these two. She noted while slapping the book closed with a sigh and setting it down on the ground. A few moments later, the door lost its last lock and it revealed the cold, white world beyond. Frigid air rushed into the carriage, but it failed to make the princess shiver instead. She smiled a bit at the familiar chill. Winter elves like her would be a joke if they couldn't bear a bit of a cold. They were one of the foremost ambush predators of this mountain range. They were known for sitting motionless in the frigid weather outside for days waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike at their prey, and as one of the few royalty of that race, those traits were even more pronounced in her. The male elf that stepped inside wore an identical silvery armor to the rest of the royal guards, with the only differentiating factor being the different insignia at the center of his breastplate. A feathered serpent, if Callie was right, which was the symbol of leadership and valor in the Winter Kingdom. She felt his disapproving gaze bear into her as she still lay in a rather unprincessly manner, but after a few seconds of staring, he just shook his head, making his silvery locks of hair flail around a bit before sighing. "We are setting camp for the night, Your Highness," he started. "If you wish, you could step outside and stretch your legs for a few hours till dinner is ready." At that offer, she suddenly snapped to her feet and stood before the guard, looking at her with barely veiled amusement. "I'd like that," she beamed up at the deceptively young-looking elf. "Thanks, Mithril." He just nodded and stepped out of the doorway before offering her a hand in assistance, and much to his supposed embarrassment, she just leapt out of the carriage and into the knee-deep snow while he stoically retrieved his outstretched hand. She quickly lost herself in looking around the small clearing they were camping at for the night. The carriages formed a circle around the edges, with the few carriages that would provide housing for the staff manning the convoy and the guards. She probably wouldn't be allowed outside of the circle, so she first checked all the plants and the few lone trees standing in the clearing. You never knew which unassuming plant turned out to be magical. An unassuming magical plant that had the ability to make water even out in the most arid environments was the cause for the founding of a whole new field of magical research called alchemy, after all. The said plant was capable of taking some select elements and breaking them down into their components, and then reassembling those components into different substances. With this process, it could make water out of thin air, you could say. To her slight disappointment, only a single plant had turned out to have any magical properties. She managed to busy herself with prodding and poking the pine tree with an oddly metallic bark. She tried cutting a bit of the bark off with her knife, but without activating the enchantment on it barely made a scratch on it. By the time it was time for dinner, she was carving little shapes and forms into the tools she made from the bark. She had a few needles, a knife, and a fork. She was still twirling the needles between her fingers when the servants got around to serving her food. She was sitting with the rest in a tent set up outside for just this occasion. She refused to eat by herself back in her carriage as much as the tag-along maids wanted her to. She enjoyed the illusion of camaraderie she had with the rest, knowing it wouldn't last. "Can't go crying to father now, can you?" she thought in derision as she watched one of her maids look at her eating at a common wooden table with her newly made utensils. The others felt visibly uncomfortable at the start, but as the minutes flew by, the princess faded into the background, all but forgotten. Despite having only basic tools while traveling, the cooks managed to create something edible. Although she was initially excited to be let out of her stuffy carriage or the similarly stuffy room back at the castle, the awareness of what was to come overshadowed her joy. These few weeks would be the last she would spend as Kha'Lythria, princess of the winter elves, and after that, she would be one among the many trophy wives of the mighty sovereign ruling over the Kashgar Sultanate. The human empire which bordered most of the Winter Kingdom was always keen on expanding, and even more so if the targeted lands were in elvish hands. The brutes down there who raped and pillaged their way through the erstwhile elven kingdom of water to the south and occasionally raided into the mountains were the bane of any winter elf's existence. Her father, in his infinite wisdom, decided to get into an alliance with the Sultanate, which was founded by humans fleeing the expansion of the empire centuries ago, and what better way to show his sincerity than to give his youngest daughter to the Sultan to do with as he wished. Of course, those weren't his words. He was much more political and reasonable in his explanations and expectations. So much so that Callie sometimes felt he might be right, but then the fact that it was she who would be the sacrificial lamb always managed to bring her back to her senses. It was a known fact that humans and elves don't trust each other, and the ruthless Winter King, along with his ancestors, was the main reason for this. He wouldn't hesitate to raise hundreds of human cities if that secured the continuation of his kingdom. Callie sighed as she stood from her seat at the table and waved at the rest with a slightly forced smile. The other elves, who just realized that the princess was there all along, stiffened a bit and waved back, while the ones that even noticed her silent departure. She exited the heated tent, Mithril falling in step behind her, and headed towards her carriage for the night. She wasn't too tired yet. Her core enhanced her body enough so that she barely had to sleep 8 hours a week. When you combine that with her base physique as a royal elf, the results were pretty impressive, if you consider not sleeping for a week impressive. Callie definitely did. Night was the only time of the day when rarely anyone bothered her, letting her bury herself in practicing magic in the confines of her room. The snow crunched beneath her white leather boots as the crisp air made her breaths come out like small puffs of steam. She raised her gaze towards the clear night sky and took in the beautiful view. It was one of the few beautiful things she saw, even from the mountaintop castle in the middle of a landscape composed of gray rock and snow. She swept an annoyingly curly white tuft of hair behind her ear and decided it was enough for now. Just as she was turning her head to say goodnight to her stone-faced guard, she stiffened and a shiver traveled down her spine. It originated in her ears as they twitched in alarm at a sudden release of a spell outside of their camp. "Ambush!" Her guard roared at the top of his lungs and pushed her into her carriage. "Stay inside, princess." Callie only came out of her shock as she tumbled off of the seating she'd been thrown onto. Looking at the locked door, she felt the last enchantment coming to life. Getting to her feet in a rush, she braced herself against the wall, her hand shaking from a mix of fear and the adrenaline surging in her veins. She stared through the window and her jaw dropped in astonishment. She expected some sort of beast, maybe a snow panther or even a blood owl. Those could cast some rudimentary form of magic, but what she did not expect was elves attacking them. She narrowed her gaze at one attacker, covered from head to toe in a uniform black cloth with even his eyes hidden behind black-tinted glasses. She couldn't help but frown as she noticed that none of the attackers had long, pointed ears. They could have covered them with the cloth too, but as an elf herself, she knew how uncomfortable or outright sick they could get had they done that. The ears of an elf are remarkably sensitive and serve functions beyond mere hearing and detecting spell activations. They were also responsible for an elf's constant awareness of their position relative to the ground. Restricting an elf's ears was like cutting a cat's whiskers and tail. Kha'Ly's eyes took in the attacker's form. He stood as tall as the elven guard he was going toe-to-toe with, but he was maybe a bit more robust. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the attacker catch the elf's attack, swiftly counterattacking and sending the elf flying. The guard appeared to have an epiphany and changed his fighting technique after shouting something to the others, who followed suit. They didn't go toe-to-toe with their enemies anymore. They deflected blades, dodged attacks, and danced around their enemies. The previous somewhat brutish style transformed into blade dancing the elves preferred when fighting opponents with strength superior to them. Her blood ran cold as she realized the implications. Elves had a light skeleton and compact muscles that stayed near weightless. Their bones hardly broke and could take much more of a beating than any other race, but the downside was that elves were significantly lighter than most other races of their size. This made it so that while they could do acrobatics, others found unnatural other races could throw them around in head-on fights. Blade dancing, archery, and magic were their answer to that flaw, and it did well, as the steadily mounting dead humans could attest to that. Why would they attack me, though? She whispered to herself as her gaze fixated on her guard captain. Mithril was fighting off 3 attackers with 2 already at his feet, headless, and an additional one was quickly bleeding out to the side from a large gash along his torso. She bit her lips and tasted the iron tang of blood on her tongue. The bodies were mounting, and the attackers didn't care about focusing on the combatants. Quite the opposite, they slaughtered the cooks, maids, drivers, and anyone that couldn't fight back, while most of them flooded the stronger opponents to keep them from interfering with them. She tried to push her mounting guilt down along with her myriad of questions and focused on her stoic guard captain as he weaved between attacks and easily contended with the humans. It reminded Kha'Ly of a cat playing with its food. Their blades sometimes cut off small tufts of his long white hair, but he obviously didn't care as his saber separated his opponent's head from his shoulder. Before the other 2 could retaliate, he flicked his offhand towards them. 2 streams of white energy leapt off of his fingers, striking the 2 humans on the chest. The 2 stiffened, but fought on. Unfortunately, the outcome was obvious even to an amateur like Kha'Ly. Their movements soon became sluggish, and their weapons seemed to increase in weight in their grasp as they had to put increasing effort into each swing. Mithril neither taunted nor ignored them, slipping behind the guard of one of them after a swing and jabbing his saber straight through his foe's chest where Kha'Ly thought his heart must have been. He went limp on his blade, but the elf grabbed onto his clothing and swung him around at the other attacker, using the dead man as a shield against the other. She saw him survey the fight taking place throughout the camp, frowning. Kha'Ly also took it as her cue to survey the devastation. The tents were torn down and bloodied, with many of the people she ate along with not too long ago lying dead on the ground. She felt bile rise from her stomach as she saw one of her assigned maids with her head bashed in, and another victim, one of the cooking crew, had his entrails flowing out from a large gash on his stomach. She ran her gaze across all the dead elves, feeling indignation rise inside of her as she glared hatefully at the humans. Elven blood dyed the snow red. Most of them weren't even fighters, and now the number of guards falling also increased. The royal guards were overpowering the assailants, but the regular guards pulled from the ranks of rangers, and the regular military didn't hold up as well. The black-clothed humans were many, and the elves only had to miss a single feint to have their lives cut short. She snapped her gaze back at Mithril and his squad of royal guards as they gathered together and went on a massacre among the humans. She realized Mithril must have held back before considerably, even if she didn't know why. Maybe he was testing his opponents or trying to find out who they were. Callie's eyesight and cognition were leaps and bounds beyond normal elves, and even a normal elf made most humans look like children when it came to that. That was the only reason she could mostly follow the fight, as the squad of the most elite warriors in the kingdom had dashed around at speeds that cracked the ground and swept up the snow into a slight mist. The only reason she could track Mithril at all was that he threw around spells like they were common pebbles or something. Every spell killed multiple of his opponents, with many of them being encased in ice up to their heads. He is capturing a few alive, Callie realized, and now understood that he was still holding back as the more unfortunate humans were frozen from the inside out, and then they shattered into a million tiny snowflakes. While her nerves were settling, a royal guard screamed and flew through the air, landing near Callie's carriage, attempting to rise, but ultimately falling back down. The reason was apparent as she saw a jagged black dagger piercing straight through his enchanted backplate somewhere around his guts. The guard shivered as he lay on his back. A few moments later, he opened his mouth in a silent scream before his body slacked. He didn't get up anymore, and Callie couldn't understand for a moment what had happened. She stared at the lifeless body until the dagger was violently ripped out of the elf and flew in a straight line. It landed in the grasp of a black-clad human similar to the rest, with the only difference being, aside from the sinister-looking dagger, his softly glowing leather armor. It was black just like the rest, and runes ran along it in configurations she didn't recognize. Not that it said much, just that it differed from the ones elves used in their elite armor. The new arrival wasn't alone either, as another three, just like him, were facing off against the remaining royal guards. It seemed two of the others also killed one guard each in an ambush somehow, if less violently than the one Callie saw. The one with the dagger stepped forward and launched himself at Mithril. Soon, Mithril and the one with the dagger locked themselves in a duel that Callie could barely follow. Carriages got sent flying, and sections of the forest became upturned, but the devastation that followed in their trail traveled further and further away from the camp. The remaining cloth-clad ambushers took this moment to reorganize themselves, and with the two leathered ones clashing with the rest of the royal guards, they all converged on them. Even if 1 or 5 of them didn't pose a threat to a royal guard, they had to focus on the two assailants, who seemed to overpower them while the weaker ones came at them in waves. By this time, very few of her normal elven guards were still standing, so the elites could only rely on themselves. The elves valiantly resisted the overwhelming numbers stoically, and without giving even a single drop of blood freely to their enemies. Callie wanted to help them, but she couldn't even if she wasn't locked inside her little coffin carriage. She shivered at the thought. What if the humans won? Would they open her carriage and kill her, too? Capture her? Or would they fail and let her starve to death inside? She nervously watched the guards fight, and little by little they gained the upper hand. Even if the numbers weren't on their side, the elves methodically cut down any of the weaker foes that dared enter the fray, while mostly focusing on parrying and evading the two stronger ones. If this continued, humans would be the ones being overwhelmed by her guards in time, but she still feared the worst now that she thought about why they could have attacked the convoy. The strength of these humans was not normal. Elves were superior to humans in every way besides the weight, and had all the advantages they could need. And yet a single human was going toe-to-toe with a royal guard captain, while 2 were giving a hard time to 5 of the normal guards. Callie wasn't privy to the secrets of her kingdom, but she knew Mithril should be one of their strongest. She was sure her father had some secret force, but aside from that, Mithril was among the best the kingdom had. With humans being both weaker on average and of much worse potential than elves in terms of magic for them to send a task force this strong, they must be from a very elite group. A group like that wasn't easy to send into enemy territory like this, and very few nations would actually sacrifice them just to kill her. Because the humans were dying much more than the elves were, that was clear even to her. When her thoughts drifted to which country would hate the very idea of Kashgar and her kingdom forming an alliance, there were a few that came to mind, but she discarded all but one, the Corvus Empire. With it spanning half of both Eastern and Western Iasira, they were more than capable of producing a task force like this, and not batting an eyelash if it took every last member to undermine the alliance. She tore her gaze off of the elves fighting for their life in the clearing and tried to look for where Mithril might be. She quickly found it because of a colossal explosion going off in the distance, which uprooted more than a dozen trees and launched them through the air. The lack of light made it somewhat difficult to see to such distances, even with her inherent night vision, but even from here she could see what looked like a glowing white comet descending towards the site of the explosion. With the night sky as the backdrop, even in the light snow, it was easy to see the thing cutting through the air itself as it sped towards the ground. From a white speck that she might have mistaken for a too-bright star, it soon transformed into a comet, and then it kept growing in size as it closed in. When it was only a few hundred meters off the ground, Callie stumbled backward from the window. "That's not a fucking comet," she cursed under her breath, gaping at the sight. The thing had a long serpentine body that glittered in the bluish moonlight. It swam through the air, propelling itself with nothing but its magic and pure force of will as it commanded it to take it where it wanted to be. It had a head resembling a wolf, but covered in white scales from around the neck. The scales were also covered in glittery white feathers that gave it its name. The feathered serpent. It was more than 100 meters long, but it moved faster than Callie could see. Elves chose it as the symbol for some of their strongest fighters out of respect because the ancient beasts were believed to be the closest to the bloodline of the ancient dragons. They were supposed to symbolize valor and leadership, but the intelligent beast cared not for their beliefs as its tail lashed out at where she guessed her guard captain and his opponent were. Her heart clenched in worry, but she could only trust him to survive as much for her safety as for his own. This monster could probably chew through the flimsy enchantments of her carriage like it was nothing, and it had more than enough reason to. They were thaumativores like their draconic ancestors. They ate mana itself, which was probably the reason this one came here. It ate mana and the mana crystal that powered her carriage, or the core of the two who it just attacked would be like an exquisite dish to it. The ignorant humans probably didn't know that throwing around so many spells and saturating the air with mana could rouse any thaumativore, but she was confused about why Mithril went along with it. He should have known better. This was much worse than being ambushed by humans. "I need to get out of here," she whispered with panic. The serpent would most likely decide to go for the easier meal first if Mithril and his opponent proved annoying, and it wouldn't mind getting a bit of extra protein from an elven princess. The battle intensified as the serpent started flinging spells all around itself in such a large quantity that Callie couldn't even comprehend how much mana that would take. To take her mind off of the mythical beast, she turned her attention back to her guards, who were by now almost equal in number to the humans. "Focus, damn it!" She ran her finger along the silvery metal that covered the door's enchantments. First, she would need to remove those, and then she could get to disable the locking enchantments even if she had little confidence in actually accomplishing it. She tried to remove them at first with her fingers, but soon realized that would not work. Next, she tried some of the few spells she knew. She used Mage Hand to force it, but the thing dissipated. The kinetic impact barely cracked the reinforced wood and only made slight scratches on the metal. The rest of her spells were less than wise to use in such an enclosed space. At last, she took out her last option, her enchanted knife. Yeah, knife and not a dagger. She barely convinced her father that she needed a utility knife with enough sharpness to cut through mithril and adamantite. She stuck it in between the metal and the wood behind it, but forcing it off turned out to be harder. The strength was there, but even when she put her entire weight into it, it didn't amount to much. She needed leverage, or a way to use only her strength on it instead of her weight. With one foot against the wall, she used both hands to grab her knife and pushed with all her strength. She let out a yelp as she slumped onto the ground when the metal gave way, but she quickly scrambled to her feet and started examining the runes. She didn't recognize much, and most of them were still covered, but the locking rune was easy to find, being placed in a central position and looking like an almost closed C with a few extra lines here and there. There should be safety against tampering with the runes, but she had to hope they hadn't put those on this side of the door. She fiddled with the runes for a while, removing the metal from the other places where she felt locking runes under them. Afterwards, she started poking them and shooting bits of mana onto them from her fingers, checking for protections. But much to her relief, she didn't get zapped or something, so it must be safe. The fighting outside faded into the background of her mind as she focused on trying to deactivate the door. The first lock gave way after a few minutes, and the rest soon followed. She was on the last rune when it suddenly lost its shine, and the door she was staring at got torn open. She blinked dumbly up at the battered mithril. His disheveled hair clung together in strands stained with the blood that dripped from his head. He held his side with a hand that glowed in a soft greenish light. Kha'Lythria recognized the feel of the healing spell, but the wound visible through his shredded armor was closing much too slowly for Kha'Lythria's comfort. "Are you all dash?" she started, but Mithril grabbed her by the waist and jumped away, holding her close to him and making her let out an undignified scream. "What?" The feathered serpent crashed down onto the carriage and started ripping it apart less than 100 meters from them. She swallowed the lump in her throat, realizing she wouldn't have gotten out of there in time without Mithril. With a blank expression, she watched as the monster used a spell resembling Mage Hand to disassemble the enchanted carriage, employing hundreds of clawed arms that floated around it and worked tirelessly to rapidly dismantle it. Mithril forcefully snapped her out of her daze by pushing her away, deflecting a jagged black dagger. The dagger's owner remained unseen, but her guard remained vigilant in one direction. "Run, princess," he said without looking back at her. His eyes remained fixed on the direction the dagger was thrown from, simultaneously keeping the snacking beast within his line of sight. "What?" she asked dumbly. Where should she run? They were in the middle of nowhere, and there were still humans trying to kill them here. "Run before the serpent is done eating." "I'll keep that bastard here while the others manage the rest," he said gruffly. "We will find you once we are done here, but run." Kha'Lythria was so shocked by him shouting at her she followed the order without actually thinking about it. She scrambled to her feet and ran without looking back, her mind focused solely on putting one foot in front of the other without falling. Adrenaline was pumping through her veins, and she felt her heart throbbing painfully in her throat. The sounds of the battle grew distant, and she could only hear her frantic heartbeat with the now howling snowstorm as the backdrop. 02, Shelter. Kha'Lythria was in a trance. The world around her didn't exist, except for the obstacles in her path, avoiding a tree here, jumping over a bush there, and using a tree trunk as a foothold to vault over another bush covered in thorns. She didn't think, she just focused on the here and now without letting her mind wander. Small twigs snapped beneath her feet as she treaded over the snow-covered ground of the dense forest. The frigid air carried the taste of wood and earth, mingling with the distinctive scent of the pines that surrounded her. The ache in her soles, knees, and arms was a constant reminder of the miles she had covered while running. Regardless of not keeping count, she must have fallen hundreds of times by now. A misstep here could result in smashing her side into a coarse tree trunk. A missed root hidden beneath the snow might lead to tasting the dirty snow as she scraped both her arms to cushion the fall. She didn't let those stop her. She got up frantically and continued her dash. The constant stream of adrenaline overrode her sense of pain, but after this long, they were adding up, and she was getting exhausted. Another protruding rock sent her stumbling, leading to a tumble across the ground. She collided with the trunk of a nearby tree a few meters away. Her momentum abruptly halted. Struggling, she pushed herself off the ground using shaking arms, attempting to rise, but her legs betrayed her, giving way beneath her weight. Collapsing back against the trunk, her head found support in its rough bark. Her breathing remained rapid and tinged with panic, but with each passing moment, the grip of exhaustion tightened around her. Her vision swam as she tried to calm her breathing and settle into a more comfortable position. It was currently night again. She didn't know how long she'd been running, but she was sure the sun had risen and fallen once at least. The blue light of the larger moon shone through the gaps between the canopy and gave her more than enough light to see. Kha'Lythria saw the moon the elves called the Gentle Sister peek through the gaps. Its smaller crimson twin, the wrathful brother, didn't give off enough light to overpower his sisters, so the night was mostly dominated by the bluish tint on Etheria. The trees around here were absurdly large. She could barely reach a third around the trunk of the one serving as her headrest if she tried to hug it, but it wasn't even the largest around. The lowest branches were 5 or more meters off the ground, and she couldn't even guess how high up they reached into the air. With her mind settling slightly and her breathing growing more and more controlled, she belatedly realized she still had her bracelet on her arm. She quickly channeled some mana into it to ease some of her pain. The waves of pain radiating from her soles dampened and became a numb pain, and the scrapes slowly closed, leaving only spotless skin in their place. She didn't want to waste too much mana on it, so she left her soles and the soreness all around her body as they were. Those wouldn't be too much trouble, but the bloody scrapes would be annoying. She sighed as she collected her shoulder-length hair behind her head into a ponytail and fixed it in place with a small piece of silk she always kept in her pockets. With her hair no longer sticking to her face from the sweat, she felt slightly better and checked herself for anything else she might have missed. Her white leather boots and tight leather pants of the same color were covered in mud from her many falls, but she didn't notice any rips or tears in them. They were enchanted clothing, so she would be disappointed in the royal tailor if they got torn just from this much. On top, she wore a long-sleeved black shirt that clung to her frame and was great at keeping her warm, along with a white jacket that went well with the pants and boots. She enjoyed keeping her clothes white in the vain hope that she would one day need them to help her blend in with the snowy landscape. She channeled a minuscule drop of mana into all of her clothes and sighed in relief as the mud and sweat were expelled from them and rolled down in drops on the outside. They even cleaned her body underneath them as much as she could have done with a towel and a bucket of water. The slight mana investment was worth the comfort, in her opinion. She ran her fingers around her belt and pockets, listing all the stuff she still had on her that might come in handy if she wanted to continue living. Not knowing if Mithril and the others were alive or when they would reach her, she had to endure. She had her knife, but it was a utility knife, not a combat dagger, and was only as large as her palm. Despite that, with its sharpness, it was by far the best weapon she had. She also had her clothes, which, while not offering much in terms of defense, would keep her covered and clean. Combined with her inherent traits as a winter elf, they would let her survive in these freezing temperatures. She also had her bracelet for healing if she ever needed it, along with a few other enchanted trinkets that might come in handy, but nothing overly useful for surviving in the wild. She had a small pocket brush that could tame her curly white mane in seconds, a small silverite ring that could create illusions, and a black ring that had a storage space inside it. The last one was an unadorned black ring with a color so dark that it ate up the surrounding light. She could only see the outline of the ring and not its exact shape because of that. Currently, it held her collection of favorite books along with a few treats she convinced the castle chef to make for her journey. She sighed as she thought back to the indulgent expression on the only portly elf she had ever seen in her short life. He was utterly loyal to her father, just like most winter elves in the castle, but he always indulged her requests, as long as they didn't contradict her father's. From this, she quickly learned that he didn't care too much about what she did, as long as she didn't get books or artifacts he had forbidden her from having or escaped the castle. Well, that concluded the short list of useful stuff she had. It was kind of depressing that most of these weren't hers because she wanted them, but because they helped her become a better bride. She scoffed at that, the whispering voice at the back of her mind getting louder with her thoughts once again spiraling down that rabbit hole. What if they died and won't come after me? What if the humans killed them and were the ones chasing me? What if they can't even find me after that snowstorm? What? She was descending into an endless spiral of what-ifs, but the answer she came to at the end of them all was the same simple one. I just have to survive alone, expecting no one to come and find me. I need to be careful in case a monster or the humans come after me. And if in the end, nobody comes, then isn't that what I wanted all along? She fought back a slight grin at her final thought, but she didn't quite manage it. It felt unreal, and she could barely think ever since Mithril tore the door of the carriage off. She had been frightened, frantic, and then in a panic trance. For the first time in what might have been days, she could reflect on the ambush with a relatively clear head. She was sure now that the attackers were from the Corvus Empire. They were too strong not to be the elite force of a formidable nation, and they were the only ones who would benefit from her death. Kidnapping her could be problematic, as that might strengthen the alliance between the two kingdoms, with the Sultan having his to-be wife and the Winter King, his beloved daughter, kidnapped. Unless proven otherwise, she would believe that to be true. She wasn't a political genius, and she didn't know too much about world politics, but growing up on tales of the villainous deeds of the Empire against any non-humans, she didn't think her hypothesis was too much of a stretch. As far as she knew, the most objective description of their philosophy was that humans were the superior race, and every other race descended from them. It was their mission to reunify the world under their banner. To reintegrate these demi-humans into humanity, the only obvious option was crossbreeding. Demi-humans in the Empire were ordered to mate with a selected human and were forbidden from having children with another of their original race. They viewed this as the ultimate symbol of their conquest over their defeated enemies, and it made Callie sick to her stomach. It wasn't too different from what she was forced to do, but those poor war trophies weren't even called wives or husbands, concubines at best and slaves at worst. She didn't know how much of that was true, but it surely held some fraction of the truth. After all, it was the common consensus about the nation in her kingdom, according to her history tutor. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Not that knowing any of that was going to help her if a frost wolf decided she would make a fine snack. Dense forests of giant pine trees should be the preferred places for their dens. Biology at least was coming in handy, especially her extensive knowledge about how to kill any and all monsters found around the continent from her multiple readings of the Adventurers Guild's Monster Manual. That was one of her favorite books after the ones about spellcrafting and runes. She was breathing deeply now, her chest rising and falling with each heavy intake of breath. She let her body grow colder, taking in the temperature of her surroundings to blend in with it. Even though she had barely used this ability of hers, it was instinctual to her, as much as breathing was. Her body was no longer giving off heat and blended in with the frigid surroundings. If anything looked around with thermal vision here, it wouldn't easily spot her. She felt the instinct switch for the semi-hibernation appear in her mind. It would allow her to steady her core while minimizing her nutrient consumption. It would dampen her mind so much that she'd only be able to focus on any prey entering her vicinity. She pushed it to the back of her mind, and, on wobbly legs, she rose to her feet. Why aren't there any spells that can restore stamina? Callie whined under her breath. She needed to find a place to sleep before she collapsed mid-run. She could barely stand by now, and her stomach was growling at her. The snacks in her spatial ring would do for today, but she wouldn't last long if she couldn't find food. Tomorrow she would have to hunt or forage for something. When she stood, she no longer looked like she'd just been in a fight with a mud monster. She looked like a prim and proper elf if you didn't count her drooping eyes and ears from exhaustion. At least her clothes were clean, and her hair wasn't sticking to her face and getting into her mouth anymore. Instead of sprinting like she used to, she took a considerate walk that gradually turned into a jog as she regained some stamina. She kept her eyes peeled and her ears alert in case anything tried to sneak up on her. The only sight before her was a vast expanse of tree trunks and a snowy ground, occasionally broken by tenacious bushes. Her ears only caught the crunching of the snow and her own shallow breathing, along with a few bird calls in the distance, or small skittering insects or rodents hiding under the snow. She knew the mountain range wasn't the most ecologically diverse or populous place, but it was still surprising how calm and silent everything was. Back in the castle, she could always hear some servants scurrying around doing chores, or the guards marching around. The silence unnerved her a bit. She jogged for another few hours, pushing herself more than she'd ever had physically, but she finally found a good hiding place. She could hear the gentle murmur of flowing water in the distance, so she wouldn't have to melt snow for a drink either. That could wait until tomorrow, though. Along with the howling of the wind as it snapped the tops of the large evergreens around her, she could barely make out the more animalistic howls far off in the distance. Her small sanctum for the night was the hollow trunk of an especially large pine, which reached 5 meters in diameter. She stumbled inside when she realized that the animals might be able to follow her scent. Elves usually had a hard-to-detect scent, as they smelled like nature. According to her maids, she smelled like freshly fallen snow with a hint of honey. Like snowdrops blooming in the winter, they said. She channeled a substantial amount of mana into her clothes, hoping their capability in cleaning would also work on her scent. While still channeling, she went inside the hollow tree. She had to squeeze herself inside, as it was a narrow, if tall, opening, but she managed it after a bit, cursing a bit at being blessed by nature, in some aspects that were less than useful in the situation. When she got inside, she promptly collapsed against the opposite wall of the small space and fumbled for the silverite illusion ring in her pocket. She had to feed it almost a third of her mana, but the thing did its job. It had 2 different illusion spells imbued into it. One was the minor illusion spell, which, while limited in its application, was perfect for what she needed. Like a one-way mirror, the illusion snapped into being and covered the opening on the other side. She could still peek through it from the side, but nothing but bark showed from the outside. Well, she dearly hoped so, at least. Callie sighed and tried to calm herself down a bit. She was heaving again. Her stomach was hollow and increasingly angry at her. She felt cold, her lungs were hurting, and she was scared and tired. She fought against the tears of frustration, but the young princess quickly lost that battle. Salty tears dripped down her cheeks and froze on her skin before they reached her chin. "This is what you wanted, Callie. Don't be such a baby now," she tried to admonish herself to no avail as the muffled sobs continued for a bit. She fished out some small treats from her ring to give herself a bit of comfort before she realized that those 2 could lure the beasts here with their scent. She hugged her knees close to her body and stared out through the illusion, finding comfort in the beautiful scene of the morning sunshine breaking through the canopy. Was I ever this alone in my life before now? Life was hard. That wasn't a new thought to Callie, but before then, she never had to fear for her life or find food. Life was easy if depressing before, but now it was hard with a slight undercurrent of hope. She latched onto the hope of freedom, adventure, and magic with all her might. Even if her guards caught up with her in the future, she would make the best of her time out here. She was free for the first time in her life, with no guard peeking over her shoulder, no disapproving maid to annoy her endlessly, and no hateful father whose silvery gaze made her feel colder than this frigid weather. She tore her eyes off the sight outside and searched through her spatial ring once more. I know I put that here somewhere, but where the hell is it? She pushed things aside in their compartments, and in the 5th one, she finally found what she wanted. A small silky pillow covered in beautiful embroidery depicting a snowdrop. A smile appeared on her face as she looked at it. She had taken it along so she could sleep on the road if she wanted, but now it would be her only bedding, aside from the somewhat rotting bark covering the ground. She cast a small spell her old teacher taught her in secret when he got fed up with her incessantly, asking him to cast the spell in her room. This was a bit more complicated than the others, so she couldn't cast it offhandedly. She closed her eyes while holding her arm out with her palm facing the ground. Runes materialized in her mind with crystal clear clarity as she forced them into being. Mana gathering, locate, insect, separate, needle, rapid launch. She looked through all the runes, fearing a backlash that might blow up her brain. Once she found nothing amiss, she infused all the runes with as much mana as she could without giving a smidge more than the runes could take. The runes brightened in her mind, now shining with a soft bluish-white glow before she released her hold on them. They collapsed upon themselves into a clump of mana that still followed her intent zealously as it raced through her body and into her palm. She pushed it outside of her body and promptly lost her hold on it once it was further than a few millimeters from her skin. The spell activated right after, and hundreds of small needles of mana shot out one after the other from the small shining orb. They flew straight at the disgusting little crawling bugs. She sighed in relief. Even though she liked most animals, she drew the line firmly when it came to insects. They are fine if they stay away from me. After all, they're important for the ecosystem. But screw them if they come closer. She shuddered at the thought, remembering when she woke up to a large spider crawling over her bed frame just above her head. She didn't know she could make a sound like that before the scare, and her bedrest might have gotten incinerated alongside the arachnid invader. Once the murderous little orb fizzled out of existence, with a green puff signifying having eliminated all located targets in the vicinity, she sighed in relief and laid down on the surprisingly soft ground. Her clothes weren't the best for sleeping, but darkness soon claimed the runaway princess anyway. 03. The Master. Sadkiel. Archmage Sadkiel was taking his time packing his things while the surrounding castle devolved into utter chaos and activity. With his dear pupil's departure, he was readying for travel, his time here was up, and he was ready to plunge back into his research. Just a few months ago, a new dungeon sprung up in the wilds of Vitalis far to the east, so he had a slight smirk on his elderly face as he placed each of his things into their selected spatial containers. He liked rings the best. He had 2 long leather straps with tens of rings hanging off of each, and both were secured to his chest so he could quickly reach anything he could want. Sadkiel was a master of divination and illusion, mostly because those helped in his quest to discover the secrets of nature and its connection to magic. He was an accomplished botanist, biologist, ecologist, and geologist, among many other things, most of which didn't even have an official name. When one lived to his age, they tended to be proficient in many fields and to one as obsessed with his study as Archmage Sadkiel. That was even more so. While elves would view Sadkiel's 3rd millennia of life as impressive, he thought little of it. The Morons could live for 4 millennia without even activating their cores if they stayed away from danger. And while he thought he knew they had little a choice with those pesky humans raiding their land nonstop, he had complicated feelings about them. On one hand, the Corvus Empire was unquestionably the foremost nation in terms of scientific and magical advancement, and, on the other, they were utter arseholes. He only sneaked into their precious little academy's forbidden library, and they sent 5 archmages to hunt him down. Not that they achieved much. He tricked 4 into killing the 5th by using one of his most devious illusion spells on them. That's what they get for standing between him and knowledge. Who told them to forbid non-humans from attending their academy? Stuck-up primates. Only because of his mastery of divination and expert manipulation of his mana sense did he find out what in the ancestor's name was going on in the castle. Mithril arrived back at the castle recently on death's door while reporting that a group of humans ambushed the princess's convoy and roused a feathered serpent, and now the young royal was missing while most of her escort lay dead. Despite his elderly appearance, Sadkiel's mind was sharp, and he quickly devised a plan. It wasn't even a new plan. He'd a slew of pre-prepared ones for an entire list of possible events, and this one was among them. He gently tapped into his mana sense and pushed out a few well-hidden spells, checking for any attention on himself. The king was good with his ever-present sense and divination, but Sadkiel was a master. He put up a shield that would make it seem like he was leisurely packing away without alerting the sovereign. His hand traced the rings on his chest before stopping at the last. He plucked it off of its place and held it between his fingers while scrutinizing it. It was a thin ring of pure silverite with a feminine design. It had 2 of his own illusion spells imbued into it, but that wasn't why he had it. With a smirk, he began casting. This little piece of jewelry was a replica of the twin ring he had given to the princess only a few days prior. This made it an ideal medium for divination. Hundreds of intricate runes snapped into place in his mind. 2-dimensional, 3- and even 4th-dimensional runes revealed themselves. Veins of mana connected them in an intricate pattern, something that was essential for a spell at this level. The spell circle, as it was crudely called, despite being more like an orb, was crystal clear in his mind and spotless. He concentrated and threw one rune, serving for just this purpose. He flooded it with his potent mana. Once the spell was charged, he activated it with a flex of his will, and the complex spell structure collapsed upon itself. A small tendril of mana extended into his mind and started interfacing with it while the spell matrix disappeared so quickly that even his essence-enhanced senses couldn't catch it. He felt more than saw with his mind's eyes as it reached its target in a fraction of a second. His sight cleared as he was now levitating in the air. An imperceptible orb of mana looked down on the peacefully sleeping form of the princess with the silverite ring that guided him here, still on her finger. He smiled mentally as he guided the orb towards the ring. It connected, and he pushed himself deeply into it. Yeah, he made that thing so it would come in handy for the willful girl if she ever slipped past her guards, but its primary function was far more important for her to succeed. After all, if he could find her this quickly, other archmages wouldn't be far behind. He had to be quick. He fed the mana, making up the orb into an enchantment hidden deep within the ring. This enchantment would set up a nearly imperceptible ward against any divination and keep the girl away from prying eyes. Even he wouldn't be able to find her again once this was in place. The mana bled into the enchantment, slowly powering up the powerful effect, and soon enough he was back in his body, his divination spell disrupted by the ward. He carefully took down the shields he put up before, naturally transitioning them to show reality underneath to not appear suspicious. Be free, young Kha'Lythria. You deserve far more than your preordained future. He held no doubt about the girl failing or dying in her quest. The ancestors would guide her. Such a talented girl was never destined to waste away in the desert. He would help more, but they would surely observe rather closely him for a while. He and the king had never seen eye to eye. It was predictable, with one of them being a researcher and the other a ruthless ruler. It would be so much easier for Tsadkiel if the ceaseless wars would stop for even a few years. With his part in her tale done for now, Tsadkiel finished packing and left from the castle with the uproar soon being put behind him. He could barely wait to find out what that newborn dungeon had in store for him. The sun was still glaring through the canopy when Callie woke up. Her back was aching and chilled down to her bones. She imagined a human would have died from hypothermia a few times by now in her position, but she was still fine, aside from being uncomfortable. She frowned down at the illusion ring on her left ring finger. It felt somehow weird and different, but no matter how much she stared at it or even sniffed, she couldn't figure out what it was. When she infused the ring with her mana, she felt a slight resistance and frowned. With a gasp, she realized what was happening as she pushed a tiny amount inside. Her mana sense extended beyond her body, and for a moment, the ring felt like a part of her. The dichotomy of the magical density between the two was noticeable even to a person blind to mana, so Callie also realized it even though she didn't know why it was so. Just before she went to sleep, it didn't have any mana of its own, only the small amount she gave it to sustain the minor illusion while she slept. As she was breaking her head over it, she felt like her erstwhile tutor was smirking down at her, but the image went away as quickly as it came. Could it have been Tsadkiel who filled it up? But why? It doesn't matter. She shook her head. Thanks anyway, Master Tsadkiel. Although no one answered her whisper, she couldn't help but smile a little. He was one of the few people who truly supported her, unlike her own family. Despite his eccentricities and obsessive tendencies towards research, she appreciated him for both his honesty and helpfulness. She knew if he could, he'd have helped her escape himself, but the old man was under heavy regulations and constant observation while remaining in the castle. There were never any excuses for him. The old elf always said what was on his mind, and quite a few times that got him into trouble, but he always got out of it somehow. He talked about war, politics, and how her father would put him on a stake if he went any deeper into certain topics, unlike her previous tutors who thought that she was too young to learn about those topics. He was the main reason she wasn't entirely lost now that she was alone. She could think ahead and make plans based on his teachings. Well, she would do that later anyway. Her growling stomach agreed with her with passion, making its dissatisfaction with the few cookies she ate yesterday before sleeping clear. Callie touched her obsidian-colored ring against her pillow, and it slipped into the spatial storage without a sound. It was always interesting to watch that. Callie couldn't wrap her head around how spatial magic worked or where her stuff had gone or how it made her burn with curiosity, but she couldn't get answers to any of those in a forest. She got to her feet. She felt as fresh as she could be despite the deplorable sleeping conditions. At the end of the day, she was still a winter elf, and winter had never killed one of her kin before. She refused to be the first. With a mental command, The illusion covering the opening shimmered out of existence, and she quickly squished herself through the opening. The sight outside was the same as before, but she didn't let that fool her. Her ears were twitching at any sound, and she snapped her shimmering blue gaze towards the source of each. A twig snapped 200 meters away and 20 degrees to the left and on the ground. A moment later, her head turned towards it and her vision zeroed in on the small rat-like creature as it scurried along on the ground, running into a hole in the ground soon after. Within a few minutes, she would only turn her head if she could not identify the origin of the noise or if it seemed hazardous. For example, if it was caused by a heavier animal or the snapping of larger branches. Her sight wasn't as much of an asset as it could be, with the many thick trunks impeding her sight in every direction. Her vision went on unobstructed for 50 meters at most, but her hearing was clear for hundreds of meters, and she could hear even beyond that, but not with the supernatural precision that made her species fearsome hunters. Her footsteps grew increasingly quiet with each step. She carefully monitored her every movement to avoid any unnecessary motion. She had always been a quick learner, but she'd put little effort into physical exercises. All that Essence did was enhance what was already there. It wasn't an additive improvement, but a multiplicative one. Essence was an interesting thing. Every moment she had mana in her core, a small percentage of that would be painstakingly slowly transformed into essence, which would infuse into her being, permanently enhancing all aspects of what was Kha'Lythria. This included her core, which could house just a bit more mana with each drop of essence that infused it, creating a sort of positive feedback loop that went on and on until she reached the peak of mortal power. Well, in her dreams maybe, but in reality, her core couldn't absorb ambient mana by itself, so it relied entirely on her to do so, and for that, she needed mana-gathering spells, or as they called it in some other places, cultivation techniques. When she infused the ring with her mana, she felt a slight resistance and frowned. With a gasp, she realized what was happening as she pushed a tiny amount inside. Her mana sense extended beyond her body, and for a moment, the ring felt like a part of her. The dichotomy of the magical density between the two was noticeable even to a person blind to mana, so Callie also realized it even though she didn't know why it was so. Just before she went to sleep, it didn't have any mana of its own, only the small amount she gave it to sustain the minor illusion while she slept. As she was breaking her head over it, she felt like her erstwhile tutor was smirking down at her, but the image went away as quickly as it came. Could it have been Zadkiel who filled it up? But why? It doesn't matter. She shook her head. Thanks anyway, Master Zadkiel. Although no one answered her whisper, she couldn't help but smile a little. He was one of the few people who truly supported her, unlike her own family. Despite his eccentricities and obsessive tendencies towards research, she appreciated him for both his honesty and helpfulness. She knew if he could, he'd have helped her escape himself, but the old man was under heavy regulations and constant observation while remaining in the castle. There were never any excuses for him. The old elf always said what was on his mind, and quite a few times that got him into trouble, but he always got out of it somehow. He talked about war, politics, and how her father would put him on a stake if he went any deeper into certain topics, unlike her previous tutors who thought that she was too young to learn about those topics. He was the main reason she wasn't entirely lost now that she was alone. She could think ahead and make plans based on his teachings. Well, she would do that later anyway. Her growling stomach agreed with her with passion, making its dissatisfaction with the few cookies she ate yesterday before sleeping clear. Callie touched her obsidian-colored ring against her pillow, and it slipped into the spatial storage without a sound. It was always interesting to watch that. Callie couldn't wrap her head around how spatial magic worked or where her stuff had gone or how it made her burn with curiosity, but she couldn't get answers to any of those in a forest. She got to her feet. She felt as fresh as she could be despite the deplorable sleeping conditions. At the end of the day, she was still a winter elf, and winter had never killed one of her kin before. She refused to be the first. With a mental command, the illusion covering the opening shimmered out of existence, and she quickly squished herself through the opening. The sight outside was the same as before, but she didn't let that fool her. Her ears were twitching at any sound, and she snapped her shimmering blue gaze towards the source of each. A twig snapped 200 meters away and 20 degrees to the left and on the ground. A moment later, her head turned towards it and her vision zeroed in on the small rat-like creature as it scurried along on the ground, running into a hole in the ground soon after. Within a few minutes, she would only turn her head if she could not identify the origin of the noise or if it seemed hazardous. For example, if it was caused by a heavier animal or the snapping of larger branches. Her sight wasn't as much of an asset as it could be, with the many thick trunks impeding her sight in every direction. Her vision went on unobstructed for 50 meters at most, but her hearing was clear for hundreds of meters, and she could hear even beyond that, but not with the supernatural precision that made her species fearsome hunters. Her footsteps grew increasingly quiet with each step. She carefully monitored her every movement to avoid any unnecessary motion. She had always been a quick learner, but she'd put little effort into physical exercises. All that Essence did was enhance what was already there. It wasn't an additive improvement, but a multiplicative one. Essence was an interesting thing. Every moment she had mana in her core, a small percentage of that would be painstakingly slowly transformed into essence, which would infuse into her being, permanently enhancing all aspects of what was Kha'Lythria. This included her core, which could house just a bit more mana with each drop of essence that infused it, creating a sort of positive feedback loop that went on and on until she reached the peak of mortal power. Well, in her dreams maybe, but in reality, her core couldn't absorb ambient mana by itself, so it relied entirely on her to do so, and for that, she needed mana-gathering spells, or as they called it in some other places, cultivation techniques. 04. Hunt. Callie could honestly say that she was enjoying herself, even though she had caught nothing since she started sneaking through the endless maze of branches a few hours ago. She'd observed one of those mangy brown feline predators as it stalked its prey, which turned out to be a snow-white owl that was taking a nap inside a small crevice on a trunk. The feline blended in perfectly with the dark bark of the trees, and its claws gave it a steady hold on them even if they were wet and slippery, but aside from that she couldn't see any other capability that stood out. The animal didn't look capable of magic, but many magical animals didn't. Even plants could use magic sometimes, but those were passive uses of it most of the time. There was supposed to be a flower that threw lightning at anything with a pulse that dared come close to it, but thankfully those didn't live on this mountain range. After she watched the cat get its daily intake of meat, she observed a few other animals while telling herself that it was so she could prepare herself. Yes, I'm gathering information about my enemy, most certainly. Owls, cats, squirrels, rats, hares, and she even spied a few large predators stalking below her on the ground. She would have scoffed at them as the ground-walking peasants they were they not also either 3 times her size or on the Don't Fight It and Run list of the Monster Manual's tips for new adventurers. Though she didn't need it to tell her when a lynx, which was shining a bright golden color, strode through the sparse undergrowth. Its fur was also golden-colored, making it utterly incapable of hiding or camouflaging its presence. Even her shut-in self knew that brightly colored animals were dangerous, and ones that glowed had so much mana that they wasted it on visual effect instinctually. The lynx dared everybody in the forest to attack it and probably had done so for a long time, yet it was still there, strutting like a pompous nobleman. Callie entered her semi-hibernation instead of attempting to sneak away. She wasn't that confident in her stealth capabilities, and if she could hear her own steps, if just barely, this glowing cat might as well. She would not risk it. When she came out of her muddled state, the feline was gone and she still had all of her insides well inside, so she counted that as a win. That state calmed her core and held it in a sort of stasis that made detecting her through it impossible. It would be imperceptible in that state, and, according to Tsadkiel, it did more than that, but he just smiled mysteriously when she asked what. Annoying old man. It seemed to work, and combined with the illusion, it was a nice stealth toolkit she had already. She might just survive this forest. After that encounter, she was much more attentive to her hearing, which was her best tool in this situation. At this moment, She had been stalking her chosen prey for the last half an hour, and she was getting bored with the wait, so it'd soon be the time she first fought. She hoped the knee-height flightless bird wouldn't be too much of a fight, though. She didn't want to alert any of the dangerous predators, so she would have to make it quick and silent. The bird looked like one of those large flightless birds that lived in savannas where they could run around, but this one somehow evolved its legs for tree climbing and shrank down to the size of a turkey. It was peeking its dumb-looking head into the small hole, probably leading to the lair of some small bird or a squirrel, so it had no chance of dodging her attack. She couldn't use her knife, which was a bit too small to kill the animal fast enough. It probably wouldn't even reach its head if she wasn't perfect in the stab, so she opted for magic instead. Totally not, because she could finally make use of it after only sitting on it for 15 years since she learned her first spell. Now, she only had to decide which one she would use. That should be simple, right? She didn't know too many spells after all, so it should be quick and easy, right? Water Blade could work, but that's annoying to cast as it collects the water from the surroundings. Kinetic Strike could work if I manage to snap its neck with it, but if I don't, then I'm just blasting it away. Fire spells are too loud, and I still want to have meat to eat afterward, not charred bones. Air isn't too good at attacking either, and that wraps up all my current attack spells. It was said that every mage starts as an elementalist, and Kha'Lythria was no different. Using the base runes of the 5 elements as the foundations of the spells made casting them much easier and put less of a burden on the caster. No need to bother with using versatile runes to transform mana into a different energy. Just give a bunch to the fire rune, and you had a bunch of fire now to do with as you wished. In the end, she decided to use Water Blade. Even if it was slow to cast, it was a great fit for her situation. She held out her palm, facing directly toward the dumb bird with its head still inside the tree. Water gathering, condense, blade, hold, launch, overcharge. She crafted the runes well on her first try, but she had to fix them up a bit to ensure she wouldn't have any problems. Sadkiel had given her more backlash horror stories than she ever wanted to hear. Once she was sure they were good, she filled them up with mana in a gentle trickle. Giving too much to a rune other than the overcharge was asking for backlash. Once she was done and felt each rune vibrate with power in her mind, she ran a last check before flexing her will and activating them. The runes condensed into a familiar spell matrix that was still at her beck and call. She guided it towards her palm and checked her aim. It was a bit off to the left, so she fixed that, and with a deep breath, she pushed the matrix through her skin just in the center of her palm. The slightly glowing blue orb rapidly started draining water from its surroundings, pulling on the snow and drying up the nearby branches in a 2-meter radius. Next, it condensed into a firm orb that could go for a rock based on its toughness, after which it lengthened into a crescent shape with a sharp edge. Most of the remaining mana bled into it and reinforced it, making sure it held its shape until it served its purpose. Finally, the sequence got to the last 2 runes. The launch rune provided the blade with its momentum, and the overcharge used all the freely given mana to enhance said momentum safely, enabling her to shoot the blade much faster than with the original spell. This was one of her personal additions, and she was quite proud of it, even if she knew it was an obvious addition to the spell. The blue crescent shot off without a sound, and the only thing she heard was it slicing cleanly through the neck of the bird before impacting a trunk some 20 meters behind it with a splash. Seems like the hold rune could only hold it together for maybe a dozen meters after it cut through her prey. Satisfied with the result, Kha'Lythria leaped to another branch and caught her meal before it fell. With it clenched in her arm, she opted to leave the place quickly in case it attracted some animal with either its sound or the blood. The blood could be a pain. She didn't know any wards, and ones that could keep scents in or out should be higher levels, even among those. She'd just have to be quick about it and hope for the best. The blood dripping from the dead bird made her uncomfortable, but after the fight she had seen a few days ago, it was only that discomfort. She didn't have a close relationship with any of her guards, so losing them didn't shake her too much. However, that all those people died for her or just because she was there, left behind a sour feeling. The only one whose name she even knew was Mithril, and even he was only the replacement for her original guard. Kha'Lythria smiled a bit at the memory of her gullible companion. That was probably why he wasn't the one accompanying her. Plus, they'd gotten rather close over the years. She didn't know where the guy ended up by now, but she hoped he was well. She made her way back to her previous shelter with little trouble, unlike her sister, who could somehow get lost in the winter castle after living there for more than a century. She wasn't directionally challenged. The endless look-alike trees would probably be a nightmare for her sister, but she memorized the distinct sounds some trees made and a few notable landmarks on her way, so she managed just fine. Her thoughts drifted from there and arrived at the source of all of her troubles, her father and the remains of her family. He was uncompromising and ruthless even with his own family. Her mother's exile and her siblings' pleas for reconsidering her marriage, falling on deaf ears, were evidence of it. Elves were supposed to be a family-centric people, relying on their tight-knit communities to survive this savage world, but you couldn't guess that while looking at her family. An absent mother, a cold and distant father, a constantly annoyed and irritable elder brother, and a loving but demure elder sister. At times, the princess found herself hating all of them. Her brother Arawn always looked like he ate something sour when he looked at her, and her sister Lyriel, who, while tried to help her wherever she could, never disobeyed their father. Despite knowing they both loved her, she couldn't resist. They weren't the ones headed to a cursed desert to marry a human ruler. She sometimes wished she stayed 5 years old forever when her mother was still there and her father still seemed like a father rather than the cruel king he acted like since then. Damn it all, she was barely 30 years old. Elves her age wouldn't count as adults for another 20 years, and yet she would have arrived in barely a month at the doorstep of her fiancé, whom she never even laid eyes on before. No, just no. When she got back, she decided to set up the illusion on the small opening after making it larger with her knife. Despite it being small, the thing was so sharp that it cut through the bark like it was butter, so she enlarged it with little trouble. Now she could slip through the illusion quickly while it would still keep out beasts larger than her. She would have to cook the bird outside so the smoke wouldn't gather inside her shelter. She followed the descriptions about how to dress slaughtered birds from the Beginner Adventurer's Guide. First, she plucked out the feathers meticulously. It was gross, but not as much as what came after. Next, she had to remove the internal organs carefully. Hopefully, she wouldn't mess up and give herself some sort of food poisoning. Finally, after that, she thoroughly cleaned it with water collected with a water-gathering rune. It also dried out a bunch of small twigs and branches lying on the ground, so those would make good firewood. After cutting off the unneeded parts like its clawed feet and such, next would be the spicing, but unfortunately, she didn't put those into her ring. It was always just her secret little storage where she hid her personal stuff and snacks. It didn't stop time as some of the better ones, but it was rather large, so she only stored cookies and stuff like that. She sharpened a few sticks and pulled small parts of meat onto them. Next, she would need to light the fire. Oh, wasn't there, like, a specific way to build the fire? Unfortunately, that part was rather foggy in her memory, so she just put the smaller twigs below the larger branches that she snapped so they were the right size. Next, she made a simple sign with her right hand, which caused a candle flame to burst into existence at the tip of her index finger. Somatic gestures were more convenient for small things like this. The runes they made were in her palm, not in her head or throat like mental images or chanting, making them faster to cast. Once the fire got going, she held one spike in each hand over it, turning them around so every piece of meat got nice and crispy. With the small pieces she cut them in two. She thought they were done in a dozen minutes, but when she bit into one, the center was still bloody, so she went back to cooking them. After a few more minutes, she retried them, and even though the outside got too crusty, the rest was fine. She devoured the meat and continued cooking the rest. Other than these 2 spikes, she had another 4 more to cook. She spent the next 2 hours next to the fire and eating every piece of eatable meat the bird had on it. The lack of spices was a bit jarring, but she was ravenous, so she enjoyed it more than some meals she got back in the castle. She doused the fireplace in water after she was done and sent most of the smell far away from her, hopefully with a few gust spells. She also cleaned herself thoroughly with the enchantment in her clothes, so she hoped nothing would be lured here. Now that she thought about it, she should get going from here. The further she got from the place of the fight, the better. The snowstorm and treacherous terrain should throw her pursuers off. That made her effort in shoving the smell away meaningless, but whatever. She still had most of her reserves, so she didn't need to take the time to replenish them. One water blade spell took maybe 6% of her mana, and that was one of the more mana-intensive spells. She didn't use earth spells for that reason too. They were so damn costly and slow. If she wanted heavy impact spells, she also had kinetic spells, so earth spells were useless in her opinion, but any architect or miner would probably strangle her for that opinion. She cancelled the illusion and headed for the stream she noticed yesterday. She would follow that downriver to help her navigate through the forest. If she couldn't have gotten too far away on her mad dash, so she should arrive at the base of the mountain range in a few days, maybe a week of travel if she kept her speed up. She wasn't sure how far they'd gotten with the convoy, so she wasn't sure where she would end up, but away was her goal for now. The stream turned out to be a small creek that traveled through the forest, uncaring about the many roots it had unearthed in its wake, only going around larger rocks or massive roots. Callie opted for climbing a nearby tree and following along the water on the lower branches, keeping her away from the ground and the water source that many animals would visit for a drink. She was keeping track of each small noise around her in a few 100-meter radius, so she wouldn't get jumped on, and kept herself silent as she skulked along, keeping close to the creek. Her clothing's color wasn't ideal for blending in with the dark brown bark and green bushes, but she couldn't do anything about it. Minor Illusion was a spell with limitations, mainly useful for concealing openings or doors. There was no way to change it once placed. Such things would require complex spell structures that interfaced with the mage's mind directly and took their mental imagery from there. Though since it was a gift from the old man, she wouldn't put it past him to downplay its potency just so he could revel in her surprise when she finds out about its kinks later. The ring still sat on her finger. She liked its aesthetics, and silverite went well with her choice of clothing. It looked like two serpents intertwining with each other, but without the heads or tails. She knew there was another spell imbued into it, but Sadkiel only told her it was called Alter Ego, that she thought it was some sort of illusion that would make her look different, but she couldn't make it to work. Something was missing, and she wasn't sure what, so she couldn't use that despite it probably being able to solve her problem. The curiosity driving her to discover the ring's secrets and annoyance at the eccentric old man who didn't even teach her how to use his gift was giving her conflicted feelings. However, he also knew she would enjoy the puzzle. It was infuriating. Both how well he knew her and that he was right. She followed along the gently running water for the next couple of hours. She wasn't as fast as she could have been down on the ground, as the wet branches had her making each jump carefully, and she slipped a few times even like that. Thankfully, she could grab hold of another branch or steady herself before she fell, but she slowed her speed even further afterward. She could probably survive a 10-meter fall. Elves were built like that, but it would hurt, and that's not talking about the near heart attacks she got each time she slipped. Her heartbeat thundered in her throat for a good few minutes afterward. Despite feeling weird about it, she couldn't help but enjoy the adrenaline-induced thrill. If only she could use magic to make it even better. I need to learn how to fly or glide, at least in the future. Just like that, she set her first long-term goal for herself, hopefully, the first among many. Mutt. As she followed the water, the small creek slowly but steadily widened and connected with a few other streams. By then, it was 2 meters wide, and Callie realized she'd been traveling for well over a day again. She was just so absorbed by getting better at the acrobatics needed to jump and swing from branch to branch while also keeping her attention on her surroundings. The many evergreens around her were from a variety of similar species. She noticed once she paid closer attention to them. Blue and green spruces were the most populous, with pines as a close second, but as she traveled further and further down the mountain, fir started popping up, but those couldn't reach as high as their humongous cousins. Fir trees were verdant green, and their canopies started just half a meter above ground, providing a great hiding place for smaller animals. but they could only thrive now that the larger trees were sparser and didn't obstruct the sun so much. This also had Callie ambling through the meter-high snow more often than not, with there being 50 meters between some of the large trees. At least she could see much further ahead without the many obnoxious trunks in the way of her vision. At one point in her journey, she came across a subspecies of fir tree that had vivid crimson-red leaves and was completely devoid of snow. Her curiosity would not let her just walk past it and not do some research. She recalled a type of magical fir tree but couldn't remember its properties, so she dedicated a few hours to unraveling the mystery. A bit of a fun interruption along her otherwise monotonous journey, a change of pace would keep things fresh, she thought. She only needed about 10 minutes to figure it out when she threw a snowball at it and the water turned into vapor as it reached within a meter of the tree. The vapor then seeped into the needle-like leaves, as if it was a ghost possessing it. She guessed it worked somewhat similar to her water-gathering rune. Maybe it was even the thing they based the rune on. An ascendant entity that called itself Solaris gifted a set amount of runes to most sentient races over 1,500 years ago. The first ascendant that the world of Etheria has ever had upon its surface. Many elves were rather dubious about this occurrence, as cores just started popping up randomly a few centuries ago in people, and just when nearly every newborn had cores, this entity just popped up and told them how to use it. It called what the runes were capable of by manipulating mana, magic, and while the runes were put under severe observation and research, they weren't entirely kept under the hold of the ruling class. For whatever reason, Solaris gave a starter pack, as it called it, to the rulers of larger nations under the magical contract that they would teach a large part of it to their subjects. This went differently for each nation. Some fell while others rose higher than ever on the back of magic. It also didn't help with keeping things peaceful that no two starter pack were the same. Each had some runes or techniques that only they had on the entire planet. With time, people who were later called rune forgers managed to first alter some runes and then make ones of their own. It was a time-intensive and secretive craft, so Callie knew no more than that about it, but it sounded like something she should look into in the future. Callie's to-do list. Learn to fly. Learn rune forging. I should probably think about more short-term goals, no? After reviewing her experience with the crimson fir, she started thinking about her next course of action. She could hunt, so food wasn't a problem, and with the stream, neither was water. The shelter was a bit of a hit-and-miss, but she could keep going for another few days at this pace, so she'd leave that to her future self. Neither of the countries bordering the kingdom near her was too good of a destination. The nearest was the northern water province of the Corvus Empire, which was what they called this part of the erstwhile Water Kingdom that was the home of the Autumn Elves after it was conquered. It wasn't too bad of a place to hide, as the bastards oppressed their provinces both technologically and in education. They only had enough military and towns to defend them from wandering monsters, and even those towns were few and far between on the far shore of the continent. The humans found the Karist jungle to be too much of a bother to tame, so they just hid in their towns, so while the jungle would be just as much of a pain as this Arctic forest, she wouldn't have to worry about random humans finding her. Sadkiel was more than thorough in his education in this, so she remembered it clearly. They shouldn't even have mapped more than a fifth of the jungle. The only thing that probably held back the still-hiding elves from retaking their land was the threat of a legion arriving from the Imperial Corps, and those wouldn't have much of a problem with putting down a rebellion. Even her father had trouble when a few legions tried their luck at invading the kingdom a century ago. The other nation would require much more travel to reach, as it was far to the north. When the jungle ended came a wide savanna, and it was split around halfway towards the desert it shifts into, by the largest river on the continent. Active one, they aptly named the river the Blood Raven River because of the large amount of blood shed by the Corvus Empire while trying to push their border further beyond it. Those guys had a weird obsession with ravens. They even called the Emperor the Raven Lord or something stupid like that. Her father had a tenuous alliance with the Republic about assisting each other against the Empire, so she could either go hide under the nose of the humans or her father's allies. The Empire it is. Okay, it might be a stupid idea, but who in their right mind would even think she'd do it? Wasn't it a genius idea if she thought about it like that? It was. Nodding to herself, She felt satisfaction at outsmarting her enemies. Right, she was thinking about short-term goals. First, she had to reach the jungle, which if she remembered right, was called Karstirian by the elves there, much better than what the humans gave it, Karst Jungle. They called it that because it had large karsts in it. Very creative, though the elves weren't much better, but she felt like no one would fault her for being biased. She opted for walking on the small riverbank instead of making a clear trail through the snow for any would-be pursuers to follow. This put her in a slightly dangerous position as any animal that frequented the stream for drinking would come across her, but she hoped she'd be able to climb a nearby tree before they got to her. Not that it would help with bears or other animals that could climb trees too. Maybe she'd have to fight them. She was apprehensive about that. The only thing she fought so far was the wall of her bedroom when she used it for spell testing and that dumb bird. Neither fought back too much. Callie ran thought-up scenarios through the back of her mind, trying to come up with good countermeasures for each of the beasts she knew to live in the area. She already avoided a bunch of wild animals and even a few magical beasts. The animals were mostly easy, and her physique let her sneak around them or just hide until they wandered away, while for the magical beasts, she used what she did with the lynx a day ago. She was mostly sure she could fight off a normal animal with little effort, but she didn't have any way of gauging how strong any magical beast was aside from what she knew of from her lessons. Those magical beasts had cores just like sentient beings, and they either evolved to absorb mana passively or from their prey. The second type was the most dangerous, and they attacked settlements as other beasts with cores were much harder to find than a human child, for example, which it could find plenty of in a small town. The annoying old man once even told her that there was a mutation that happened in a rare few that allowed them to consume and absorb the essence of the target directly. She refused to believe him at first, but the old man never lied to her before. He at most withheld important information, like how to use the damned ring he gifted her. How useful it'd be if she could just make herself invisible with it. Illusions were still far from her level of mastery in magic. Even a basic minor illusion was much more complicated than all of her spells combined, as it was designed to blend in with its surroundings perfectly or mimic something. The most she could do was Shadow Cloak, which was a mana-intensive spell that cloaked her in shadows, as the name suggested. It was a light elemental spell that would use mana to absorb light around her, and the upkeep of that was taxing on her. She could cast 2 water blades out of the mana needed to keep the cloak up for 5 minutes. As her mind wandered once again back onto magic, she almost failed to notice the snow crunching softly only 200 meters to her right. A rather wide fur that sat in the snow blocked her vision of its origin. She jumped over the stream and landed softly on the other side of it to put something else between herself and the thing that made that sound. Active 1. The crunching was soft, but it sounded like someone or something crushed a lot of snow. However, it was somehow dampened. Fur. It was fur that dampened the noise, and whatever it was, its furred feet should be large just based on the sounds they made. Callie eyed the tree warily as she crept closer and closer to the nearest tree on the side of the water to hide, but she was still 30 meters away when a large furry head peeked out from behind the tree she was staring at. It was covered in soft snow-white fur, and she wasn't sure she'd have noticed it just by her vision if it was further away and without the verdant evergreen as a contrast. It was a frost wolf, one of the apex predators of the mountains aside from magical beasts, but they sometimes had magic of their own, though it was rare. Its icy blue eyes that glowed a bit indicated this being one of those rare few, and at the same moment, Callie understood why people compared her to these beasts. Its soft and curly snow-white fur was the same shade as her hair, and the eyes now glaring at her from afar resembled the ones that stared back at her from the mirror. Though she hoped her dental hygiene was above the wolf as she glanced down at its large fangs still covered in dried blood as it bared them at her before launching itself into a sprint. Fuck, Callie exclaimed in horror as she realized that the tiny stream with its 3 meters of width would hardly stop the beast that already covered half the distance to her. Her initial stun wore off just then, and she launched herself further backward with a heavy leap. While midair, she made a hand sign that caused a strong kinetic force to slam into the snout of the angry canine, making it stumble for a moment. Now that it was closer, Callie realized it was small for being a frost wolf. Those were supposed to be 2 or so meters at the shoulder on average, but could grow to 4 if they had cores and consequently essence enough for it. Beasts with cores grew larger instead of becoming purely stronger while remaining compact like the elvenoid species. Yes, that was a word, despite how egotistical Callie found it to name any other species that looked similar to the elvenoid. Well, back when the thing was first used, elves ruled over both East and West Iasyra, which was the continent she stood on now. How far they'd fallen. She landed on the ground a good 20 meters back, but the wolf was just now leaping over the water. She didn't have time to cast any of her stronger spells. Shit, Fudash, what do I do? Trying to suppress her rising panic, she rained down kinetic attacks on the beasts. They arrived near instantaneously after she activated the spells, so they were mostly the only spells she knew that could reliably hit the thing while they were both moving this fast. She landed 5 kinetic strikes that delivered kinetic energy directly into the flesh of the beast. The force of it could crack the trunk of the thicker trees here and uproot the smaller ones, but the only thing the 5 spells managed was making the mutt whine in pain. 3 assaulted its back, which turned its momentum mid-jump towards the frigid water, and the other 2 struck near its eyes, but she missed both as the thing flailed around from the previous 3. The other spell she cast was Kinetic Hammer, which did fuck all against the wolf. It would have launched her dozens of meters away, but the canine seemed to be much more dense than her. The spell was supposed to keep melee attackers away from mages, but elves designed it against humans at most, she guessed. Taking this as a sign, Callie quickly ran towards the biggest nearby tree, an obnoxiously large red fir with crimson-tinted bark. Although it was much smaller than the towering trees she left behind, the thing still stood over 20 meters tall, which was sufficient. She crouched, coiled like a spring, and released. Barely escaping the jaws of the beast snapping shut behind her ankles, she managed to grab one branch with her left arm, but her left slipped. Barely in time, she wrapped her legs around the trunk of the tree, followed by both of her arms. She hugged the tree like a koala. Just as she was calming her thundering heartbeat, she made the mistake of looking down, the sound of claws digging into the bark catching her attention. The wolf relentlessly scratched at the tree's base, occasionally leaping and tearing chunks from it a mere 3 meters beneath her, approximately 8 meters above the ground. Ugh, persistent mutt. Callie crawled her way up the tree awkwardly until she reached a thicker branch that could support her weight, so she perched on top of it, staring down at the canine trying to make a meal out of her. This was a novel experience for her, and she was happy with how she handled it so far. She was still alive, and despite the dog outclassing her in speed, strength, and mass, she escaped from it momentarily. She even had all of her limbs attached without as much as a scratch on her. Fuck, she flattened herself against the trunk as much as she could as a few icicles as thick as her wrists sailed past her with one ripping the pants open on her left thigh and leaving a long gash. Despite the pain causing her to grind her teeth, she refused to release her grip. This is nothing compared to burning half of my body with a flame spell. She glared down at the hateful mutt and started forming visualizing runes in her mind. The beast probably couldn't shoot those rapidly, as it would have done that before, or it had to conserve mana. She already thought it might be a juvenile male who had just been kicked out of its pack by the alpha wolf. If she pushed it, the wolf would probably retaliate, even if it meant exhausting its reserves. She had to make her next spell count. Rune after rune crystallized in her mind, and she even used a few somatic gestures to make the casting quicker. After 4 long seconds, she let the runes collapse into the spell matrix and felt the scorching heat and devastation the spell promised upon her enemies with a twitch of her ears. She grinned, and the matrix flew into her extended index finger and launched out of it like a bullet. A flaming bullet of fire and death impacted the growling wolf half a second later and exploded in a thunderous boom that made her ears ring. The fires formed a glowing sphere for a fraction of a second, then collapsed upon themselves and were gone as quickly as they came, leaving only ash and the charred corpse of the canine behind. Callie gulped at the sight while removing her hands from around her tender ears, which still rang a bit. It was a good idea not to test that fireball spell in my room. Although a bit shaken from the near-death experience, she couldn't help but feel a bubbling giddiness in her stomach. She'd done it. She used magic and killed a magical beast all by herself. Yeah, there were a few close calls and her thigh hurt like a bitch, but she was ecstatic. There was no hiding her greed as she stared down at her defeated foe. She remembered while adventurers were even a thing since cores became a thing, why it was so gratifying to hunt magical beasts even if one didn't get paid. If it could use magic, then it should have a core, and once it dies, it leaves it behind filled with its remaining mana and some essence. 06. The core. The core was an interesting thing. While the person that had it was alive, it was something like a mana construct interwoven with essence, and it was so complex that barely anything was understood about it even to this day. Numerous archmages, or even the elusive magus, have dedicated their lives to finding out its secrets, but with each one that was uncovered, numerous others were found. But to Kha'Lythria that didn't matter at the moment. What she cared about was what happened after the person died, or in this case, the magical beast. She channeled a fair bit of mana into her bracelet and hissed in pain as her flesh and skin restitched itself, leaving no sign of her injury aside from the ripped pants. Just as she was starting to feel annoyed at having to feel the chilly air at her thigh from now on, the clothes stitched themselves back together, just like her skin had done, which made her blink down at the white leathery clothing owlishly. Well, that's neat. But she put that out of her mind as she leapt down from her perch with a deliberately graceful move. She landed on the ground with her knees slightly bent, but straightened elegantly soon after as she strode towards her prize, her loot. She fished out her knife, and after dripping a bit of mana into it, she started to cut the crispy wolf apart. The knife barely had some difficulty with the task, only slowing when she cut through its ribs. She soon found where its heart must have been based on her biology textbooks and stuck her hand inside the grisly hole she'd made. When she pulled it out, she grinned down at the fist-sized, perfectly spherical crystal that glowed in the same icy blue that the beast's eyes had. She frowned at that a bit. Mana shouldn't care about what you use it for. Elements are just applications of the fuel that is mana. It must be some visual effect, like how some spells glowed when they were visible despite no rune being used for that purpose. Her eyes glowed for some god's forsaken reason too, but she didn't know why. All of her family members had glowing eyes aside from her mother, so it must have something to do with her being a royal elf. Whatever, another unanswered question to my ever-expanding list. Sadkiel annoyingly didn't know either, just that the phenomenon was observed among some of the other species too, who had royal clans or families. Her grin dimmed a bit as she realized she didn't know how she was supposed to make use of the crystal orb. In the novels she's read, adventurers just held it and absorbed it. She held the orb in both of her hands like the precious little thing it was, while ignoring the blood still dripping from it and her fingers. She did what she thought was most evident and pushed a bit of her mana into it as she'd do with one of her magical artifacts. She threw her head back as her whole body shook and shivered in pleasure from the essence rushing into and through her body from the orb. It spread through every part of her body and spirit, and even her core, before it started settling down as it assimilated fully with her being. Kha'Lythria fell onto her back in the process without realizing it and was now staring blankly at the fluffy white clouds and the gently blue sky. She raised her hands and they shook, but the orb was nowhere to be seen. Only white ash remained stuck to the blood on her fingers, and even that was rapidly dissolving into nothing. A shiver ran through her spine as the afterglow of the addictive pleasure finally left her some room to breathe. She gasped, drawing in as much air as she could, once realizing she's forgotten to breathe throughout the process. She took a few trembling breaths to calm herself. That was fucking wild. What the hell? She didn't trust her voice not to crack just yet, so she could only resort to cursing in her mind. She knew absorbing essence was a pleasurable thing, but it should not have been anything close to that. It was well known that getting essence was addictive, but it should be like getting high on some mushrooms or something, not getting overwhelmed by pleasure like she had. Was this the downside of being an elf? For being so sensitive? No, that shouldn't be. She'd have heard about it if they had a weakness like that. The only other answer she could think of was that the little wolf had an absurd amount of essence stored in its core for some reason. She focused her mana sense on her core, trying to feel how much it has grown from this experience. She could barely feel the mana as it rushed into her alongside the essence before, so she wasn't too sure about it. She was struck by a sudden bout of panic at the thought. Absorbing more mana than your core could store could damage it, even permanently or outright make it explode alongside you like a blood-filled balloon. Her fears couldn't have been further off the mark though. As she took in the feeling of her core, her eyes snapped open in wonder. That was a lot more mana than she had before. That was insane. The essence must have strengthened the core just as the mana was flooding into it, and even now it was close to full. She cast a kinetic strike as a test, which took 0.5% of her mana stores before, and was blinking dumbly while the kinetic strikes impacted the snow and upturned the dirt below one after the other. She could feel her mana going down, but only after the 6th one did she lose 1% of her mana. She could control spell matrices as far as a meter away from her body, and she could feel ambient mana for another 4, making that a 5-meter radius in which she could sense mana flowing by her gently like an endless ocean. It was just barely a glimpse into it all, but she was awed. She remembered a single kinetic strike costing 0.5% of her stores, but now she could cast 3 from that same amount. That can't be. That's far too much. She redid the test again with other spells she remembered the cost of, but the answer was always close to the first one. She's increased her mana stores by 3 times in one go. That had to be unnatural. Before this, the few times she went up a level, her stores increased by 10%, and she knew mana increased gradually bit by bit with each level, and such drastic increases weren't normal. She gulped as she felt around her nearly full core and knew that it was close to empty before. That fireball spell was as costly as it was effective, eating around 60% of her stores in one go. Well, now that should be down to 20%, but if my core was any fuller it'd have burst. She grimaced at that. Right, where was I? Right, gaining this much essence in one go is absurd. Then she remembered how her father made her go from a little girl with a barren core to what she was before with a single ritual. She didn't know how it worked, but she was sure it didn't feel like this. Even so, she knew stuff like this was possible. Not like she could deny it, as the experience was quite memorable. Yeah, let's call it that. She knew there were some breakthroughs a person's core can reach from gathering essence, which is more than just a difference in quantity like the one she had. Yeah, she is now several times better in every aspect of her being, but a person that reached the first breakthrough could still beat her up without giving her any chance to retaliate. There are supposed to be 3 all in all. Based on that somewhat dumb level system which gives each person an associated level from 1 to 500 based on how much essence their core has, those breakthroughs are at levels 200, 300, and 400. She should have been around level 100 before, but with this, she was thinking more around the 200 mark. She could be dead wrong, and it could be something like 120. Levels were sorta stupid like that. You had to use a complicated mathematical formula to calculate the essence needed to go from one level to the next. This was a puny amount below level 50, but to go from level 450 to 451 it would need more than going from 300 to 350. It was an exponential curve, and it was rather steep by the end. Which, by the way, was a rather weird thing too. You couldn't go beyond 500 without going through some mythical process called ascension. Callie didn't know if it was even possible. Ascendants were living gods, and each had legends about them. She of course dreamed about becoming one of them while growing up, but slowly her dreams were dampened by the ugly thing that was reality. From becoming an ascendant to an archmage to just a simple mage, and finally just being free from her deplorable fate. All of her dreams were denied by her father, which was why she was wishing to all the higher powers that were for him not to find her. She was happier fighting to the death with a frost wolf while having to eat birds she cooked without any spice than she has ever been. Just the knowledge that she was doing things because she wanted to and decided to do them was giving every simple thing a rose tint. She somewhat missed her siblings, but they'd be fine. She hoped they wouldn't worry so much that they went after her. She could see Lyriel doing something like that. Archwylaner was so absorbed in his duties that it'd probably take a few weeks for him to even learn about the ambush and her consequent missing status. She had no idea what her father would think though. She was sure he'd want her back, but not what for. He could probably twist this to strengthen the alliance even more, and that would leave her free, but he was unpredictable. She couldn't ever manage to predict what he'd do. One day he'd reject her requests about learning magic, then he'd give her the healing bracelet a month later after she got sent to the nurse with obviously magical wounds. He was weird. He didn't even search her room or question her how she got the wounds after she told him she burned herself so her fiancé would reject the marriage. She pulled her mind out of the gutters and propped herself up into a sitting position. Her hands barely shook anymore. That was good. Next came standing, and she had to steady herself on the tree next to her. She was still weak in the knees and her legs were a bit wobbly, but it was lessening with every second going by. It was a unique feeling. She remembered feeling like this just after the ritual. Her body was still tingling in places she didn't want to name and parts that were making her rather uncomfortable. Her feet were numb and it felt like ants were running under her skin. She focused on breathing as she counted the seconds. Breathe in through the nose 1, 2, 3, 4, then hold it 5, 6, 7, and out through the mouth to the 8th. She repeated that a few times, and once she felt more steady on her legs, and even starting to feel her toes, she finally dared to let go of the tree. She stumbled a bit on the first step, but then it was gone, and in its place was a new store of energy that felt infinite. She knew it wasn't, as this was just like with the ritual. She was just a weak little girl before that, slept through half of the day, and after it, she could run circles around the castle for half a day, but she did pass out once her energy was spent. It was a deceptive illusion that she wouldn't fall for a second time. She walked with a spring in her steps, feeling like if she wanted she could jump now 10 meters into the air from a casual stride. She did just that, reaching 12 meters at the apex of her jump. She kicked up a bit of snow as she landed with a thump, too excited to care about moving silently or gracefully. She had a wide grin on her lips and started to jog, slipping in leaps every few steps. She could do it with only one leg, just by putting more force into her ankle as she launched herself. It was so fun she almost missed a large herd of moose ambling towards her in the distance. They didn't look too dangerous, but they were large, like large. The one leading the herd was 4 meters at least to the shoulders, with the tip of its large crown of antlers reaching maybe 6. Said antlers had electricity snapping between them, while its thick coat of fur was a matte white color, contrasting heavily with its mangy brown-furred brethren. Despite greed reigniting in her stomach with a never-before-felt intensity, Callie wasn't a moron, and as a person that wasn't a moron, she could count. With that little talent under her belt, she could tell that there were a lot of mooses, moodash, fuck, anyway. That was far too much of them and far too few of her to not get trampled into the ground. She was rather confident in her abilities after killing the frost wolf, but she had to also remember that she almost died, and against a juvenile that was alone. That big-ass moose was neither a juvenile nor was it alone. Time to leave. Callie turned tail and bounded away, continuing along the stream the annoying wolf chased her away from. Her steps were closer to leaps as each brought her 4 or 5 meters far, and now that she was making an effort her footfalls were softer, but still easy to hear to her acute ears. She furrowed her brows and thought, was her hearing better, or was it just harder to dampen her steps by leaping with each step? She focused and flexed her ears. The area in which she could perfectly locate each sound has expanded, now covering nearly 500 meters. If her range got better, it was clear that its sensitivity should have also improved. Still, that just made it obvious that she was far from imperceptible, or as stealthy as she thought herself to be. She found herself smiling. She was thinking about what she could improve, but not like before when it was more like daydreaming and fantasizing. Even magic was more like a toy that distracted her from reality than the wonderful tool that it was now that she had to survive alone, or the well of unending secrets and challenges that it also represented. She was thinking about practical things, and she was improving in ways she liked. She liked being stronger, faster, and the many other things Essence gave her just as much as she liked the feeling of power she felt when her fireball obliterated the poor frost wolf. Life was finally worth living. And I won't squander it. She felt like she was almost flying. She spent more time in the air than on the ground, which was a rather poor tactical choice as it was hard to change her direction in the air, but she was trusting her perception to alert her well before anything could attack her. Instead, she was relishing in the feeling of her shoulder-length hair being whipped about by the frigid wind. She even removed her makeshift hair tie to let it billow in the wind. It was so freeing to be like that, to just run and exist. Enjoying the beautiful landscape around her and the gentle rays of the sun on her pale skin. Life was good. Mithril straightened and observed the small opening in the side of the large trunk in front of him. It opened up and shoved a small place inside, which would be enough to hide 2 adult elves if they huddled together, or a single one comfortably. The opening had carving marks on its side, and he found ash next to the opening. Less than 2 days old, he whispered as his fingers brushed against the wet ash hidden under a thin layer of snow. She won't be far. He let out a low whistle, low enough to go unheard by any humans or most animals that might hear it, but his newly assigned squad of royal guards appeared from the dense forest one after the other, saluting to him with their palms above their hearts. "Report," he demanded gruffly, and his men replied professionally. "I've found the cut-off head of a barclaw bird on a nearby tree," the first said. The cut was far too precise to be from another animal. "I have found some footsteps hidden somewhat while leading towards a small creek," another reported, but the rest stayed silent. "They didn't find anything else worthwhile then," Mithril nodded. He was surprised the king would not only let him live after failing so spectacularly, but he also gave him a new squad and the mission to track down the princess. Mithril was confused, but apparently, no divination spell managed to get a hold of the princess. Archmage Sadkiel would probably know how to find her, but he's left just after he's reached the castle. He was quite sure that he wouldn't wake up again after he passed out soon after he finished his report. That damned human has done a number on him, and that feathered serpent managed to take a bite out of his side. He prayed to the ancestors to make sure the human got eaten by the serpent. He had to escape after his injury, so he couldn't know the final outcome of the battle, but he could hope. Thankfully, his lost arm and flesh could still be regrown by the royal healer. A few more hours, and he'd have been stuck as a cripple if he didn't find some mythical healer that could heal his spiritual self. According to the healer, the spiritual self took about a day after the person got an injury to take on the injury itself. Most healing spells use the spiritual self as the foundation of the spell. They just had to make the body grow to mimic the spirit, but once the spirit naturally mimicked the body, there were very few things that could help. Mithril didn't show it in his stoic demeanor, but he was worried sick. The princess was out all by herself in the wilds with monsters, animals, and the humans that got away all about. He was constantly annoyed with her the first time he was assigned to her, but then he tried to put himself in her shoes, and it changed everything. He was loyal to the king and the people, but he was sure he'd have thrown a fit when he was as young as she was if his future was decided for him. Especially if it was as deplorable as hers. Marrying a human for convenience. Just the thought made him sick. He'd do it if he was commanded, of course, but not with a smile like the princess had done. He wasn't sure how she was able to smile. Did they not tell her how humans treated their elven wives? He didn't know if that was for the better, but he pitied the girl. Still, it was not worse than dying in his opinion. He couldn't save her from her fate, but he could save her from death at least. "Please be alive, princess, I'm coming." 07. Resolve. After leaving the herd of moose behind her, Callie continued her dash along the rocky riverbank. This helped in keeping her trail as hard to follow as possible, though she guessed following along a river was such a basic way of doing it that it'd be predictable. She'd need to reach the end of the snow-covered landscape, unfortunately, to have any better options. While she was light on her feet, walking over the soft snow without leaving footprints wasn't something she could imagine how to do. The spotty forest was still all around her, an evergreen popping out from under the white blanket of snow every 50 or so meters. By now she stopped inspecting every second tree in her way. She was familiar with all of the species of trees popping up around here, so she only gave her time for interesting subspecies like the crimson-leaved one a day prior. She had a harder time figuring out the properties of these plants, and with each hour she spent without moving she felt herself grow increasingly twitchy. She was taking peeks over her shoulder every few minutes in between the tests she made the poor tree go through. She had to leave the puzzle unsolved as she couldn't keep herself focused for too long. Paranoia was a bitch. She wasn't sure why just now was it that the feeling reared its ugly head, and not in the 2 previous days, but she thought she might have been too tired, hungry, or focused before, or a combination of all of those. She noticed a small black bear drinking from the now 5 meters wide river on the same side she was running on. She was only a few hundred meters from it, but it hasn't noticed her. It had no visual sign of being magical in any way, so she didn't bother to sneak around it. She came closer, and she thought about when did she start considering 2 meters tall bears that probably weighed a ton small. Must have been the damned moose or the feathered serpent. The moose was larger than her carriage by a good margin, and the serpent could have swallowed it whole. Magical gigantism was weird. She was glad elves didn't experience it. The thought reminded her of one of Tsadkiel's lectures about magical mutations in humans. The old elf was somewhat fascinated by that, as only humans could interbreed with nearly all elvenoid species. Elves found it hard to even have children with other races within their species, but even if they managed to get a mixed child, it wouldn't be a real mix. The child would either be the same race as its father or mother, with no chance for a half-autumn, half-winter elf to be born, or something like that. That was another thing her teacher couldn't figure out the reason for beyond. Their genome must be more versatile than ours. Humans also tended to have weird mutations in their cores that bordered on malfunction, one of which was when a human also experienced magical gigantism as they gained essence, which was how giants became a thing. It's not too good of a thing though, as the essence is diluted through the larger body. She leapt over the bear, deciding to do a graceful spin in the air mid-jump, which landed her a few meters on the other side of the beast. She gave the animal a bow, fighting down a smirk as the bear finally managed to spin around and growl at her. "You have no taste," she admonished the animal, giving it a push with a kinetic hammer. She nodded to herself, looking towards the bear trying to crawl its way out of the frigid water. That's what should happen when she used that spell. Satisfied with annoying the animal, she turned around and continued her travel before the enraged animal could avenge her prank. Not that she felt like it could do much to her, but staying here for long without reason would grate on her nerves, and leaving the meat and fur left by the bear behind after their clash would be a waste. May you prove to be a fine meal for someone else, bear. She felt around her reserves and noted that she was at around 82% now. The few spells she cast along her travel brought her down to this. The size of her new mana reserve was still astonishing to her, but she was still used to not wasting it needlessly. It'd take some time to get used to not being so frugal with her spells. Not that my regeneration went up, but I still only have that shitty mana gathering rune that barely qualifies as a cultivation technique. No, I don't think it'd qualify as one, it's just a single rune. Callie was a bit annoyed at her lacking knowledge about magic, especially when compared to her extensive information about all the stuff Tsadkiel talked about. He always sneaked in a few lectures that could give her insights into magic, but never straight-up lectures about it. Mentioning the breakthroughs while talking about how a random soldier managed to fight off hundreds of others in a historic battle. He also liked talking about the achievements of archmages and the difference between magical spices while comparing special talents each had to know spells. That was where most of her magical knowledge came from, aside from her secret stash of basic books. She was somewhat embarrassed having them, but they were helpful even now, if only for revision. Who wouldn't be if they treasured books like Guide to Basic Runes for Dummies or How to Craft Spells, Children's Edition? She was sure the annoying old man had books that weren't like that, but she didn't dare ask, lest he takes away even these. She didn't know why her father didn't take them away either. He was supposed to see and know everything that happens in the castle and well beyond. She went on and on without stopping, paranoia plaguing her and constantly urging her onward. She ran as fast as she could while conserving the most energy. From seeking to have fun while leaping along, she now went for practicality. She hoped this wasn't going to be her future from now on. It would be far too miserable. She glanced behind, seeing mountains extending towards the sky. The river was running through a valley and she was still following it. So far it had proven to be a great guide. Neither side of the valley was too steep with the sparse trees dotting each side. She couldn't help but imagine monsters or, worse, humans behind each. It had been 3 days since she absorbed the frost wolf core, and she felt like she could go on for another 7 at least. She would have too if she hadn't spotted something far behind her at the mouth of the valley. Just for a moment it flickered, the sunlight hitting it at just the right angle to reflect it straight towards her. She could recognize the glow of elven mithril everywhere. She couldn't make out the figure, but it was floating there, overlooking the whole valley. It was a beautiful shade of silver, mixed with just a hint of each color of the rainbow. A more poetic person would say that one could barely catch a glimpse of the iridescence hiding beneath its silver exterior. Callie didn't care though. Shit, I need to hide. She was lucky she was barely peeking out from behind a tree to glance back. Maybe her by now toxic levels of paranoia helped her for once. The backdrop of snow would hide her white-maned head, or so she hoped. She quickly ducked behind the tree. She'd made sure to only step on the top of protruding rocks on her way here from the riverbank, so it should do for a hiding spot. She crawled under its low-hanging branches that touched the ground in places. The tree didn't have any snow under its low canopy, so she didn't have to worry about that. Her heartbeat quickened. She felt it in her ears as the blood poured through her in waves. She felt it in her neck as her artery pulsed on the side of it. An uncomfortable feeling settled into the pit of her stomach as she huddled close to the trunk of the tree. This wasn't one of those giants. It was just a normal pine with deep green leaves reminiscent of needles, but its branches were so dense that she could barely peek through a few gaps in them. That would be more than enough for her pursuers, though. They wouldn't even need to see her to find her. She flooded the illusion ring with her mana. Half of her remaining reserves went into it, but they still seemed paltry in comparison to what was already in the ring. She's forgotten that, didn't she? No, I should leave that alone. Sadkiel wouldn't have sent it here if it didn't have a purpose. My mana will have to be enough. Hide me, please. She thought in desperation, hoping for the artifact to fulfill her wishes despite knowing it couldn't read her thoughts. Her ears were so focused that she just now realized that she couldn't feel the illusion snap into place. It was seamless, and while she could see herself, she could also tell that the thing has perfectly concealed her inside a cocoon of illusion. That can wait. She took a deep breath, let it out, and focused on her body. Her body was already cold, but it went frigid. Just like the temperature around her, her heartbeat slowed to a crawl along with it. Her muscles were flexed and coiled, carefully kept motionless to not make even a single sound. Just before she was ready to sink into semi-hibernation, she heard a voice speak. It was still hundreds of meters away. Search around here. She recognized Mithril's voice without effort and barely caught herself from relaxing. The voice sounded far, and she couldn't tell its exact location and distance aside from the direction. He was still more than half a kilometer away then, and with his voice echoing through the valley, he could be much further too. Callie was racked with indecision and felt her stomach churn in nervousness. She bit her lips and began to think about it, holding the mental switch to sink into hibernation between her fingers. She could reveal herself and let Mithril take her back into the winter castle, the place she grew up in, her home if you could call it that. It would be safe. She could see her siblings again. Hylanner's sour face was hard to miss, but he was good to her nonetheless, and she knew Lyriel would be racked with worry. A single decision right now and she could leave eating spiceless meat, sleeping in the wilds, running through freezing temperatures and fighting for her life behind. All she had to do was not activate her hibernation, let them find her magical signature that her still roiling core was probably radiating. She could be safe, she could be fed, and have her needs cared for by an army of maids. Callie had a wistful look on her face, giving a hug to her sobbing sister in her mind and trying to make her Tsundra older brother show a facial expression different than the one right after biting into a lemon. She closed her eyes and heard a few forms cutting through the air just at the edge of her 500-meter hearing range. She should give that a better name. It was confusing as hell. Sorry too, I can't give this up. After setting the parameters for her hibernation with a mental command, complex thoughts fled her mind and her core calmed into a stasis. She didn't want safety, she only wanted freedom and a fate forged with her own two hands and not by her father. She knew she was being selfish in the back of her mind. She realized this might not have been the optimal decision, or even the right one, but it was right for her. It felt right. As Kha'Ly's core stabilized and the ambient mana calmed into a serene lake, a subfunction hidden inside her core activated. It took a bit of the stable mana from the core and forged itself an energy body. The newborn arcane construct took in all the instructions left to it. Hide until they leave, and stay hidden for a day afterward. It calculated, and possible scenarios flashed through its logical mana circuits. It spread a thin film of mana all over the body it was tasked with hiding. It'd prevent even a single particle of mana from leaving the body to disturb the ambient mana, alerting nearby mages to its charge's presence. That task done, it next calmed each slight disturbance in the mana inside the body of its charge. Some very powerful mages could invade the bodies of other people with their magical senses, while not being able to sense a place with their senses would also alert nearby mages. It held mana under its grasp and made it mimic ambient mana. The mana held in stasis inside the slumbering core would be imperceptible even to the most proficient mages. The ability known as mana sense was far from omniscience. The construct marked its first instruction, hide, as completed. For the other, it tapped into the hearing of its charge while feeding most of its mana to the ambient manosphere. It noted noises that its database associated with sentient being communicating. It waited. It didn't sense nor count the time until the moment it couldn't hear anything signifying the presence of other sentients that its charge referred to as they in her commands. Then its countdown started with 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59.9 seconds remaining, or a day based on the database housed in the core. It was still tapped into the hearing of its charge, ready to reset the timer should any being its charge categorize as they in this circumstance reappear. The seconds ticked by slowly, but the construct cared not, thought not, and bothered not with anything outside of its tasks. Wait. That was its current task, so that's what it did. The arcane clock ticked and the construct launched its final function. It sent back a brief information package to the core, and at exactly 0 seconds it terminated itself, its purpose fulfilled. Kha'Ly felt her core rearing back to life inside her as her heartbeat quickened. At first it sent jolts of pain through her, but that subsided. Having her heart suddenly go from a handful of beats a day to the normal rate was an uncomfortable experience, but one she'd have to get used to. Blurry memories swam around in her mind as she made an effort to reorient herself. Right, the illusion? Is it still holding? She found out that it was. The 41% of her mana proved to be enough for holding it in place for another day. Compared to her Shadow Cloak spell, which acted similarly, this spell was oddly efficient while also being much more complicated. This made her frown in thought, but she attributed that to her master being an archmage. Did he make this ring for her especially? Mages of his caliber wouldn't care about the efficiency of all things with the monstrous amounts of mana she assumed they had. She withdrew her mana from it and let the illusion dissolve. She crawled out from under the tree on her hands and knees with the branches scraping against her back. When she got out, she couldn't help but look around warily despite not hearing anything suspicious for miles. Once she made sure her hearing wasn't playing a trick on her, she sighed in relief. For all she knew, Mithril was just flying right above her position, but her hibernation-addled mind couldn't notice him. She glanced up just to make sure that he hasn't appeared there magically since the first time she checked. Ugh, that was nerve-wracking. I need a drink. Fuck, all I have is water. Some of her paranoia remained in the back of her mind, and she could tell she would be looking above her shoulder for a while, yet she wasn't as twitchy as before. She could hide from Mithril, an honest-to-God's Royal Guard captain. Her natural abilities did most of the work for her, but that wasn't the point. That was still her at the end of the day, wasn't it? She smiled and stretched like a cat, her spine extended and popped along, and she let out a soft moan. She twisted her torso around a good 180 degrees and felt her vertebrae slacken and flex in her back. Elves were damned flexible, especially female ones. Her sister could fold herself into a small ball where Kha'Ly could hardly tell where her limbs began and where the rest of her started. She went through relaxing each of her joints one after the other with well-practiced exercises. This was one of the few physical activities she always enjoyed. After a night spent poring over books, nothing felt better than a long session of stretching. It relaxed her mind just as much as it did her body and muscles. It's called yoga or something like that, isn't it? She tried remembering but wasn't sure. It was mostly just her sister teaching her how to stretch and relax her body. Her mood grew a bit somber at the thought of her sister, but she shook her head. "Hope you'll forgive me, Lyriel," she whispered into the wind, staring over the cold landscape stretching out in all directions. I just can't do it." She grew a bit teary, feeling like she was giving up in a way. "I can't bear the thought of being an object. An afterthought to my husband. I can't live like that." Even if Lyriel bent over backward to please their father, she was still the one Callie felt the closest to. The woman was a bundle of energy and wore her feelings on her sleeves, which was a breath of fresh air among the stoic elves. She made sure that Callie felt loved and cared for even if she always obeyed their father to the letter. Her mood was dour, but it had an undercurrent of hope. This was the life she chose, so she'd make the most of it or die trying. 08. Bunny. Callie tried recalling her muddled memories from her time spent in semi-hibernation. She had to figure out which direction Mithril and his bunch left. She closed her eyes and focused, her eyebrows scrunching up in the process. She recalled brief images, glints through the leaves, and noises which she knew were voices, but they felt like any other vibration aside from that. She bit her lips hard as she guided her focus towards finding out which direction she heard these voices from. They were all around her hiding spot. They went around for a few hours, and one of them even walked by less than 20 meters from her. Later, she mentally searched for the latest she heard voices, finding them a little over a day ago. As she opened her eyes, she frowned in the direction where the elves had departed and saw the turbulent river cascading down through the valley and disappearing behind some trees in a bend a kilometer away. She glanced over her shoulder, considering turning back. She'd stay next to the river, which helped in hiding her footprints, but backtracking would get her nowhere. Going forwards was a no-go, and following Mithril was stupid. She already had absurd senses, so an elf further enhanced by essence would be monstrous. She didn't want to tempt her fate. She already felt super lucky with managing to hide from him once. She swished her head around and looked left, seeing a tall mountainside extending upwards, reaching for the clouds, but not quite managing to do it. It had trees spotting its side, covering most of it with only the tip being barren. She looked right and saw a smaller peak which had some trees on it, but they were nowhere as dense as the other one. She nodded after thinking for a bit and headed for the larger peak on the left. The other one would be easier to scale, but the denser arrangement of trees would make for better cover. Her twitchiness lessened a bit, but she'd still rather choose the safer option over the easier one. She walked with steady steps, frowning a bit as she felt the snow being flattened beneath her boot and leaving easy-to-follow footprints behind her. She considered jumping from tree to tree, but that was even worse. She'd knock the snow down, or even break some branches, which would be even easier to notice mid-fight than some footprints. For the first hour, she grimaced a bit with each crunch, but afterward, she managed to distract herself from it. She hummed a song quietly, hearing not a single dangerous animal for kilometers around her. She has been told that while she has a great voice for singing, her talents for it are lacking, not that she sang to entertain anyone besides herself. I should figure out a name for that perfect hearing thing now, shouldn't I? It's getting annoying. She decided on spatial hearing for the 500-meter range, in which she can hear every sound and tell their exact location in correlation to herself while deciding on calling the rest her normal hearing. Beyond the 500-meter mark, she could still hear sounds, but could only tell the direction from which they came, like a human. Though a human couldn't hear people talk from 3 kilometers away. She heard smaller animals scuttle inside their burrows, hiding as she passed nearby. She could spot a few ravens on trees, and even a snow-white owl that was enjoying its sleep. She didn't go out of her way to find animals, but she heard a smaller herd of reindeer change their course to avoid crossing paths with her. Very few animals wanted to find themselves face-to-face with elves or any sentient species, according to Tzadkiel. Callie remembered feeling dubious about that, but it was proving to be right. Well, mostly. Callie was curious about what the furry little thing she heard heading her way for a while now wanted, so she didn't run or avoid it. It ambled out from behind a tree, kicking up snow as it rushed at her, which looked hilarious to Callie. The animal had small legs that barely held its body above the snow and a furry little head with beady black eyes, its fur vast brownish red. It would undoubtedly be cute were it not for the fact that its jaws were opened far too wide, baring its fangs at Callie as it stumbled through the snow. It let out growling sounds through it all, and once it was within a few meters of her it jumped, flying straight for her midsection. Callie sidestepped the murderous furball that was barely over a meter tall. If it stood upright, the animal didn't let landing face first on the ground, or getting a mouthful of mud and snow bother it as it quickly reoriented itself and charged at Callie again, growling throughout it all. This time it decided that since jumping didn't work, it'd run up to her, and biting at her ankle surely would. Unfortunately, Callie stepped back each time just as its jaws were about to close around her leg, leaving the little beast barking and hissing in annoyance before continuing its assault. It was relentless, not letting itself be discouraged even though she was clearly out of its league. Callie thought it might be, because since its skull was so thick it might not have the largest brain. She didn't know what to do with the furball. She didn't need meat, and even if she did, predators often had very unsavory meat, and this animal, despite failing to make her its prey, was unquestionably a predator. She didn't want to kill it just because it was bothering her. The thing was barely annoying. She even enjoyed playing with it as it interrupted her monotonous march up the mountainside. She decided to head for the peak a while back to survey her surroundings. From the valley, she couldn't see much, but this peak should give her a better vantage point. Without the river to guide her down the mountain, she'd have to find her own way down to the jungle. The animal barked again in apparent frustration at her still having the gall to be alive despite its continued efforts, not that it was discouraged even half an hour later. It jumped, bit wherever it could, clawed, but it didn't have much else in its repertoire. "I'm sorry, friend, but you are making quite a ruckus, so I'll ask you to leave now." Callie petted its furry head, making it snap at her hand, but she already withdrew it by that time. Bye. Callie whistled as the kinetic hammer sent the little thing spinning through the air. She made sure it would land on a soft tree 100 or so meters away. She enjoyed the interruption, but all the other animals fled from the growling beastie, so she decided to politely ask it to leave. She barely walked for another 10 minutes before she had to send the growling furball on another voyage through the air. Her next hour was spent repeating that same cycle until she started to grow annoyed rather than amused at the animal, which resulted in her adding the overcharge rune at the end of the kinetic hammer spell she cast that time. The animal went flying through the air for hundreds of meters, landing barely within the range of her spatial hearing. She initially felt a bit guilty, thinking that she killed it, but then she heard it crawl its way out of the snow with a growl. She assumed the only reason it didn't head straight back towards her was the sound of a normal lynx stalking through the snow near it. The murderous ball of fur seemingly took the feline as just as much of an eyesore as she was and rushed at it without further ado. She left the bickering animals behind, but still heard their fight from this distance, and it seemed like the lynx was losing. "Good on you, furball." Callie hiked through the snowy landscape for another few hours before a small hare caught her attention. At first she only wanted to take a look at it because she heard it make sounds like glass touching glass, but once she got closer she realized that the hare was much more interesting. It was large for a hare, its head reaching up to her knees while its crystalline horn could poke at her stomach without it needing to jump. Yeah, it had a 1/2 meter long crystalline horn on the top of its head, which it carried around like it weighed nothing. Since she didn't remember there being animals like this, and she did read about magical beasts called horned hares existing, she was suspecting this hare to be one of those. Her magical sense could feel the core inside it, but it only reached a meter from her body for now. It was still rather foggy to her. It was much harder to sense things outside of her body for whatever reason. So, since she was not a reckless person, she'd have to find a way to test if it was magical or not without walking up to it and ending up impaled on its horn. She couldn't know how strong it was, which was rather annoying, so she had to be careful. So, as a not reckless person who is also being exceptionally careful, she quickly procured a pebble from the ground, aimed, and threw it at the overgrown hare. It impacted the side of its body, its soft fur absorbing most of the force carried with her lackluster throw. The animal didn't as much as jump, only turning its head towards the pebbly in the snow, its little nose moving constantly, which made Callie almost let out an audible coo. Why are you so cute? Not that it would stop her from getting her hands on its core if she could. Cute or not, essence was essence. Seeing that it didn't have any reaction to the pebble, she didn't know what to think. Did it not realize it was an attack, or did it just straight up disregard it because it was weak? Maybe it was such a strong beast that it didn't even understand the concept of being in danger. If that was the case, maybe she was the one in danger. She was crouching behind a thorny bush at the moment, peeking through its branches to look at the animal. It would be rather underwhelming if not for its crystalline horn. It was just a large muddy brown hair without that. She decided to see if it'd react to her attacking it with a spell, but she didn't want it to know where she was if it shrugged it off. She was confident in her sprinting speed now, and she was a good 100 meters from the hare, so it'd have to be leagues above her in essence levels for its mana sense to reach her. She started grinning once she remembered one of the modifications she found one night. She was playing with the light rune, which let out a soft light, and was trying to make it move by itself. The problem was that she only knew the launch and rapid launch runes for moving spell matrices, so she could at most make the light fly on a linear path in a preset direction. Now, the thing she found was that the launch rune had a range, and after reaching it it'd stop, and so she decided to chain a few launch runes together to see what would happen. It took a few nights of experimenting, but she managed to make the floating light zigzag through the air before dissipating. She started forming the runes for the Water Blade spell, but added 4 launch runes at the end of it plus a delay rune. She calibrated the latter to only release the spell matrix once only the final launch rune remained. Her grin was stretching from ear to ear as she expectantly let go of her hold on the runes, and soon enough the slightly glowing bundle of mana, which was the spell matrix, sped through the air. The first 3 launches got it to around 100 meters from the hare, but on the side opposite to Callie, there the delay rune released, and the familiar crescent blade of water formed quickly from the snow. Callie stared expectantly at the spell, eager to see its effect. Once the blade was formed, it quickly shot off straight at the animal, cutting a few thin branches on its way, which alerted the hare. Callie saw it turn away from her, showing its back to her as it looked towards the approaching blade, which was only 40 or so meters away from it. Damn, that's too slow. Should have overcharged it. Still, it was a good distraction even if the hare could dodge it. She quickly started casting again, this time a twin kinetic strike since it was nearly imperceptible without mana sense. Calculations flashed through her mind as she calculated the angles needed so the 2 parts of the spell would strike at the beast from left and right. Her speed was noticeably faster than before, her mana flowed faster, runes were easier to form, and the equations were just a bit quicker to solve. She activated the spell just as she saw the animal twitch, with the blade of water being only a few meters away from bisecting it. The kinetic spell struck it right after the matrix left her hold. The animal stumbled from the bone-crushing force that slammed into its sides, and just as Callie was about to celebrate her victory, its horn shone, and an iridescent beam of light leapt off of it. The water blade collided with the radiant beam and got swallowed by the radiant light. Callie narrowed her eyes at the brightness and saw a bucket full of water reach the hare, but it was more of a shower than a deadly attack by then, leaving the animal drenched but very much alive. The animal stumbled around a bit, shivering as the water in its fur started freezing. As Callie observed the animal as it stumbled around frantically, seemingly the kinetic strikes hurt it enough to make it limp. As her confidence started to mount, the hare did something unexpected. Well, she could have expected it, but she didn't think of it. The crystalline horn started shining and dozens of beams shot out of it. They were only as thick as her fingers, but with how many of them there were, she would be in danger. She crouched low, crawled over to a thicker tree, and hid behind its trunk. The continuous beams of light incinerated leaves, branches, and anything that had the misfortune of being in their way. They flailed around randomly, striking in every which direction while the hare stood still. Callie watched a branch as thick as her wrist fall after it has been cut off. Her eyes widened as she saw the beam that did that head straight towards the tree she was behind. Everything happened so fast she didn't have much time to evaluate the strength of the beams, so all she could do was hope for the best. She crouched low behind the trunk and conjured the costly shadow cloak spell to coat her body. She didn't think it'd stop the beam by much if it could cut through her water blade and the tree trunk, but it was better than just praying for the best. The beam reached the tree, incinerating its leaves and branches with a scorching hiss, and a moment later Callie heard the trunk give off the same haunting sound. She screwed her eyes shut and hugged herself tightly. The agonizingly long fraction of a second the beam spent pointed at the tree passed, and Callie cracked open one of her eyes. Oh, I don't hurt. Arms? Okay. Legs? Okay. Head? My hair is burning. Oh, F. She grabbed a handful of snow and coated her smoldering locks in it, snuffing out the fire. That's when she heard a crack above her, and only because of her improved acuity did she understand that a rather sizable branch was just about to fall on her head in time to leap into a roll across the snow. The branch fell and struck the ground with a thrum, but it was lost in the hundreds of other branches falling and thinner trees also following along. Callie was breathing quickly, the adrenaline making her a bit jumpy as her gaze snapped in every which direction before she decided to go a bit further away from the hair. She grabbed the spell matrix of the shadow cloak and forced it to disperse, as she thought the hair would have to run out of mana at some point. Offensive light spells were horrendously expensive, as far as she knew, not to say complicated. They were usually not included in the repertoire of apprentice elementalists like herself. She stuck close to the ground, hoping that her snow-white clothes and hair would do what they were supposed to do for once and conceal her contour in the snow. She suddenly flattened herself to the ground, letting a beam pass just centimeters above her head. Fuck, that was close. She quickened her steps and threw herself behind a protruding rock, and not 2 seconds later 3 beams converged on it, making the snow vaporize, but the stone didn't give way. Callie let out a sigh of relief. It saw me. What do I do? The 3 beams turned into 5, then 10, and slowly the dozens of beams started to converge on her hiding position. She was a good 150 meters away from the stationary hair, but she could tell that it was facing straight towards her with her spatial hearing. It didn't move an inch though, but the stone hiding her was starting to give off disturbing, hissing sounds, and Callie started to feel her surroundings start to heat up. It wasn't fast and far from unbearable. The temperature had to crawl up from -20°C, so it'd take some time. Breath in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it in. 5, 6, 7. Let it out. 8. She calmed herself while muttering the instructions for the breathing exercise in her mind. Her heartbeat was still soaring through the air, but at least her breathing was calm and she could think more clearly. She'd have to get used to the stress of fighting if she wanted to survive out here. Panicking is unacceptable. Just wait, you little shit. Let's see who can fry the other first. 09. A mighty foe. Callie felt her anger boiling inside of her. A hair, even if magical, it was still just a hair, and it was making her crawl on the ground like an insect. Who does it think it is? She fueled her anger into a fireball which greedily ate 20% of her mana and shot off in the same zigzag pattern she used with the water blade. She had to add another launch at the end too, as she was so far away, but those runes barely cost anything, so it was fine. She heard a few of the beams split off from the rest, trying to melt through the rock providing her shelter. They each closed in on the fireball mid-flight, and much to her astonishment, when the two collided at around 40 meters from the hair, the spell exploded prematurely. The spell thunderously exploded and carbonized a tree and scorched the ground beneath it, but the hair would at most have a bleeding ear from the loud sound. Callie bit her lips in frustration. She was down to 65%, and her most powerful spell achieved nothing. She somewhat hoped that her foe would end like its predecessor, the Frost Wolf, and get one-shot by the spell, but reality didn't want to play along today. Whatever, it's not like you, and just because of this. Just to test it, she covered the rock with a shadow cloak to see what would happen, and it was both better and worse than what she expected. The rock turned from its rough gray color to an utter black, absorbing all light touching it, but not 10 seconds later, she already felt the spell matrix still held in her palm strain. It held for another 5 seconds before it dissipated, and the rock returned to its original color. The scorching hiss she associated with the beams melting through it resumed right after. This means I can shield myself, but not for long. Kinetic spells are the only ones it can't see, but I don't think those will be enough to kill it. I'll need to get closer to make sure my spell hits before it can intercept it with a beam. She peeked up from behind the rock before retreating quickly from a diverging beam. Combined with the glances she got and her spatial hearing, she started noting every rock, mound, and tree that could serve as a cover while she closed in on the hare. It was dangerous, though. She sat on the ground with her back against the rock. In front of her lay an easy route of escape. All she had to do was give up on killing the hare, on getting its core, and give up on fighting and getting stronger. Her gaze hardened at the thought. No, and no. She didn't give up her peaceful life to hide under a tree, shivering in fright at the thought of a random rabbit turning up and killing her with a thought. She gave safety up once. Running away now would be spitting in the face of her resolve. I will kill it. She could cast Shadow Cloak quickly and effortlessly because it wasn't complicated, just mana intensive. The only thing that it strained was her core, but that was all right. She didn't need to hold it in place for long, just until she got from one cover to the next. Maybe she assumed wrong, and countering offensive light spells was the purpose of the Shadow Cloak and not helping her sneak around at night. Thoughts for later. She couldn't hold two spell matrices under her hold, so she wouldn't be able to cast anything else while she held onto the cloak. It was a spell rather different from her other ones, as it had a mana-gathering rune in it which would siphon any mana she let out of her core while she held the matrix. It was a slight strain on her mind to keep it up, but it was inconsequential. She could visualize runes only using her mind, which was much harder than mentally holding a bundle of active mana. She breathed in deeply, let it out, and covered herself in shadows. She dashed out from behind the rock and heard the beams starting to follow after her. Light should be precise and fast, but while it reached its destination in no time, moving it seemed to tax the animal. She reached the first of her planned covers, but she continued onwards. Only a single beam managed to touch her cloak, and the matrix was still stable. No need to stop and recast the spell in that case. Her hair whipped around in the wind as she rushed for the next cover. It was only 20 meters away from her when 3 beams caught up with her one after the other and started burning through her cloak. She felt the matrix strain, but it could hold on for 15 seconds under the combined assault of dozens of the same beams. It'll hold. She had to zigzag through the maze of thinner trees that wouldn't give much resistance to the beams. They held them off only for brief moments before they crashed over, kicking up a cloud of snow which quickly evaporated around the superheater beam. She jumped over a larger, thorny bush, lamenting the fate of the tasty-looking berries hiding behind its leaves. She landed with a graceful roll, jumping back into a spring once enough of her momentum died off. She just managed to slip behind the thick trunk of a dead tree as the berry bush went up in flames. It looked like lightning struck it maybe a week ago, as it still had some greenish leaves among the bundles of dead, yellowish ones. This one looks very flammable. I need to hurry. She dissipated her previous cloak and recasted the spell. She felt the new cloak coat her body with a thin film of mana, even covering her eyes and leaving her blind to the world around her, but Callie was an elf. Her spatial hearing guided her better than a bat's echolocation could ever guide it. This spell was either made for higher-level mages who had much larger range on their mana sense, or purely for species like elves who weren't overly reliant on their eyesight. Callie didn't waste any time and sprung back into action, feeling a few of the beams that were burning through the dead tree prick at her cloak before she left them behind her. She strained her legs and focused to dash as fast as she could on the slippery ground. She jumped, rolled, and slid between covers, closing in on her prey. 130 meters from the hare went down to 90, then 50. She didn't immediately spring back into action once she reached her latest cover, which was another protruding rock. She could get close to the rabbit, but what use would that be if she couldn't cast spells? She could stab it with her knife, but that was too risky. She'd rather stay with shooting it with spells. For now, she was curious what had happened if she managed to move the stationary hare around a bit, so with a smirk she launched a kinetic hammer spell at the animal. She aimed it so it'd hit it from behind so it didn't collide with any of the beams it now concentrated on the rock. She didn't know what to expect, but the pain-filled animalistic shriek that she heard stunned her a bit. She'd just given the animal some upward momentum, so it shouldn't be feeling any pain. She peeked out from behind her cover and saw the hare reach the apex of its flight around 100 meters above ground, and it started to descend, but it was twitching and shrieking like it had just been struck by lightning. She noted that it wasn't shooting beams anymore. She narrowed her eyes to focus on the fast animal-turned projectile, and her eyes widened soon after. Backlash. She realized what it was from the clues in a moment based on the many much too descriptive tales of her teacher. She thought he was enjoying watching her squirm in discomfort as he went on and on about what kind of effects backlashes could have based on many different circumstances. The horned monster was now quickly approaching the ground, but it wasn't shrieking anymore and was visibly trying to make its landing smoother as it descended. We can't have that. Another kinetic hammer was formed, activated, and sent at the animal, making its attempts at landing gracefully futile as its velocity multiplied. She didn't see the end effect, but the landing was more of a thump than the splat she expected. It's a magical beast. It ought to be tougher than a normal hare. She stalked through the snow, making sure to have something in between herself and where her spatial hearing was picking up the movements from the hare. It seemed like it survived its crash landing, though its footsteps were uneven while its breathing was heavy and pained. She sent a bit of her mana sense into her core and noted that it was a bit more than halfway full. Seeing as she still had that much, she decided to see how the hare was doing with a twin kinetic strike. She twitched her ears and felt more than heard through her spatial hearing as the animal twitched its body at the last moments to dampen the impact of the spells. That was around 0.5% worth of mana, and it did much better than any of my stronger spells. Oh well, you can have some more then. Since it was working and the spell was so cheap, she sent them one after the other, always making it so the two strikes would assault the beast from different directions just to make dodging that much harder. All the while she was sneaking closer to it as the animal was becoming more and more frantic. She soon reached the closest hiding place to the animal she could get to without alerting it. She laid down on her stomach and peeked out from under the low-hanging branches of a spruce touching the ground. The top half has been cut off, but the bottom was proving to be a great hiding place. Now that her assault halted for a bit, the animal was looking around, its nose twitching and its ears raised in an alert, but it failed to find her. Callie didn't know why a herbivore like a hare wouldn't just escape from dangerous combat like this, but having a core must have changed its behavior in some way. At the end of the day, it was still just an animal, a strong one that could shoot beams of light that could kill her, but still just a beast. She started thinking about her options. First was waiting, which she already decided she wouldn't do. It seemed like a cheap tactic that wouldn't help her much in the long run aside from the essence. The experience of fighting to the death was an important thing in all of her adventure novels. Plus, that tactic also risked the hare running away as it realized it was going to die. A beast had to have some sort of survival instinct. She'd have to kill it. The question was just how she was going to do it. Attrition with kinetic strikes was one, and she was willing to resort to that, but she wanted to try a cleaner method first. She'd still have enough mana remaining afterward. With that decision, her gaze hardened as she stared at the hare. She stuck one of her palms out from under the tree and held it close to the ground. Soon she formed a modified water blade spell and let it collapse into the spell matrix, which she let go of. Unlike before, after the spell formed the familiar crescent shape out of the mana-enhanced water, it just floated in the air, but Callie started a countdown in her head. The delay rune she incorporated before the overcharged launch one would let it go exactly 10 seconds later, with how much mana she filled it with. At 5, she started forming another spell, a kinetic hammer this time, and released it right as she counted 2 in her head. The spell struck the animal and gave it enough velocity to send it flying for 100 meters, but the direction of that momentum was the ground this time. The hare was forced onto the ground by the force of her spell. It must have felt like it had just landed from jumping out of a tower, but then she counted 0 in her head, and the water blade shot off from next to her hiding spot and slashed into the prone beast. Callie grimaced at the pitiful whimper the hare let out, but the sound of flesh and bones being rent apart by her spell took its place, and she could no longer hear any noise from the hare after that. She crawled out from her hiding place and carefully made her way over to the fallen beast. All of her senses told her that the animal was motionless, but it didn't hurt to be careful. Just a minute ago, it was busy melting through a rock after all. She soon saw the remains of the animal, which was bisected rather cleanly by her spell, which continued to cut into the frozen ground for a few centimeters before it turned back into normal water. As she stared down at the second magical beast, she managed to best she thought back on the fight. "Revision is the greatest teacher after me," Sadkiel used to say, and Callie took his words to heart. She liked to revise her knowledge and test herself so all the things she learned wouldn't fade from her mind so quickly. A fight was no different. Revision was even more important. She went through what she could have done differently, or what she could have used to her advantage. She didn't have to think much as her fight was less than efficient or pragmatic, but she wasn't willing to choose attrition if she could end the fight quickly and, more importantly, with cooler spells. Yeah, kinetic spells are cool and all, but until I can see their effect, Water Blade and Fireball remain superior in my mind. The one part she was confused about was the backlash. She didn't understand why exactly the animal had a backlash from her throwing it. From what she learned, it could only occur when the mage is activating the spell, if the runes were formed wrong, or if their order was wrong, or if the mana was too much. Too little, or one of the hundreds of other mistakes one could make when casting the spell won't result in an easy-to-control spell matrix, but in a chaotic bundle of mana that wreaks havoc inside the body of the mage. Because of that, the more mana a spell uses and the more complex it is, the more dangerous casting it gets for a mage. Many use chanting because of this. You can tell much more easily if you misspoke a word than whether a single rune out of 1,000 is off by a few degrees, or something small and seemingly inconsequential like that. Her spells were all rather low in both mana cost and complexity, with 2 as the outliers, but the rest were spells any aspiring apprentice-level elementalist should know, according to How to Become a Mage for Morons, a book she also got from Sadkiel. She knew that her Shadow Cloak spell wasn't apprentice level, but that was just recorded in handwritten notes at the back of it, along with the improved Fireball spell she still used, but the rest of her spells, along with most of her knowledge, rudimentary, meant to be given only to those starting out as mages. Time to get my prize. She crouched down in the middle of the gore, her face twitching in disgust, so she focused her attention on her mana sense. It only reached 1 meter away from her skin, but it'd help her find the core without searching through entrails, even if it had not much use outside of that. She closed her eyes and sank into her senses. She tried to cut off her regular senses to let her focus on her underdeveloped mana sense, but it was proving to be harder than she thought. The soft feelings and sensations she got through this sense were hardly comparable to the strong and precise information she got from her hearing, for example. She's had mana sense before, but it barely reached a centimeter away from her skin. She tried to recall how she used that, but she never had much use of that either. She just used it to check how much mana was in her core and how to control how much mana she was channeling into runes. Although it was annoying, the challenge was something she welcomed. If she couldn't numb her senses, she'd have to do it some other way. She pulled on a bit of her mana and started guiding it through her body. The bundle of energy swam around according to her will, unobstructed, flowing into her arms, then her chest, and then down into her stomach and expanding into her legs. She pulled it back into her stomach and formed it into a ball of energy. She started spinning the energy around itself, and she focused on it. Only this ball of mana was important at that moment. Her eyes closed and her breathing stopped. Her hearing remained, but she pushed it into the back of her mind as she focused solely on the feeling of the mana swirling under her control. Slowly, she extracted a small stream of mana from it and guided it toward her skin. Her hold on it strained a bit as she approached the former border of her control, but she stubbornly forced ahead. The small stream of mana held her entire focus as it passed through her skin and started to rapidly dissipate while she desperately tried to keep a hold of it. It felt like she was trying to hold on to a bucket full of water with only one of her hands. The small stream of mana fractured and slipped through her control, rejoining the ambient mana outside of her body. Why is it so much easier to hold on to spell matrices? Whatever. Another entry into the endless list of Callie's unanswered questions. She banished her annoyance to the back of her mind. There was a task at hand and her focus was straying. Her goal was to sense the mana more precisely in her expanded mana sense. a mana sense, which she barely managed to maintain before. She focused, pulling herself into the depths of her mind and willing her mana sense to expand. She pushed her mind outwards and slowly, it did. The body was the sanctum of a mage. Inside their own bodies, they could control mana however they wished with no strain, and they could sense it with a great deal of clearness, but it only went as far as their skin and never further. Mana sense was a weaker version of that inner sense. It was pushing it beyond the body and sensing the surroundings. Inch by inch, centimeter by centimeter, her range crawled outwards, but with each she felt herself somehow strain. Like she was being expanded, blown up like a balloon, stretched like rubber. She held on. Mana sense was important, much more important than her discomfort. If it ever turned into pain, she'd stop, but she wanted to push herself to that point first. She could get glimpses at the ambient mana, and she could kind of make out the fleeting wisps that were not so long ago held within her grasp. Right now she saw on the macro scale, she saw waves in the ambient mana and smaller currents as they came close to her and gently brushed against her body before twisting away again. But what she wanted wasn't on the macro scale. She wanted individual bundles of mana and not what hundreds of those made up together. So she focused and guided a trickle of her mana through her skin and out into the world, and with each try she managed to keep track of the fleeting wisps for longer. Her control of mana also got better, if not by much, as she managed to hold her mana under her control for longer, even once it was outside of her body. She got lost in the influx of dopamine hitting her with each small accomplishment. This is what I love about magic. 10. The siblings. She almost forgot why she was even doing this. She was just so absorbed in the practice and the slow but steady improvement. With each try, she got noticeably better. When she snapped out of her trance by an especially frigid breeze touching her skin and sending a shiver down her spine. She managed to make a small ring of mana orbiting her body. Unfortunately, along with the shiver went her focus, and the glowing blue ring dissipated into the air. Right, the core. Stupid. How could you forget it? With the practice still fresh on her mind, she easily managed to find the core of her erstwhile foe. It was glowing brightly to her mana sense and made the otherwise beautiful field of ambient mana dull. She picked it up and summoned a bucket full of water with a quick cast to clean the gore off of it. It was a little thing barely bigger than her thumb, and its surface was rugged. Compared to the core she got from the wolf, this one looked flimsy and rather underwhelming, but to Kha'Lythria, it was just as beautiful. The previous was a bit weird. All books describe monster cores as being rather small and rugged-looking crystals with only mythical beasts like Gryp chess and such having ones as large as a human head. She stared at the little crystal, wanting to absorb it right then and there, but she remembered what the last one made her experience. She didn't want to writhe on the blood and entrail-soaked snow if she could help it, so she walked over to a nice-looking tree not too far away, which had most of its branches close to the ground burnt off. She huddled in close to its trunk so the higher branches would give her some cover of the took long. She never once removed her gaze from the glimmering crystal since she first touched, and she continued staring at it as a small tendril of mana extended from her core and got pushed into the crystal. She felt a rush of emotions run through her as her mana sense expanded into the crystal. She began to giggle a little as the emotions washed through. The essence that began to trickle into her carried with it a sense of accomplishment which made her thrilled for some reason, but soon the trickle turned into more of a steady stream, and the pure joy of accomplishment transformed into the addicting pleasure she experienced previously. She hummed in satisfaction as it washed over her, but the scale of it all was nowhere near her previous experience. She didn't care about that at the moment. She was much too occupied with the moment that ended all too quickly. She opened her eyes languidly and stared down at the crystal, which was surprisingly still there. She blinked at it, her mind still a bit muddled, but she recovered herself in a few seconds. She got 2 handfuls of snow and smeared them over her cheek before giving them a light slap. All right, she was still giddy from the afterglow of the experience, but she was also curious about why the crystal didn't dissipate like the other one. She extended a tendril of mana just like before into it, and felt that while no more essence was forthcoming, the thing was still filled with mana. Not a small amount either, as it felt 5 times as much as her current maximum stores, which she'd still have to test to know exactly how much she improved. Don't most people use mana as a currency? She remembered that little tidbit from her economics lectures. Even though she tried hard to wipe all lessons from her memory, maybe some of it was useful to her now. Of course, large transactions were always in heavily regulated coins enchanted to be irreplicable because mana was far too unstable of a currency to use, but it worked for day-to-day stuff, and most people even preferred it. After all, mana was strength and strength was safety. She sprung to her feet, feeling reinvigorated from draining the core of its essence. She pocketed the crystal and headed towards the mountain peak. She still had a mountain to scale. She hiked up the mountain with a spring in her steps and a smile on her face. Being especially sneaky went out the window with that fight. When she glanced back once, she saw burned and demolished trees in a 200-meter radius around where she killed the hare. She was only a few hundred meters down from the peak in altitude when she decided to check how much her core has grown. She sent her senses into it and focused on that feeling, just like she's done when she searched for the core. She remembered how her core felt before absorbing the crystal and compared it to how it felt now. Around a 60% increase overall. That's nowhere near the previous one, but that's still crazy. She could understand why people risked their lives to get these cores, compared to waiting months for her core to transmute mana into essence. Stealing it from others was much faster. Even if she tried to keep her mana as close to full as she could since her 15th birthday when she first learned the mana-gathering rune, her levels only increased a handful of times since the ritual. I need a way to measure it more accurately. It would be great to know how far I am from the first milestone. Level 200 would be great to reach before entering any settlement, but she didn't know if that would take only a few more hunts or hundreds. The frost wolf should not be the norm, and even the hare gave so much essence. Climbing through the levels should be a slog, not a sprint. She didn't exactly know why it was such an important milestone, but she knew that mages beyond it were leagues beyond those that weren't, and it was the same with the other 2 milestones at level 300 and 400. It had something to do with their mana becoming more potent, but that is as much as she managed to glean from her teacher's convoluted tales. The last trek of her journey proved to be more boring than she expected. Up here the trees were only spots in the distance, and only a few bushes could grow here, and even those looked just like mounds of snow at the moment. Said snow was reaching her thighs now, and she opted for traveling with short jumps instead of waddling through it. She slipped a few times, but quick casts of the arcane foothold always caught her in time when she was about to become a snowball rolling back down the mountainside. An hour later, she stood proudly at the top of the world, or so she felt at least. This is great. She could see so far away, valleys, smaller peaks, rivers, and forests. The picturesque view almost made her feel like she should have become a painter just to immortalize the moment. The skies were clear with only a few clouds swimming along up there, and she could even see the twin moons. The deep blue moon floated in the front, clearly visible even in the midday sun, with the smaller crimson moon only peeked out from behind it like a little brother hiding behind his dependable elder sister. They were called Arundilith and Thalarander in the ancient elven tongue, standing for graceful sister and wrathful brother. The old language went out of use some centuries ago, but Callie thought it sounded much more beautiful than the common that most nations use today. Some secluded villages and tribes still only spoke that elegant language, and Callie hoped to meet one of those one day. Common was a human language, but she had to admit that it was simple. Even the dumbest farmer could learn to speak it with a bit of effort in a month or so, if only to sell his wares and not much else. Even the kingdom's old name of Galadkar was going out of use, and the common translation took its place. Even the elven history books mostly refer to it as the Kingdom of Winter or the Mountain Kingdom. In her opinion, it was a sad state of affairs, but what could she do? From up there, she could see how in the direction the valley was going the peaks were steadily getting smaller and smaller. She couldn't see the end of the snow-covered landscape. She'd have to travel far to reach Karstirian. She held herself back from shouting to check out the famous echo of the mountains. She'd have to get back into hiking soon, but for the moment she let herself be captivated by the scenery. She glanced behind her. The peaks grew taller and taller. That was They stood strong and unyielding. The high mountains were as frigid and ruthless as those inhabiting them, and when those same people made use of said nature, nobody could contest them. The history of the kingdom was littered with hundreds of failed invasion attempts, but the humans never learned. If the spring elves from the primordial forests combined with the autumn elves of the plains failed to take the peaks from her ancestors during the ancient wars, how could the humans do it? Smaller raids were a constant according to her knowledge, and every half a century the Black Army of the Emperor would march into the mountains only to return with a fraction of its size a year later. The winter always prevailed. Somewhere far behind all these sky-reaching mountains stood two peaks that eclipsed all others, and between them stood the castle she had given up on ever seeing again. She wasn't the epitome of patriotism, just like her running away from her preordained role showed, but she still loved the country and her kin. Her forlorn gaze recorded the majestic landscape of her homeland. She sat there on the peak until night arrived, and the white snow gained a blue tint in the moonlight. She stood up with a sigh and turned towards her destination. The slopes in that way were more gentle and not as unforgiving and lifeless as the large mountains behind her. I wish I could fly or even glide. It'd make traveling so much easier and fun. She huffed a bit, but she resolutely began her long hike, keeping the direction in her mind so she wouldn't get lost even in the high snow while the trees obstructed her view of the horizon. She stayed alert throughout her travel. She concealed her tracks and sometimes even backtracked to make it harder to follow her should anyone try to. When she found rivers, she traveled alongside them on the frozen ground. Most animals were no the wiser to her passing, and the few that noticed her trusted their instincts enough to stay away from her. She hunted once a week just before she'd sleep for 8 hours before going back to traveling. Her clothes kept her clean and repaired any damages, and any accidents she had could be fixed with her healing bracelet. She went on for weeks, and despite never once sensing pursuers, she stayed alert and ready to hide at a moment's notice. At first, it was taxing and she was collapsing by the time her weekly sleeping time arrived, but it became natural by the end. The snowstorms grew fewer in number and gentler as she went on. The thigh-high snow blanket covering the mountains slowly grew thinner, and the forests once again started to grow denser. Along the gentle slopes of these mountains, whose top was the only place still covered in snow, the many plants thrived unlike up on the frigid mountains. The hardy spruce, fir and pine were starting to get mixed with trees favoring the more temperate environment. The temperature, the plants, the greenery, shrubs, bushes, and grass were all new sights to Callie, and she felt her progress stall, but she couldn't feel it bother her. She's been diligently hiking and traveling, alert and ready all the time for more than 2 months. She didn't know the mountain range was this large, but she knew she was getting closer to her first destination. The winter elves' domain ended where the snow no longer fell, and with it already only gracing the mountaintops, she knew she was close. Along the way, she only managed to hunt 2 other magical beasts, but she realized her luck must have been something else when she stumbled upon her first 2, as these barely increased her mana capacity by 10% each. From here on out, she'd have a much easier time concealing her tracks, and if any would-be pursuers aren't already close on her train, the constant snowstorms in the mountains would cover whatever she left behind before long. Lyriel looked up as she heard the doors to her room slam into the wall, the thud resounding throughout her room like a thunderous echo. There, in the doorway, stood her brother, the usually composed crown prince, seething and heaving like a beast. "How did it go?" she asked. "What did he say?" He took a deep breath and walked towards her, crumbling down onto the couch right next to her. "The usual," he said distastefully. "I'll handle it. Keep to your duties," he quoted, mimicking the Winter King's dry voice. He grabbed at his lock of silvery hair like he was going to rip it out from the frustration. "But she isn't here, is she?" "She would be if he could handle it, and yet she isn't." Lyriel pulled her brother into a side hug, waiting for him to calm down a bit. "She'll be safe. You know how resourceful she is. And you know how naive she is." Archwylaner glared at her. "Not to say how little she knows about the world. For all we know, she will head into the damned Corvus Empire and ask for help from them to annul her engagement." Lyriel flinched at the accusing tone. She knew her brother resented her choosing their father's side in almost every argument. That can't be, she said listlessly. How could father have not found her yet? You spent so much time with her, and yet you know our sister less than I do, asked Archwylanner, more amused than anything. What do you mean? She frowned at him. You know she had that obnoxious old Eldar as her tutor for the last 5 years, right? The prince's lips curved upwards. Yes. She didn't know what he was saying, but she didn't like that smirk. You ever wondered who he was? He asked, turning to look up at the ceiling. I didn't. I thought father just hired random people until one managed to stay with our little hellcat for more than a month. Get to it already, she said, glaring at her brother. Well, he sighed dramatically. Turns out the old man came to teach her himself and had a huge fight with father about wasting someone's potential and such. He smiled then. I just now learned who he was from father. He was agitated enough to curse him out with me being present. Brother, Lyriel buried her elbow into his side, making the man jump. Humph, he snorted at her temper. Well, turns out our darling little sister had the Archmage Sadkiel as her tutor for the last half a decade, and he shat on father's regulations as often as he could. Lyriel's jaw dropped to the floor. Bullshit, she said, which only made her brother smirk again. Coincidentally, he left while the castle was in chaos after Mithril returned. Archmage Sadkiel, one of the oldest living elves in the world and the second highest level one after the ruling Winter Kings, but unlike them he didn't cheat. He achieved his power through many millennia of study and combat and not a ritual. He was born back when the High Elves still ruled Ysira and lived through all the cataclysmic wars that followed. He didn't. Lyriel's eyes widened as she realized where this was going. He wouldn't. She nearly shouted, right? If father is right, he most certainly would, Archwylanner said calmly. He's the foremost master of divination on the planet. If not he, then who could hide her from the sight of the royal divination mages? The princess grit her teeth. Did that old fool know how much trouble he was causing? Why are you so calm? She glared at the now thoughtful prince. He brought his fingers to his chin. Why indeed? It couldn't be that now that I'm more clear-headed I find myself quite liking these circumstances we found ourselves in. No, he shook his head resolutely. I'm most certainly not happy that my little sister has a chance at freedom while protected by the most power mage of our race. That would be treasonous, wouldn't it? But the Alliance, Lyriel retorted, and Callie could be in danger. Her convoy was attacked by a feathered serpent of all things. You know as well how dangerous the wilds are. I do, he sighed, but unlike you, I have access to our spy network too. He turned to look at her deeply, including the one in Kashgar. What are you saying? Lyriel frowned. That Callie was disturbingly on point with her thoughts about her husband-to-be. Her face darkened. She was faithful to her father and followed his orders. The Winter King always knew best. The ritual made sure of that, but Lyriel wasn't the mindless slaughterer most of their enemies thought her to be. She loved her family, and her only little sister occupied an especially large part of her heart. How sure are you of that? She asked, her voice as frigid as ice. Is that information dependable? Yes, the prince whispered, his glowing blue gaze colliding with her own. I made sure of it. May the ancestors guide her, Lyriel whispered. Her brother snorted. May she be finally free, ancestors be damned. 11. Carstirian. Weeks or maybe months ago. Her life had been rather hard as of late. The snowy peaks weren't the most abundant in game to hunt, and even less so in natural bounties to subsist off, but she still made do. She was the big sister after all, and her little brother was her responsibility ever since mother left them, even if he was a rash and annoying little rut. This day started just like all others. She awoke before her brother and went out for a hunt with the intention of waking her little brother with a meal if she could manage and also hone her instincts. She knew she was different from all the other inhabitants of the forest. They needed to kill other beings with cores and eat those to grow in power, but it was much different for her. She inherited more than enough essence from her parents at birth to grow beyond even the 3rd milestone, but she still had to hone herself if she didn't want to be a bumbling idiot by the time she reached those heights. She just passed the 1st milestone while her brother was just a bit under it, so she imagined she could hunt something more filling now. Patience was the key. Her future was bright as was her brother's. All they had to do was wait as the inherited essence slowly reinforced their core and body, and soon enough very few could threaten them. There was a spring in her steps as she dashed through the snowy landscape, her icy blue eyes questing for prey worthy of her time. Her nostrils flared and she stopped. Her white-furred body laid itself onto the snowy ground to hide her as her snout moved around to catch the trail of that intriguing prey. The trail wasn't that fresh, but it wasn't too old either, a day old at most. She was confused for a bit. She knew what kind of prey left this trail just from that ethereal scent of snow-capped mountains and musky pine trees that invaded her nostrils. Elf. She snarled. Elves were dangerous, but she could tell from the scent that this one was young, very young. And alone. This elf will make for the perfect present for my brother when he crosses the milestone. With that thought in mind, she started following the trail. She dashed without either a sound or much of her form being revealed. She always favored a more stealthy approach than her brother, who was more standoffish. He just loved staring into the eyes of his prey as they fought and see the terror in them as he won and their lives were forfeit. She had to admit it was sort of endearing. That ferocious side of his was very masculine and would surely lure all the females from this peak, and the other tend to him in droves when he matures some more. She was fast, but she could tell that the elf she was following was no slouch either. She must have run for hours, and she only started to smell a fresher scent not long ago. She wouldn't be getting back before her little brother awoke for sure. She just prayed to the Great Mother that he wasn't dumb enough to go out to hunt by himself. He always wanted to hunt more dangerous prey than he could handle and outside of her supervision, but her help saved his furry ass more times than she could count. The trail dampened for a while as she rushed alongside a river, and then she noticed it. Trees had fallen over, snow busted up, blood, ash, and the scent of burning flesh. Her form stiffened as she took in a breath. Brother. She jumped over the river easily and rushed up the slight slope along the trails of destruction wrought by a short but devastating duel. She smelled the elf. Her terror was evident in her leftover scent, but she couldn't care for that now. She arrived at the site of the final confrontation at the base of a large tree. She could see claw marks on its trunk, and she absently noted that those looked just like her brother's. No, they were her brother's. She felt all four of her knees grow weak as she slumped to the ground next to a pile of ash and blackened bone fragments. They were the remains of an adolescent frost wolf just out of his childhood. Brother. She sobbed uncontrollably as grief overtook her. She failed as a sister. What would Mother think of her? She was a failure. She'd been entrusted with caring for her brother, and now he was dead. Murdered. An uncontrollable vindictive fury enveloped her mind as she growled. The trees shook and the fresh snow cascaded through the air, covering the remains of her brother. Just as she was about to give in, to let her fury control her, she stopped. I am not like that, elf. Your death will come without warning and last until a new moon comes. I swear that on the Great Mother. Callie was captivated by the change of scenery for a couple of days. The high mountains racked by eternal winter were such a large contrast to the rolling hills covered in verdant green forests that she had a hard time getting used to it. There was so much life around here. The giant forest was lively with the many little animals living off of nuts and berries and the occasional predators that hid in the dense crown of the trees. But this forest was a unique thing. The number of animals she saw in a week back in the mountains were as many as she saw in a day now, but even if she slowed her pace, she continued onwards. She wasn't sure where she should go from here, but she sort of kept her direction to be away from the mountains. Now it was the 5th day since she last saw snow on a distant mountain peak, and only now did she see the first karst that was the namesake of this large forest. It wasn't as large as her books described them, but she reasoned that might be because she was still on the border of the ancient forest. It was a towering mass of basalt and volcanic rock that protruded out from the ground and broke through the green ocean of leaves that was under the upper canopy of the forest. It was an unusual thing to find here, considering the closest, even dormant volcano was on the eastern continent, but especially strong ley lines had some sort of effect on their surroundings. One was the ley line that ran right under the Dragon's Spine mountain range, which was home to her kingdom and caused the eternal winter that plagued the entire region, and another was this phenomenon in the forest. Her books assumed long ago the ley line was much stronger in this region, and it caused spontaneous volcanic eruptions throughout the region, which left behind these majestic karsts. She prioritized staying hidden and minimizing her trail. However, she always kept a part of her mind focused on maintaining the mana-gathering rune. As a result, her core was almost filled, with only around 5% more remaining. She decided to stop there for safety. I don't know if there are spells to fill up someone's core forcefully to make it burst, but there is no reason there shouldn't be. Her good mood also stemmed from the fact that flightless birds were abundant in the forest. The dumb little things were cluelessly clucking and ambling through the undergrowth, searching for nuts and fallen fruits they could eat. They weren't an unfamiliar sight to Callie, as they had made up most of her food since she first found them. Compared to the things she had to eat while traveling through the mountains, these birds were a delectable feast. The lack of spices was painful, but Callie could only dream about spiced food for a while. I swear I don't even remember how good food tastes after eating things I refused to think about for months. The harebrained birds were lucky today, as she'd already eaten this week. Not that they'd ever know death was just around the corner for them. They shouldn't be so tasty if they don't want to be eaten. She huffed. What kind of survival strategy was this? The 1,000,001 sounds of the forest were highly distracting, but she was slowly but surely getting used to it. The spatial hearing worked just fine, but the amount of information it got her was overwhelming. Callie found herself astonished that her brain hadn't exploded yet from hearing every leaf brush against the other, every insect moving around, and every little foot that crunched the fallen leaves beneath their weight. By now, dozens of beasts managed to sneak up on her and slip close without her noticing. Many a predator thought the petite elf to be an easy meal, but even with her mind distracted by all the new information, she was faster than them. Maybe it was a combination of her instincts and luck that she hadn't become monster chow by now. In the end, she was alive and they were dead. Maybe if they ganged up on her, they'd have succeeded, but predators tended to be solitary, especially the feline ones that were most populous in this forest. She attributed it to her higher level of skill, or perhaps it was always within her, but she just couldn't prove it on a barren mountain peak. All of this caused her to be distracted from individual things within her reach. Things that would have caught her attention before now took a bit more time due to the sheer amount of information overwhelming her. She slowed to a halt, collapsing onto a branch in exhaustion as she massaged her temples. This is untenable. I need to do something, or the next thing ambushing me might just eat me. Slowly, her breathing slowed as she rested her back against a trunk while her eyes continued to scan the forest for dangers. She pulled in her spatial hearing, slowly decreasing a range and collapsing in relief as it reduced to a 10-meter circle around her where the information and the headache were mostly manageable. Her normal hearing, which extended for a few kilometers, was even worse, and she couldn't even retract that. It was purely biological and beyond her ability to control. She barely recognized a few things from that sense: loud howls at night, crashing waves of a river, or thunder strikes in the distance on a stormy night, but when she tried to go for exact things it all just washed into a chaotic mess of sounds which only worsened her growing headache. Callie lazily tried to put up an illusion around her while she recollected herself, but she couldn't quite manage to focus on an exact image, so it came out as a blurry blob of colors around her, which was only a smidge better at hiding her than her own white clothes. Her eyelids grew heavy, but she knew falling asleep was a terrible decision here. She blinked, trying to clear her head of the mental exhaustion. Minutes drew on and turned into an hour, with Callie only having a mounting headache and a swimming vision to show for it. Maybe a bit of sleep will help. Despite the nervous pit in her stomach keeping her awake for a few minutes more, she started nodding off. Where is it? Callie awoke to a shout. She might have only slept for a minute, but she wouldn't be able to tell it even if a day had passed. Her head was still foggy, and as she stood on her branch her posture was wobbly, but she could see many forms moving through the forest, and with them barely hiding themselves, even her hearing picked up on their voices. There were dozens, or maybe even 100 voices all around her. Fuck, she whispered and bolted towards the largest opening in the circle without a second thought. Whoever these people were, they were slow and moved around like bumbling fools compared to her. Unfortunately, she underestimated their number, and it turned out that more than 100 people were closing in on her. Humans. She recognized them instantly the moment she laid eyes on the first one. Bulky frame, ungraceful movements, unkempt appearance, and a smell that could kill people. The standard description of a human in the elven vocabulary. They more than lived up to that description with muddy brown clothes that were torn in places and their unshaven faces. She glanced at their weapons and she saw barely maintained steel swords and shoddy-looking bows. Among the mumbled chatter between the humans, her ears caught a single line that so out to her drowsy mind. "We might have lost that white mutt, but this is even better. The one to catch her gets triple the pay this month." Mutt? White? Did some dumb dog lead them all to me to throw them off its trail? Ah fuck, wrong time, Callie. She zigzagged between the trees, still down on the ground, as the branches were too dense in the tree crown for her to travel there quickly. She saw dozens of them around her position, with a few sometimes making eye contact with her before the trunks blocked her vision of them. Strategy wasn't her forte. All she knew about it came from having read some military fiction. But even she knew she was in deep trouble. Encirclement was always bad, and in historical battles they usually counted as a victory, and then she didn't even count the number of enemies that came just for her. Why? She managed to stay focused on her objective despite feeling agitated. She searched for a weak link in the now-closed encirclement. A man was limping, the next one was short, and a woman was half-blind. Oh, she also spotted that one was clearly malnourished. In the end, she chose the limping one. He had a shoddy sword in hand and stared vigilantly into the woods. He didn't even see the attack coming as a kinetic strike slammed into his chest and sent him crashing into a bush. His shirt was getting bloody, and Callie felt slightly sheepish at the much too strong attack. He will die, so he should. She leapt over the half-dead man and dashed into the forest, trying to focus on all the conversations and curses the humans were shouting. Fuck, where's the bitch, was the most common one if she disregarded the many different curses, half of which she heard for the first time. She got Olaf, one shouted from close behind her. Catch her, you morons. This one was much louder than the rest and got many of the people behind her to give chase. They were fast, faster than normal humans had any right to be, but she was an elf. She'd outrun them any day of the week. She almost sighed in relief as she started putting significant distance between herself and the humans in only a few short seconds, but then all her muscles contracted and she fell forwards mid-step. She found herself landing face-first in the dirt. She got a mouthful of mud and grass, but that was all secondary to the overwhelming pain racking her whole body. It was like getting burnt at every part of her body at once, both inside and out. All of her nerves were on fire and she couldn't think straight. She writhed on the ground, but she didn't feel it as her skin got scraped on barks or rocks. The pain didn't abate, but she was ever so slowly regaining some semblance of thought, and when she did, she soon realized the problem. A foreign spell matrix was inside her body and discharging something straight into her. With a feral scream, she threw a torrent of mana at the abominable spell and banished it from her body. The pain stopped, but she was still twitching in agony. All her muscles ached and her nerves protested, even existing. She used all her willpower to make the illusion ring conceal her, but before she could, something grabbed her throat and lifted her into the air. "Slippery little bitch," a gruff voice entered her ears, but she could barely understand it. From overwhelming agony to momentary respite, and now she couldn't breathe. She kicked and flailed, but all that earned her was the hand around her throat tightening as a fist stuck her in the stomach, pushing any air that might have been in her lungs out and making her cough, but with the rough fingers constricting her airways, she couldn't even do that as her eyes started to leak tears onto her cheeks. "Stop that, knife ear." In the back of her mind, she recognized the grin leaking into the voice of the man. "I wouldn't want to damage you too much." The only reason she hadn't passed out by now was her increased level and the elven physiology, but even then her brain needed oxygen, which it wasn't getting. Her vision was blurry and her mind was fading, along with her attempts to claw at the hand holding her throat. Her mind slipped into darkness in utter horror, and nightmares tormented her all the way through. Her small feet gave off soft echoes as she ran through the dark hallways of the castle. Each of her steps annoyingly kicked her nightgown up, but Mommy said ladies wore those at night, so she didn't change it for shorts. She hugged Tibbers close to her chest so he would protect her if any ghosts attacked her from the shadows. Tibbers was a strong teddy bear, so she was safe for sure. She got closer to her parents' bedroom, her ultimate destination where she would snuggle in between them. She didn't understand why she had to sleep alone since her birthday, but Mommy always allowed her to sleep with her if she looked cutely at her. She heard crashing sounds echoing, a fist struck wood, and the wood easily gave way. Kha'Lythria slowed her steps, feeling scared. She heard crashing sounds echoing from Daddy's workroom, but he never got angry. Was he fighting someone? She had to help. Tibbers, let's go save Daddy. She sneaked towards the source of the sound, and it was the workroom where Daddy always stayed. He spent even most nights there. As she got closer, she heard shouts and screams. "You did what?" one voice shrieked, filled with indignant rage, and she barely recognized it as her gentle mommy's voice. "I had no choice," another shouted. This one was desperate and just as furious. "Daddy? You didn't even ask me," her mother screeched. "Not even her." The second part was barely a whisper, and she didn't hear most of it. "There is no other way." He heard the simmering fury in her father's tone. It made her stumble a bit. "I refuse," her mother whispered, and the little girl heard her clearly now. She was just outside of the slightly ajar door. "They aren't in danger, but they are angry. But Tibbers can't beat that up. I should go back to sleep instead." "What?" Her father's tone was icy and questioning. "I said I refuse, Arawn," her mommy screamed at the top of her lungs again. "I refuse to raise my daughter to be a whore for a human." Callie awoke with a gurgled scream, sitting up quickly despite her whole body being in pain, especially her throat. She hit her head into something, and that sent her back to lying on the ground. She tried to massage her poor head, but she couldn't move her arms from behind her. "What? Oh, no. Boss, she's awake." "Motherfucker, why are you so damned loud?" She would have screamed it into his face were it not for the cloth that served as a gag that was in her mouth. She pulled her arms, straining them painfully against ropes around her wrists. As her eyes flickered open, a row of iron bars greeted her. Her head was still spinning a little from hitting it with full force against the hard iron, but she was already panicking. "What? Why? Where?" Then the memories about the encirclement, the agony, and the man that choked her returned in a tidal wave of pain assaulting her head. The headache quickly subsided, but she was frantically looking around. Humans dressed like unwashed peasants in torn clothes were shoving each other's unshaven and dirty faces out of the way so they could get a look at her. She couldn't see beyond the hundreds of humans crawling around her small cage, looking at her like some sort of exhibition animal. She blinked, but the situation was clear. Her panic was still going strong, but it was simmering underneath, letting her think somewhat clearly. Shit, the artifacts. She glanced down at her hand, feeling dread crawling up her spine as she saw nothing on it. No bracelet and no rings, but I feel them. She slowly grabbed her palm with her other hand, acting like it was a nervous fidget. Despite feeling them on her hand, she couldn't see them. Her attention was fixed on her left ring finger, where the illusion ring should be, giving her a hint of what was happening. Although she calmed down a bit, her situation didn't improve much. Her clothes were gone, leaving her only in rags. The dread came back with a vengeance, but she didn't feel any discomfort between her legs. She slumped powerlessly against the bars, staring through the upper ones at the sky above. It was a much better sight than these unwashed barbarians surrounding her. "Make way, fuckheads." Callie shivered as she recognized the gruff voice of the man that choked her. The ocean of people parted and a large human standing a head above the rest was revealed. He was wearing leather armor which looked somewhat well made compared to the torn clothes most of the others wore. He had long brown hair and a bushy beard that covered his neck. His tar-black eyes stared at Callie, showing no empathy within them. Callie broke eye contact first, instead staring at her feet, and she heard the man chuckle at her meek demeanor. "Welcome to your temporary home," his voice carried an openly mocking tone. "I hope our accommodations don't disappoint a noble elf like yourself." Based on how weird his men looked at him, he intentionally spoke exaggeratedly just to mock her, but most of it flew above Callie's head. She wasn't a noble, she was a royal, but maybe that was just his sarcasm? Callie barely knew anything about how humans interacted with each other. She only paid attention to their history and the wars they'd fought. She knew he was mocking her, though, and that was enough. She huddled into the far corner of her cage and put her legs between herself and the man, burying her face in her knees. Her initial panic was still there, but so was the cold fury at being so humiliated like this. She was an object to them, or even less. Fooling your enemy is the first step to victory. If they underestimate you, you already have the advantage. She repeated her brother's words. He's taught her a few times about military history and strategy, but neither struck her as something she would excel in, but neither did she loathe them like politics or ethics. Something stuck with her, and this one might save her here if she played her cards right. "Look at me when I'm talking to you, trash," the man shouted, and Callie felt agony overwhelm her body again as she collapsed into a twitching pile of limbs. The pain withdrew quickly now, leaving her sobbing silently on the ground as her eyes teared up. "If you don't want another one, look at me, you knife-eared whore." Slightly shaking, Callie raised her gaze and met the monster's black eyes. She trembled in fear as she saw him grin at her miserable state, but she was sure he did not know what she was thinking. "Don't fireball him. Don't fireball him, Dawn." While it would surely be cathartic, she didn't know if she could escape the cage, and if she couldn't, she would be turned into an elven porcupine soon after by the man's vengeful subordinates, if not worse. "We will have a pleasant time together if you understand your place," he chuckled. "From now on you are my pet, my slave. You sit when I tell you and you jump when I call. Am I understood?" Callie nodded meekly, forcefully banishing the half-formed runes of the fireball spell that she formed without thinking. "And to all of you fuckwits, no touching the elf, no hurting the elf, and most certainly no fucking the elf, or I'm going to make what I did to her look like a pleasant massage. And I understood." "Yes, boss," the morons shouted back at the threat, making Callie flatten her ears against her head at the loud noise. "You even get food and water if you behave well." The man turned back to her. "Aren't I generous?" Callie averted her gaze, the urge to burn him to ash resurfacing with a vengeance. "What did I tell you before?" His smile was frozen on his hairy face, his hand extending towards her cage in a similar gesture that sent her writhing in pain before. "MG chef, yes." She answered in a panic, but only a muffled sound went through the gag. That pain was by far the worst she has ever felt. "Good," he nodded. "Just a little gift to remember me by. Son of a bye." Her scream cut off her train of thought as her muscles spasmed and her nerves burned. But one thing was different. Even if it was in a cage, she was more rested now, and she caught a blob of mana pushing into her body. Well, caught as in, she noticed it before it overwhelmed her mind with pain. "I'm Mortis, by the way," he said with a smile as he watched her suffer. "I hope we get along well." More on reflex than anything else, her mana surged through her body and crashed into the blob of foreign mana, which was igniting her nerves. If she managed to disrupt the spell matrix, the whole spell should disperse. She was only reflexively lashing out at a foreign thing in her body, though she was hardly thinking about spell matrices and their weaknesses at the moment. If her mind could work clearly, she'd have noticed how flimsy the matrix was and the breakpoints of it. Spell matrices were the very cores of spells, and putting them directly into the body of another mage, their inner sanctum, where they had the most control over their mana, was foolish and asking for the other mage to just smash it apart. Whatever guided Callie's mana at that moment, be it some subconscious instinct or pure luck, the spell matrix cracked and burst. Not that the princess was aware of that at the moment. Overwhelmed as her body was by the torturous spell, she passed out again, her body twitching for a few more minutes. 12. Meditation. Callie next woke up to someone poking her with a stick. She cracked her eyes open with a groan and glanced down at the long wooden stick poking at her boobs and then up at the human holding it. Just great. Her body still ached, and the position she slept in wasn't the best, nor that her arms were tied together behind her back. She almost forgot to act meek due to the annoyance, but she caught herself before a kinetic strike could end the bloodline of this moron. Food and water, the unwashed man said, glancing down at the stuff in his hands, then back up at her again. I'll remove the gag, but boss said I can hit you if you speak even a word. With a last poke at her boobs, he pushed the refreshments into her cage and went around to be able to reach her head through the bars. Stay still. Callie did so, more out of curiosity than due to the order. She only ate a day or so ago, so she could go another 5 days without it at least. Why didn't they want her to speak, though? Did they think she'd charm them or something? Disgusting, I'd rather die. She shivered in revulsion as the goon's calloused fingers brushed against her face to untie the cloth blocking her mouth. Get on with it, asshole. He painfully slowly managed to untie it, after which Callie spat out whatever they stuck into her mouth too. Distasteful humans couldn't even use normal gags. Remember, no speaking or chanting, whatever the fuck that is, the resident moron ordered. I'll tell the boss if you try. Callie trembled for real this time. Whatever that spell was, the pain it caused was horrendous. Now that she thought about it, it must be some sort of arcane spell, maybe one using lightning as an elemental base. If the spell matrix only activated once inside her body, and then it started dumping electricity into her nervous system, that might cause pain like that. Damn it, I should have sensed it when it got within a meter of me. She even had some foggy memories of the last time the spell was cast on her, and how she barely managed to crack the spell matrix. Such a stupid fucking spell. It relied on the assumption that the victim was both unable to sense the spell coming towards them and as such incapable of putting up a defense, and that once the spell was active, they wouldn't be able to smack it apart since they were overwhelmed by the pain. Dumb. Idiotic shit spell. Callie fumed inside. She had to suffer through it not once, but twice, and she knew damned well that if she as much as put up a thin film layer of mana as a barrier under her skin, which should be as easy as breathing with her control, then the spell would have only tickled her. In essence, she was angry at herself. Why didn't she think a spell like this would exist? How did she get fooled by it twice? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. The only real way she could ever think the spell would be useful was when her enemies were either untrained like her or so far below her in level that the amount of mana she put into a spell like this would be too much for them to smash apart. It was a perfect spell for those who preyed on the weak, though. Mana sensing and training to put up internal barriers is now going onto the top of my list. She was still livid, and the only way she knew to make the feeling go away was to get better and make sure that whatever she did, she wouldn't be fooled a third time by the same damned spell. Flaying him alive wouldn't hurt, either. She eyed the goon for a bit, her arms still tied together behind her, and then the food he put on the other side of the cage. At least it wasn't too cramped. It was around 2 meters long and 1 wide, while 1.5 meters tall, so she could huddle into one end of it or lie down without a problem. Still, it was a pain. She stared at the moron as he observed her. She strained her shoulders, getting her tied wrists as far as she could, then she pulled them forward under her legs. It hurt with the coarse ropes digging into her skin, but it was manageable. Huh, the moron intoned, I knew y'all were flexible, but that's crazy. She ignored him and instead brought the small flask to her nose, smelling it. Okay. Smells like water, and I can't smell anything else in it, so it might not be drugged. She gulped down a small mouthful at first, tasting it for anything weird, but when she felt the same after a few seconds, she drank the rest too. That should last for a week. The food was some sort of bread. She grabbed it and grimaced as the thing felt no less solid than the iron bars surrounding her. Just great. Still, it was food. She bit into it, her jaw easily pushing her teeth into it and separating a small bite from the rest of the bread. Tastes like dried mud, she noted absently. She huddled into the side furthest from the observing goon and kept her attention on the food while she strained her ears to listen in on anything happening around the camp. I have to get used to the increased information. Getting ambushed like that was humiliating, but avoidable if only I spent time training. She knew she messed up hard. She's been far too thrilled at seeing such a different scenery and ecosystem than the mountains that she disregarded pragmatism and let her emotions drag her around. Damn it, Callie, you need to think to survive. This can't happen again. Her current situation was both humiliating and infuriating, but she wasn't taking it too seriously. That might be a problem, but from what I saw, only that boss of theirs is dangerous and maybe some of his elite goons, but without that bullshit spell he isn't much stronger than me, plus now I know about it. She surveyed the camp a bit between bites. So good, this is like eating bricks. The camp was more of a base. It had wooden houses and a shoddy wooden palisade surrounding it with guards walking around it. People were mostly gathered on benches and tables all around the place, eating, drinking, and talking. When she swallowed the last bite, the annoying asshole poked her once again with his stick, now in her side, which made her jump a little and hit her head again in the ceiling of the cage. Stuff that back into your mouth if you don't want me to do it. His stick pointed at the disgusting cloth she spat out previously, but without any alternative she obeyed. She grimaced and gagged, but the thing was back in its previous place, filling her mouth and blocking her tongue from moving too much. Now come here, he commanded, getting far too used to ordering her around. Or, do you want me to call the boss? He grinned at her when she didn't move an inch. I will burn you slowly to death after I cut off your family jewels, you disgusting son of a bitch. While thinking that, she reluctantly crawled over to him and laid her back on the bars, letting him tie the cloth gag around her face once again. He gave her ears a flick once he was done, which sent a shiver down her spine as she jumped away from him. She glared back at him, her gaze filled with hatred and a promise of a slow death. The moron tilted his head like he didn't know how disgusting he's just been. Touching an elf's ear is something you just don't do. Even between lovers, it's a sign of trust, as it is the most sensitive part of their whole body, not to say very erogenous. The asshole just shrugged his shoulders and went around collecting the flask before leaving without another word. I need to steal that spell from that sadistic asshole just to use it on this one. Callie sat down in the middle of the cage, staying as far from the bars as she could. She pulled her legs into a lotus position and closed her eyes. She's learned some meditation techniques before, hoping that their promise to strengthen the spirit and the mind would help with her mana control. She saw some improvement, but the most efficient way was what she did with her mana sense when she tried to find the magical hair's core. Trying to do more and more straining exercises with mana was by far the best method she found for training. Now she wasn't trying to train that though. She sank into a similar state as back then, but instead of focusing on her mana sense, she poured all of her focus into her hearing, both the regular and the spatial. The most evident sounds came from the hundreds of humans talking, shouting, beating each other up, and arguing. She paid attention to them first, making sure she heard every said word and it registered in her mind. They didn't talk about anything too important, but some were discussing their last HIATUS. Callie first thought all of those would be poor elves like her, but it turns out runaway elves are something of a rarity. So much so that she was the first winter elf most of these morons saw, aside from the 1 or 2 raiding parties that came down and demolished a few of their camps. One of the bunch were survivors of one such attack and had less than kind intention towards her as a result. She noted who they were, but she didn't care. None of the bandits here had anything good to say about her aside from her looks. Back to the HIATUS some of them mentioned, it seemed the band of outlaws dabbled in everything they could in the forest. Mining restricted minerals in secret, hunting rare animals for their parts, or capturing them to sell to some pompous noble in the core, as they said. Most of their catches seemed to be juvenile magical beasts that they then sold to smugglers. Callie knew there was some sort of rituals that could turn them into familiars, but elves thought that to be a barbaric practice. Higher-leveled magical beasts had enhanced intelligence, and while they had to be very high-level to be on par with an average elf, it was possible. Due to this, elves avoided killing high-leveled magical beasts. Callie agreed with that sentiment. Killing low-leveled ones was one thing, but bending their minds and then cultivating their strength while they slowly became more and more intelligent was torture of the worst kind. When she was sure that she was listening in on everyone at the camp, she expanded her focus, including the buildings in which she heard numerous animals whining and clawing at their cages. She was far from the only victim of these humans. There were even a few inside those cages that sounded like people instead of animals. But what made her so different from them that she was left out here? She then remembered some of the conversations she overheard, that while she was the first winter elf they'd caught, she wasn't the first elf. They were much more familiar with the autumn elves that had called these forests home for thousands of years before the humans came around and conquered it. Still, conquering some of the towns was different from taming thousands of kilometers of dense and dangerous jungle. The elves still lived freely in many hidden villages, though they were preyed on by both bandits and Imperials. Where's the lead asshole, though? She didn't hear nor sense him anywhere in the camp, but she put that out of her mind soon after. He must have been out hunting. She slowly but surely expanded her focus without extending her range further than the palisades. She included any animal sounds first, and the annoying chorus of human chatter got dampened by the sounds of animal life. She took some time to get used to it. It was so easy to miss a single sound that might signal mortal danger when it was accompanied by thousands of inconsequential sounds, but then again, she couldn't disregard those either. One could become invisible without too much difficulty with the assistance of magic, and dampening the sound of your footsteps wasn't easy, but still possible with some air magic. She knew that just that was one of the genetical talents of her race. When reaching one of the milestones, winter elves had a chance of awakening that talent, which was called soundless. It cut off any sound around the person using it, but detecting that person based on the lack of sound was still possible. Sadkiel once managed to divert a lecture about genetic differences between the different elven races to talking about true talents. She found the topic endlessly interesting too. Some true talents couldn't be replicated by magic. According to Sadkiel, that was because no mortal mage can stand up to the ingenuity of millions of years of evolution. She stayed there, meditating and listening. She heard the humans make some rude comments about her or wondered what was wrong with her head to be so calm inside a cage, but she disregarded them. She wasn't so weak as to break from a bit of pain. Her dumb body reacted instinctively, but inside she felt revolted at it. She wasn't going to break from this. She refused. She wasn't some meek autumn elf that has been living under the Imperial boot, hunted like animals for centuries. She was a winter elf, and a royal one at that. She'd get through this, and these humans will regret ever being born. Breath, come on, Callie. You are meditating. Clear your mind. She didn't pay any attention to the time. She only noticed the sun becoming gentler on her skin. When she got used to the animal sounds, she slowly included natural sounds too, creaking planks and doors, and the gentle wind as it whistled between the trees. Slowly but surely she got used to it. The natural sounds were far too numerous, even if she limited the range heavily. For now, her range was reduced to half, making it around 250 meters, but she was satisfied. Within that, it was her domain. No sound would escape her again. If I can stay focused, that is. That pain spell would mess it up quickly. She opened her eyes and was greeted by an evening camp as the many bandits were readying guard patrols for the night and slowly heading into their beds. She did learn some interesting stuff from listening in on conversations, one of which was that these humans thought that every mage needed to chant to cast spells. She didn't know what brought that misconception on, but it was in her favor. They would be caught blindsided when she incinerated them with a silent fireball. Come to think of it, didn't Master say the humans heavily restrict magical knowledge? She thought it counterproductive, but she wasn't the best at politics or sociology. Her gaze jumped all around the place, trying to take in everything she could see. The trees almost connected their branches above the houses, hiding the camp from anyone trying to locate it from above. Most houses were either built from logs or planks of wood, and she could tell with a glance that no architect was involved in the process of constructing them. It was a far cry from the beautiful architecture of the winter castle she was used to, but then again, that was the seat of a king, and this was a low-life hideout. They also had dozens of these all around the forest too, should either the elves or the Imperials find them. When a few of the humans headed her way, Callie immediately noticed, thanks to her better handling of her spatial hearing, she'd still have to work on it to bring out its full potential, but it was a good start. She paid attention to them through it, but didn't open her eyes. To them, she might have looked like she fell asleep while sitting. "It's such a waste," one of the morons said. "What?" another barked back. "I mean, all of the elves we find are beauties, but this one is something else." At this, she almost felt their gazes prickling her skin. "Compared to you all, a pile of dung would be beautiful too." "Don't even think about it," a third said despite also staring at her body intently. "I saw what the boss did when someone touched one of the elves." "What?" the one she named Moron One who first spoke up asked. She sensed the big one shaking his head, turned him into a rug. "A rug?" Moron Two asked. "Yeah," said the big moron. "Why can't we touch M anyway?" Moron One was playing with fire, even she could tell that. Noble cocksuckers like fresh or something." The big moron shrugged, but what he said sent waves of revulsion through her body. "Huh," Moron One said intelligently. "Let's just do our job and get on with it," the big moron said. "Boss'll let us play around when we raid a normal village." Low-life scum, preying on their own people. To Callie's sensibilities that was deplorable, yet her actions also might have negative effects on her kin, but she was just putting herself first and not actively making anybody else's life miserable. After that, with their byplay finished, they covered her cage in some sort of cloth. Once they were further away, she brushed her fingers across it to get a feel for it. It feels rough and somewhat sticky. Is it waxed? That should work for making it a bit waterproof. Is this all that will keep the rain out if it decides to make my life even more miserable? That was better than nothing at least, though she couldn't tell for the life of her why she was placed in the middle of the camp. Was she some sort of trophy to them? Or did it have any other use, like making it harder to escape by placing her in sight of everybody? The cloth dampened her normal hearing a bit, but this just made it easier to focus on the spatial one. She didn't know how exactly it worked. Even Sadkiel could only make assumptions based on how they worked in what situation. Despite being a bit crazy, the old man wasn't mad enough to cut open elves to study them even after their death. All he had to go on was what he could experience himself and others' recounts. Her attention was pulled to a group entering the hideout, especially the large man leading them who she recognized to be the main asshole. He stood a head above even his elite goons and was built like a bear. She started to suspect he may have had some fawn blood in him. Something quickly averted her attention though. She wouldn't have noticed it before, but after the group entered through the wooden gate, something slipped through right before the gate crashed close. Now this is interesting. 13. Sneaky intruder. Callie focused all of her attention on the silent bubble that followed close behind the sadistic moron. She couldn't hear much, but some nearly imperceptible sounds slipped through and Callie noted each and every one of them. Whatever was keeping them silent and most likely invisible wasn't perfect. They walked around far too confidently to be visible, and she didn't hear any of the elite goons make a single comment about being followed. From the few sounds that slipped through, she already knew the person was good. Their steps were light and barely made sounds only when he crushed the undergrowth beneath their feet. The steps were heavy, most likely not an elf, then they were calculated and stalking. She heard a deep but muffled grunt as the person pulled himself onto the roof of a log house. Yes, that was a man for sure. With the undergrowth, she had a bit more trouble keeping track of him. The lack of the constant noise the leaves make in the wind was easy to follow, but on the roofs, she couldn't follow that. The wind makes noise as it touches normal wood too. It's a pain to detect that though. That was more of a background noise that she instinctually disregarded than sounds she could detect, so it took active effort on her part to also pay attention to that. By the time she got a handle on that, the man was already on the other side of the camp, on top of the building housing the other captured things and people. She heard a weird gritting noise from him. Is he gritting his teeth? At least that's promising, if it's not because he doesn't like the state his soon-to-be merchandise is. Let's hope he finds it as abhorrent as I do. She was being far too optimistic, she realized. Let's plan for the worst and hope for the best. What would the worst possible scenario be though? Something like him coming here to assassinate the lead moron and silence everyone else. Not that that's too likely, but she had to account for the chance that she would be among his targets to eliminate. Someone kidnapping her who actually knew how to subdue a mage would be even worse. She knew there were ways to drain someone's core of mana forcefully. That could kill people too, The core is more than just a storage for mana. Now back to how could she run away from or kill this person skulking around unseen in a camp of bandits that bested her. To say her chances were bad was an understatement. They only got me because I was distracted and there were hundreds of them. It was unfair. She could cloak the whole cage with spell from her illusion ring, but if he could do a similar spell, but much better, she couldn't count on him not seeing straight through it. Minor illusion was far from the epitome of illusion spell, so she couldn't put too much faith into it. Let's put fighting him as a last resort. Running away in the middle of whatever chaos he will cause would be much better, even if I can't make sure the head moron dies painfully. Callie considered her options. It could be that the guy was only a scout, and the spell was only an artifact, which would mean she had to escape before whoever was to raid this place with his information. She gritted her teeth. She was spiraling down into endless what-ifs again, which was useless. She couldn't do anything while locked inside a cage. She still kept most of her attention on tracking the sneaky bubble of silence, but she ran her fingers over the bars in the meantime. She searched for a place where it could open up, and she found it on one of the small sides of the brick-shaped cage. She twitched her ears, but she couldn't feel any enchantment on the cage, nor any magical locking mechanism like her carriage had. Her fingers slid over the bars questing for the elusive lock, and on the one at the far right she found it. Her fingers stopped on it as she felt around the blocky thing. Did these morons really lock up an elf in a simple iron cage? She was befuddled, but the realization that she actually didn't have any spell in her repertoire that could easily free her made her grimace. Maybe a water blade could manage with enough overcharging and a few casts, or she could try melting the lock with a fireball. No, that'd just make it even harder to open it. In the meantime, the intruder managed to sneak into the building and was walking around the many cages stacked atop each other, reaching all the way to the low ceiling. Callie could clearly hear animals clawing at iron bars, birds poking them with their beaks, and some animals just sleeping while the three elves were all sleeping deeply. Are they drugged? She wouldn't put it past these bandits, but that begged the question. Why wasn't she drugged up too? She was probably just left awake for entertainment, she assumed. To hundreds of horny humans, a woman, even if they couldn't touch her, was a huge morale boost, she thought, especially an elf. The bubble stopped right before the three elves, and Callie heard the man let out a feral growl. She wasn't sure what he did next as the silencing enchantment strengthened for a few moments, but by the end of it the man was leaving the building, and the three cages had their fronts ripped open. Holy shit, he is strong. But he freed them, right? Callie didn't dare to hope. Sitting inside a cage should have snubbed out all of her overly optimistic thoughts, but she was already thinking about the unseen man as a silent avenger coming to bring his wrath down on some slaving bandits. She followed his movements, and her eyes snapped open when she realized which house he was heading for. It was a bit larger than the rest and more well-built, with logs making up most of it, and even its roof being well-made. It was also the house she heard the bandit boss snoring. I don't need elven ears for that. Even the deaf could hear him. The sarcasm managed to retain her calm as she almost started to panic again. This guy was heading straight for the boss after freeing his priced merchandise. He was looking for trouble for sure, and Callie's best idea so far was using a kinetic hammer on the cage and sending herself flying outside of the camp along with it. She wasn't sure if she could survive that, but it was better than putting her fate into the hand of another. How else could I get out of? Oh, fuck, where is my knife? She reached for her belt where she usually kept it, but found nothing. Her rough brown tunic that the bandits dressed her in only had a rope for a belt, and the pants didn't even have pockets. They were coarse, made of some kind of plant fiber probably. Shit, one of them pocketed my knife and my clothes. The clothes were nowhere as magically complex, but they were still made by the royal tailor that makes her father's clothes too. Self-cleaning and regenerating enchantments weren't easy to weave into the cloth, and it could even clean her in addition, which made her desperately want to get it back before continuing her journey. The knife would hurt even more if she lost it. It was elven mithril, one of the best materials for enchanted weapons, especially for elves. It was light with high mana capacity, and it was also a good metal to make weapons from, especially for elves who favored sharp and light weapons over large and heavy ones. Okay, so, goals. Get out of the cage. Get out of the camp. Stay alive. Get the knife back, optional. Get the clothes back, optional. Run away from the sneaky guy, optional. Make sure as many of these disgusting bandits die here as you can, optional. Yeah, that looks good. When her ears picked up the start of a fight inside the large log house, she pulled at her wrists with all her power, making the rope snap. She massaged her tender wrists for a bit, but she got to removing the disgusting gag from her mouth too. It was nice of the moron trio to cover her for the night. This way nobody would see that she wasn't as tied up as they thought her to be. She silently crawled closer to the lock and now only paid attention to the steadily developing fight in the back of her mind. With her focus shifting, she started examining it in detail. The soft light seeping through and under the cloth was more than enough for her elven eyes to see it. Her fingers traced its edges, and she pushed her mana sense into it, but as it had no mana, that didn't bear any result. At this point the fight was still contained to the house, and Callie felt a bit conflicted. Either the boss moron was much stronger than she thought, or the sneaky guy wasn't too good at actually fighting. To her that only mattered because sending water blades against the iron bars would surely alert the bunch of morons still ambling around the camp. For now, let's try the silent options. The first one was conjuring 2 needles of mana with a simple mana gathering plus separate plus needle plus hold combination. This was the most basic spell structure for manifesting mana tools, but with changing up the shaping rune, which was needle in this case. The 2 softly glowing needles materialized and fell into her palm. The light was suboptimal, but she hoped it didn't show through the cloth. She was far from the best, but she got rather good at breaking locks while growing up. By her 20th birthday, they had to put magical locks on doors to even slow her down. Unfortunately, the castle library's restricted section had mana signature identification, not a basic locking system, so she couldn't break through that. Poor her. Still, this talent of hers that she cultivated rigorously helped her sneak around wherever she wanted aside from a few locations in the castle. I still don't know why Father let me though. I know now that he could feel me with his mana sense for sure. Callie expected some challenge in breaking the lock. It was after all supposed to hold her in, and even if they didn't know who she was, they should know what she was, or did the lead moron even fail to check her level? She was confused, but she welcomed the foolishness of her enemy. The lock clicked open and she was free. The bandits were still walking around and chattering while drowning themselves in alcohol and some sort of mushroom powder. Callie was familiar with the prior. She was only supposed to drink once she turned 20, but since it was forbidden, she felt obliged to do it. Poor 10-year-old me, the maids thought I got sick. She grimaced at the memory. Who knew the grape wine her brother hid in his room was actually death made into drinkable form? A few years later, she tried it again with much the same results, and she had to conclude that she didn't like alcohol. She didn't have experience with mushrooms, but she knew the ancestors used some for their rituals as hallucinogens. One needed a way to let loose when dragons regularly eclipsed the sun. Thank fuck they're gone. Even their far-off descendants, the feathered serpents, were a significant problem, but the dragons were natural disasters. She didn't know how the world survived the age of the dragons, but she sure was happy she wasn't born back then. By now the two brought their fight outside of the house and chaos was spreading throughout the camp. The goons were shouting and searching frantically for their weapons. They converged on the duel's position, but from what she sensed the two were leagues above the rest. The sneaky man that she could now sense more clearly at times was bisecting them with offhanded slashes. With his claws? Or is that some sort of clawed gauntlet? She could reconstruct his movements, but it was far from perfect. Nonetheless, he was a great distraction. She put an illusion over the door of the cage to make it look like she wasn't crawling out of it just now. She slowly raised the cloth and stayed under the cloak of the illusion for a moment. Now that she could actually see what was happening, she was glad she put the illusion in place. The goons were rather distracted, but they would have noticed her for sure. The fight was now getting closer to her as the boss house was near the center, just like the open place her cage was put in the middle of. She couldn't see them at the moment as they were smashing through the shabby houses and demolishing them as they battled relentlessly. The elite morons with their less shit weapons managed to annoy the intruder, but they had to stay on the sidelines to sneak and attack once in a while. Everyone that could be a problem is distracted. Let's get my stuff and ditch this place. During her meditation, she remembered some of the morons talking about how the boss added her clothes to the storage just like anything else, but the only thing she heard about her knife was that the boss might have pocketed it himself. Annoying, but if they injure each other I might be able to off the bastard and get it back. Her face was twitching as she remembered how thankful the bastards were to the boss for deciding to loot her clothes. Callie wasn't the shy type, but she was an elf. Pride, arrogance, and narcissism were in her blood, and disgusting lowlife seeing her naked body was humiliating. It's not narcissism and arrogance if it's true. And more often than not it was, which tended to irritate other species, even more not that elves cared what they thought most of the time. She let the illusion fall once there were only 2 of the goons remaining around her. Moron 1 started, looking at her standing free and outside of her cage. "Hi," she said with a radiant smile as the twin kinetic strikes slammed into him and his buddy. Such a shame she couldn't take it slower, but her clothes were more important. The 2 morons had their faces crashed in and mixed with their brains. They collapsed without any further sound, and Callie grimaced at the corpses. Technically that was her first kill, and she was somewhat disturbed by the spells she learned for fun ending their lives so easily. She stepped over them and headed for the storage building. It was right next to the building with the cages holding the prisoners. She was close to it. The bandits dumped every important building into the middle of the camp, so it was easy to reach. She easily broke through the lock on the door and slipped into the darkness inside. The inside was as basic as it could get, with wooden boxes stacked atop of one another. It would have been a pain to find her clothes were it not for the bandits being lazy and leaving them in the box she first cracked open right next to the door. Another illusion was put over the door to make it appear closed as she quickly changed back into her enchanted outfit. Much better, she sighed in relief as she activated the cleaning enchantment and let it wash away any dirt that might have stuck to her before. The material might have looked like leather, but it was as comfortable as silk, and it was stretchy, allowing her a full range of motion. Her ears twitched as she felt a spell activation going off in the duel. She frowned as she recognized the spell instantly. It was the same the bastard has used on her to make her writhe in agony. The sense of it was dampened, but now that she was more used to her spatial hearing she noticed it. It wasn't impossible to hide from an elf spell sense as she called it. Her ring was entirely unnoticeable to her, but from what she knew it required inhuman mana control, so most of the things that slipped past the sense were master-crafted artifacts. The artifact the asshole was using wasn't a master's work, but it was good, and that made it harder to sense. So he isn't a mage. That's good, but he might have other tricks up his sleeve. The 2 were by now closing in on the palisades, and she suspected they'd continue fighting out in the dark forest after they broke through it. Well, she still wanted her knife back, and she suspected the boss to have it either on him or in his house. House first, then I can decide whether I want to mess with their fight. The storage might have something useful to her, but she wasn't willing to dig through crates full of monster parts and minerals just to find something mildly useful when she knew where her knife was, which was far more useful than what she suspected these humans to have. She slipped out and dismissed the illusion. She covered herself in a shadow cloak, her increased mana capacity giving her enough leeway to spend it on that just to make stalking in the shadows that much easier. 14. Stalking. Hiding was easier than she expected. The few guards that remained here, instead of going towards the fight or outright running away, were distracted and made for easy pickings. She didn't kill all of them, but when she had 2 separated that she could take out with a single twin kinetic strike, she took the opportunity. She didn't feel much gratification from killing them. She expected herself to feel cathartic, but it just left a sour feeling in her mouth. They'd captured her, wanted to sell her off as a slave or something like that, and their boss tortured her, but in the end, they died so easily. So pathetic and weak, a part of her felt pity for them, but she was disgusted by that part of her for the previous reasons. It was a complicated feeling not made much better by the smell of blood, gore, and other bodily excrements assailing her sensitive nose. She didn't let that stop her from killing them. They were bandits, parasites, and not even their fellow humans will miss them. Though from what she knew, humans were far less empathetic towards other humans than elves were with their kin, but then again the different elven races weren't the best of friends either. Winter Elf still held grudges from the old civil war almost 2,000 years ago, and his father still loathed Spring and Autumn Elves for their treachery, even though he wasn't even alive back then. That was a sad part of elven history. The war brought the end of an empire and paved the way for the rise of humans, and that deplorable empire she found herself in now. She thought her father was an ass, but he at least was a good ruler, which arguably was the reason for him also being a shitty father, but it was more a fact than her opinion. On the other hand, the human empire was a parasite living off of its provinces, which fed the extravagance of the imperial core and its nobles. That was the reason she even decided to come here at all. The Northern Water Province, as they called it, was a group of oppressed and stunted towns at the edge of an untamed jungle. While she ruminated over politics, she reached the half-demolished manor of the bandit boss and snuck inside, searching for any place he might have hidden her knife. She found his work room, which had an unused table and some shelves mostly filled with skulls, very tasteful decoration. At least he keeps to his theme of being a sadistic waste of air. She rummaged through the drawers and the shelves, but all she found were some magical trinkets and papers and ink. Her eyes widened at that, not expecting the brute to know how to write, but it seemed she had some misconceptions about bandits. The trinkets were useful, but overall she could do the same they could with 1 or 2 runes. Collecting water or lighting a small flame was far from the epitome of magic. Still, she pocketed them. Who knew how much she could get for them if she sold them? She went through all the rooms and she found some hidden alcohol and a hidden magical artifact. Though she was unsure what the small bead-like thing was used for, it made her instincts crawl, so she crushed it under her boot. Huh? That was weird. I just did that without thinking. She let out an annoyed huff, knowing that the boss most likely had it on himself, or he might even have a spatial storage artifact, though she doubted that based on the shitty quality of the trinkets she found. Let's see how they are doing, she whispered and reapplied her cloak before slipping out into the moonlit night. She sneaked out of the almost deserted camp without much trouble through a large hole in the palisades. She could hear them fighting in the distance with her normal hearing if she focused, so she headed in that direction. They left a trail of broken trees and upturned dirt in their wake, so she didn't even need to rely on her hearing to follow them. As she closed in on them, the sounds of their clashes grew louder, and soon they were once again inside her range. She hid in the tall undergrowth and observed the fight. The sneaky intruder wasn't invisible by now, and she could see him in all his glory. He was a towering beast of a man, eclipsing even his opponent. He had dark brown skin reminiscent of summer elves, and he had dreadlocks extending halfway to his waist. The man fought more like an animal than any human she saw. He stalked his opponent with deliberate steps, with his gaze locked on to the now tiring bandit. He reminded her of how wolves stalked their prey, and when he attacked, that feeling intensified. His hand was covered in some sort of clawed gauntlet, and he snapped it out at his opponent. He looked like he'd try biting his face off, but he pulled back just before his foe could ravage his throat with his saber. Callie's gaze quested over the sadist, searching for any sign of her knife, and she found it strapped onto his belt, in her own holder no less. Her brows furrowed in irritation, but she stayed hidden. She wasn't sure she could intervene in the fight, as it seemed the two were beyond level 200 at least. It was supposedly challenging to hurt people, a breakthrough above yourself with magic, and she didn't have any weapons that could close the gap. She could annoy him though, which might help the beast finally end him, not that it looked like he needed help. Unlike his opponent, the dark-skinned man was the picture of vigor, his face stuck in a permanent growl, and his movements never showing any sign of exhaustion. Her eyes widened as she felt her torturer ready his favorite spell. She almost screamed in alarm to alert the other man, but she held herself back. The spell struck him soon after without fault, but the man just gritted his teeth and the spell matrix was banished not a second after it entered his body. Huh, that's crazy pain tolerance. I could barely think after that hit me. He growled in fury, and his opponent was starting to panic, most likely because he was clearly losing the battle of attrition and his favorite toy wasn't working. Who sent you? He shouted in agitation. I'll pay you. Whatever they are giving you, I'll double it. Callie had her doubts about that claim, but she didn't know how lucrative smuggling and slave trade was, so he might even be capable of holding up his promise. Not that she expected him to. The only thing I want is your death. the beast-like man growled, launching himself again at his opponent. She could agree with that sentiment. Her mind spun on how she could bend the situation in her favor. The dark-skinned man was clearly stronger than her by quite a bit, and she couldn't exactly steal his rightful loot if she didn't help, even though the bastard stole it from her first. The choice was taken out of her hand as the bandit was sent flying and crashed through a tree next to Kha'Lythria. He landed barely 3 meters away from her, and as he sprung back onto his feet, he made eye contact with her shadowy form. He blinked dumbly at the elf-shaped mass of shadows, and Kha'Lythria reacted before he could recollect himself. A twin kinetic strike smashed into him, one hopefully fracturing his right knee and another into his chest to send him back onto the ground. Kha'Lythria dispelled her cloak and started dashing away from the bandit, but he only stumbled from her assault. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, but he glared at her in fury. "You," he howled in rage. "How did you get out, you slippery whore?" His distraction was awarded by a clawed gauntlet digging into his shoulder. It aimed to rend his chest apart, but the bandit reacted just in time to shift his shoulder in the way of the attack. She turned her attention to the massive man and saw him glance at her. He stilled for a moment when he saw her. Kha'Lythria bit her cheek as she felt his overbearing, predatory stare. His eyes weren't human. His irises almost encompassed the whole of his eyes, barely showing any whiteness. Just like a wolf's eyes. He grunted and turned back towards the bandit. Kha'Lythria didn't know what that meant, but him not attacking her too at sight was a good start. "I will skin both of you alive and wear you as a cloak," the human shouted in rage and rushed at her. He limped at his right leg, but it didn't slow him down by much. He was fast, but Kha'Lythria was faster. She easily sidestepped the man's wild swing and slipped by him to his left. As she passed, she touched him with her palm and sent an overcharged kinetic hammer right into his body. The man was thankfully sent flying away from her. He crashed through an old oak tree and rolled to a stop a few meters behind it. When he stood up, he wasn't much worse for wear aside from the livid expression on his face. Kha'Lythria gulped at the sight. "If he managed to hit me with that swing, I'd have been bisected." She might have the superiority in speed and agility, but the man was much tougher and stronger than her, and that was further enhanced by his superior level. That spell should have sent a man of his weight flying for a good 50 meters by her calculations, but the weird phenomenon with the breakthrough weakened her spell enough to only launch him a fifth of the way. She remembered feeling the spell matrix dissolve as his mana touched it through her mana sense. It was hard for her spell to take hold of him. She would have to rely on manifestation spells instead of spells directly affecting his body. Water Blade and Fireball along with Kinetic Strike were spells like that, but she wasn't sure how much more effective those would be. The beast in human skin reminded her that she didn't have to do the heavy lifting as he pounced on the slightly disoriented bandit. Kha'Lythria decided that she'd aim to distract instead. Her spells could hurt him still, if much less than she would have liked. She stuck to her tried and true twin kinetic strikes. They didn't burst his head and body as they should have, but they still hit him with enough strength to smash trees to shreds, and it shoved. Every impact made him stumble, which was an easy opening to his enemy. Wounds started to mount on the bandit quickly, and he knew he didn't have long if it continued like this. His left arm was limp, his right leg was barely holding him up, and he had several gashes along his chest. The dark-skinned man would have won by himself in Kha'Lythria's opinion. It was a battle of attrition really, but with her addition to the fight, the bandit was constantly on the back foot, receiving wounds one after another without giving any in return. "Damned bastards," he growled as he ripped something out of his pocket. Kha'Lythria instantly got alert as she saw a small amulet, but the reason for her panic was that she felt a spell activating. "Run!" she shouted and quickly followed her own command. Unlike the other man who just stared stoically at the bandit as he slowly activated his amulet, a one-time use artifact. She didn't know what kind of spell it held, but she could feel that its complexity and mana usage was several times that of her own fireball. "Damned mutt," the man said. "I wish I could have taken the little bitch too." Saying so, the dark forest was consumed by light, and a shockwave followed a moment after with a thunderous explosion. Kha'Lythria managed to get almost 100 meters away from the epicenter, but when the shockwave reached her, she still got sent flying. Her body flew through the air without control and impacted a large tree nearby like a rag doll. Her breath getting knocked out of her lungs was the only reason she didn't scream at the pain of her back, almost snapping at the impact. She tried to stand up quickly, but she felt boiling agony spread from her back. She collapsed back with a whimper on the ground as she steadied her rapid breathing. I have to heal it quickly. I hope it didn't fracture too much. I don't think I have enough mana to heal a broken bone. You all right? She heard a deep voice from close to her, and she snapped her gaze up at the beastly man crouching over her fallen form. His dreadlocks were smoldering a bit, and most of his clothes were scorched, but the man seemed mostly fine. She tried speaking, but another wave of pain made her gasp in pain. Just a second, she managed through gritted teeth as she guided her mana into the bracelet. She didn't think it the surprisingly cordial human. No, he is not. He must have some fawn blood in him with eyes like that. The pain didn't abate for a few seconds as her fractured bones got pulled back into place and stitched back together. The bracelet didn't come with a pain-dampening function, unfortunately, so she had to bear with the disturbing and agonizing feeling of her insides stitching themselves back together. Surprisingly, a bit less than a tenth of her mana satisfied the bracelet. She took a trembling breath as the still lingering phantom pain slowly bled out of her body. She pulled her legs under her and tried to stand with the tree as help, but to her surprise, she found the man extending his hand to her. She grabbed his large hand with an owlish blink at the gesture. Thanks, she asked once she was standing, slowly shifting her weight from his arm to her own legs. He nodded at her, observing her with a curious gaze instead of the previous predatory one that made her feel like a small animal in front of a vicious monster. Why did you help me? He asked in his gruff voice as he glanced toward the previous explosion. He stole my knife, she admitted, starting to walk ahead, but stumbling on the second step. To her utter bafflement, the man caught her before she could fall and pulled her upright by the shoulder. Let me help then, he said as he let her lean on his arm, to which she nodded. She didn't know why he was helping her, but for now, she was more thankful than suspicious. Her suspicion stemmed from the fact that humans liked to introduce other species into their bloodlines. The descendants of elves and fauns were called Haver, and demons respectively were the cornerstones of the imperial philosophy. Unlike their enslaved ancestors, these mixed-blooded people were the personification of the humans' conquest and their victory over their enemies. Haver held more potential than humans for magic, with some inheriting the elves' natural physiology too, while demons were far superior to humans in pure combat. She didn't know which of the hundreds of fawn clans this man's bloodline originated from, but she could tell he was at least half human. People like him should be the most indoctrinated and loyal soldiers of the Empire. He was making her doubt those preconceptions with the way he acted, but her doubts were bubbling under the surface. Knife first, then I can think about this more. They closed in on the place the moron exploded himself without any actual result aside from making her lose a bunch of mana. A crater took the place of the lush forest with a diameter of 20 or so meters. Nothing survived inside that. The shockwave tore out some trees outside of the crater, and the man grabbed Callie by the waist as he carried both of them over the fallen trees with a single leap. Callie's eyes widened in shock at the sudden movements, but she held back her yelp with a considerable force of will. She stumbled a bit as the man once again let her stand mostly on her own. Don't glare at the dude who can cut you into pieces, doesn't glare. She glared at him as he gave her a funny look as she took deep, calming breaths. She turned her gaze towards the center of the crater where she hoped to find her knife. She kneeled around there and felt around the ground with her mana sense. The knife was hard to sense, but she could feel the dormant enchantments on it due to her mana being suffused into it. She dug into the ground with her hands, and only a few centimeters down, she grabbed a hold of the handle of her knife. She pulled it out with a sigh of relief. The loss of its holder was a pain, but it was just enchanted leather to withstand its sharpness, nothing more. Nice knife, the man intoned, eyeing the knife she was hugging to her chest. She tightened her hold on it. Can I keep it, please? She asked. Wasn't it yours? He asked, clearly confused, which in turn made Callie confused. You killed him, so shouldn't the loot be yours? She asked with a tilt of her head. The adventure guidebooks were clear on the usual distribution of loot. Oh, He chuckled. I'm not an adventurer. He smiled a bit, which looked quite terrifying with the large scar cutting through his face from his left cheek to his chin. You can keep it. I didn't kill him for loot. Callie tried to hide her relief, but she wasn't sure she managed, seeing his amusement, so instead she asked back, "Why did you kill him then?" That wiped the smile off of his face in an instant. "He caught you and the other 3 elves." "Yes," he stated, rather than asked. Callie nodded. "He managed to hit me with that spell of his when I was distracted." She felt a need to defend herself. She averted her gaze awkwardly. It wasn't her fault. Well, it was in a sense, but she could have defended herself if she had a better handle on her spatial hearing back then. "Okay, it was my fault, fuck. I wasn't in a much different situation not too long ago, so I feel obligated to help," the man admitted, grimacing while probably thinking back on his own experience. 15, what now? Callie didn't know what to say to his declaration. It was in a sudden bout of courage that she asked the question. The man just seemed so disarming that she forgot that he could rip her apart if he got his hands on her. "Sorry for asking something intrusive," she apologized. She noted what she thought was guilt flashing across his face as he answered her question. "It's nothing." He waved his hand at her as she rose to her feet, now able to support her whole weight. She eyed him for a moment, holding his gaze, then turned her eyes towards the veritable mountain of mana she felt from a small crystal under the dirt. He said when he followed her gaze. "I'd like to take that if you don't mind." Callie nodded. She was a bit regretful at losing an opportunity to advance, but then again, she didn't quite earn this one, and he was already being nice with letting her keep her knife. The man crouched and clawed out the uneven crystal from the ground. It wasn't too different from the hare's core, if a bit more round and vibrant in color. He stood and hummed in satisfaction as the crystal dissolved into fine dust between his fingers. "He just straight up absorbed all that mana?" She watched him dubiously as he stood there silently, his eyes closed and his brows furrowed in concentration. She assumed he was doing something with the stuff he absorbed, but she didn't know what. Maybe there was something she didn't know about absorbing the crystals. No, there is for sure. She wanted to ask him, but thought better of it and decided not to. She should get going soon. He was more cordial than she expected him to be, but she didn't know him, and staying next to someone who could end her life wasn't too good for her nerves. After a few seconds, he was done with whatever he was doing and looked into Callie's curious eyes. He raised an eyebrow at her. "What is it?" "What were you doing?" she asked. Now that he prompted her, the curiosity got the better of her. "If you don't mind me asking," she added quickly. While she loathed ethics and etiquette lessons, some things stuck, and some were just common sense, not that she gained that from real-life experience. She was mostly copying how people talked politely in books. The Kashgar etiquette she's been forced to learn was a pain in the ass and overcomplicated in her opinion. "Absorbing the essence and the mana?" he asked back, looking confused at her question. Okay, Callie would leave it at that. She wasn't sure if he wasn't willing to tell her or if he just didn't get what she was referring to, but she didn't want to annoy him. "Anyway, it was nice meeting you." She smiled thankfully at him. "Bye." "Wait," he said as she was already turning away from him, and she stiffened. "Yes?" she asked, a nervous smile plastered onto her face. Did he want to kidnap her as well? "Where are you going?" he asked with a frown on his face, and what was with that weird look? Callie failed to make any sense of it. "Away," she answered after a moment of hesitation. "I shouldn't bother you for too long." She nodded, slowly convincing herself that it was the reason. "Do you have anywhere to go?" he asked, his frown still present and deepening. "Yes," she nodded without much conviction, not staring into his eyes. He sighed as he seemed to understand her intention of ditching him quickly. "I'm going to see if the other 3 are all right, and help them find their village if I can." Callie nodded, feeling a bit weird at doubting the guy, but she caught herself. She shouldn't believe it just because he said so. People lied all the time. She should have gotten used to that while growing up, but she tended to not pay much mind to the servants and guards in the castle. Most of them never said a single honest thing to her, so she didn't put much attention on anything they said. "Okay." Callie nodded at him. "Good luck." "Look," he said with a sigh, "I know you don't trust me and you shouldn't, but this forest is dangerous." He continued with a look into the dark forest around them. Wouldn't you consider traveling with me for a bit? Callie took a step back and readied herself to run if he got pushy as she answered, "That's very nice of you, but that guy," she eyed the crater they were standing in, "made trusting others a bit challenging, yeah? Let's look at it like this," he started to say. "I'm stronger than you, but I don't have senses anywhere comparable to an elf, and seeing how you fought, your combat style meshes well with my own, so I think we would have a better chance at surviving out here together than alone." "You'd need my help?" Callie asked incredulously. The dude just demolished nearly a kilometer of forest in a duel with a bandit that got the jump on her. She understood that her perception would be a help to him, but was less sure about fighting together. If she let her guard down for even a moment, he could kill her. "Yes," he nodded, an action he quickly repeated frantically when he noticed her no longer taking sneaky steps away from him. "I don't think it looks like it, but I'm injured still. My core was almost shattered not too long ago and is still recovering." "How are you even alive?" Callie asked, gobsmacked at his admission. Getting your core shattered tended to kill most people and cripple them at best for a long while. His desperation felt sincere at least. "It repaired itself," he shrugged. "I did lose more than 200 levels from it though." Callie just blinked dumbly at him, and after a quick calculation she arrived at a disturbing conclusion. "You were above level 400? "Yes," he answered. Though the natural pride she thought was inherent to high-level people was missing from his poise, it took a lot of essence to repair it, and I don't think I'll be much stronger than you by the time it's fully done. Well, if he was honest, that did change things. He had to be well-traveled and knowledgeable if he reached that high before, and she did desperately need knowledge and common sense if she ever wanted to venture into human towns. Plus, if he wasn't much stronger than her, she was more confident about running away from him should her still lingering doubts turn out to be true. She noticed he was hell-bent on this partnership for some reason, and while she couldn't be sure about his reasons, she felt like his intentions were sincere. "Okay," she nodded. "We can travel together for a while, I guess." "Great," he smiled at her. "I'm Vorgner, by the way," he said as he extended his hand. What am I supposed to do now? Why is he extending his hand? I should introduce myself. Right, there was a human custom of shaking hands, I think. She nervously reached out her hand and grabbed his extended hand, not sure if she remembered the gesture right as she answered, "I'm moron. Don't use your real name, Kha'Lythria. Nice to meet you." Even if he didn't know the name of the elven princess, it should be widely known that only royal elves had apostrophes in their names. She hoped the glowing eyes and her long ears weren't a dead giveaway, but she couldn't be sure what would be common knowledge. He shook her hand, up and down gently, then released it with a smile. Callie retrieved her arm, relieved that she didn't seem to have messed up the handshaking. Who knew she'd regret not listening to some of those boring classes? She averted her eyes awkwardly as the man studied her for a moment before he said, "Let's go and see what they had tucked away back there, all right?" "Sure," Callie shrugged. She'd keep her eyes on him for now, but he could prove to be helpful if she let him. She had so many questions, some of which he might be able to answer. He turned to leave, heading back towards the camp along the demolished path he left without further questions, and Callie followed him a few steps behind. Callie felt a bit small, following the mountain of a man. She wasn't small. She was taller than her elder sister and wasn't much shorter than her brother and father, but the top of her head barely reached the shoulder armpits of the man. No, I should call him Vorgner. Weird name. Not that I can talk. Callie was still a bit confused about her own decision to follow along with his suggestion. She knew he was dangerous, and that trusting him was even more so, but she still went along with it. There was some instinctual part of her telling her that he was being honest and just wanted to help, but how could she tell? Is it the heartbeat? It fluctuates when people lie, but that's not an iron-hard rule. Maybe that's why I felt like he was being sincere. Because his heart rate didn't fluctuate when he talked? To her sensitive ears, hearing another's heartbeat wasn't hard. It was one of the easiest ways to detect living beings after all. Other things could make sounds similar to footsteps, but they couldn't fake a heartbeat, and masking it was also hard. Then again, her race is capable of slowing it down so much that it's barely detectable. Why is a winter elf this far down the mountains anyway? The man. No. Vorgner pulled her out of her ruminations with the question as he glanced back at her over his shoulder. Callie blinked at the intrusive question, but decided to answer somewhat truthfully. I ran away from home, she shrugged. Getting eaten by frost wolves seemed like a preferable choice to getting forced into a marriage back then. He hummed thoughtfully. Would you like to go back? Do you regret it? No. Callie's answer was quick and decisive. There aren't frost wolves around here, but I'd still rather stay here than go back. How did you plan to survive in the jungle then? He raised an eyebrow and she detected a slightly admonishing tone in his voice. I'd have managed. She glared at him. Who was he to admonish her? Surely, he was being sarcastic, but Callie just huffed in irritation instead of gracing him with a response. The man reminded her far too much of the gaggle of tutors her father sent to hound her. All they had were admonishments and complaints. They always berated her for doing things wrong, that she was inadequate. They couldn't get it into their thick skulls that she couldn't have cared less about anything they were trying to tutor her in. The maids gave up on clothing her, appropriately. After a few years of all of the irritating dresses, they got her conveniently burning to ash every night. The etiquette tutor almost got an aneurysm at her constant disregard of her teachings and gave up, but she lasted the longest out of all of her tutors, almost up until she left for Kashgar. Most of them called her entirely insufferable and unwilling to learn. Not that they were the wrong amount of either of those. She strived to be the prior while the latter was just the truth. The only tutor she liked was Sadkiel, but after he started teaching her, he convinced her of paying attention to some of her other classes, like history, biology, geography, and such. She did, at first reluctantly, but she did give it a fair chance, and she found herself enjoying those classes too if she considered them as background knowledge for her magical education. While she was brooding, they reached the campsite in silence, but her sense picking up on a few lingering humans snapped her out of her state. There are still 27 humans inside, she told Vorgner. Thank you, he nodded in thanks and readied his gauntlets. Callie's gaze lingered on them as the claws snapped out of some sort of hilt hidden inside, quickly turning a regular-looking gauntlet into a vicious clawed weapon. The elves are still sleeping, she added a moment later, hearing their deep and consistent breathing. I'm gonna clean up the leftover trash, he growled as his eyes made contact with one of said trash. Wanna help? Sure, Callie shrugged. He's back, the moron screamed as Vorgner launched himself at him, cutting off his screams a moment later. He fights like a beast. His leap reminded Callie of how wolves jumped at their prey, and his wild claw swings were as ruthless as they were brutal. The goon died in an instant as one claw tore his throat open and another sank deep into his chest as Vorgner pushed him down into the dirt. Callie's ears twitched as she felt a spell activation going off from one of the goons a few houses away. She didn't know what he was thinking, but just to be safe she conjured up a simple arcane shield. Mana gathering plus shield plus hold plus overcharge. Such a basic spell, but it works, I guess. The spell matrix sped down into her arm and settled onto the skin of her palm, appearing like an assortment of shifting bluish runes. Callie loved the aesthetic of spells like this. She wanted tattoos too, like her brother had, but it was considered uncouth to have them in Kashgar, so she was never allowed to. The arcane shield materialized in a semi-translucent blue shield floating 20 centimeters away from her extended palm. It wasn't large, only 1.5 meters in diameter, but it could withstand a single spell of the strength she sensed. She felt the launched spell arching above the building's ads starting to shoot straight at her. They probably thought she was the easier target. She could have dodged, but she wanted to use the spell if she's already cast it, so she raised her palm, the floating shield floating along like she was holding it physically. Incoming spell, she warned the man who by now was a house away, pouncing on another goon that came to check out what the previous one was shouting about. The spell that looked like a glowing blue bolt of energy struck her shield a moment after. She felt the matrix strain under her hold, and the floating shield was pushed back a bit from the pure physical force the other spell carried, but it held. The spell wasn't much to write home about. After the shield withstanding its power, it dissipated uselessly, but then again, it wasn't much more complicated than the 5-rune spell she used. She checked over the shield and felt that it could withstand another similar spell before dissolving, which made her smile. She then frowned as she realized she's wasted a bunch of mana on overcharging the spell uselessly. Half the amount would have worked just as well. She could sense the rough amount of mana in a spell matrix, so she could have calibrated her own spell better. She needed to do better than this. To dispel her annoyance, she launched a well-calculated kinetic strike which zapped straight down the dirt road she stood on and past 2 houses before it bent 90 degrees and turned the insides of the goon that attacked her into outsides. Now that overcharge was well worth it. She felt Vorgner stalking through the camp and systematically hunting down the bandits one by one. He seemed angry as he mauled them before brutally killing them. Okay, let's leave the scary wolfman to his stress relief. She made her way into the storage room where the non-living loot of the bandits was stored and started peeking into the crates one after the other. Now that she wasn't in a hurry to get her trusty knife back, she could take her time to check whether anything of use was hidden here. She didn't want to just flood her storage ring with trash after all, and even that had a maximum capacity, though she wasn't sure what it was. She's never managed to fill it up with books or snacks, so she didn't care up until now. Monster parts filled the first bunch of crates she opened, scales, bones, and leather for the most part, as keeping meat fresh was hard to do in the quantities they'd need to sell to make it worth it. Kha'Lythria checked over the stuff and placed anything she found to be interesting into the spatial ring. The next dozen crates were filled with rocks, or minerals to put it nicely. She wasn't sure how much they were worth, but she put away a small amount of each type. Might be useful once she learns how to craft something interesting, like scrolls, amulets, or even artifacts. She went through the last bunch of boxes and found mostly dried herbs or other plant remains. She stored these as they didn't take up much space besides the bark and wood, but there weren't many of those, so she stored them all. Once she was done raiding the place, she made her way over to the other building housing the cages filled with the many still living merchandise the bandits had. She heard Vorgner re-enter her spatial hearing range. He's left it a few minutes ago, chasing after a few goons that ran away instead of fighting the incarnation of death that the man was to them. She was curious about the many animals, and even more so for the few magical ones, but she fought on and made her way over to the 3 elves. The 3 were still sleeping rather peacefully despite only having the cold iron floor for bedding. She jumped up and sat on a cage from where she could see all 3 and started swinging her leg back and forth, to which the small cat-like animal inside the cage started trying to catch her boots. She was amused by the little fur ball despite it seeming intent on devouring her flesh. She played around with it until Vorgner made his way into the building. He watched her antics amusedly, but shook his head and leaned on a nearby cage as he stared at the prone form of the 3. 16. Kin? Once she got bored with annoying the feline, Kha'Lythria pulled her legs up and sat atop the cage with her legs crossed, remaining forever outside of the animal's reach. She looked over the 3 elves, 1 male and 2 female, with one of the latter being noticeably young. Elves barely aged once they turned 20, appearing identical up until they reached their 5th century of life, so this elf had to be under that, around 10 or so if Kha'Lythria had to guess. The child had long, straight pink hair reaching her thin waist. Kha'Lythria felt a slight pang in her hair as she took in just how malnourished the girl was. She barely had any flesh on her arms, her ribs showed, and her thighs were only as thick as Kha'Lythria's biceps. All 3 had a similar complexion. Their skin was closer to Kha'Lythria's than Vorgner, but they had a healthy tan to their skin. The woman looked a bit better, but she was also showing signs of having a distinct lack of food for a while. She had wavy ginger hair that was matted with sweat and mud from wherever the bandits collected the poor woman. She turned her gaze onto the final one, the man. He looked to be around 30 by human standards, so he must be above 5 centuries old, unlike the woman who looked to be of similar age as Kha'Lythria. He had rather short hair of a similar ginger color as the woman, which made Kha'Lythria suspect that the 2 might be siblings or father and daughter. He might be centuries older than her. Kha'Lythria's curious gaze went over the legs of all 3 of them. While winter elves were ambush predators of the mountains, the autumn elves lived originally on open plains and hunted by exhausting large animals and overwhelming them. They could run faster than most animals even at level 0 without any essence boosting their natural capabilities, and they didn't have the light constitution Kha'Lythria had. Instead, their legs were naturally enhanced by their magic and essence. From what she read in history books, long ago they had martial arts focusing on devastating kicks that could rend giants apart and shatter boulders with ease. She knew they deteriorated after the Corvus Empire conquered their lands, but she still hoped she could meet one of those famous fighters one day. Some could still be alive, though they'd probably hate me. Her grandfather, who ruled during the conquest, still held a severe grudge against the Autumn Elves for their treachery in the ancient civil war, so he refused to grant refuge to them when the humans started hunting them down like animals. Once her father took the throne, he let the refugees in, but by that time it was far too late for most of them. Some escaped, but most hated her kind with a passion and remained in their hidden villages instead of accepting their help. Now that she thought it all through, she was getting a bit nervous about all of this. What if they hate her just because of what she is, or if they attack her? She started anxiously fidgeting with her knife as her gaze flickered between the tree elves. "What got you so worked up?" asked Vorgner with a raised eyebrow. "Won't they hate me?" she asked absently. "They are Autumn Elves, you know. They should hate me." "Why?" he asked curiously. Didn't this man learn history? He probably didn't if he really was a captive prior to their meeting. He looked thoughtful after she gave him a quick summary of the history between their races, obviously avoiding mentioning that the big bad king whose decree resulted in the death of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of them, was her grandfather. "We will see, I guess." He shrugged and returned to watching the sleeping elves. Kha'Lythria groaned in annoyance. Was this all he managed to come up with after she took the effort to explain the situation to him? Rude. She laid back on top of the cage, staring at the moldy wood making up the ceiling of the place. She decided to distract herself from her worries with something productive instead, so she let herself sink into meditation as she got back to polishing her mana control. One could never be too good at mana control, as it directly correlated with casting speed, and even a fraction of a second could mean the difference between life and death. Her worries resurfaced periodically, but she stomped them down ruthlessly and got back to practice. Nice. I can do 2 blobs of mana now, and forming both into orbs is easy. Now they are spinning. Just like my head will spin off my shoulder if they manage to kill me after waking up. Fuck. Peaceful thoughts. Mana orbs. Focus on how nice they are orbiting each other like that. Despite her constantly drifting focus, she managed to make some progress. It wouldn't have much of an effect on her casting speed yet, but just the fact that she could hold on to 2 separate orbs of mana while spinning both as they orbited each other was already a satisfying accomplishment for her. Her attention was drawn to the young girl as she heard her heart rate fluctuating and her breathing grow quicker. She would be waking up soon. Kha'Lythria would have liked to help, heal them from whatever drug the humans used to keep them sedated, but she didn't know any spells for that. She jumped off of her cage and went closer to the sleeping girl. Thinking back on it now, they could have pulled them out of their cages instead of leaving them inside, even if Vorgner shredded one end of them off. "Can you help me get her out of there?" She looked back at him, staring into his wolf-like golden eyes. He just nodded and walked up to the cage and gently pulled the little elf out of her cage. Kha'Lythria pulled a piece of cloth from her spatial storage and laid it down on the ground. Vorgner laid the small girl atop it, and Kha'Lythria crouched down next to the girl. Being as young as she was, the small elf was more cute than beautiful, as most grown elves were. Kha'Lythria imagined her cheeks would be chubby were it not for the malnutrition. Kha'Lythria got increasingly more nervous as the girl started moving in her sleep, with small twitches in her arms at first, and then she started turning on her side. Kha'Lythria reached over to hold the girl's hand, but stopped midway. She wasn't sure if that would be appropriate. She has never cared for children. She hasn't met elves younger than her for that matter. She had maids that were around her age, but all of them were a bit older, and it was their job to care for her, not the other way around. She pulled her arm back awkwardly and watched the girl, who seemed to be having a nightmare, while kneeling next to her. She started hearing the woman and the man starting to wake too. Their breathing and heartbeat both started approaching the level she associated with awake people. The first one to stir was still the pink-haired girl. Her ocean blue eyes opened sluggishly, and she blinked up at the ceiling. Callie just watched her as she seemed to be in a daze still. Finally, their gaze interlocked. "Hi," said Callie after a moment of silence. "How do you feel?" F-*****. The girl started. "Fine." "Drink this." Callie summoned a flask of water from her storage, just now realizing how parched the girl must have been. The girl snatched the flask out of her hold and gulped it down quickly, holding it with trembling arms as she did so. Once she was done, she sighed and passed it back to Callie. "Thanks," she said quietly. "Who are you?" "Kha'Lythria, but you can call me Callie." She smiled at the young elf. "And this is my companion Vorgner." She motioned towards the large man still leaning on a cage a few meters away. The small girl visibly flinched when she noticed the bear-like man staring at her and grabbed a hold of Callie's jacket for comfort. "Don't worry," Callie said, trying to sound calming. "He is the one that freed you three." "Huh." The girl looked around with a frown until her gaze found the prone form of the ginger elves. "You know them?" Callie asked gently as she watched the girl stare at them. She just shook her head, making her long pink locks fly about. Callie glanced back at Vorgner. "You know what kind of food we could give her?" she asked as she swept her gaze over the frail body of the girl. "I'd say something natural and nutritious." The man crossed his arms. "We could get berries, nuts, and maybe eggs out here that could work, but they'd need something filling to get better." Callie felt the girl's grip tighten on her jacket, her fingers trembling under the force of it. "Let's wait for the other two before going foraging," she said. "I still have some berries. Would you like some?" she asked the child, trembling under the effort just sitting put on her. She must have been her for far longer than the others, or she was malnourished already when they caught her. The girl nodded as she looked up at Callie with those soulful eyes that the autumn elves were known for. Their hair colors ranged from ginger to pink and sometimes even dirty blonde, but the deep blue eyes were a staple. Callie held her arm out, palm facing up, closed in, and summoned a handful of berries inside before opening it up again, which caused the girl to gasp. Wow, she didn't stay odd for long as she stuffed her cheeks full of the various berries Callie already tested for poison. Thankfully, her bracelet could heal her from that too. It was more like returning her body to the perfectly healthy image that it knows that real healing and a perfect body doesn't have poison in it. "Who are you?" shouted a hoarse voice from behind Callie, making her flinch and droop her ears. She was so absorbed in giving the little munchkin berries and nuts that she didn't even notice the female elf waking up behind her until the shout. She noticed Vorgner finally remove himself from the cage and head over to pacify the woman. Hopefully, it was he who wanted to save them. Why am I the one taking care of this girl anyway? Try as she might, every look at the frail girl who was less than half her age made her heart crack a little. She dropped berries from time to time as her fingers trembled and the food slipped out of them. This in turn made the child tear up silently. Callie had to stop her from just eating the dirty berries and conjured up a bit of water to wash them. "We've eliminated the bandits in the camp." She heard Vorgner start to explain to the frantic woman, "You are free. We aren't here to hurt you." Her attention was somewhat pulled towards the still sleeping man, and her ears twitched a little. Interesting, if I didn't feel him starting to wake, I'd have thought he was sleeping for real. As soon as she heard the woman scream, the man's breathing hitched for a moment before both his heartbeat and breathing steadied into a rhythm that perfectly mimicked what it was back when he was slumbering deeply. "I'm sorry, but that's all I had," she said to the dejected girl. "Will you be all right until we get more food for you?" The girl nodded sluggishly, which made Callie smile. "The other one is awake too," she said as she rose to her feet. She stared down at the older elf. He had better survival instincts than the female, at least. It was prudent to learn whatever he could before he engaged strangers like her and Vorgner. He glanced back at her, then at the elf on the floor. By now he's managed to calm down the woman somewhat as she was just asking various questions about where and when they were until Callie interrupted them. The woman glanced at her. Callie saw her eyes widening as the woman stared into her icy blue eyes, then she gasped as she took in the rest of her form. That might be a problem. She wasn't sure why she was surprised, but the thought that she recognized her or what she was didn't bode well. "I'm Kha'Lythria," she decided to say. "Nice to meet you." "Ah," the woman said, snapping out of her embarrassing staring. "Celine, Yes, nice to meet you too. Callie smiled at the flustered woman before turning her gaze at the similar-looking elf still looking like he was sleeping like a log. You sure he's awake? Vorgner asked with a frown, his own senses probably telling him what her own were. Well, if he didn't suddenly fall into a deep sleep right after Miss Celine here awoke even the dead with her scream, then he is, she said with a smirk, enjoying the way the woman squirmed at her jab. You know him? You look quite alike. The woman glanced at the man and gasped. Callie was tempted to believe this was the first time since she awoke that she noticed him. Brother. She launched herself at the fake sleeping man, knocking the air out of him as she pulled him up into a hug and swung him around. Well, even if he wasn't awake before, now he is. Sel, let me down, the man was shouting over his sister's ramblings. Did you come to save me? Did they catch you too? Are you all right? Is mother okay? How did they catch you? Why did you come after me? Are you stupid? The woman wasn't paying attention to him though. Vorgner let out a sound somewhere between a grunt and an annoyed growl as he stood imperiously with his arms crossed and his feet tapping. The woman stiffened as her eyes zeroed in on the veritable mountain of a man, but she was still holding her sibling, leaving his legs to hang in the air as she squeezed the breath out of him. Sel, he squeezed out. Air, please. Oh, she let him go and the man collapsed onto his knees, hacking and coughing. Sorry. Callie watched on with an amused smile. This woman sort of reminded her of Lyriel. Her sister tended to be the same sort of cheerful airhead around her, though she knew she was a terrifying battle mage. When they were together, she was just a bundle of energy. Her smile fell away as the guilt started setting in. I wouldn't have met her again for centuries anyway, so why am I feeling like this? The man rose to his feet and dusted off his clothes, which were the same coarse brown material Callie's were made of. He looked over the other people in the room, most likely tying the voices to faces, and just like his sister, the man widened his eyes as he looked at Callie. He hit it quickly, and if Callie wasn't looking for it, she might have missed it. I am Verandil Swiftstream, and I thank you for saving me and my sister, he said as he lowered himself into a bow. What about her, though? Callie asked with a frown, motioning towards the pink-haired girl looking at all that was happening with curious eyes. Wasn't she with you too? The man looked at the young girl carefully, which made her crawl behind Callie to hide. I'm afraid I don't know her. He shook his head apologetically. Me neither, said Celine, injecting herself back into the conversation. Callie crouched and made eye contact with the girl. Can I ask you what your name is? She asked gently. Alexis, the girl murmured. Lexi then, Callie smiled. Do you have anywhere to return to? Parents, maybe? That was the wrong thing to ask, Callie realized with a start as the girl teared up and started sobbing uncontrollably. She instinctually pulled the girl into a hug, staying careful not to hurt her frail body. It's all right, Callie whispered as she felt the girl grip her clothes as she cried. It's all right. Didn't know winter elves could show compassion. She heard Celine whisper to her brother, to which he just shushed her. She almost forgot Vorgner was there until he started distracting the siblings with questions about whether they'd like assistance in returning to their homes and how far that'd be. ***sniff** they didn't. She heard the girl say between silent sobs, want me. Callie tightened her hold on the small girl, almost forgetting not to use too much of her strength. Elves were supposedly very social, and, even if not, they were viciously loyal to their family and kin. Callie's parents were outliers in winter elven society, the father who sold her daughter's hand in marriage and the mother who refused to raise her. The girl's pained whisper hit far too close to home with Callie. Her father had some excuses for being as loathsome as he was. Saving the kingdom and securing the alliance were sound excuses if she ever heard any, not that she cared about his excuses. What could drive a normal elf to abandon their child, though? Callie could guess, but all she came up with was a lack of food or something similar. They said I'm a monster. The girl stopped sobbing by now, only silent tears running down her cheeks. They said only monsters have ears like me, but you have them too, right? Are you a monster like me? The girl asked those disturbing questions with eyes filled with hope. She wants me to say yes. Callie's thoughts were in turmoil and all of her previous ideas went down the drain. Just what the hell have they put this child through? 17. Responsibility. "You're not a monster," Callie said slowly, staring deeply into the girl's eyes, "and neither am I for that matter. We are elves, Lexi." "Elves?" Lexi tilted her head. "Really?" "Yes," Callie reassured her. She still didn't have the faintest idea what the hell was going on, but her heart broke into bits when she looked into Lexi's innocent eyes. "Kha'Lythria," Callie jumped at the deep voice calling her name. "These two come from a village not too far from here, and they have agreed for us to escort them." "Okay," Callie said, her gaze jumping between the tree people now looking at her, and, "Are you ready to go?" Celine interrupted, "We'd really like to get out of this place." "Oh, that's understandable. Sure, though I don't know if Lexi can walk." She would have offered to carry her, but one stark difference between the autumn and winter elves was their physique. While Callie was lithe and as light as a feather, the three other elves were closer to what humans considered normal weight according to their body sizes. That is to say, the young child that was half as tall as her weighed more than Callie, and that made carrying her challenging. She had the muscles necessary, but it'd be hard to even walk like that. That was why her kin used light swords. They could lift heavy greatswords, but the swords would swing around the elves instead of being the other way. "I can carry her," Celine chirped like an excited child. "If you'll let me?" she asked, looking at Lexi. The girl grabbed Callie's sleeve and looked up at her pitifully. "I'm sorry, but I can't carry you and you are too weak to walk by yourself," she said gently. "Why don't you let Celine over there to carry you, "Okay," said Lexi. "Is she an elves too?" "Elf," Callie corrected, "and yes, she is." Celine and Verandil observed the conversation with contrasting expressions. Callie didn't doubt that the two overheard what the girl murmured while crying. They were elves too, after all, and while Celine seemed just as confused as her, Verandil was different. He stared at the traumatized child with a complicated gaze. Callie saw sympathy, but what surprised her was how the elf seemed livid, even if he hid it well. "Maybe he knows something I don't. I'll have to ask later." "Hi, I'm Celine," said the ginger, kneeling down in front of the girl. "Lexi." "What a cute name." The woman smiled. "It fits you." The pink-haired elf just turned her head away as some redness tinted her cheeks. "Are the two of you in a state to travel?" Callie asked the siblings to fight. "I could. I'm a ranger after all," said Celine, raising to her full height, which was annoyingly almost a head taller than Callie, with her fists on her hips. "Though, I'd appreciate avoiding the fighting if we can." "So would I," said her brother. "I never was much of a fighter. I'm an alchemist, but I know how to avoid dangerous beasts around here." "That should be enough," Callie said, glancing at Vorgner, who nodded, supposedly agreeing. They made their way out of the building, Alexis clutching onto Celine for support as the two men morosely but alertly kept their eyes out on their surroundings. Callie strode at the tip of their makeshift formation, walking 10 or more meters in front of the rest as her ears twitched every so often. She was to be the scout of their group as Vorgner intended. Behind her walked the other three elves, and at last came the presumed demon. This way the man could protect them from anything springing on them from behind, or hopefully get in front of them if Callie had to run away from something in the front. Callie heard the man sniff at the air like a hound, so she curiously mimicked the action. As the air filled her lungs, she disregarded the smells of the forest she'd gotten familiar with already, which left her with the prevailing scent of the devastated camp. The air was predominantly flavored with blood, human waste, and a distinct smell she associated with wood shavings. She glanced around, noticing the handfuls of nearly pulverized wooden walls that were unfortunate enough to stand in the way of Vorgner's fight. With a thought, she pushed these smells away too, leaving her with a mixture of sweat, mud, and a soft scent that felt almost ethereal. She knew what it was, so in her curiosity she delved deeper into it and felt a scene play out in her mind. A large lake surrounded by a dense forest which had a crow of falling leaves colored by the myriad shades of red, yellow, and orange. It was the smell of autumn. Callie felt herself blush a little as she realized how perverse it was to dwell on the body odor of another elf. She shook her head, hopefully. They didn't hear her, and if they did, she could just say she was searching for any scents that could give away their position to a predator or something. She navigated through the haphazard camp without much effort, her hearing and memory working in tandem to give her a mental map of the place. She glanced at every corpse along the way, feeling a slight drop in her stomach every time one of the mutilated remains turned out to be her handiwork. She'd effortlessly turned a living, breathing, and most importantly, feeling human being into that thing smashed against a wall. Her mind replayed the event with crystal clarity. A single kinetic strike smashed into the man, sending him flying backward with a scream as his torso ruptured. Ribs broke and fragmented, and his organs turned into a uniform sludge in the newly made cavity that was once his chest. Then came a sickening crunch as the back of his head made first contact with the stone pillar holding up the edge of the building. She still saw the drying splatter of blood and brain matter on the protruding blocks of stone, even as the body long since crumbled down onto the dirt below. These humans were so frail, so weak, just because they didn't know magic and were lower leveled than her. To an elf even 50 levels above her, she would be the same, a weak insect they could crush as they wished with but a thought. It was both terrifying and humiliating, the idea of her still being so weak, so defenseless should anyone more powerful than her once again strive to control her fate. She could do nothing but accept it. Her soft footfalls became a touch more frequent. She was getting all the more eager to be out of her and leave the place of her captivity behind her. For all that she acted like it didn't affect her, now that the initial scorching fury at her capture settled down, the feeling of inadequacy started setting in. She hated it, yet not enough for her hate to overshadow it yet again. She restrained herself from sighing as her muscles loosened a bit with her last step taking her over the palisade. She was outside finally. She didn't look back, only keeping her hawkish eyes trained on the dense forest. She had people to protect now. If she didn't notice a threat in time, she might be able to bolt and escape, but she doubted the siblings could, and if they couldn't, neither could Alexis. She felt the sour emotions dampen as she steeled her heart. The three were her responsibility. The first responsibility she chose for herself instead of having it forced onto her, and her feelings were a touch conflicting. For one, it felt great to be relied upon for something other than being a trophy wife. She was relied on for her strength and not her womb. Still, the metaphorical chains that came with a responsibility still unsettled her a bit. She'd spent her whole life fighting against such chains, and now she took one upon herself. "I'm going to go further ahead," said Callie once the rest stood just behind her on the edge of the camp. "Just call out to me if you need anything. I'll hear even a whisper if I'm less than 500 meters away." She glanced at Vorgner, seeing him give an affirmative nod, which was soon followed by the uncertain nods from the rest. Celine looked at her weirdly, and her brother was looking at her with narrowed eyes, but he too nodded. "Be careful," Alexis whispered, her voice getting lost in the soft wind, but Callie heard the girl. "I will." She smiled and leapt into the forest, leaving the other four stumped for a moment before they too fell into step. Virendal turned out to be the slowest, his running barely touching the lower limits of a jog by Callie's standards. The other two slowed themselves to not tire out the man, but Callie was starting to wonder how many days it'll take to reach that close village they lived in if this was the maximum speed they'd be going with. She couldn't quite tell exactly how large the range of the other's spatial hearing was, but she was sure it was well below her own. Alexis' gaze followed her only for a dozen meters after she lost sight of her. Virendal's for another 20, and finally Celine's when she was 50 meters away from the group. She had the distinct feeling that Vorgner could tell where she was still, not with the clarity an elf could tell, but the man had superhuman hearing and the nose of a hunting hound. Her curiosity drove her to test her stealth in front of the hunter. She quieted her heartbeats and cleaned her whole body with a rush of mana. She sniffed, smelling her own ethereal scent, reminiscent of a frozen lake and freshly fallen snow with a touch of pine trees. She smirked as she picked up on the man sniffing the air alertly as his head snapped around for a bit before he shrugged with a huff. The victory was hers. The sun was just setting, and it dyed the verdant green flora tint of fiery red and orange as the shadows extended with its descent. Animals quietened and crawled back into their burrows while the nocturnal ones were just stirring from their slumber, ready for the coming darkness. Life didn't stop with sundown. In ways it only became more active as the most effective hunters evolved to utilize the dark cloak of the night to their advantage. Were it not for Kha'Lythria, the group would have stumbled upon several ferocious panther-like predators, some of which seemed to meld with the shadows and use some sort of rudimentary shadow cloak. It was a bit tiring to silently rush back to the others whenever she noticed something dangerous, before she could just hide. Her stealth overshadowed these primitive monsters, but her companions weren't so adept at it. Verandil snatched up plants as he went and mushed them into a bit of mud, which he proceeded to paint his cheeks and hands with. Kha'Lythria looked at him weirdly when she first saw him, but he swore the smell of the concoction would scare away the shadow stalkers. Selene was holding a 2-meter-tall spear she requisitioned from the bandit storage at the ready. Even with Alexis secured on her back with a rope, the woman seemed intent on fighting if she needed to. Vorgner seemed to be taking a casual stroll through the forest, but Kha'Lythria could tell that the man was alert. Maybe he was paying even more attention to their surroundings than herself, and his fingers were always covered in his metallic claws, so he had no problem slaughtering any offending animal. The night stretched on, and the group carefully traversed the forest, which became denser with every passing hour. They were already traveling for more than a few hours when heavy footsteps still outside of her range alerted Kha'Lythria. She heard the direction, calculated how heavy the animal would have to be to make its footfalls sound like mini explosions even from kilometers away, and then she ran back to the others. "Let's change course," she suggested. "Something huge is stomping around that way," she said as she pointed in said direction, her finger trembling a bit as she imagined some colossal being towering over mountains just beyond the horizon. Verandil looked thoughtful while Selene strained her ears. She was frowning all the way, and Kha'Lythria suspected she wasn't hearing anything. The woman carefully let Alexis down, then she proceeded to lie on the ground as she pressed her delicate ear against the dirt. The woman sprang upright as a shiver ran through Kha'Lythria's spine from an especially loud, thunderous footstep. "Yep, totally agree. Let's go anywhere but there," the woman said, almost forgetting to keep silent. "Our luck seems to be abysmal," said Vorgner with narrowed eyes. "Let's set up camp somewhere safe, but keep ready to leave should that thing head in our direction. Kha'Lythria, keep me updated on its proximity." "Okay," she nodded easily. "Finally something I can be helpful in." Verandil puffed his chest out slightly. Being effectively useless might have scraped the pride of the older elf. Kha'Lythria decided that her task of keeping an ear out for anything was more important than helping the others set up camp. It was entirely not, because the best camp she'd ever made was a hole in a trunk covered by an illusion. Even without her, Verandil and Vorgner worked together, and a small camp was set up in less than half an hour, sitting under the protection of a larger tree. Kha'Lythria was up on said tree, swinging her legs back and forth as she stared into the darkness of the forest. She didn't feel the slightest need to sleep, but maybe a bit of rest wouldn't hurt. That didn't change the fact that she felt twitchy while staying in the same place. She was imagining all sorts of both realistic and mythical enemies jumping out of the shadows to either murder her and her new companions or kidnap her to submit her to a fate even worse. Her ears twitched occasionally, but her eyes were strained, staring into a singular direction from where loud thumps still expanded to resonate through the forest. Kha'Lythria was tempted to think it was an earth dragon, long thought extinct like the rest of its kind, but the legends talked of them like walking mountains that bore through the crust of the planet itself to travel. Another trail of wild imagination envisioned a huge turtle carrying a veritable island on its back as it traveled through the land like a mobile ecosystem unto itself. Mythical turtles were just as legendary, if a bit less known, as dragons, the two having fought for dominion over the land and the sea in ages long past as mortals fled for their lives. Her grip tightened on the branch beneath her, making the poor plant let out whiny creaks as its bark cracked under her displeasure. What could her spells do against beings like that? Would even an archmage like her master stand a chance against them? Would her father? She didn't know. Dragons and their other mythical contemporaries disappeared before the advent of magic and cores, never having been challenged by any mortal throughout their millennia-long reign of terror. She didn't move her gaze as she noticed a set of soft footsteps coming towards them. Soon Selene's ginger head poked out from behind a bush as she waddled through it and back into the camp. "I got us some food," said Selene as she laid down a makeshift bag made of simple cloth, revealing a gaggle of berries, fruits, and nuts, along with a single bunny-like creature she dropped next to it from her other hand. Callie kept out half an ear to the hushed conversation going on under her as the group got to processing and cooking the animal while they munched on some berries. She didn't feel especially hungry, and she still had her task, so she didn't move an inch, her eyes trained on the expansive darkness and her ears alert as they could be. As the scent of cooking meat started to overtake the smell left over from the butchering of the unfortunate bunny, Callie distracted herself with counting the number of predatory animals trying to remain unseen in the darkness. Soft footfalls caused by pawed feet covered in fur were a telltale sign of feline predators. She counted 4 of those, with one eyeing their camp before she scared it away with a tiny flame spell thrown at its nose. She had moved on to count smaller reptiles hunting for rodents and insects when she jumped a little on her perf from feeling another person land on the branch. She glanced to her left with eyes wide in alarm, but all she saw was Celine with a sheepish smile on her face. "Thought you'd like some food," said the woman as her extended hand drew Callie's gaze. "The big man said you will stay awake to guard, so I thought it was the least I could do." "Thanks," Callie nodded a bit uncertainly. She wasn't so senile as to forget the woman's earlier disparaging words just yet. She took the large leaf that held the grilled leg of the bunny, along with an assortment of the gathered berries, fruits, and nuts as a side dish. Far from a luxurious food, especially with their rather limited supply of spices. "It should be me saying that." The woman shook her head softly, and Callie caught a glimpse at her sunken cheeks in the blue moonlight. "Thank you for saving us. I don't know what would have happened to us. I don't want to know." Callie just nodded. Who would have thought social things could be this complicated? What does one say to that? She decided to smile, even if the result came out a bit awkward. "Alrighty." The woman pushed herself off and landed on the ground 5 meters below with a slight bend of her knees. "I'm beat. Good night." She watched Celine slump down on a makeshift sleeping bag. The woman was out cold even before her head touched her bundled-up clothes that she used as her pillow. Virendal covered his sister with a blanket as he sighed tiredly, falling asleep in his own place not long after. Callie's gaze landed on Alexis. The poor girl was dead tired just from being carried around and fell asleep during their travel hours back, and was now out cold just like the other 2. She glanced at Vorgner. The man sat with his back laid against a trunk as he rested with closed eyes which snapped open to stare at Callie the moment she glanced at him. She tilted her head questioningly, asking with her gaze why he wasn't going to sleep like the rest. The man shrugged once, glancing out into the darkness before looking at her meaningfully. He then returned to his half-sleeping, half-meditation, and it deprived Callie of any chance at a conversation partner to help with her boring task. A single thump reverberated again, shaking the leaves around her perch a bit as Callie swallowed. She doubted she'd have any rest that night. 18. Camping. Vorgner Severus. His eyes cracked open, the moonlight making them glow in the dark night as the man-turned-beast glanced up at the elven girl swinging her legs back and forth. To think a child like her would have better senses than him even after his injuries hurt his pride, but pride was something he buried deep within him lest his handlers saw it fit to beat it further out of him. Or at least attempt to. He clearly remembered the day they came for him. He lived in a small log house deep in the Arawn forests he built himself with his wife and daughter. He was weak back then, even with his inherited powers. What did it matter if he took the form of a ferocious warg from the faraway continent if his enemies had an archmage? Nothing. Still, he resisted. He was beaten. They took him and his family in front of the archmage, who asked him to make an oath that would bind his core and soul to their whims in return for letting him and his family live. In his youthful ignorance, he spat on the robe of the archmage. "I will never serve," he remembered saying. Vorgner sighed, his eyes closing again as he recalled his late wife's face. She paid the price for his ignorance, something he never forgave himself for. "I promise I will find Arlia and save her from those monsters." He was not much more than a slave for a century, killing whoever the Corvids wanted dead, and in the last decade they saw it fit to name him the leader of their Black Ops unit. He smirked under the cover of the darkness. He lost so much on his last mission. His core was so damaged he lost 200 levels, and his warg form was 1.5 legs into the grave, but when that feathered serpent brutalized his core and other forms, it also destroyed the oath engraved upon the core. Good thing I lost that dagger. The girl wouldn't have trusted me even this much. He thought with a grimace. Borgner Severus was a prideful but honest man before the Empire made him into their attack dog. Guilt was a constant companion in his life. Every action he was forced to take resulted in bloodshed and broken families. He caused grief and heartache to thousands, even if he wasn't doing so willingly. He fought against his oath like never before during his last mission. The last sacred thing he could keep himself away from was child murder, and he was willing to die to keep it that way, but it seemed fate had something else in mind. He stood, the girl's gaze locked in on him on his first movement without fail. "I'll take over," he said in a whisper to not wake the others. "You can sleep some if you want." "I don't need sleep," said the girl with a tilt of her head. "You sure you don't want to sleep more? Aren't you injured or something?" "I'm still over level 200, and that injury won't hold me back," he shrugged, walking up to the tree. "I don't want to sleep, though." "Suit yourself," he huffed, leaning his back against the tree. "This girl almost died because of me." He had no intention of bringing her back to her kingdom, though. He had eyes and ears, and it was clear as day that the girl was ecstatic to be outside and free. Not to say what he knew about her betrothed, he was sent on missions into the Sultanate, and he came to know some less-than-kind tidbits about the Sultan. It could be said that the primary reason that the insufferable man won the succession was because of his machinations behind the scenes. His father was all right, but the emperor made sure the successor would be the perfect seedbed for a rebellion. The Corvus Empire was insatiable. He firmly believed that if they conquered the whole planet, they'd turn their gaze to the very stars themselves and start to take those as well. Time slowly passed as Callie sat alert on her perch. She glanced up at the twin moons and saw them slowly losing their light, or more accurately, the early rays of the sun imperiously suppressed the comparably gentle light of the two smaller celestial objects. Dawn was close by, and Callie heaved a sigh of relief. She could still hear the far-off thumps of enormous footsteps, but by her estimation, it was many kilometers away from them, and it'd soon be too far for even her hearing to pick them up. Another day in the wilds survived. She got caught by slaving bandits and tortured. Yes, that should count as torture, shouldn't it? Even if the man merely wanted to see her in pain or to train her, as it were. Callie bit her cheeks as she tried to hold down the embers of fury at the thought, but when the fury went away, all that was left was what she hid beneath it: dread. She always had this tendency to conceal her fear with anger. She'd be livid whenever anything managed to make her fear it. It was an instinctive response many of her kind shared if she was correct in her assumptions. Still, dread was dread. She didn't fear the pain. No, what she feared was that with every bout of pain, she felt her resolve crumble. She was only their prisoner for less than 2 days, and she already began to doubt whether she could actually hold out long enough for her to escape. Pathetic. I'm so pathetic. She bit her lips so hard she felt blood pool in her mouth and her lips swell from the abuse. Would I have become an obedient, submissive little slave for those disgusting humans if they could actually sap my magic and keep me from escaping? Her lips trembled as she imagined herself as such, and to her mounting horror, the image wasn't one she couldn't see turning into reality if she was tortured for longer or under more expert hands. Throwing pain-inducing spells at her was closer to the bastard bandit living out his sadistic dreams than actual torture with the goal of breaking someone or bending them to his will. I just have to avoid being caught, she reasoned, but the dread of her body and mind being broken in by a master was not one to leave her just yet. Not with such flimsy resolve in her path forward. The reality of it that just now dawned on her was that she didn't trust herself to withstand the worst that the world could throw at her. I'm not going back. She gulped, reaffirming the one thing she wanted with all her being, and finally, she felt her imagination subside and stop showing her all the nightmarish ways her future could get derailed. It simmered under the surface still, waiting for a moment of weakness, but for now, Callie could focus on what was important: protecting her little group. With a glance at the brightening sky, she leapt off her branch and landed soundlessly on the forest floor, her feet finding 2 footholds on soft grass next to dry leaves that would have crunched audibly under her weight. She smiled. She could get better. She was getting better already. Her gaze intersected with the wolfish stare of their resident demon. Kha'Lythria tilted her head and waved at him, which earned her a nod and soft grunt. The man awoke a couple of hours ago and has been meditating ever since, his eyes snapping open every so often when she heard an animal wander dangerously close to their makeshift camp. Dangerous for it, that is. She sensed no magic emanating from any of them, and Vorgner dwarfed most of them not only in size but in power, much more in the second than the first. Still, at most, they received a soft bump in the nose from an underpowered kinetic strike from Kha'Lythria, which was enough to chase them away without waking the slumbering trio of elves. Kha'Lythria carefully hopped her way over to the sleeping bags and crouched down. She first gently shook Selene by the shoulder, and the woman's eyes snapped open on the first touch. Kha'Lythria stared into her eyes with a bit of surprise, and the sleepy woman only took a second to understand her situation as she blinked. "Morning," she asked in a whisper, and Kha'Lythria nodded, glancing up at the early rays shining through the canopy. "Morning," nodded Kha'Lythria before going on to shake awake the other two. Lexi blinked up at her uncomprehending. A bit of drool still stuck to her mouth, and Kha'Lythria couldn't help but feel her heartstrings being pulled at by the adorable display. She never knew she had a soft spot for children, but it seemed she had, or maybe it was for cuteness. She did play with that furry animal back on the mountain too, but that couldn't compare to the elven child looking up at her with wide, innocent eyes. "Sorry, Lexi, but we need to move on soon," she said as the girl shook her head and pushed herself up into a sitting position. "Okay," she whispered, her eyes still half-lidded as she looked around curiously at the camp. "Oh yeah, she was asleep by the time we set it up." "Wake up, you oaf." Kha'Lythria glanced to the side where Selene was kicking Verndil in the side, but the older elf just flipped over to his other side as he mumbled something under his breath. Selene's eyebrows twitched in irritation before a malicious smirk descended upon her features. She squatted down and poured a tiny bit of cold water onto her hand out of her water skin, and with the smirk still on her face, she sneaked her hand under the bedsheet. Kha'Lythria couldn't see exactly what she did, but the girlish yelp escaping from the man's mouth as he sprung to his feet like a cat doused in water evident that he didn't enjoy it. He glared at his sister as his hand caressed his nape as if to clean it. "Nice of you to finally wake up," said Selene with a serene smile on her face, contrasting the previous expression she wore. "You are so childish," hissed Verndil, but a sigh soon followed as he shook his head. "Whatever, we need to pack up and continue on if we want to reach the village." Kha'Lythria just watched the duo as she felt a tinge of nostalgia grab her by the throat. Her own brother and sister weren't much different from the duo in temperament, and the sight managed to bring that to the forefront of her mind. Kha'Lythria glanced down as she felt a small hand grab onto her hand and saw Alexis stare up at her with wide eyes, looking every bit like a pleading little animal asking for a treat as she did so. "What is it?" Kha'Lythria's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Berries," the young elf questioned as she sniffed at the air around Kha'Lythria. Oh, Kha'Lythria suddenly regretted staying in the same place the whole night and not going out to forage for some berries. "Sorry, I don't have berries now, but I'll keep an eye out for them as we travel, all right?" Her answer was an adorably growling stomach as the girl blushed deep red and buried her face in Kha'Lythria's side. "Any of you have some food?" Kha'Lythria raised her voice and the squabble quietened. Even Vorgner looked up from his packing, but he just shook his head and went back to work. Selene started rummaging through her bag. "I have some of this." She held up a dried piece of meat of questionable origin, and Kha'Lythria wrinkled her nose at the overwhelming scent of it. "Anything lighter?" she asked with a glance at the embarrassed Alexis, trying to make herself invisible. "I do have some nuts left over from yesterday," Verndil spoke up as he held out a small satchel. "I wouldn't mind sharing." "Thank you." Kha'Lythria received the leather satchel with a smile as she nudged the girl at her side. Said girl quickly snatched the container out of Kha'Lythria's grasp and retreated behind her. Next thing any of them heard was nuts crunching under strong elven teeth. "All right," Kha'Lythria nodded thankfully at the man. "Are you two ready to go?" "I'll be in a minute," said Celine as she quickly rolled up her sleeping bag and threw all the stuff she used for cooking the previous night into a bag. "I am," Virendal said with his face impassive as ever, but Callie felt his tone was maybe a bit too smug. For being more than 1,000 he sure was childish, but who was Callie to judge? She abandoned everything she ever knew because she didn't want to marry. If there was an award for being childish, she was the winner for sure, at least in her mind. From there on, time slipped by quickly, and by the time the sun was fully glaring down at the world below, they were on their way. Callie hopped from one leg to the other. She only stepped on spots that could soften her footfalls. Her efforts were more for practice than for practical use, as Virendal, a few paces behind her, was about as sneaky as a boar with the way he was pushing through bushes and ferns. Callie's mind was occupied by focusing on all the sounds she heard as she catalogued and analyzed each and every one of them before she decided whether they were evidence of something significant like a predator tailing them, or if they could be dismissed with 99.9% of sounds landing in the latter category. She searched for correlations between sounds as she did before, cracks of twigs and the unnatural brushing of leaves, as something went by being one of those. Still, while her mind was occupied, a part of it couldn't help but grow bored with her task, and she took to practice sneaking around. All the while she kept her eyes on her surroundings, as much as to search for interesting or beautiful things as to notice dangers. She heard a sharp whistle next to her, but she didn't bother turning. She noted the slightly different tilt of the tone with a smirk. She heard that sound quite often since coming into the forest down here. The sound of birds crying out in alarm, trilling for attention, or just signaling for each other. The exact sound Virendal made next to her was one she noticed a particular species of fist-sized, red-feathered hummingbirds make, but she couldn't tie a meaning to the soft thrill just yet. Her gaze curiously snapped to where she heard an answering trill from, and she caught a hint of red feathers a few hundred meters away among the leaves. It had a cute tone, and no hurry in it, no alarm. Then came another and another. Callie's curiosity grew as all the answers were a bit different, with the last two coming from the far left and right, sounding just like the trill she associated with the hummingbirds signaling for danger. Her ears twitched as she flexed them, but even as the two trills came from only a kilometer away in each direction, she couldn't hear anything that should alert the birds, so she looked at the one that should be able to satisfy her curiosity. "What did you do?" she asked as her eyes glimmered with excitement. It wasn't quite magic, but it might as well be in her eyes. "A simple trick our rangers used to stay away from danger while out in the forest," the elf answered as he thoughtfully glanced around with a few more trills coming in. The flay songbirds are known for their intelligence and camaraderie, so if one knows how to ask for a safe passage, it is quite easy. They know the forest better than we ever could. "That's what you did?" Callie tilted her head. "Ask for a passage?" "I asked for any danger nearby," he clarified. "These birds can sense the pheromone trail predators use to mark their territories, and tend to set up their nests between these territories in the no-man's land, if you will." "I see," Callie nodded. It all sounded like something out of an adventure book where they had a druid with them. Druidism wasn't an acknowledged school of magic, but fantasy was still a thing, and elves always had a fascination with nature and living along with it. "Can you do other things like that?" "I can." The man smiled indulgently at Callie. "I'm not much of a fighter, but I've managed to stay alive for this long with all sorts of tricks up my sleeve." "Like?" Callie knew she was being dragged along by the nose, but she didn't care. She was obviously still listening to the sounds, but the older elf was now the prime target of her boredom relief efforts. "Just with flamsong birds, I know a few other signals that could ask for them to guide me to easy prey, water, shelter, or even point me in the direction of north." "You can use birds as a compass?" asked Callie with eyes wide from awe. "That's one less trinket one had to carry around." "Indeed," he nodded. "When one learns the secrets of nature, it becomes possible to rely on it. It is far from magic, but I'm confident in shaking off most pursuers under the first breakthrough." Callie found herself quickly losing track of time as she drilled the experienced elf for all she could pull out of him, but then she remembered that she had one other question she'd like an answer to. She glanced at the other three in her group. Vorgner was in the far back and Celine carried the groggy Lexi on her back, but all three of them were around 50 meters behind them as Callie found that using Verandul's tricks made avoiding the dangerous parts of the forest much easier, and as such he walked next to her. "I wanted to ask," she asked after she was certain Lexi and Celine wouldn't hear her. "You know what happened to Alexis, right?" The old elf grimaced, but he nodded with a long sigh. "Can you tell me?" Callie asked pleadingly. "All right," the elf nodded. "Do you know what happens when elves interbreed?" "Yes." Callie tilted her head. Sadkiel told her much about such things as he was the child of two different elven races. "Amongst our kind, there is no such thing as a half this or that. A child is always either the race of the mother or the father," the man said as he stared forward into the dense forest. "That is not the case when one of the parents is a human." "I know that too," Callie interjected and received a glare in return. She shrunk back a little. Half-human, half-elf hybrids are usually called haver, a term without much weight considering they consider you a haver even if you barely show any sign of elven heritage. He shook his head. "After a time, with the elven blood being diluted enough, the children stop showing any signs of their ancestry, appearing no different from regular human children." Callie nodded in understanding. She knew that too, and it was the obvious conclusion to come to. "But humans have their awakening when they turn 10 years old, I think." He thought for a moment, but shook his head. "Doesn't matter. What matters is what this process does, which is strengthening their magical bloodlines and taking one or several traits and enhancing them, awakening them." "I see." She kind of did, but she couldn't grasp the implications. Humans could awaken magical traits from far-off ancestry through some weird coming-of-age ritual. One such trait could be a specific magic used by an ancestor or a constitution that was engraved into their genes, but another could be a constitution from a non-human ancestor. All of these usually come with significant visual changes. "Oh," Callie blinked as the myriad of tiny cogs started turning in her head. "So she isn't actually an elf?" "She is," Verandul said, and seeing her confused look he clarified. "It is possible to only awaken some of the elven traits, but those would leave them as a haver and not an elf." What happened to young Alexis is a very rare phenomenon when a human child with only the barest traces of elven blood in their veins grasps that 1 in a million, if not billion chance and gets transformed into a full elf. How does that even work? Callie frowned. Changing your species shouldn't be that easy. It is a topic of debate, and with the phenomenon being so rare and undetectable before it happens, it is hard to study, he shrugged. From what I know, the awakening changes them down to the genetic level, and they can't even be identified as the children of their parents by that point. Callie's eyes widened in horror. That is probably not the reason for her abandonment, though, Verandul said morosely. I doubt the simple-minded brutes could even understand what genes and magical signature mean. Just their daughter turning into one of us should have been enough for them to throw her away. Just because she turned into an elf, Callie bit her lips. I thought humans loved collecting us as trophies or something, though. She asked the one thing she felt might contradict Verandul's words. Their nobles do, he laughed mirthlessly. To them, we are a possibility to enhance their children and strengthen their bloodline, but for the common folk, he grinned at Callie. To them, we are the monsters living in the forest that eat their children alive or sacrifice their wives in dark rituals. You can bet whenever the weather gets worse, they assume we set off some ritual, and as such they raid deep into the woods until they find someone to hold accountable. That's... Callie tried formulating an answer to that, but none were forthcoming. It is human nature, he shrugged, his grin fading, to hate the different, what they can't control, can't understand. Especially if it's better than them, they can't stand feeling inferior to anything. So in my opinion, Alexis' parents probably think themselves the paragons of mercy for only throwing their monstrous daughter into a monster-infested forest instead of outright killing her or burning her at the stake. Humans do love their stakes. Callie's thoughts were occupied by images of the innocent young girl screaming as she burned alive for the rest of the day, and she was sure they'd accompany her into her dreams for a while to come. 19. The Voice of Nature. Listen, Verandul said harshly as Callie scrunched her eyes shut as she did her best to listen. Your hearing is leagues beyond my own, so the only thing stopping you is your own mind. But I am, Callie grumbled. I can hear the heartbeat of every single animal within half a kilometer and every single leaf brushing against the other. This is not a question of how much you hear. Verandil shook his head. One can see the whole forest, but be blind to the animals hiding beneath the canopy. You need to widen your perspective, hear what your mind disregards subconsciously. I wouldn't beat myself up over it. Celine leaned over as she chomped down on her dried jerky. I've been trying to do what he is saying for decades, and I can barely manage during meditation. Don't listen to her, the older elf huffed. She has muscles for brains, he said with an entirely straight face. You have a much greater chance of grasping what I'm trying to teach you. Okay, Callie said with a frown. She had barely managed to get her spatial hearings range back to what it was originally during the day before Verandil decided that her enthusiasm in his trickery was enough of a reason to teach her one of his secret tricks. Callie was tempted to call it Druidic magic, but it didn't use any magic. It was a simple question of opening up her mind to take in the song of nature, as the alchemist called it. What exactly are you teaching her? Vorgner inquired with a touch of interest in his eyes as he watched over the young winter elf as her face once again scrunched up in intense focus. To listen and not just hear. There are things that we elves can hear from the moment we are born, but our minds disregard them to keep us sane, said Verandil as he motioned with his hands around him. Everything has a sound. The air, the wind, the plants, the grass. The flames and the light. It only takes one to be able to listen to these sounds, and a whole new world opens up before them. The grass? Vorgner raised an eyebrow as he moved his feet around on a patch of grass. Yes, Verandil smiled. I can hear the grass scream in pain under your feet. I can hear that tree over there screech as maggots eat through its trunk, and I can hear that mushroom over there wail as it hasn't gotten any nutrition in the last few weeks. And this is not magic? The demon asked with a touch of wonder in his tone. It is not, the elf shrugged. These are the teachings of our ancestors who lived before the advent of magic. It is hard to imagine how society looked like without it, Vorgner said with a far-off look in his eyes. My master believes magic was always present in the world, and we were just incapable of harnessing it without cores. The elf spoke almost reverently. Life must have been much simpler back then. Vorgner sighed lightly. Life is life. Verandil shrugged. There is nothing simple about it. If one complication is gone, 10 others would take its place. Callie jumped up at that and strutted over to a patch of grass on the side of the clearing. They stopped for a few minutes of rest. She squatted down and strained her ears as her fingers gently ran along its small leaves, its edges almost cutting her delicate skin as she did so. She listened and shut out all other sounds for the moment. Verandil somehow noticed dangers even before her, so while she felt a bit useless, she wouldn't have to worry about danger sneaking up on them while she didn't pay attention. She caught a single blade of grass between her fingers and started pulling on it, softly at first. Then she slowly ramped up her strength until she felt the poor plant give and tear under her brutish power. She blinked and she stopped halfway through as she could barely hear an extremely high-pitched sound. It was almost static in its frequency, but she was certain that it came from the blade of grass she was abusing. It wasn't as much a scream as an automatic response to pain, but this must be what Verandil spoke of, a scream of pain. She never heard a sound so silent and so loud at the same time. It was hard to hear, but once she knew what to listen to, she heard the whole forest screaming, wailing, or singing in a myriad of different tones. No two plants gave off the same sound, but there were similarities, and Callie quickly understood what those similarities meant. The same species of plants had similar tones, not tones, pitch. All of them are extremely high-pitched, but there is a difference still. With that, she started walking around, tearing leaves off of different trees and plants as she memorized their voices. Even the same species reacted differently to different stimuli. A single leaf torn off caused a scream, but not as much as dehydration did, or sickness. It was all so magical to Callie, but she now understood that it wasn't magic. She truly understood that she just wasn't paying attention to all these voices, even though they were so evident now. I can hear them, she said as she came back to the clearing a few minutes later. Truly? Verandil's eyes shone with excitement. I told you I wasn't a bad teacher. He glared at his sister. The girl being a genius doesn't change that. Celine shot back as she chewed on some nuts which she shared with a tired Alexis. What is it like? Vorgner asked. Do the trees really speak to you? No. Callie shook her head. I think it is more like an automatic response to stimuli like pain, starvation, dehydration, or damage. The demon looked thoughtful. And how is it that only you two can hear it? I don't know, but I think any elf should be able to hear it. Callie shrugged before a detail caught her attention. She couldn't hear any of the now familiar voices of the plants beyond her spatial hearing range. Yes, I think this is an elven thing. Something is weird with the sound they talk in. Of course there is, Verandil nodded. Plants are so different from us. Their voices are weak and hard to catch. But why? Callie tilted her head. That I do not know, he shook his head. I am not too knowledgeable outside of alchemy and herbology. Thanks anyway, Callie smiled. This will surely come in handy. I'm sure it will, he nodded. Just try using it for something good. It never hurts to care for nature and those dwelling in it. Okay, Callie said with a smile. Truly Verandil was like a druid out of an old adventure book. I can do that, she nodded with a genuine smile. It'd take a long time for her to fully understand all the little things the plant's variously pitched screams meant, but she already knew it'd be a great boon. She casually stepped on soft patches of grass during sneaking around to soften her footfalls, but to Verandil she must have sounded like a bumbling fool with said patch of grass, making a shrill cry of pain as she crushed it into the dirt under her boot. Callie let out a soft groan as she massaged the sides of her skull, trying to soothe her mounting headache. Just as she was feeling rather proud at once again having her spatial hearing back on full range, she realized she wasn't even doing it right. Well, if it was any consolation, she didn't think 99% of winter elves did hearing. Right, with there being so few plants and them being more focused on martial pursuits, but she still felt stifled by her pride being torn down a notch. Do not push yourself, Verandil said with a smile, as much out of kindness as out of pride for having taught another elf the way of old. Callie suspected. With time you will get used to it and you'll barely have to focus on noticing the patterns. The only thing that'll help you now is time and experience. Experience? Callie raised an eyebrow as her lips twitched in a grimace. How she wanted to stick her head into a pile of cold snow. The man nodded. There is nothing like a shadow panther sneaking up on you and almost eating you to teach you exactly how a sneaking shadow panther sounds. Speaking from experience? Asked Vorgner as he watched the elves training with his arms crossed. Yes, unfortunately, Verandil shrugged. Never had a second one sneak up on me though. I'd rather avoid almost getting eaten, Callie said dryly. To each their own, he shook his head softly. Not like I wanted that to happen to me, but I can't dismiss how beneficial it was in hindsight. We should continue. Callie motioned towards the edge of the clearing, the tree line to be more exact. I'd really like to sleep in a bed tonight. Didn't you say you could go on for another week? Vorgner asked with a playful eyebrow raise. I could, Callie rolled her eyes, but having a comfy bed makes it different. It should be only a handful of hours from here, Verandil said as he turned to stare at the sky. We should reach it before sunfall. Let's go then. Callie forced on a smile despite feeling like there was a bit of smoldering iron in the back of her head. If everyone's ready? She received a round of nods and then they were off. Callie had to cut back on her hearing range again to not aggravate her condition further, but aside from that the last stretch of their journey was rather relaxing as the sibling pair assured Callie that she didn't have to worry about anything overly dangerous close to the village, and so she almost fully pulled in her spatial hearing, only leaving a few dozen meters of it out. She just was. She breathed in the husky scent of the forest. Her overactive mind identified the distinctive smell of different plants and animal droppings which made her mouth twitch, but she banished those thoughts. She was relaxing. She was good at relaxing. Not even her own brain could stop her from relaxing. His eyes slowly swam around to take in the scenery, unlike how they usually flickered around like some of those elves that ate the funny mushrooms as her sister called them. Her eyes strayed and caught an interesting tree with a bark the color of the night sky with stars flickering in a vantablack background. Her eyes trembled as she felt the tree continuously pulse with magic as countless runes activated every second. Why is a tree better than me at magic? What's that? Callie asked as her gaze was fixated on the bark. She stared into the stellar abyss and it didn't really care. The tree was just a tree, even if it was magical in some way. That didn't discount from it being breathtakingly beautiful to both her eyes and her more arcane senses. The runes flowed together seamlessly and molded into some grand tapestry that she didn't have any hope of deciphering. No mortal mage could make casting seem so easy. Even with the utmost control, a convoluted spell still needs a mage to control their runework with an iron grip, while to the tree it was more like breathing. Oh! Virendal glanced toward where she was staring, then he blinked dumbly. How did we miss this one for so long? Oh! Celine shouted with a wide grin. The elders will be over the moon. Okay. Callie was officially confused. Caldinorial, said Virendal with a strange tone as if saying the words felt alien to him. Starkeeper. Callie asked as she quickly translated the words from ancient Elvish to common. She understood the words, even the man who spoke them had horrendous pronunciation. Indeed, he nodded, though I think the common name for them nowadays is Star Guardians or Night Wardens. Callie's eyes flew wide as her mind painfully spun 1,000 miles a second. She read of these trees in her books about magical biology and plant life, but very little was known of them as they had a nearly impregnable arcane shield covering them according to the books, which could only be broken through by those who stand at the apex of the world. It was also a recurring plot device in one of her favorite adventure books. As for why that was? Well, Callie shuddered as she felt an ethereal wave of mana pass through every pore of her body, staring into the depths of her being as even her core was laid bare before it. When she turned back, she saw that both Celine and Alexis were also through, the prior with barely a shudder, but the little pink munchkin was shivering on the woman's back from the intrusive experience. Night Wardens were guardian trees that had some indecipherable favoritism towards elves and tended to sprout close to their dwellings, especially when said dwellings were either in danger or in need of obscuration. It wove together spells even the brightest archmages failed to understand to protect these dwellings. It used illusions, brutish barriers, or even mental effects in some odd cases. A moment later, Virendal stepped through with his hand on Vorgner's shoulder, and a soft glow emanating from where he touched the demon. Callie's mind came to a handful of conclusions in a second, some based on similar events happening in books and others on actual facts. Now you are my guest. The old elf spoke with seriousness. Callie hadn't heard from him since their first conversation. If you are found guilty of any crime inside the village, I'll also suffer the same consequences, so please keep that in mind. I will, the man nodded, his gaze matching the gravity of the situation. I'd have been satisfied to know you returned, but it seems my companion has other plans. Callie shrunk back a bit under his gaze. It wouldn't be too bad to rest for a few days here, right? I suppose not, he nodded as he bit back a sigh, but I'd like to be out of the country sooner rather than later, and I assume you are the same? Yes, Callie grimaced, just a few days. She reiterated as she took a glance at Lexi staring at her with big watery eyes. This was going to be hard. We should go meet with Master, Virendal said when silence descended on the group. The chief he means, Celine rolled her eyes. She is the village chief. All right, Callie nodded, equal amounts of excitement and nervousness roaring in her heart as she was about to step into the first settlement not made by winter elves in her life. The elven siblings walked lazily ahead, uncaring of any dangers that might lurk behind the thick cover of nature all around them, so Callie took that to mean that it should be safe inside the barrier. She felt a tug on her hand and saw Lexi holding on to her as she looked around the forest with eyes wide in childish excitement. Childish, Callie imagined her own gaze was not much different from a few minutes ago as she stared at the star-dotted tree. Let's go and catch up with them, all right? Asked Callie with a smile, and the pink-haired girl nodded demurely, her eyes wandering around as she started taking small but deliberate steps. The forest was the same as before, trees looked the same, birds chirped the same, and insects still crawled around on the ground. The barrier might have only obstructed beings with cores from entering. Some magical monsters didn't have cores, but the ones that'd pose a danger to an elven village did. Not long after, as Callie followed vaguely behind the two locals, her gaze snapped down. The earth was uncovered by foliage, and unlike everywhere else, it was stiff and dry. Was it an animal trail? Callie narrowed her eyes. They flickered about and noticed that bushes and branches were broken off in places, just enough to give enough space for her to comfortably walk along the trail. A dirt road then, a small one, but still a road. The village must be somewhat close then. She spotted a red spot hidden behind sharp leaves and a bunch of thorny branches, and she reached in to grab at it. She had a hungry little elf to please after all. Her hand stopped as she saw a strange growth of wood behind the bush and the two red-headed elves standing next to it. Oh, Callie blinked, but her hand fingers still detached the berry as she pulled it to examine it. Doesn't look poisonous. I don't think I remember reading about it either. What is it? Hi, Celine waved as she noticed them waddling through the bush. Someone is insatiable, she noted as she saw Lexi stare at the berry in Callie's grasp. That she is, Callie smiled as she conjured up a bit of water and cleaned off the berry. Here, she placed it into the waiting hands of the girl before turning back and crossing her arms. So, oh, this is the gate. She waved her off as she seemingly drank in the cuteness of the young elf. All right. Now that we are all here, Virendal spoke up even before Vorgner too stepped out from behind the greenery. In we go. He placed his hand on the wooden frame extending from trunk to trunk, looking like a continuous wall of bark in every direction Callie looked. She was tempted to climb up and see how far up it went, but she refrained for the moment. Virendal spoke some words that were obscured even with Callie's hearing, some more intricate magic than simple sound magic, she thought. Then the wall devolved into a myriad of twisting roots and verdant vines. They pulled back and made a doorway in the wall. Callie's eyes shone with barely concealed excitement. It was one thing to control simple energies like heat, electricity, and kinetic force, then another was mimicking simple forms of matter like metals and such, but to be controlling plants in such a way? Eladrin are a reclusive race of our kind who stand in direct opposition to the Eldar. One seeks only the companionship of nature and eternal stagnation they call balance, while the other thrives in large groups and technological advancement, seeking change to their last breaths. I might speak of my mother's kind negatively, but do not think them weak. They incorporated the old ways of Druidism into their unique way of magic. And there is none more dangerous than an Eladrin on their home as they weave their ritual circles into nature itself. Callie smiled as the memory of her grumpy teacher jumped to the forefront of her mind. This village might be even more interesting than I thought. 20. Out of the fire, into the frying pan. Kha'Lythria. Race. Winter Elf, plus 50% mana. Bloodline. Royal, plus 30% mana. Level. 180. Mana capacity. 113.6. Essence requirement. 19.5. Callie eagerly stepped through the natural gateway, her gaze flickering from one place to the next as a giddiness at the novelty of it all. She was entering a secret village hidden under the protection of a mystical tree and most likely meet an Eladrin. She could barely stop herself from grinning, but she still bounced on her ankles as she walked ahead with the others following along a few steps behind her. Alexis ran up to her and latched onto her hand, but the little girl was no less curious than Callie. Her eyes lingered on the unusual trees, the strange fences seemingly grown from roots, and so on once she felt secure with her hand nested inside Callie's. The village itself was still a bit further away, but the dirt trail from before turned into a well-kept gravel walkway with the before-mentioned fences on either side of it. Bushes grew on either side, their branches weighted down by abundant berries, just like the branches of the trees above. Apples, oranges, lemons, and so many other fruits grew next to each other. Callie grew more and more astonished as her mind quickly searched the relevant information and in what conditions did these plants thrive. Normally, none of these plants would bear even half as many fruits under these conditions, and some of them would most likely die out. Lemon and orange trees preferred Mediterranean climates, while apples were more accustomed to temperate climates. Neither was usually found at the edge of a jungle, but here they were. Can we? Callie looked back at Virendal uncertainly. Half of these fruits were only familiar to her from descriptions or illustrations in books. She ate some of them, but they were few and far between as to get fresh fruits up to the high mountain tops they needed to be kept under advanced preservation enchantments, and even her father wouldn't waste those on transporting snacks. Sure, the man said with a slight smile tugging at his mouth, they're meant to be eaten. Enjoy yourselves. Thanks, said Callie as her hand already snatched a peculiar fruit from a low-hanging branch above her. It was a deep shade of red, and if her book knowledge held true, its insides were a delicious combination of sweet and sour, just like she liked it. Tea, thanks, muttered Lexi as she looked longingly at the faraway fruits. Which one do you want? The fruit can wait a few seconds. Lexi blinked, then she looked around hastily before pointing at a lemon uncertainly. That's a lemon, Celine said from the side as she watched the little girl with a smile. It's very sour. I admit, even I can't eat it. Lexi's finger quickly moved and pointed at a small yellow fruit which Callie assumed was some sort of apple. Just to be sure, she sent an inquisitive look to the elven woman and received a nod in return. Callie cranked up the range on her spatial hearing for a moment, just enough to reach the targeted fruit. Calculations flew through her mind as runes manifested in her head one after the other. Her aim wasn't to inflict the maximum damage with her spell for once, but the opposite. As an air blade formed in her palm, she finished the last calculation, and with the bare minimum mana, she activated the spell. The invisible blade of condensed air no larger than her pinky finger dashed up with only a swish as a sign of its existence and a slight breeze. Callie tracked the spell as it zigzagged between branches, never leaving as much as a scar on the barks or a gash on the leaves before it reached its target. It didn't target the yellow fruit, but the stem connecting it to the branch, easily cutting through it before it once again started dashing between branches up until it ran out of mana. The yellow fruit landed safely in Callie's outstretched hand, and nothing aside from the targeted stem was damaged in the process. She felt a swell of pride sprout in her breast. This was an amount of fine control she didn't have months before, and she never would have thought of it had she not experienced what she did. As she handed the fruit to an awed Lexi after conjuring a fistful of water to wash it off, she wondered how else she had changed since that disastrous carriage ride. Before then, she only ever imagined herself throwing around giant fireballs and wrestling trolls. The first was a bit more realistic if she was being honest with herself, but she had dreams back then. Now she had goals. She could learn to throw around giant fireballs, but now she knew that those wouldn't make any difference if she didn't also manage to hit her targets. Who would have thought that in some scenarios she'd have to show restraint like right now? Not that I ever imagined using a battle spell to get a fruit. I'd have chastised you for using a dangerous spell for that, but your control is quite masterful, Verandil noted as he started caressing his non-existent beard. Like you'd chastise the girl who saved our hides, Celine rolled her eyes. That and endangering Master's Grove is another thing, he cut back with a slight glare. Could you introduce me to him? Callie interrupted, intent on preventing having to listen to another hour-long quarrel. Verandil said, seemingly out of reflex, and yes, I'm sure she'd have wanted to meet you anyway. Not many mages around here, and even fewer that are respectful. So your master is the reason all these plants from all around Etheria can thrive here? Indeed, she was an archdruid before the advent of magic, and unlike many other druids, she learned the ways of mana to complement her knowledge and abilities. Really? Damn, she must be old, maybe even older than Master. No, that's impossible. So she is an archdruid, a mage, and an alchemist? I guess if you are as old as Master and not as single-minded towards magic, it's more than possible. Please avoid calling her a mage, Verandil said with a shudder. She is an archdruid that used magic to complement her druidic knowledge and definitely not a mage. Alright, thought a bit weirded out, Callie nodded in assent as she was the guest in their village, and even if she did not have much respect for her father, in Elven society elders, in general, were to be respected. Don't even allude to it, Celine added with a shiver of her oven and a faraway look in her eyes, but she shook herself out of it a moment later. You can ignore the other oldies yapping. And they will be yapping with you being a winter elf and Vorgi back there being a human. Damn, they're going to be livid. Callie pulled her face into a tight frown. She tried to keep her mouth in a straight line, but couldn't help it from curving upwards at the look Vorgner gave the elf at his new nickname. Though the smirk the redhead threw the demon almost made her squeal in glee, she might be sheltered, but she was a teenage girl for years locked in a castle and, well, one of the few things she could do in the castle was play around. As a young princess, customs dictated that all of her guards and maids be at most 5 years older than her. With teenage hormones rampaging around in her body, everyone with even a pea-sized brain would realize what had happened. Of course, she was always stopped when she started losing clothes, such as one of the downsides of having a near-omnipotent father, at least inside his castle, but she was far from new to romance and certain looks. From the looks of it, Vorgner could also recognize it, but for some reason he was dumbfounded. Callie wanted to giggle. "In a few seconds we will reach the village," Verendel said from the front, pulling Callie's and the rest's attention. Alexis seemed reinvigorated. For the last minute she'd been confusedly eating her apple, but now she was once again brimming with excitement at seeing the elven village, and Callie shared the feeling. The trees thinned out. There were still trees, and some large ones at that, but between and around them were built master-crafted wooden houses. There were no large roads or multi-story buildings here. Every house was small enough to fit between 2 trees, with some even using them as their edges. Then there were the people. They were familiar to the runaway princess, and not at the same time. They had the same long ears, graceful features, and jewel-like eyes, but their skin tone was warmer, and their hair colors were more varied. For one, there were blonde, ginger, pink, and lavender heads turning in their direction, with only a few of the last 2. Then there was the bearing. Callie was used to elegant elves dressed in fine clothing with their head held high and radiating with a tangible self-importance, but these elves were meek. Not in form. They were much more muscular than Callie's kin, especially in the legs, but they didn't hold themselves the same. They were wary of their group, scared even when they noticed her or Vorgner. Eyes were averted instead of meeting her gaze, doors and windows were shut, and children were ushered inside. Callie felt Lexi's grasp tighten on her hand, and despite her own sour feelings at this experience, she gave the girl a reassuring squeeze. Callie wasn't used to being looked at with fear. It was a novel experience for sure, but not one she wanted. On the other hand, Lexi must have experienced far too many fearful gazes from the humans. "This is not what I expected," she vocalized her feelings, a frown on her face as she looked at the few elves still outside. They were mostly dressed in leather clothing and gave off similar feelings to Celine. "I have to apologize for your welcome," Verendel said shamefully. "It has been long since we had positive interactions with outsiders." "It's all right," Vorgner said as he stepped up behind Callie and cast his gaze around all the armed elves whose hands were inching towards their weapons. "These people saved my and my sister's lives," Verendel shouted, his voice still steady as ever, but the sudden loudness gave a slight scare to Callie, but the effect seemed much greater on the other villagers. "You would do well to show them proper respect." With his line done, he huffed and patted his clothes down, nodding as he saw the few rangers look away in embarrassment. "I have invited you into our home," he continued, now talking to the 3 of them without looking back. "I will not be having my people attacking you, or even disrespecting you when I only live because of your help." Callie just smiled awkwardly while Vorgner nodded stiffly, still looking over her and Alexis' shoulders for any sign of the elves being stupid. Because that's what attacking them would be, though they wouldn't come out without some downsides either. For example, if Verendel's master survived that long, she must have a way of dealing with belligerent people. "Well," started Celine, stopping for a second as she stepped away from their group, "I'm sure we will meet before you leave, but thank you for saving our lives." With that she was off, disappearing behind a house not a few seconds later. It wasn't like Callie expected to be handsomely rewarded for her efforts, but she couldn't help but feel ditched. "Would you want to sleep or meet Master first?" Verendel asked with a glance over his shoulder as he guided them through the maze-like walkways of the village. "Is she expecting us?" Vorgner asked before Callie could come up with an answer. "No. I don't think so, but she has a way of knowing things before they happen, so I can't be sure." He shrugged helplessly. "Well," Vorgner frowned, I would certainly like a bath and a night in a bed before an important meeting. It's not dash, I understand, he said as he stopped and reoriented himself. We have a few abandoned houses in the village which are still perfectly maintained should any children decide to start a family. I think using those as ghost houses for a few days would be the best. Why don't you just build them when you need them? Asked Callie curiously. The few artisans we have can get rather twitchy if they can't do anything besides carving spoons, Verandil said with a slight smile, and some of the houses are ones whose owners can't make use of them anymore. Oh, Callie nodded as she bit her lips a bit. What could it be like to be locked inside under a magical barrier with lethal beasts roaming the forests beyond it, with even more lethal and malicious humans always looking for lone elves? Verandil stopped before a cozy-looking house. This one should have a double bed. I assume young Alexis would want to stay with you? Lexi nodded eagerly as she squeezed Callie's hand. How can she be so cutie? The house was barely larger than her personal room back in the castle, but as she'd have been satisfied with a wooden cabin, a stiff bed, and a cold shower. This house was far from that. Like all the other ones in the village, it looked more like a work of art than a home to be lived in. It was entirely made of dark wood, parts treated to shine, others left looking like barks, while others served as the tapestry for engravings. Arcs were a prominent feature of buildings here, Callie noted. Even the walls curved. There were no straight edges or undecorated spots in sight. The one there, Verandil next pointed at a bit smaller house which seemingly wrapped itself around a larger tree that grew out of its cylindrical roof, should be another free one. Would that suffice for you? Yes, Vorgner nodded, casting a few glances at the two rangers who peeked at their group from a few houses back like mischievous children. Not that there weren't a few small heads peeking out from windows and cracked open doors. Well then, Callie turned to the two men. We have a bed and a bath waiting for us, so good night to you too. Good night, Verandil smiled slightly. I'll come around tomorrow morning and guide you to Master around noon, so you have ample time to rest. Good night. Good night, said Vorgner. If there is anything, you'll find me in that one. With that, the two headed off in different directions, and Callie sighed. It had been a while since she's been without a bunch of eyes on her. Well, she still had a good dozen if she counted right, but only a single pair would remain once they were inside. Let's go, she said as she quickly pulled the little elf attached to her hand inside and kicked the door shut behind them. The room they entered seemed like a mishmash of a living room and a bathroom, with a two-person bathtub in a corner with a door opening to a smaller room that held a queen-sized bed. Okay, Callie closed her eyes and relaxed for the first time in months. This might be an unfamiliar village, but it was an elven one. If she couldn't trust her distant cousins from the jungles to not put a knife into her neck while she slept, she might as well resign herself to her fate. Bath, food, bed. Food. Callie was met with a pair of pleading sky-blue eyes. Food, bath, bed, she corrected. After a quick meal of fruits and nuts where Callie finally had the time to savor the red fruit she got her hands on before, Callie conjured up enough water to fill the wooden bathtub, curiously looking over the mythical battle engraved into its side. She wasn't sure what exactly the people were fighting, but the carvings looked extremely old school, like the ones she'd see on ancient murals. Once that was done, she heated the water with a quick heat rune. A light fog started filling the small house soon after, and Callie didn't waste much more time as she threw her clothes into a pile and sank into the hot water. There was being clean as a result of a self-cleaning enchantment. There was feeling clean after a nice bath, and there was the bliss Callie felt at the moment. It took a few minutes after Callie jumped inside, but she managed to coax the pink-haired elf to join her. She quickly got to washing the girl's hair, while Callie's own was always in top condition due to her bracelet and the cleaning enchantment. The long pink hair between her fingers was a matte mess with more than few little twigs and a sizable amount of mud and dust. The water grew brown as she worked, but the enchantment interwoven into the bathtub sucked it out of the water through a small hole in the side of it and deposited it into a bucket. The young elf was dozing off by the time Callie was finished from the combination of the warm water and the impromptu scalp massage she got. She also noticed that her face was flushed red as her head started dropping. She realized the warm bath might have been a bit much to the girl, so she had to cut her relaxation short, but she swore she'd make up for it in the coming days. She carefully carried Lexi into the separate but tiny bedroom and put her down on the left side of the bed before crawling onto it next to the by-now sleeping girl. She pulled a blanket over themselves before cuddling up to the tiny elf and quickly followed her into blissful sleep. 21. Meeting the Archdruid. The sun was high up in the sky, its rays falling on the trees of the forest like a warm blanket. Some of these rays slipped between leaves and branches and found intricate wooden houses below them, with a select few among them even having the fortune of slipping into one such house through a small window on the roof of it. Callie groaned. She felt the sun warm her face, and even through closed eyes, it was evident that dawn had passed a while ago. She cracked open her eyes and yawned, then promptly coughed as a handful of pink hair got stuck inside of her mouth. The owner of the locks, a tiny bundle of warmth that Callie hugged to her body as she slept, started stirring as well. Morning, Callie croaked as she flipped onto her back. She held up an arm above her head, and on the tip of her index finger, she conjured up some water and let it stream into her mouth. Morning, Lexi said as she turned around and looked curiously at the groggy princess. Want some? Callie asked after a few gulps, feeling her throat and mouth lose that morning dryness. Nuha, Lexi shook her head. Okay, Callie groaned. It should be noon soon. She narrowed her eyes at the tiny window. We should get dressed. Lexi's eyes went wide and the tiredness quickly fled her face as she lifted the fluffy blanket they slept under, and her face went red, right to the tip of her ears. Callie sat up, leaving the blanket behind as naked as she was on the day she was born. After a quick search, she found her clothes in a corner. She put them on with a sigh, leaving the jacket for later, and stayed only in her pants and long-sleeved shirt for now as she slumped down on a chair next to the table. She noticed a pink head, the face a shade pinker than the hair, peek out from the bedroom and look at her weirdly. Yeah, she tilted her head as she pulled her mug left on the table from yesterday's dinner towards her and filled it with some more water. You can come out, you know? Lexi's ears drooped. Clothes? Oh, Callie tilted her head. Right. Sorry, I'm much too used to not caring how other women see me. Callie's cheeks reddened a bit too. Ancestors knew she was shameless as a kid, and turning into a teenager made it even worse. She thoroughly enjoyed being bathed by a gaggle of beautiful maids at every opportunity she got, and she always tried to push her father's boundaries with when could she walk around naked and in front of whom. It took her a second to realize that Lexi probably didn't share her free nature, and that finding herself naked embarrassed her to death, as not caring about her state of dress was normal to Callie. Give me a second. Callie jumped up and collected Lexi's clothes and put them into the bedroom. Here, and sorry for startling you. It's all right, the girl said before pushing the door shut to get dressed alone. She must think I'm some kind of deviant, Callie lamented with a sigh as she poured water onto her face, letting the cold liquid refresh her. It's just a habit, damn it. I always slept naked. Who doesn't sleep naked? Even those silk nightclothes were so stuffy. We really should get you new clothes, Callie noted as Alexis came out of the room, looking everywhere but into Callie's eyes. Callie, of course, used her cleaning enchantment on the girls' clothes, but it couldn't fix wear and tear. Lexi looked at Callie for a moment at that, but quickly looked away again. I never asked, but how old are you? 13. Damn. Callie closed her eyes. With the girl being this meek and small, she assumed somewhere along the lines of 8 or 10, but with how malnourished she was when they found her and the awakening messing with her body. Is that bad? Lexi asked nervously. No, Callie said quickly, her gaze snapping at the girl. Do elves sleep without clothes? That's a long sentence. Callie wanted to congratulate her. Nope, Callie said with a shrug, but I always did, or well, I don't really know. I never had much of a chance to ask all that many elves what they sleep in. The girl pulled out a chair and hopped onto it, her feet dangling in the air as she did so. Why do you look different from the elves here? Lexi asked again, surprising Callie. Well, she thought, because all the elves here are autumn elves like you and the twins, and I am a winter elf. We live on snow-capped mountains, but I wanted to see the world instead of being bored to death up there. So we are not the same? Lexi's voice trembled a bit as she looked Callie in the eyes. We are still elves, Callie smiled. They were not the same, but Callie felt closer to the girl than her own parents, so it didn't mean much. And we are friends, right? Friends? Callie nodded. Winter elves are very weak physically compared to autumn elves. We barely weigh anything, so we are fast, but we can't hit hard. Lexi tilted her little head curiously. Then there are the spring elves. They live far down to the south, and they are more similar to winter elves in that they are very light. They are the best archers on the continent as far as I know. Summer. Yeah, there are summer elves too, Callie shrugged, or were now, I guess. They fled the continent long ago, and we still don't know where they disappeared to. What can I do? Lexi asked. As an autumn elf? Callie smiled and nodded. As you age, your legs will grow much stronger. Autumn elves are known to outrun almost anything, and there's a story of one kicking a troll's head off so forcefully that it couldn't regenerate. Whoa, Lexi's eyes widened in both awe and excitement. That must be bullshit though. Lyriel moaned so much about having to burn those disgusting things to ash to be sure they wouldn't regenerate. Not to say she still stank a month after fighting a small group of them. Callie almost snorted as it reminded her of how her master summarized the 4 elven races and the 2 noble ones. Winter elves were quick and the best ambush predators on the face of Etheria. Summer elves were brutes who could shatter rocks with their bare hands while also being as stubborn as one. Autumn elves were the fastest and could cleave rocks in half with a kick, but they were cowardly. Spring elves were the best archers on the planet, but they were arrogant to fault. Next, we had the 2 noble races, the Eldar and the Eladrin. To Callie's knowledge, each species was divided into 3 grades of subraces: common, noble, and royal. Royals were complicated, and Callie could go on for hours and hours to explain it all, but the most compact version was that as far as she knew there were only 4 royal elves alive at the moment, her 2 siblings, and her father. She heard rumors that she once had an aunt, but she knew better than to ask her father when even the slightest reference to her got courtiers and advisors flying off the side of the mountain. Then there are the 2 noble elven races, Callie continued. They are almost perfect opposites of each other, to be honest. Noble? A disgruntled frown appeared on Lexi's little face. Not in the same way humans have nobles, these are nobles, Callie said gently. They are superior in most things to the 4 previous races, but just like them they have their specialties and correlating eccentricities. Eldar are the most sociable people you'll ever meet. They thrive in an intellectual crowd, in large towns and centers of knowledge. Almost all of them live for change, technological and magical advancement and science, with very few outliners like Master. The blue ones? Lexi tilted her head and Callie did a double take. Yes, they tend to have skin color ranging from light blue to gray, or even light purple with glowing silver eyes. How did you know? I saw one once. When he came to he vil *** sob ***. Callie quickly went over and hugged the girl closely as she tried to calm her with gentle back rubs. It's all right, she whispered. You are safe now. She squeezed the little elf close. I'm sorry I asked. So why? Lexi squealed once her sobs abated, but her eyes were still red and wet. You did nothing wrong, Callie reassured her as she cleaned off the girl's face with her sleeve. We are friends, right? She received a shaky nod. That means I'll help you no matter what. But, she sipped, her knuckles going white as she clung onto Callie's clothes. You'll leave me here. Callie's heart jumped into her throat as a deep pit formed in her stomach. She felt like a noose was tightening around her neck. Children were the most perceptive at the most unfortunate times. You wouldn't be safe with me, Callie said with a grimace. Not that she was lying, of course, but it felt like an excuse nonetheless. Many people want me either dead or alive, Lexi. I'll protect you, the girl said with a sob. We're friends. The layered armor Callie built around her heart shattered as she felt a tear slip down her cheek. And that's why I can't let you come with me. Every word felt like it weighted a ton on her tongue. I could barely escape last time they caught me. She winced. I'd hate myself if you got caught because of me, or worse. BBBTT. Tears were pooling at the edge of Alexis' eyes again, threatening to come falling at a single wrong word. I can promise you that I'll come back to you. Callie put her palms on both sides of Lexi's face and made her look into her eyes. I swear, I'll come back, Lexi. But I need to get stronger, much stronger if I want to live with any semblance of safety and freedom. Until I am strong, I'll have to live like a rat, running from place to place, and that is not a life I'd want for you, for my friend. Hi, the young elf bit her lips. I'll get strong too. Her sky-blue eyes shone with childish resolve. I don't want to be weak, again. I'm sure you will be the strongest elf in a few decades. Callie smiled as she pulled the girl's head into her chest and gave her a heartfelt squeeze. I will. She sniffed one last time as she cleaned her eyes and nose with her sleeve. Callie smiled at her. She dreaded that conversation for the last few days, but it went better than she expected. Oh, come in, Callie shouted as she heard a rhythmic knock on the door a few minutes later. Good day to you too, said Virendal as he stepped into the small living room. His nostrils flared for a moment before his eyes focused on the cups held in the two girls' hands. Oh, I see you made use of our cocoa beans. I didn't think it grew anywhere close to the mountains. It didn't. Callie caressed the warm cup. One of her last memories with her mother was making this together one evening after she managed to get her hands on some preserved beans and fresh milk. I only had it a few times, but it stuck with me. I see, he nodded slowly. One didn't live for 1,000 years without learning to pick up social cues, it seemed. If you are ready, Master is willing to receive you all afternoon. I'm mostly ready, Callie said as she took in the last mouthful of cocoa, swirling it around in her mouth to savor the taste before swallowing it. Let me just get my jacket. I am ready, Lexi said after quickly drinking all of her own. Is it disrespectful if I bring a dagger? Callie shouted out from the bedroom. No, Virendal answered, though only if it doesn't have withering enchantments on it. Master despises those. It doesn't. Then it is fine. All right, Callie said as she came back out of the bedroom, now with her belt around her waist, her dagger tucked in its holder and her jacket thrown over her shoulders. She considered throwing it into her spatial ring, but it wasn't something she wanted to flaunt, even if she mostly came to trust the others. There was trust, and then there was showing off a royal treasure. A spatial ring by itself wouldn't be too out of place, or even that unusual. Anyone considered well-off could get one, but if anyone noticed how large the space inside Callie's was, then she might invite some undue trouble onto her head. Then there is that bracelet, which is surely even more expensive. Never heard of an artifact that could heal old wounds or make your overall health better. Callie hopped out of the house first, looking around curiously as the harsh midday already started to warm her skin. Her clothes were less and less fitting for the climate with each traveled kilometer. The village was every bit as mythical as Callie hoped it'd be, though looking at the fearful faces of the locals shattered her daydreams. Callie loved books. She's read a lot of them over her 30 years of life. Books were like magic. They took her out of the boring castle on a dreary mountaintop, flew her through the magical landscapes of Etheria, and introduced her to a bundle of intriguing things. She wanted to be in a village like this so many times, a secret village hidden by powerful magic only accessible to the mystical trees whom only the very few remaining druids knew even a little about. Then there was the trope of a secret master hiding in such villages, protecting it from the shadows, a crouching tiger or hidden dragon. Callie's mouth twitched at that. She'd read that idiom in a book imported from a certified faraway land. She didn't know where it was, just that it was beyond the azure expanse, a treacherous ocean to the east of Iasyra which barely any sailors dared to brave. Of course, this also gave way to a gaggle of fantastical books about various heroes journeying into the unknown and finding anything from a land made of gold to people who could turn into foxes. One even talked about a dreaded vampire lord lording over a continent of various species. Vampires were a touchy subject in the Winter Kingdom. Callie knew they were somehow important and involved in the kingdom, but not much beyond that, and the occasional people visiting her father who had suspiciously short ears and even more suspiciously glimmering blood-red eyes. While Callie was daydreaming, the trio collected Vorgner and arrived at the mysterious archdruid's dwelling. Callie expected a hole in a large tree, or maybe a house built between the branches of trees. What she found herself looking at was a simple house. It was triple the size of the one she and Lexi stayed in, sure, but it was still just like that. "Master," Verindel knocked on the door with a twitch of his eyebrows. "I have brought my guests over to meet you." "Oh, did you now?" A muffled voice as sweet as honey and sharp as a viper came from behind the door before it snapped open. "Well, hello to you three." "Hi," Callie tilted her head curiously. The woman was what you'd see next to the name Eladrin in a dictionary. She had soft green skin and dark green hair cascading down her back, one reminiscent of fresh grass, while the other of the evergreen forests up in the mountains. She barely had enough clothes to cover her hips and breasts, which Callie's gaze lingered on for a moment before flickering up to stare into the woman's phoenix eyes. They were slitted like a snake's and shining in a hateful yellowish-orange color. "I am the village's alchemist. You can call me a Varial or Granny for you, little one," the Eladrin said with a gentle smile thrown in Lexi's direction, who stilled and slid behind Callie, who shifted uncomfortably as this brought a less kind gaze upon herself. "Who might you be?" she intoned as her venomous eyes held the young princess in their grasp like a startled deer in front of a dragon. "Kha'Lythria," she managed to squeak out, but the woman's gaze didn't abate as a frown crested her brows. "Master, please," Verindel interrupted with exasperation clear in his voice. "I didn't spend 2 hours recounting everything yesterday for you to bully my saviors." "You are right." The woman turned on her heels and kicked the door wide open behind her. "Come on in. We have some things to talk about." "Thanks," Callie muttered as she slid up next to Verindel with Lexi close on her tail. "I'm sorry about her," he sighed. Well, just know that she is a good person deep down. Without her, this village would have ceased to exist centuries ago." "The crouching dragon is eccentric," Callie muttered under her breath. "That is 2 clichés in one woman. Plus, she barely wears clothes, that's 3. Come sit." The woman led them up to a large table made of a still-living tree trunk, treated and shiny, but it still seemed just like normal wood. However, when Callie slid her hand across its surface, she felt tiny streams of mana flowing through it. The table was circular, so there wasn't any seniority or politics thing that the tutors hammered into Callie's thick skull. The woman plopped down first into a seat, and Verindel took a seat next to her. When Vorgner stepped forward and sat perpendicular to the woman, Callie sighed a bit in relief and sat next to him with Lexi sitting next to her. Staring ensued. "You haven't introduced yourselves yet," the woman noted, and Callie blinked in surprise. She'd get chewed out for that by her etiquette tutor for days. "I'm Vorgner Severus," the demon said with a stoic mask on his face. "Your kind is rare around these parts," a Varial noted with a nod. "Thank you for saving my clumsy disciple." Vorgner just grunted and nodded. "I'm Alexis." "Good to meet you, Alexis." The druid smiled at her before turning her gaze to Callie, who opened her mouth to speak. "If you have nothing new to say, then don't repeat yourself." Her words died in her throat, and her mouth closed awkwardly as she stared down into her lap. "I'm sure she knows I lied about my name. Hopefully she won't press it. This is already awkward as hell. Why did I want to meet her again?" "I heard your little group wants to leave soonish and head for the border." The druid flickered her gaze between Callie and Vorgner before stopping on the man as Callie just shrunk back under her venomous stare. "Yes. Do you know how you'll get through the Imperials?" "We'll manage. Will you take the child with you?" The man glanced at Lexi, then at Callie, who shook her head without looking at Avariel. "No." "So you are leaving another mouth to feed to us?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because she'd die with us." "Won't she if she starves here?" "Will you starve her?" "Of course not." The woman flared up. "My apologies, of course. We will take care of the child. This world is too harsh for them to live alone in." Callie just caressed the increasingly nervous Lexi's hand under the table, though it was mutual, as Callie too felt her straining nerves relax slightly as the girl held onto her hand. The woman and Vorgner went back and forth for a while, and Callie grew a bit bored. She propped up her chin with her palm and looked all around the room, finding curious vines and plants growing out of the walls, glowing berries hanging from the roof, hardy moss covering the floor acting like a rug, and so on. As she was shaken out of her reverie, she stared intently at a vine that twitched every few seconds, causing a similar twitch in her ears. "Yeah," she asked as she looked askance at Vorgner, who elbowed her. "The alchemist asked you something." "Why, yes." Callie glanced into those slitted eyes again, and unlike before, she found an intense stare. "Where did you get that ring?" Her words were so unlike the flowery words or sweet tone from before that it threw Callie for a loop. "This one." Callie pointed at the blocky spatial ring first. "No," the woman said with a touch of irritation, "the silverite one." "It's from my master," Callie reflexively said as she clutched the ring protectively before her eyes went wide. "Damn it, why is my mouth so loose?" If she recognized something from it, she might know master, and as far as I know, he only took me on as a student in the last 1,000 years. "Don't you dare lie to me, girl." The woman stood up as her venomous glare returned several folds. Vorgner was on his feet and ready to fight to Callie's side, but they were beyond fucked if the woman wanted to kill them. Never fight a druid in their grove was one of the first rules of staying alive. "I can feel Sadkiel's mana in it. Did your bastard of a master do something to my son?" She growled as the whole house vibrated with mana, making Callie's ear twitch violently despite the mind-numbing bomb the woman dropped on her head. "What?" 22. Heart to heart. Callie stared unblinking at the now somewhat confused Eldarin. She was objectively beautiful, but those eyes made it clear that despite appearing like a harmless flower, she was very damn poisonous. Next, she pictured her master, Sadkiel, in her mind. He was an elderly Eldar. His skin was bluish-gray, his hair white as Callie's own, and his eyes shone in an argent light. The Eldar disturbed many at the first meeting as, unlike most other species, their eyes were orbs of light, and there was no separation between sclera, iris, or pupil. Then came the most stark difference, which threw Callie for a loop when the woman looking barely 30 years old by human standards called that pile of bones her son. Sadkiel was old, not old but old. Wrinkles crested his face and his skin stretched tightly against his features. Callie even joked that he might drop dead at any moment. "I still have more than enough time to shove some sense into that thick skull of yours," he'd retort. "How?" Callie asked, her incredulity clear on her face. "What?" Averill asked with a frown marring her face. "Master, please." Verindel put his hand on her shoulder. "I don't know what this is about, but they are my guests. Please don't do this." Guests. Callie wasn't sure of the cultural significance that held. Winter elves didn't have any outrageous guest rights aside from "don't kill the guest." She huffed and Callie sighed in relief as the myriads of spell matrices on the cusp of activation relaxed or fizzled out. "Fine," she spat. "But you will answer me, girl." She sat down, but her glare barely lessened, though there wasn't the threat of instant action at a wrong word behind it anymore. "My master gave it to me when I last saw him." Callie stared into those reptilian eyes with a fair bit of wariness as she didn't know what reaction her words would induce. "Master Zadkiel gave it to me." "Zadkiel?" She frowned. "Why?" Callie held back a sigh of relief. The woman might have a talent for telling the truth from lies. A parting gift. Callie ran her thumb over the ring. "For my last lesson." "Is that so?" The archdruid sat with her white brows furrowed deeply, her gaze focused on the ring. Her ears twitched. Then she nodded. "We'll talk more later." She clapped. "But for now we should eat first." Callie sat back down with her gaze remaining locked on the druid. She'd sensed more runes activating in less than a second than she'd cast in her entire life. As she unclasped her fists, a cold realization hit her. Her palms were wet, a mixture of nervous sweat and blood from where her nails had dug into her skin. Her heart wasn't hammering as loudly anymore, and somehow she felt less intimidated by the Eladrin. She took in a slow breath, then let it slip through her lips. Instincts were important. Usually, they told you something that you were only subconsciously aware of, so Callie assumed her lessened fear meant the woman stopped doing something that was making her instinctually fear her. That should be a good thing, at least. The silence remained, though, and Callie could feel Vorgner remain tense in the seat beside her. He jumped up to help her then, didn't he? Callie cast a sideways glance at the man. If this were a romance novel, she would have fallen for him by now after he saved her twice. He was handsome, Callie guessed, for humans, that is. He was a hunk of a man, tall, burly, fit, and with muscles that were as hard as rock, plus he gave off that sort of contained beast vibe which, while Callie found cool, it wasn't in any way arousing to her. The reason was that Callie was an elf and she had the beauty standards of an elf. She didn't consider herself picky, hells, she didn't even really care if her partner was male or female, but they had to look feminine, or at least androgynous. Many humans wrongly thought that elves were prudish, but Callie would laugh at that idea. Being a prude differed from having standards, after all. Elvish society was rather open. It couldn't be anything else when every awakened elf could hear everyone else have sex from a mountain over. Soundproofing enchantments existed, of course, and the castle had them, but they only use it in important rooms or when talks were especially confidential. Nope, nothing. Zilch, Callie gazed at the side of his face, imagining how her lips would feel on her own and felt a bit disgusted. It feels like I'm having lewd thoughts about an uncle or something. This daydreaming took up enough of Callie's time, so she barely noticed when a gaggle of vines started carrying in plates filled with food along with utensils and tableware. Callie took a fork in her hand, twirled it around her fingers, and noted that they carved it out of wood. They made every utensil of wood, but just based on touch, it would be harder to break than steel. Is it treated? Of course it is, silly. But is it treated with magic? It should be. I don't think I've ever seen someone so fascinated by a fork, said the druid with a touch of cheer in her voice. When the princess glanced at her, she saw an amused expression on the druid's face, similar to the one she gave Lexi when she asked why the berries glowed. Callie blushed a bit and put the fork down. The first serving was soup. A quick whiff of the steaming broth had her mouth water already. She glanced up at the druid. The woman nodded with an amused smile curling at the edge of her mouth which Callie, and subsequently Lexi, took as being permitted to eat. Callie savored the meaty taste suffused into the milky texture of the soup. She felt the warmth travel along her throat and nestle in her stomach. Ow, hout! Alexis yelped as she nearly spat out her first spoonful of soup. Here, Averill flicked a small orb of something that looked like honey over the table and it landed between the two girls. Oh, is that a candy? Eat it, Callie nudged the girl, who stared apprehensively at the candy for a moment. The girl's eye lit up as she put the candy in her mouth and Callie saw the pained expression melt off her face. What is that? Callie asked while continuing to eat the delicious soup. Berries and nuts were good for a while, but she craved warm food for a while now. Madhu honey has some magical properties that allow it to boost our natural regeneration, Virendal said as he was busy blowing the steam off of the soup. How can you eat it this hot? I can barely feel it, Callie shrugged. The warmth is nice. You forgot winter elves are resistant to extreme temperatures and not just cold, did you not? And no, Virendal averted his eyes. I'm glad you like it. The druid sent a gentle smile Callie's way, which caught her off guard for a bit, but she just nodded. It really was good. I mean, if she really believes I'm her son's disciple, that'd sort of explain her change in behavior, but I never heard of someone having a truth-seeing talent, although she is a druid, so who knows. Callie glanced at the only non-elf around the table. Vorgner sat calmly in front of an empty bowl. Seems like I wasn't the only one who enjoyed it. After the soup, they got a serving of mysterious meat along with some roasted vegetables, which Callie enjoyed as much for the experience of trying so much new food as for their taste. All the vegetables came from all different environments, like the fruits outside of the village. Lexi nudged Callie's side. Can I eat meat? Callie frowned. What sort of question was that? Of course. She tilted her head as the girl stared up at her with worry clear in her eyes. Why couldn't you? I heard elves can't eat meat. She frowned. Won't I die? No. Callie drawled. I mean, I know it doesn't hurt me, but maybe it is different for autumn elves. She glanced at Virendal. No, he said as he flicked a piece of meat into his mouth. Not a problem here. Enjoy yourself, little lady. It is a misconception among humans, Vorgner spoke up. I believe it stems from most elves having a rather high standard of what they eat. A most foolish misconception, the druid noted. I've been told by many that they believed druids only ate grass and could turn into bears or wolves when they felt like it. Callie caught a playful glance the druid threw at Vorgner, but she couldn't understand the meaning of it. Is she calling him a beast? Isn't that, like, super rude to do with demons? As she thought of that, she suddenly found her plate empty. When her fork came down for another veggie, she stared down at it. Not a drop of food remained. Oh well, that was good while it lasted. She didn't notice Lexi next to her with her cheeks full of ill-gotten food. So, Averial swept her gaze over her 3 guests once they all had their plates clean. I want to speak with the girl, she said as she looked at Callie. Verandil, please entertain the other 3 while I do that. Callie stiffened up less than before, but she still felt more than a little nervous at being alone with the woman. She felt a tiny bundle of warmth wrap herself around her waist. Don't worry, child. The druid smiled at Alexis. Nothing foul will befall your friend, I promise. Callie felt herself believing her words, weird instincts. It'll be all right. Callie patted the pink head of the girl. Why don't you ask Verandil to take you around for some fruits? I'm sure you could still eat some desserts. Oh, okay, she said, but didn't release Callie. I'll make you some more hot cocoa tonight if you go with them. What about that? Promise? Yes, Callie smiled and gave another pat to the girl's fluffy head as she disentangled herself. See you 3 later. Likewise, Verandil nodded. Vorgner grunted and Lexi gave her a little wave as they slipped out of the house. Now then, the woman said as she walked up to Callie, let's sit down. We have a lot to talk about. Oh, okay. Callie bit her tongue. Idiot. I'm such an idiot. The druid led the nervous princess into another room. It reminded Callie of her mother's office a bit, although it was much more cozy with natural wood walls, vibrant rugs, and couches. Sit. The woman waved at a couch as she herself sat down on the other. So, Callie fidgeted, feeling like she was going to be interrogated. What do you want to know? Your name for a start. The woman smirked and crossed her legs. Your real one, princess. Eh? Callie gaped at her. She felt her heart drum in overdrive up in her throat as she stared into those predatory eyes resembling a dragon's. Oh, please. The woman raised an eyebrow. I've been alive for long enough to differentiate between a normal winter elf and a royal one. She snorted at Callie's dumbfounded expression. Your eyes are glowing, honey. Oh, Callie deflated. There was that, wasn't it? She just didn't think many people would know that tidbit about royal elves, though Averial might be a tiny minority in that regard. Kha'Lythria, she said, with a bit of annoyance seeping into her tone. How old are you, Kha'Lythria? Averial gave her a genuine smile. 30, she admitted. She wasn't even an adult yet. She was considered adolescent until her 50th birthday, where her first cycle should come, one of the few times in her life during which she'd be fertile. To a woman older than Sadkiel, she must look like a toddler. The woman crinkled an eyebrow. The pouting is understandable then. I'm not pouting, Callie pouted and crossed her arms. That aside, said Averial with a light laugh, just to be sure, who is your master? Callie frowned for a second. She'd only ever called her Sadkiel, Zad, old man or master. Did he ever really introduce himself? There was that one time, but I thought he was just pulling things out of his ass. It is worth a try. Sadkiel, the verdant mystic, the ethereal sage, and the lord of illusions. Callie closed her eyes, but she knew her cheeks were burning in embarrassment. She couldn't understand how Sadkiel spoke these titles with no shame. Lord of Illusions, Averial said in a strained voice before breaking out into a fit of giggles, slowly transforming into a full-blown laughter. Callie just sat there, simmering in the air of awkwardness and embarrassment she found herself in. Oh, sorry. The woman calmed down in a few seconds. I mean, excuse me, that was good. Okay. Callie tilted her head. Lord of Illusions, though, she smiled. He is getting even more brazen in his old age. So you believe me? Callie asked while forcing herself to stop fidgeting. Of course, the Eladrin gave her a gentle smile. You need another 2,000 years to deceive me, girl. How did you know, Callie asked, that I was lying or telling the truth, I mean? Do you have a talent or something for it? No, she shook her head. I noticed you calmed down right after I believed you. Why did you? Wouldn't it be natural to doubt me? Yees? Callie asked as her right leg started jittering. That is how I know, she shrugged. Instinct, dear. The older you get and the more experienced you are, the more accurate your instincts become. Oh, Callie stilled, right? Although, the woman narrowed her eyes at the princess. Being a royal, you have much better instincts and senses than the rest of your kind, I think. Virendal hardly glimpses my intentions with only his instincts, even though he is 1,000 years older than you. He noticed beasts in the forest before me, though. Callie bit her cheek, while having a fraction of my level and hearing range, too. You have a better starting point. That doesn't mean you don't need experience for your potential to shine. Potential, said Callie with a frown. Master always said I had an abundance of it, but sometimes I doubt it. Simple humans caught me. We have all the afternoon for ourselves. The woman glanced at the window. Why don't you tell me what got you here? How did a princess of winter end up at my doorstep? Kai slumped back into the comfy couch. Well, it all started when I was traveling in a carriage through the mountains. I see. Averial looked thoughtful as she stared at Callie, who was sipping on some cinnamon berry tea. Very nice. So, what do you think? Callie asked, much more relaxed after several hours of storytelling and back-and-forth questions. She felt weird thinking back on it. It wasn't smart to tell literally everything to the woman who was mostly a stranger, but she felt so nice and floaty and free now that she told someone all that happened to her. She told the woman, who was mostly a stranger, everything. From her attempts to annoy her father by seducing her maids and guard, to how she got captured by humans because she'd gotten distracted by all the unfamiliar sounds. What do I think? Averial leaned back and stared at the ceiling. Thank the ancestors you are alive. Anyone else that did the same things would be a corpse or a lunatic by now, is the short version. Why? Callie frowned. For one, the woman held up a finger. Do you know why people don't just absorb cores as they are? They don't. Callie's eyes went wide. No, most mana-gathering methods have ways to channel the essence and mana of a core into yourself, but you just took it all in. Is that bad? Callie's knuckles went white as she clutched her mud. Bad? Averial stared at her and said, if you weren't a royal, you would be no smarter than the beast the core belonged to. It is said that the cores contain their memories and mind in their essence after death, which is why the mana-gathering methods purify this essence before absorbing it. Damn it. But they always just absorbed them in the books. Damn it. Not to say that beast you'd slain was probably the pup of an ascended frost wolf, Averial sighed, meaning it was already sentient and had a strong will. Did you find yourself more prideful, arrogant, or bloodthirsty since then? Maybe Callie thought back. Yes, I have. I wanted to just burn that asshole bandit to ash because I was so angry such a trash caught me. I wanted to burn the rest of them too when I knew I'd get poked to death if I did. She thought her response was natural, as if it had always been within her but wasn't brought to the surface. However, perhaps it truly stemmed from the core. What can I do? Callie asked. Never do such a thing again for one, the druid said seriously. We can do nothing about the essence. It has already infused itself into you and melded with yourself. You have been changed irrevocably. But Callie teared up a little. A simple dog was affecting her, changing her. It was despicable, humiliating, degrading. Let's look at it another way. The woman stood up and slumped down next to Callie, pulling her into a sideways hug. It wasn't the essence that influenced you, but the experience of having to fight for your life. You have an anger problem and a slight superiority complex. Callie felt the woman's warmth envelop her body as she gently rubbed her shoulder. You can change, Kha'Lythria. You are a young girl. Stifle those prideful thoughts and practice some humility. I can feel the kindness in you. These feelings won't be able to take root in you if you pay attention. Callie stiffened. She'd been hugged before. She had siblings, but aside from them, she only ever had romantic partners hug her. Never an elder. It felt nice, reassuring. Almost like mom. Why? Thank you, Callie sniffed. Why is everything so hard? Just when I thought things were getting better. SHHHH, Averial leant her head over Kha'Ly's as a soft sob escaped the girl. It's all right. I just wanted to learn magic and explore the world. Kha'Ly sobbed and Averial consoled her just like the princess did with Alexis that morning. The druid kept whispering, you can stay here for as long as you want. You will be safe here. I promise. 23. Shiny new super special technique. Are you sure there wasn't anything else? No other unexpected surges of anger or arrogance? The archdruid looked at Kha'Ly in befuddlement after she calmed down and explained how she thought the beast's essence influenced her. Your mind is stronger than I thought. The woman smiled at her. What is an awakened beast, anyway? Her gaze averted. Kha'Ly felt her cheeks grow warm. Do you know why we elves have more essence at birth than humans or most fawns? Averial asked, shifting into a teacher while still having an arm wrapped around Kha'Ly's back. The princess, in turn, rested her head on the woman's shoulder. I think it has something to do with superior biology. Kha'Ly frowned as she thought back to those lessons. She might have been a prodigy, but subjects where Tzadkiel went into the more esoteric aspects of magic and essence often flew over her head. In part, the druid nodded, but during pregnancy, the mother can infuse the child with her essence. This happens naturally for us elves. Oh! Kha'Ly looked up at that, so my mother gave me my starting essence? In part, the druid nodded. A small part also comes from the father, but in the end, the mother provides the most, which is why higher-leveled women are so respected in our culture. And as breeding horses by humans. Kha'Ly's expression soured at the thought. So the awakened beast, she tried to shift the conversation back onto the topic she was curious about. They are magical beasts who have awakened to full sentience and some limited form of sapience, said Averial. Evolution is a lengthy road and shortening it in such a way causes some side effects, which usually include the lack of positive emotions in these beasts. So monsters. That is why they call them that, yes. They are obsessed with eating anything with a core, some pack mentality remains, and they protect their family members rather fiercely, but that's it, she shrugged. Some of these magical beasts have a form of what we, elves, have. Sometimes they can infuse a small amount of essence into their offspring. Sometimes the mother shrivels up and dies right after birth from giving up too much or anywhere in between. So you think that wolf was like that? Yes, she nodded. I think that wolf was a newborn pup of an awakened frost wolf who's given up most of her essence, which is why you jumped so many levels in one go. Oh, Kha'Ly nodded, which explained why the other magical cores gave such little essence, okay? Poor thing should have just stayed in its cave for the next 50 years, and it would have reached beyond 300 with no effort. The druid sighed. Oh well, hopefully that essence will be of more use to you than it. Yeah? But, Kha'Ly stiffened, you are not going anywhere until I hammer an actual mana-gathering technique into your head. I can't believe Tzadkiel let you go out on your own without doing so. Really? Kha'Ly's eyes glimmered as she stared into the woman's eyes. Yes, really, she smiled. I can't teach you much else about magic. My way of doing it is only possible for Eladrin. Kha'Ly deflated slightly. But the prospect of actually having a cultivation technique overshadowed that mild disappointment. Thank you. What do you know about them? Averial asked her. Mana-gathering techniques, I mean? I always liked cultivation techniques more as a name for them. They help me absorb ambient mana into my core? Book knowledge don't fail me again. That is the main part of it, yes, Averial nodded. Yes, other than that it can be used to filter out contaminated essence or purify it, among many other things like regulating the inflow of mana from crystals. You need to do that? Kha'Ly's eyes went wide. Did you do that too? Averial glared at her. No, not yet. Good, she nodded. I'm going to teach you a safe one you can use as a buffer for both essence and mana. It will help you make sure you are not taking anything harmful into your body before helping you absorb it better. Will it be faster than the rune? Yes, it will be faster, Averial laughed lightly. Using that rune for gathering is like trying to eat soup with a fork or with a toothpick, to be more accurate. Nice, Kha'Ly did a fist pump in her head. She understood that the other parts were much more important to her right now. She really did. At the same time, it was torture. outright psychological torture to know how to cast fireballs and have the mana capacity to cast 11 in a row while being unable to do so. Why was she unable to do it? Because it took more than a whole goddess-damned day to regenerate the mana needed to cast a single fireball, and that was just 1/11th of her mana capacity too. It was easy to understand why she was so excited. Thank you. Callie hugged the woman. Fireballs. Sure, the woman patted her back. They stayed like that for a minute, Callie basking in the comforting warmth for a while longer and wrestling with her emotions, but the excitement bubbled to the surface. So, she asked as she leaned back and cleaned off some embarrassing tear marks from her cheeks. To be so young. The woman shook her head lightly, but smiled back at Callie's naked excitement. I assume you'd like to learn it now, right? Yes, please. Callie bounced up and down on the couch. A part of her recognized the laziness characteristic of older elves in the Druid. To one who lived for thousands of years, there was little difference between doing something tomorrow or in the next year or even a decade. Callie understood. Of course it was easy to understand, but at the same time she had fireballs to cast and magic to learn. She could leave lazing around like the oldies when she became an archmage. Ow. She massaged her forehead as the druid pulled back the finger she used to flick the rude little elf. What I'm going to teach you is one of the oldest and most widespread gathering techniques called the vortex technique. This was one of the original methods thought to the first mages by the goddess. Oh, right, but isn't that like outdated as hell? Cool. The woman rolled her eyes. It's written on your face, but let me tell you, this is the technique many of the most powerful mages today use to rise. It may be simple, but as I used it I developed it and made it my own. This is the version I am going to teach you, and if it could take me this far it can serve you just as well. Okay, Callie chirped. Despite her obsessive reading of anything magical, she couldn't get her hands on anything that talked about the exact techniques. She knew the first ones were gifts from that enigmatic being most called a goddess for a lack of a better word, but nothing more than that. Do you know how rune sharing works? I know in theory, but I never did it myself. Callie put a finger to her cheek as she thought. That was a weird practice where two mages somehow meditated together, and one shared a rune structure with the other by impressing it upon their core, and even if the recipient couldn't memorize it instantly or even comprehend it, the core would assist them in it for a while. It'd fade with time, a few months at most, but it was a superb tool for teaching other complex runework needed for more complicated spells based on the books. I'll walk you through it then, Avariel said as she stood up. Come. Callie nodded and fell into step behind the woman, her gaze crawling across the walls as they walked back into the living room where floorboards disentangled from each other like vines, revealing a masterfully carved stairway leading down into a larger space below ground. Callie oohed as she fully stepped into the open circular room, seemingly carved into the inside of a large tree. Vines crawled over the ceiling with dangling luminescent orbs hanging from them, giving the room a warm yellowish light. Sit, the woman said as she elegantly sunk down into a lotus position in the middle of the room, and Callie mimicked her and did the same. The two sat facing each other as Callie curiously looked into the woman's eyes. Give me your hands. Callie did so, feeling Avariel's hands clasp around her own. Her skin feels like soft leaves. Close your eyes and try to clear your mind. The woman followed her own instruction and Callie hastily did the same. No thoughts, head empty. I will prod you with some mana. Focus on it. The Eladrin's soothingly sweet voice swam into Callie's ears. She twitched as an itch not unlike what she usually felt in her ears when a spell went off near her started coming from her palms as distinctly foreign energy pushed into her body like a gently warmth. I feel it, she whispered as she felt the warmth spread up her arms, into her elbows, then up to her shoulder, and finally spreading over her chest, which prompted a sigh of comfort from the girl. Good, the druid said gently. I will now guide it to you core. Keep calm. This can feel rather weird for the first time. Okay, Callie nodded resolutely, trying to shake off the languidity the comfortable warmth gave rise to. She took a few controlled breaths as the warmth crawled down towards the core, hiding in the center of her mass, around her stomach, growing increasingly drowsy as it went on. I can't fall asleep. Focus. Her worries were unfounded as the moment the first trickle of mana made contact with her, an electric jolt rippled through her body from head to toe. The hair stood up on her neck as her eyes flew wide open. "Relax," Averial said with a gentle squeeze of her hands. "You are doing well. Breathe and relax." "Okay, okay," Callie tried to say, but her voice quivered as a tremble ran through her body, not unlike what she felt when she absorbed her first core. "Breathe. In and out. Good. Focus on the mana." She scrunched her eyes close and tried to push the sensations coursing through her body to the back of her mind, more or less succeeding. She put her focus on her core, the rest of her body pushed to the sidelines. Her core buzzed gently, a vibrant ball of mana and otherworldly energy swirling within her. Slight trickles of mana spread over her entire body, but those were mere streams compared to the veritable ocean of energy that was her core. It was the core of her strength, of her magic, and of her being if the rumor that it housed her soul was to be believed. "You are doing well," Averial said soothingly. "I am going to start now, all right." Callie gave a jerky nod, not quite trusting her voice at the moment. Her entire world expanded rapidly. The core, which felt no larger than a fist only a moment ago, now felt like an entire galaxy in which she was on a lone star twinkling like a tiny. Still, she was the center of it all. Like the core was the center of her before, now it was reversed, and she glimpsed at beautiful nebula swimming through the void, flickering with a myriad of arcane symbols which all came together to form the celestial object. Callie marveled at the dazzling scenery. All of this was in her body all this time? She was searching for magic outside when a something beyond comprehension was sitting around in her body? She watched stars go up in a cavalcade of colors as they exploded and morphed into other forms. She watched hundreds of glimmering stars come together in complicated constellations which all resonated with a combined magical aura. Holes of utter darkness collected twinkling lights around them as they ate up the vibrant energy of the galaxy, while another, just like it, exhaled it again. A pounding headache started to overtake her mind, and she shut her eyes in reflex as her hands came up to massage her temples. "Kha'Lythria," a muffled voice came from somewhere so damned far away she barely heard it. It was so small and insignificant compared to the endless galaxy around her, but with the headache pounding away at her head, she latched onto it like a lifeline. "Focus on my voice, girl," a soft voice tinged with a touch of worry echoed in her mind. "You need to push it back, zoom out, let all that you see now collapse into a single orb of energy." How? Callie heard another voice, weak, trembling and afraid, but she wasn't sure whose voice it was. "Imagine that you are staring at a single piece of grass from a centimeter away. All you need to do is pull your head back, want it all to just get smaller. Small, turn the galaxy into a small ball." She was dubious, but as she solidified the image of her desires, the myriad of lights turned into burning lines as they dashed across the void and collected into a single orb of swirling colors. Callie could still make out some vague shapes and some of the larger forms if she squinted, but any further than that, and her headache came back with a vengeance, bonking her in the head with a club. "Kha'Lythria, are you here with me?" The voice was louder now, and beyond the dark void of space, Callie could make out a blurry figure moving, talking. "Yeah." Another voice resonated in the air just as Callie thought to answer, a familiar voice, her voice. But there was a dissonance, a feeling it wasn't actually her talking, but she just sighed that she somehow managed to answer. "Good." Invisible hands squeezed around her own comfortingly. "You see your core, right?" "Of course, it's right here." A giant glowing ball is hard to mistake in this darkness. "I think so?" "It's so small." Her voice spoke again, and Callie frowned. "That wasn't right." "That is quite fine." After another squeeze of her hands, the voice spoke again. "I will begin sharing the rune structure of the main technique first. Focus on it. The more you memorize, the better." "Okay." Her other self sounded uncertain, and Callie frowned. She found herself in a weird situation, but for now she'd put her entire focus into memorizing that technique. Existential crisis could wait for later. One after the other, glimmering runes shifted or flickered into being all around her colorful core, covering it from all sides. They orbited the sphere of energy like moons, but they all kept their pace and started making up an intricate tapestry around it. Next came lines of pure mana, channels that'd connect the many runes and guide energy from one to the other. Kha'Ly instantly forgot about her worries about a doppelganger taking over her body as she laid her eyes on the first ever magic circle she'd ever seen. Well, it wasn't quite a circle as much as it was a sphere, but that was what they called runes connected by mana pathways and logical gates. These were the foundations for complex spells, a nifty trick some of the first mages came up with based on enchanting languages and their own use of mana pathways. Runes glimmered in a bluish-purple color reminiscent of most arcane magic as the many lines of mana interconnected between them. Finally, after what felt like hours to Kha'Ly, that last line connected and the whole structure gained a mystical aura. Attraction to it that seemingly pulled you into it, threatening to consume you. Kha'Ly blinked, pulling back as she took in the rune work covering her core like a protective veil all over it. She could barely see her core under all of that active mana swimming around. With but a thought, Kha'Ly flew around her core like a tiny planet orbiting a star. Her gaze focused on every little bend, curve, twist, or intersection as she engraved them upon her mind, even as her brain protested with a returning headache. Kha'Ly ignored it. This much was nothing compared to what she felt when she tried to glimpse into the runework of that nebula. This structure would barely make up a tiny part of a far-off star in her core. How do you feel? My head aches, but otherwise fine. I'm all right. Her voice was a bit nervous. It's all right if you couldn't remember it all at once. A Varial's soothing voice echoed through the void, and Kha'Ly felt her nerves relaxing slightly. Your core will remember this for a month. You will have time to memorize it. Okay. Now, let's get to the other segments. She could hear the smile in the woman's voice. I made these ones myself. With that, Kha'Ly spent the next few hours in a trance, memorizing structures as they shimmered into being as more layers around the first, but none of them came quite as close to the first. In total, there were 3, or maybe 4 if she counted the one that let her extend the range of the technique at the threat of overloading her core. The other 3 were a mana buffer, which would create a buffer to store her mana in before loading it into her core, protecting her from overloading it and fracturing it. Unfortunately, SH could only use one of the extensions at once, so she couldn't use this in conjunction with the range expansion. The second was a mana drain, which would help her safely drain mana from all sorts of magical materials like mana crystals, monster parts, or unprotected enchantments. The final one was the most important. It was an essence buffer like they talked about. It'd store any essence she absorbed from cores and filter out contaminated parts while purifying what it could, keeping Kha'Ly as close to herself as she can be. Kha'Ly wore a weak grin on her face as the last structure seeped into her mind. With a last check, she nodded to herself in satisfaction. She wasn't 100% sure she could recreate all of this, but with 1 or 2 revisions in the following days, she should be good to go. All right, a Varial spoke, and the dread from being split off from herself, from a fake taking over her body, came back with a vengeance as Kha'Ly bit her lips. We are done. Ow-weg, Kha'Ly doubled over, falling sideways and clutching her head as ungodly pain racked her body and nausea threatened to send the tasty meal she ate not too long ago back out. Drink. Kha'Ly felt her head being lifted and her mouth forced apart, quickly followed by a warm liquid being poured down her throat. It left a trail of comfortable tingle in its wake, which quickly expanded all over her body. Kha'Ly sagged in relief as her skull-splitting headache abated slowly. It was only half a minute later when she opened her eyes again, when the pain was only a mild tingle in the back of her skull. Foolish girl, the druid sighed as her eyes looked down at Kha'Ly. Why is she above me? Oh, those are big boobs. Why are they in the way to her face? Exhausted, afraid, and high on numbing potion, Kha'Ly's head was a bit up in the clouds. You tried to memorize all of them at once, didn't you? Kha'Ly blushed at the slight glare coming her way, which wasn't made better by the realization that she was lying right on the curvaceous Eladrin's lap. Lap pillow. Oh-ee, nicey. Kha'Ly just blinked at the woman, sheepishly, to which the woman just sighed. Oh, fine, she shook her head, you just need to rest. The nausea and headache should go away by tomorrow. Right, Kha'Ly hummed happily. She felt like there was something important. Why was she afraid again? Her memories were all jumbled about the past few hours. The potion will wear off in 10 hours. The woman looked down at her, her hand slowly drifting over to Kha'Ly's white locks where she started to caress the girl's head. The pain should be manageable by then. The first time is always rough, so you don't have to worry too much about it. Can't I get another potion? Kha'Ly looked up innocently, blinking like a puppy asking for treats. No. She deflated, but the woman's dexterous fingers soon had her relaxing and purring like a cat. Purring was like hissing for the elves, an instinctual response that was a sign of them letting their guard down and acting more on instinct than mind. Though unlike irritation and displeasure, which the hiss represented, purring was a sign of comfort, relaxation, and pleasure. In short, very embarrassing to do on the lap of a woman you met just that day, and something that would haunt a young princess for the foreseeable future. What a troublesome child, Arawn murmured as Kha'Ly was well on her way into dreamland. Her voice was a touch of exasperation mixed with a motherly care that had a single tear rolling down Kha'Ly's face. Mother, why did you abandon me? 24. Village Exploration. Nua. Kha'Ly jumped up, blanket and pillow flying through the air as she rolled off of the couch. She yelped as she fell on her back, slamming down onto the wooden floor. Good morning, she greeted as a green head leaned into her vision. It is evening, Arawn noted as she stared down at her, her brows crested in amusement. Good evening. Kha'Ly smiled, jumping back onto her feet. What was she dreaming about again? It was something scary she felt? Being torn into two minds and then mashed back into one. Weird dream. Anyway, she remembered almost the full cultivation technique and even the way Arawn guided the mana through her body as she activated it for a moment at the end. There was a strange dichotomy between the two memories, different emotions, different sensations, but it all felt like both happened at the same time, and when she put them together she saw how the cultivation technique was constructed both from inside and from the outside. Cultivation. That one word pushed aside most of her worries. Maybe this was how it was supposed to be? I should ask Arawn later. Let's try this thing first. Kha'Ly glanced up at the woman, the height difference between the two of them suddenly hitting her. So can I try it out? I'd advise you to make sure you can cast it perfectly first. Arawn crossed her arms, but I'm not your mother. You can do whatever you want. All right, Kha'Ly's throat tightened all of a sudden despite the woman trying to sound reassuring. I'll make sure I can do it perfectly. Your friends will be back in an hour at most, the druid said. Why don't you come with me? Veer doesn't like tea, so it's been a while since I had someone to enjoy it with. Sure, Kha'Ly chirped with a smile on her face. A druid was offering to share some of her homegrown, fresh tea leaves with her. Count her in. The next hour flew by in a blink of an eye, and Kha'Ly heard the door clicking open sooner than she expected. Good evening, master. Verandil bowed slightly as he stepped into the house. Good evening, Miss Kha'Lythria. Hi, Kha'Ly waved back as she sipped on her third cup of delicious tea, this one being a sort of black tea with some relaxing properties from Kashgar of all places. Her smile widened as a fluffy pink head popped out from behind Verandil. Hello, Lexi, she greeted, then her gaze flicked up to the demon, High Vorgner. One ran up to her and peered over her shoulder to look at her tea, and the other nodded with a grunt. Want some? Kha'Ly asked as she held her cup under the girl's nose, who flinched back from it. Sour, Lexi grimaced. Yep, Kha'Ly smirked as she took in the last mouthful of it, humming in satisfaction as the warm liquid traveled down her throat and warmed her stomach. I have some that you might like, young lady. Arawn smiled gently, though that'll have to wait for tomorrow. It is getting rather late. Kha'Ly glanced out of the window and saw the weak orange sunlight seeping through the canopy. It was really getting late. Thank you for having me. Kha'Ly bowed her head as she stood up. Come by tomorrow, Arawn smiled. Let me check out your runework before you get into actual testing, if you don't mind. Kha'Ly ignored the slight contradiction from the woman's previous words. She was all too happy to wait a day if it meant she could try out her new technique under Arawn's guidance. Sure, one more day couldn't hurt. Rushing almost made me a raving lunatic with the mind of a beast. Thank you. It's nothing, she nodded. Good night, children. Good night. Callie and Lexi said together, and Vorgner nodded at the Eladrin in a way that seemed respectful to Callie. Veer, you stay. Yes, master. Callie drew in a deep breath, letting the cold night air fill her lungs as she skipped away from the door. She found a spot from where she could catch a glimpse of the gentle blue moon swimming across the night sky. Sue, Callie turned to her two companions. What now? Sleep. Lexi offered with a cute tilt of her head, but she didn't sound too into her own idea. Callie's gaze drifted over and up to Vorgner's, finding his wolf-like eyes staring back at her. What were you thinking about? Vorgner asked with a tired sigh, almost making Callie scoff at him. He was higher level than her, so he should need even less rest than her. A single day of walking around should leave him with ample energy. Something fun, Callie said as she spun around. She was in a new place, with new people and new everything, and with a Varial here she could feel a tiny bit secure and free for the first time in a long while. She wanted to have some fun. Then she wanted to learn some magic. Those were her two primary goals in life at the moment. She wanted to try out her new shiny technique, of course she did, but in the end it could wait another day. She was safe, maybe? Probably. She could spend a day relaxing and having fun. Or an evening. Fun. Lexi tilted her head and Callie wanted to just stretch her puffy cheeks with how adorable she was. Fun. Vorgner's question was much less cute, but he made a face not unlike the pinkette next to him. Yep. Callie put her fists on her hips and struck a pose intending to be domineering, but not quite managing to, as an amused demon 2 heads taller than her just stared at her in amusement. What is it that you want to do? Vorgner asked, making Callie feel slightly stifled at his indulgent expression, not unlike what her brother had on his face when she bothered him. Explore a bit? Callie tilted her head thoughtfully. I want to see more of the village. Fruits? Lexi perked up. We can get fruits too, Callie nodded. Why am I here again? Vorgner asked, though not sounding too annoyed, just curious. Protection, Callie smiled up at him. Stupid short body. I swear only dwarves are shorter than me. I know Avariel and Verandil said we'd be safe here, but some of the people here are twitchy. All right, he shrugged. I will follow behind you. Thanks, Callie chirped before grabbing Lexi by the hand. Let's go check out the village square first. Village square? Lexi asked as she jogged next to Callie because of her long strides. Yep, Callie nodded, slowing a little. They should have a village square, at least I think so. Think. Yep, but if they don't, then we just spent that time looking at beautiful houses. Callie, like always, whenever she saw something new or exciting, had a spring in her step as she looked around, gaze flickering from tree to house and from house to people. The elves have mellowed out a bit. They weren't too welcoming still, but they weren't hauling their children into their houses and locking the doors whenever they caught a glimpse of Callie or Vorgner. It was saddening how far the once mighty autumn elves have fallen. Theirs was the largest and most advanced of the 4 elven kingdoms during the golden age of the High Elven Empire, but now they were a collection of fugitives living in other countries or hiding in villages like this. The elves here could be said to have had stellar luck even. They retained their culture, and with an archdruid protecting them, they were mostly safe from human raiders and the dangers of a deep jungle like this one. Autumn elves once lived on open plains, making the most out of their muscular legs to run down prey and move around. It was their greatest strength. They were fast and had enough endurance to contest even the hardiest of beasts, but in a dense jungle like this they could barely make use of it. Agility didn't come hand in hand with speed and strength. Spring elves were the ones who'd thrive in this environment, with maybe winter elves like Callie coming in second. Callie spun on her heels and changed direction on a corner at the last moment. A single eye contact with a group of 5 elderly elves on the street told her that there were few less fun things to do in life than to head down on that exact street. The elderly were too fearful yesterday, but now that they knew Callie wasn't some spy for an incoming invasion, the deeply sated hatred that burned in the hearts for many centuries came to the surface. Wooden walls and doors were thin most of the time, and without glass to make windows out of, Callie had no trouble picking up conversations from over half a village away. Callie flinched at a derisive snort coming from an elf whose once ginger hair now only sported locks of red between a sea of gray. Should have stayed up in your precious mountains, he spat, his tone filled with venom. The jungles will taint that pretty white hair of yours, another remarked. Or did you come to see how we lived like animals here? What are they saying? Alexis asked with a frown as Callie basically hauled her away. Mean old people things, Callie frowned. Ignore them. They live in the past, Vorgner noted with a wry tone. Some people just die but keep on living. That is how you get people like them. Ugh, Callie groaned. Fun things, she grumbled. Let's ignore the grumpy old elves, please. Vorgner nodded silently. Alexis following along with him, though obviously not really understanding what was going on. Look, Callie forced a chirpiness into her tone. There. The houses cleared out a bit, the maze-like village widening a bit into a small clearing. Well, not quite a clearing as the trees were still just as dense as before, but here they didn't have houses built around, and between them with only a meter between them. Benches, tables, and small boxes set up for selling wares were all around the clearing, and the one Callie's eyes fixated on had some small things spread out on it with a group of children looking over the table and deeply considering their choices. I want the pear. A boy almost reaching up to Callie's waist spoke with a deeply thoughtful look on his face. And oh, the strawberry, yes, I want that one please. The woman standing behind the stall handed out a strawberry-shaped treat that looked like it was made out of something brown. Callie wasn't sure, but as the boy slowly bit into it, a blissful expression spread on his face. Chocolate? Lexi asked as she stood on her tippy toes to catch a glimpse over the other children's shoulders. Chocolate? Callie asked back, blinked a moment. Oh! I remember, I read about it I think. They make it out of cocoa beans I think. Her mouth watered already. They were covering the fresh fruits and other berries in chocolate and other sorts of covers. Some were white and others were strawberry pink just like Lexi's hair, but all the children who got a treat ran away smiling like they'd just received a treasure fit for kings. Callie listened in as she walked over with Lexi while the big and scary demon stayed back. She tried to figure out what they were using to pay here. She had some small mana crystals in her storage that almost everyone around the planet accepted as currency, but here she haven't seen any trading hands here. As she split her attention between a few other stalls, she finally understood what was going on. Bartering. They were just trading goods for goods without using currency as an intermediary. Do I have anything to trade with? Even if she felt her nervousness climbing as she stood in the line, which was behind a group of 5 kids still deeply considering their choices. The seller, a woman with short lavender-purple hair, indulgently handing out treats to the children, glanced up at Callie, then down at Lexi hanging off of her hand and vibrating from excitement as she watched a girl chomp down on a banana covered in white chocolate. Her gaze warmed up significantly from the initial wary gaze she sent Callie's way, making the princess sigh in relief. She didn't really enjoy the hurt old people disparaging her to her face. Who would? It wasn't much of a stretch to say that they passed on their venomous hatred far Callie's kin to their children. Can I help you with something? The woman spoke up, ignoring her little customers for a moment. Not that they're paying for anything. Callie thought in amusement. We'd like to try some of your treats? Callie spoke up, startling some of the children who stared at her like they were seeing the most interesting magical plant of their little lives. I noticed you are bartering around here, but I'm not sure what I have that you'd accept for 2 treats. Oh, the woman exclaimed. Right, crystals, right? She asked perkily, losing her initial wariness much too quickly. I have some. Callie closed her fist and took out some from her spatial ring before opening it up, revealing translucent bluish crystals. The kids oohed and awed at her little trick, putting a smirk on Callie's face. I don't really know how much they are worth, the woman confessed, handing out a slice of apple to a kid who finally came to a decision. What do you think? She asked with a genuine curiosity. Well, Callie stared down at the crystals. These were the uniform ones used in the Winter Kingdom, made to hold exactly 0.2 units of mana, but that was where her knowledge ended. Being essentially grounded her entire life, she'd never had to pay for anything before. Even these crystals were just gifts from Lyriel because a little Callie was once fascinated by the way the light danced on the prismatic crystal. I think I could get a full meal and a small one for one. Oh, the woman looked down on her stall, comparing her treats with a full meal in her head, and back up at Callie with a conflicted look in her eyes. Can you split them up? Sorry, Callie shook her head. Learning how to crystallize mana was up there on her to-do list, but she had no idea how to do it yet, and the story where the first mages who managed it turned themselves into crystalline statues was a good deterrent to keep her from trying to experiment with it by herself. Why do you ask? I mean, the woman stared sadly at her treats. You'd have to eat a lot of these to feel full, so I can't ask for one of those when I'm only giving two, right? That makes sense in a very wrong way. Here, Callie flicked over one of the crystals. But it's fine. We didn't have any chocolate back home. Even with this, I'm feeling like I'm robbing you. If you say so. The woman trailed off uncertainly, but held the crystal encased in her grasp like it was her precious little treasure. The strawberries and banana with the cream and white chocolate coverings are my recommendations. The children tend to like them the most. These? Callie asked, only having seen both fruits on illustrated drawings before. Yes, the woman nodded with a smile. Take a third too. I see you have a friend? Thank you, Callie smiled at her. I'm sure he'll love it. Come again, please. The woman raised her voice as Callie turned away, the two recommended treats and one random she grabbed carefully held in her hand. I'm here every afternoon, until the sun falls. All right, Callie said with a thankful glance. See you around. Goodbye. Even Lexi waved back adorably as Callie dropped the strawberry into her waiting hands. A gift, Callie said as she held out her mystery treat. Thank you, Vorgner said, holding up the little snack and making it look tiny in his large hand. MHHHH, Callie hummed as she rolled the banana mixing with the taste of white chocolate in her mouth. Mean, Lexi said as she stared up at Callie, her own treat long gone into that black hole she called a stomach. But it's good, Callie moaned exaggeratedly as she bit down on it. It'd be a waste to eat it in a single bite. From the corner of her eyes, she saw Lexi puff out her cheeks and glare at her. It warmed her heart how the malnourished and scared little girl warmed up to her only after a few days. Callie enjoyed the sight of Lexi adorably pouting at her for a few more minutes, poking the girl in the side until she got some annoyed giggles out of her, but she was back to pouting with renewed vigor after that. In the end, she had to go back to the lavender-haired woman and get more sweets to make amends with the girl, but even as she was stuffing her face with the new sweets, Lexi still sent sideways glances at Callie which promised some retribution for the tickling. Under the blue light of the gentle moon up above, the three wandered around the village and ending up at the edge where the Druidic wall cut off the outside plant life from expanding into the village proper. Callie stopped, her gaze taking in the space between the wall and the edge of where the houses began. It was a rather thin strip of land, but it was more than wide enough for what she wanted. Let's play tag, Callie chirped as she turned to her two companions with her fists on her hips. This will be a perfect way of shoving Lexi what she can do. I doubt she ever had the opportunity to try out her new body since her awakening. And maybe afterwards I can annoy Vorgner into giving me a few pointers in fighting. 25. A happy evening. I will catch you, Callie sang as she spun around a trunk, kicking off of it as she went and making an intentionally loud landing as she smirked at the pink bundle of giggles rush off behind another tree. Being inside the Druidic boundary of the village, only a lush layer of grass and soft undergrowth covered the ground with no thorny bushes or other annoying plants obstructing them from running around and between the trees. Callie shot off again, her soft footfalls barely leaving a dent on the ground despite her speed propelling her past a low-flying pigeon. The bird hooted at her angrily, but she left it in the dust as she dodged to the right, only stepping on a trunk as she landed and launched herself back into a dash with a quick kick. The princess danced between the trees, speed and supernatural agility going in hand with her lightweight to make her appear like she was flying from tree to tree. Compared to her, Alexis was a tiny pink rocket. It took a good hour and a half of short sprints before Lexi finally managed to push herself. The girl was still under the preconception that she was human and, more importantly, that she was slow. That she should be slow. Callie, of course, didn't say it like that. She was aware how uncomfortable the girl still was about having been a human and becoming an elf in general. These were just games, and Callie, being a good friend, was helping Lexi get better at them. Callie was moving at a snail's pace at first, her longer strides almost catching up with the girl's initial speed as she put one tiny leg after the other. With Callie having a fully developed body and around 170 levels on the girl, if she couldn't run circles around her even with her genetic advantage, she might as well cry herself to sleep. Alexis ran in a straight line, but unlike what her small stature would suggest, with each step she launched herself forward while kicking up patches of dirt. She was more of a strength and speed runner, and the occasional tree standing in her way was the only thing making her slow down. Callie was still moving leisurely, interweaving flips and spins into jumps which, while were totally unnecessary, were a sight to behold. Still, unlike when they began, Callie could actually enjoy the exercise now as she was forced to do more than jog behind the young elf. On her next jump, she put a bit more force into her legs as she kicked off of a tree. Smiling wide and with her hair flapping behind her as wind blew into her face. She flew between two trunks and with another hop to break her speed a bit, she was only a step behind Lexi. She launched herself into a forward roll, wrapping her arms around Lexi midair. With a small yelp, Lexi fell along with her, but soon her giggles joined Callie's as they rolled along the soft ground. "Caught you," Callie sang, blowing a breath of air onto the girl's ears. "Eep," Lexi squealed. "Tickles. You're getting much better, little rabbit," Callie smiled as she hugged the squirming bundle of joy in her arms. "I am not a rabbit," she pouted slightly. "You're a rabbit." Callie smirked. "Am I now? You jump around and have white hair." "Fair enough," Callie giggled as she rolled off of the girl, laying on the soft undergrowth like a lazy starfish. "I concede to your flawless reasoning." "Humph," Lexi huffed, breathing heavily as her lungs worked in overtime to get enough oxygen into her body. A weird thought pried itself into Callie's mind. "I never wanted to be a mother, but I can see why it could be nice." Still, that was but a fleeting thought. She was a fugitive with possibly 2 powerful nations, or even 3 working in the shadows to capture her. That wasn't a life she'd like to bring a child into. Plus, she still had 20 years before she would even have to consider it. Her ears perked up, noticing the by now familiar footsteps. "You two done?" Vorgner asked, neither gentle nor overly cold. Maybe a result of having been sent to stand guard after the first round. "Not my fault he is a killjoy. Who told him to go all out in a game of tag with a little girl?" "I think so," Callie asked with a sideways glance. "Yep, we are." "Ah," Lexi whined, but her breaths were coming out short. "We can play again tomorrow. I have that practice thing with Averial tomorrow. Or the day after that." "Okay," Lexi conceded. This should be the first time she used up some of her mana. She should be beyond exhausted. Callie felt the moment the girl's inherent magic activated. That was the moment she went from fast to a blur. Mana rushed to her legs and enhanced them beyond their physical limits. That was how autumn elves could run so fast. The 2 girls lazily got up and walked back to their house. Long shadows crawled across the forest, rushing to escape the blue light of the moon. The elves were mostly asleep, but some were still out and about. Callie spied a few women sitting around and weaving baskets and another group of men working on fixing up a carving. "Could you wait a minute?" Callie glanced back at Vorgner once they reached the small wooden dwelling. "I want to ask you something after." She trailed off as she sent a meaningful glance at the by now drowsy Lexi, trying to keep her eyes open. "Sure." The man nodded. "Thanks." Callie led the girl in and after a quickly wet towel scrubbing, shoved her into the bed. The girl was snoring the moment her head touched the pillow. "Thanks for waiting," Callie said as she popped her head back out. "Wanna come in? Will it take long?" "No-oh," Callie said and stepped outside, understanding his meaning. "Then I don't want to intrude." "If you say so," Callie shrugged. "Lexi could sleep better that way." "I was meaning to ask this for a while, but, I should have thought this through." "Oh well, I'll just say it. Could you train me?" "Train you?" Vorgner frowned and crossed his arms. "What for?" "To fight, of course." He is not convinced. "Time to be convincing, Callie. I need to learn how to fight. I might know some spells and how to run fast and stuff, but that doesn't mean I know how to fight." The man hummed as his heavy gaze bore down on Callie. I can't teach you how to fight, he stated. How I fight, how I've fought for centuries, doesn't fit even humans and certainly not an elven girl who weighs less than my forearm. But that doesn't mean I have nothing to teach you, he smiled slightly. If we want to survive together once we leave this village, you will have to learn how to survive. I can teach you how to survive fighting someone like me. Callie blinked, collecting her thoughts. That's good, I guess? I'd be crippling you if I forced you to learn my style of fighting. You'd need someone to teach you blade dancing. Callie nodded. Too bad all good blade dancers are back in the mountains, fawning over father. Right. She couldn't help but slouch her shoulders. Until then, you'll have to manage with spells and speed, he shrugged. You are already more agile than most elves. I doubt anyone without more than 100 levels on you could even touch you. Could you? Callie asked back, a bit of her annoyance making her sound more sassy than intended. Maybe, he raised an eyebrow. But only if I used tricks and forced you into a corner, my speed is still steady decreasing. Oh, there was that. Can't Avariel make some potion for you or something? Avariel, is it? He stared at her dubiously. I doubt the Archdruid wants me to even be in her village, so I doubt she'd bother with it even if she could. How low will it go? Callie asked with a bit of trepidation. Her partner was weakening by the day. It wasn't too reassuring. 12 more levels at most, he shrugged. I went below the first breakthrough yesterday. He grimaced. You might overtake me at this rate. Will I? Callie blinked owlishly. You feel around 190? Vorgner rubbed his chin. Maybe more, but I know you elves have more mana than humans at the same level. Yeah, Callie nodded. Didn't she get that hammered into her head by a bunch of obnoxious tutors? Not that it mattered. An elf could have 10 times the mana of a human when there were 100 humans for every single elf. And that's if I only count the humans in the Empire. How long do you want to stay here? Callie was drawn out of her brooding. Excuse me? How long do you want to stay in this village? Vorgner repeated. The druid might like you being here, but she most certainly doesn't like me, and I assumed there was a reason you wanted to get as far away from the Empire as possible. Oh, that. Callie gulped. Am I safe here? Am I really? Would I be safer if I went as far away from father as possible? Would Avariel really protect me when father sniffed me out here and sent an army? Or worse, an archmage? What if he came himself? Kha'Lythria, Vorgner interrupted her again. Oh, sorry, Callie said, with a slight heat rushing to her cheeks. Am I becoming an airhead? I don't know. I want to learn what I can from Avariel and the people here. I never had the opportunity to learn some things before. I see, he nodded. If you want to settle down here, tell me. He gave her a stare. All right, Callie nodded. I don't think I will. Just a few weeks, maybe a month or 2. Maybe a few years? No, dumb, Callie, you are thinking like an oldie. The passing of time was different when you knew you'd live for another 1,000 years if someone didn't put a dagger into your heart. That, he looked up at the moon. Should be all right. 1 month or 2 at most, I can wait that long. Thank you, Callie smiled up at him. You will help me stay alive, he shook his head. I'm just being pragmatic. If you say so. Callie nodded. First training now? No, he shook his head. If we want to train, we can't do it inside this barrier. I don't want the elves to hate me more than they already do. Okay, Callie deflated. Tomorrow? I'll ask Avariel if she could let us out for training. All right, he nodded. Good night. Good night. Callie blinked, but he was already turning around and walking away. What am I supposed to do to pass the time then? Sleep felt like a waste. She slept just yesterday. That was the weekly rest done in her mind. Bath. Callie turned heels and strode back into the house, keeping in mind to stay as silent as possible as she closed the door and started filling the bathtub with water. This is life, she sighed as she sunk into the warm water. With Lexi asleep, she could enjoy it much warmer than yesterday, and she could stay inside for as long as she wanted. She ended up playing around with her magic, like she used to back in the castle. Without the fear of being ambushed tomorrow while low on mana, she could waste the precious resource to have small balls of flames twirl around her fingers and swim around in the water. She came to like the water-gathering rune to most. Watching as tiny drops of water floated upwards from the bath and came together to form a ball of water was somehow entrancing, and Callie found herself playing around with it until the first rays of the morning sun shone through the windows. Callie stared up to the little window in the ceiling. The soft blue light gave was to the angry orange of dawn, and she barely noticed the passing of time. I thought I wasn't like them, getting so lost in whims. She crawled out of the bath, her skin only a bit wrinkly from the hours-long soaking. She wrapped a towel around her hair as she threw on some comfy shorts and shirt combo she found in the little chest serving as the closet. Then she sneakily headed out of the house, making her way over to the village square and got some stuff for breakfast. She wasn't much of a cook, so all she got was some oil, flatbread, eggs, and some smoked meat. With a spring in her steps, she snuck back into the house and got to cooking. There was a small table put near the corner with a heating panel on top. Callie pushed a bit of manna into it and placed a pan on top. Using her masterful cooking skills, she heated the oil and threw in the smoked meat after she chopped it up into tiny bites with her trusty dagger. "Morning?" "Hi," Callie sung as she turned around, finding a confused Lexi still in her nightclothes sniffing the air. "Want some scrambled eggs?" "Uh-huh," Lexi nodded, trying to blink away the drowsiness as she settled into a chair. "All right," Callie danced around, moving plates and utensils while she continued stirring the pan. "And done." She turned off the heater and filled the 2 plates. "Thanks." Lexi perked up, taking some of the bread as she got to eating the eggs with her hands. "Use the fork, please?" "Ah." Lexi's ears drooped. "Okay." "So cute." Callie took a bite. The flatbread was nice, but the eggs left something to be desired. Can't compare to royal chefs. It's good enough that Lexi seems to like it. So, Callie started while the pinkette was still nibbling on the bread. "I'll be going over to Averial today. Will you be all right by yourself?" "I will," Lexi harumphed. Her cheeks and chest puffed out. "Great," Callie smiled. "We can play again after I'm done, okay?" "Uh-huh." Lexi's head bobbled up and down. "You are here." Averial's voice reached Callie as she stepped into the Archdruid's dwelling. "Come down." Callie's ears twitched once, her gaze locking onto the woman's signature down in the basement where they meditated yesterday, and then the activated spell faded away. "Hi," Callie greeted with a smile, hopping down the stairs. "Come sit." With a nod, Callie walked over and sat down right where she sat the day before. Hopefully she wouldn't have the same weird experience. Her memories of it were still foggy, but a shiver went down her spine whenever she tried to remember it in detail. "Are you ready to start?" the druid asked without opening her eyes. She sat in a weird position with her legs gathered beneath her and her butt on her ankles. "That must be uncomfortable as hell. Will it be as uncomfortable as yesterday's?" "No," the woman shook her head. "Our cores have a tendency to reward actions that strengthen us." "That was a reward?" Callie grimaced. "You did something most only do much further down their paths, just like when you absorbed that large amount of essence from the wolf beast." Callie flinched. "So I am getting overloaded with all sorts of happiness hormones because... Why? Why?" "It is a natural reaction," the druid shrugged as her eyes cracked open to stare at Callie. "Like it is when a mother sees their child, when a pet sees their owner, when a woman sees her husband. Our bodies react to it. The core just induces similar things in us." "I don't think any of it was as so mild as those," Callie blushed. "They were much more physical." "Ah, dear," the druid frowned. "You are one of those people, then." "Those?" Callie tilted her head. "Some people receive pleasure instead of happiness." The woman stared at Callie with a conflicted gaze. "Many go mad, only striving for that. Though that happens with the others too, but to a lesser extent." "I can see that," Callie shivered. No finger or natural implement could cause as much pleasure to a body as she felt when she first absorbed essence. "Will I be fine?" "Your mind is strong," the woman patted the girl's knee. "Keep in mind, these are induced experiences. It is not you feeling them, but you're being made to feel them. If you keep that in mind, you should be all right." "Didn't you say it was natural?" "It is," the woman smiled. "In a way it is, but at the same time, your core and you are 2 separate entities. Very few realize that while it is a part of your being, it is just as much a separate entity living in symbiosis with you. What? Callie frowned, her head spinning to make sense of what the druid said. It is of no matter to you at the moment, she smiled. You can wait a few centuries before you worry about such things. The only thing I ask of you is to come back and see me before you ever take a chance to ascend. Of course, Callie nodded. Ascension was a fleeting dream, untouchable to her for a long while still. I'll have to visit Lexi once things calm down. Things, the woman smiled wryly. As you so eloquently put it, never calm down, dear. Take it from a woman who lived for thousands of years. Then, when I get strong enough so they don't matter. 26. Young lady's first cultivation session. Don't worry, this shouldn't have any curious effects on you. The woman smiled at her, and Callie just grimaced. Why did she feel like a deviant? How well do you remember the rune construct? Callie blinked, the entire construct snapping into place in her mind. She went over it once, then twice, and just to be sure a third time, comparing it with the impression she got from her core. She felt like the ball of mana was humming in satisfaction, not even once grumbling at her messing up. It was weird. She didn't feel its satisfaction, but she felt an impression of it. Weird stuff. I think I got it. Callie stared into those dragon-like eyes. I know I have it. Are you sure? The woman frowned slightly. Most need weeks to entirely memorize a structure like this for the first time. Why is it so complicated anyway? Callie tilted her head. Sure, I memorized it, but I know humans couldn't do the same in 100 years. The original was much simpler. The woman blinked. Callie's ears tingled and quivered curiously. This is the base of it all. Can you feel it? A single rune. Callie leaned forward, narrowing her eyes and trying to stare at where she felt the rune activating, but she only got an eyeful of boobs. Correct, the woman laughed lightly. Manners, young lady, and pushed Callie's face away, who already had a flush until the tips of her ears. Sorry, she looked away. I tried to see the rune but dash. I know, the woman patted Callie's knee. But you sensed right, a single rune. It was called the Vortex rune, and the entire technique is based on it. What does it do? Huh, the druid snorted. It makes a vortex inside your core, simple as that. Can't I do that myself? No, not with the precision and consistency as the rune can, and all of that is needed if you want to base an entire technique on it. I see, Callie frowned. Could I have just made a vortex in my core? A whirlpool? And sidestep using that dumb mana-gathering rune? Study nature, Kha'Lythria. It always has an answer to questions we seek. We just have to know where to look. For one look at this whirlpool, such a curious thing, isn't it? Collecting all the water in a pool into itself. Her mentor's playful voice echoed in her mind. Idiot old man. Not hiding a lesson behind a metaphor or a riddle would surely kill him. Her face twitched violently as she realized she had a way to gather mana much faster all along, but couldn't see it. But another thought came to her mind. Am I dumb? She was praised for her mind for most of her life. Whatever she wanted to excel in, she did, and she never had any problem with memorizing something. Nevertheless, if you've really memorized it already, I can understand why my son took you in as a disciple. The woman smiled at her warmly. Be careful though, the technique shouldn't let you hurt yourself with a backlash, but you could end up shooting out all of your mana at once and end up passing out. Okay, Callie breathed in deeply and then let it out in a huff. Let's do it. She whispered to herself, growing giddy inside. The first activation should be special, right? Activate it if you feel like you are ready. Callie nodded. The image was solid in her mind, having gone over it another 3 times already. Averial fussing over her and telling her it was all right to do it in a week wasn't making her feel any less nervous, but she felt like every damned particle of mana was in place. She took a deep breath through the mouth and sent it out through her nose a few seconds later. Activate. Her ears quivered, and she felt like the contents of her stomach were rebelling against her. But it wasn't her stomach swirling faster and faster. It was her core. The vortex built up slowly. Mana moved slowly at first in gentle circular waves, but with each passing second, it grew stronger. The small swirling grew into a whirlpool, all mana being sent to the edge of her core, but somehow the motion just made it all want to pull to the center of it that much more. Then she felt it. Mana from her body, just from beyond the edges of her core, but still outside of it, started moving, slowly crawling towards her core. The range grew, and before the first minute passed, all mana in Kha'Ly's body was collected inside her core, but it was far from stopping. Kha'Ly shivered as ambient mana seeped into her skin and followed her own in a migration into her core. Her barren reserve swelled quicker and quicker. It'd still take a while to fill her core up to maximum capacity, but it went from a month-long cultivation session to something she could do in an afternoon. Or morning, in this case. Good, Avariel sighed softly. Stellar. You're doing it perfectly. Keep focused and keep your mind on your core. Stop when you are around 90% full. Why? Kha'Ly croaked out, her voice sounding both weak and dreamy, filled with an ethereal strength by the ambient mana moving through every cell of her body. It takes a while for the vortex to stop. I think it should give you another 5% after you stop actively powering it, but it would be careful, so 90% is a good place to stop. Okay, Kha'Ly gulped, biting down the retort that she wanted all the mana, but even in her current state, she knew that was dumb. She was like a poor kid growing up in the slums who suddenly got adopted by a king, a girl who never tasted sweets having a cookie for the first time. A mage who never had enough mana in her life, having an abundance of it for the first time. Her focus held strong, her attention only split between maintaining the rune structure and feeling her core slowly fill up. She couldn't see the percentage trickle up, but she always had an instinctual sense of how much mana was in it, so she might as well have had a counter at the edge of her vision. Her world slowed down as her perception sped up. It was a weird sensation. She felt like both a year and only a moment has passed when her eyes popped open. How do I turn it off? Just stop maintaining it. Avariel turned her gaze on her. Don't crush it or forcefully dismiss it, just stop maintaining it with you focus. Okay, Kha'Ly did just that. Her focus, which she held for the last 6 hours, relaxed, and the structure which was so vivid just moments ago went blurry. She felt the change instantly. The feeling of being wrapped up in a warm blanket went away just as the structure turned into nothing, leaving her core bare again. Congratulations. Avariel gave her a motherly smile, which once again felt like both a stab into an old wound and a bandage over it. Thank you, Kha'Ly asked with a head tilt as she jumped to her feet. She felt like one of those knots as large as a fist some people tied their ropes with, a stretch, and some moving around was in order. It should be the master's job to congratulate you on becoming an adept when you first cultivate, but I suppose I'll have to suffice for this occasion. Thanks, Kha'Ly smiled, already moving to do some of those yoga stretches she learned from her sister. Flexibility is important for us girls. She always said that. With you doing so well, we might as well move on to the auxiliary constructs next week. Avariel mused as she watched Kha'Ly get the nicks out of her joints and muscles. Next week? Kha'Ly blinked. Why? Kha'Lythria, Avariel's eyes narrowed. It is good that you have such a stellar memory, but we have to make sure it stays in your memory after the impression fades from your core. We will be cultivating and spending your mana for a week to make sure you remember it perfectly before we move on to the buffers and other constructs. Okay. Kha'Ly nodded obediently. Feeling a bit embarrassed at how rash she would have been if she was just given the technique, she might have even forgotten about it with time. Not that I ever forgot anything before, but this thing is complicated, so it isn't too far-fetched. She willfully smashed the part of her that felt annoyed at them going so slowly, the part of her that felt like she knew this. Maybe even better than the Archdruid, she was just better. How could the woman know that? But that wasn't her. Dumb mutt. She shook the annoying, intruding thoughts out of her head and went back to stretching, humming as she felt the by now huge whirlpool of mana with her at the center slowing and growing smaller. At the apex of it, when her vortex was the largest, which it reached after around the first hour of cultivation, it covered most of the large hall they were in, and that range was just now starting to crawl back down. Mana was still surging into and through her as her core hummed in satisfaction like a well-fed cat. Kha'Ly felt full as her stretches came to a stop just as she stopped feeling the mana move in her body. It was a comfortable fullness after an enjoyable meal and not the feeling of exploding from overeating like mana overload was described. It stopped, she said as she sat back down in front of the druid, who kept a careful eye on her until the vortex fully stopped. Good. The woman stood up with a slight smile. Do you have a spell that needs a lot of mana? I do, Callie admitted, but she already knew where this was going and the grin was hard to keep off of her face. How many of those will it take to empty your core? 11 if I wanted to deplete it from full, but as it is, I could only do 10. She was bouncing on her feet now and grinning like a loon. What spell is that? The woman asked amusedly, seeing how giddy Callie was getting. Fireball, Callie said dreamily. Oh dear, the druid giggled. The first love of many aspiring mages. Callie nodded eagerly. Should I, exhaust my reserves in here? Feel free, I made these walls to handle archmages trying to get to me. So, this is your fortress? Callie asked in curiosity, even as she was turning around. It is the very heart of it, yes. The woman stepped up next to Callie. Go ahead, blast it to your heart's content. The runes flared in Callie's mind and collapsed into a matrix faster than ever, and the speed with which they surged to her fingertips was even quicker, probably putting some certified mages to shame. Callie felt the warmth on her palm for a moment and then the heated breeze on her face as the ball of furious flames materialized and shot off in a blink. The thunderous explosion echoed in the closed hall and made Callie flicker ears down, not that it wiped the stupid grin off of her face. It only grew larger as the second set of runes manifested, collapsed, dashed into her palm and shot off as another ball of flaming death. Then followed a third. And a fourth with the next 6 following closely behind with subsequent explosions. When she shot of the 10th one, the 8th was only just exploding with the 9th still mid-flight. Callie was panting, the scorched wood and ashes slowly drifting into her face, but it all felt like heaven at the moment to her. Her core went from around 98% to 4% in less than half a minute. And yet, she couldn't be happier. With the last 3 explosions morphing together into a long roar of destruction and a singular roiling orb of flames, Callie felt satisfied. Running away, learning magic in secret, all worth it for this moment. Even bearing with that annoying old man for 5 years, if barely. Thanks, Master, couldn't have done this without you. That was exceptional, the druid mused as the echoes died down, revealing a scorched black wall. Callie's eyes widened a bit as she saw the roots, making up the walls tremble for a moment as the charred barks fell off and new ones grew in their places. It wasn't much damage, but it was damage. I damaged something made to protect someone like a Varial. Thanks. Callie felt elated. Drunk even. Yes, I can see it. The woman mused to herself as she turned her gaze to Callie. There was something deeper in the woman's eyes now. She wasn't sure what it was, but it mostly felt like she was actually looking at Callie now, even if that sounded silly. Are you ready for another session? The woman interrupted Callie's thoughts. Yes, Callie perked up. Her empty core might as well be growling like her stomach would. She was hungry for more mana, that is. Good. Avariel nodded and settled back down with Callie following along. Not long after her vortex once again started expanding and mana came rushing to fill in her newly emptied core. Vorgner Severus. Vorgner has been irritated as of late. It went beyond mere annoyance a while ago, but what could he do but toughen up and take the punches? He knew, intellectually, that it was all worth it. That going from one of the strongest fighters of a continent-spanning empire to where a girl who wasn't even a fraction of his age could push him was all so very worth it when it came together with his freedom. He knew that. His eyes tracked her for a few moments as she zipped between the trees like a hummingbird, but she grew blurry as she used a damned kinetic spell to boost her speed, and he lost her with only the faint sound of leaves stirring left in her wake. Again. If only. He shook his head. He was a werbeast, with his other form being a 2.5-meter tall humanoid wolf. He was used to power that could crush stone beneath his punches, speed that seemed like a blur to the normal eyes, and senses like a bloodhound. The temporary loss of that form hurt him much more than the levels. He could get the levels back if he just worked on it for a few years. But only if I can heal my form. He was out of his element, having to get used to fighting in his human again. If he had his wolf form, it wouldn't matter that the girl was closing in on him in levels. It wouldn't matter if she had 100 levels on him, and he'd still beat her up easily, but life liked to kick him in the gut when he was already down. He knew he was at a disadvantage. His nostrils blared as he drew in a deep breath, where he was used to instantly locking onto the scent of what he hunted. He only got a faint scent of ethereal tundra mixed with the normal forest. No trail to follow. He barely caught the snap of a branch, swirling around and lashing out with a fist as the white form of the elven girl fell onto him. His fist went wide, the girl twisting her body around it somehow. Royals are different. Vorgner grimaced inside. He'd fought blade dancers, war mages, and battle mages, all winter elves, and only the veteran ones had reflexes like the girl he was training at the moment. He glanced at his arm. Dark skin was sliced deeply and blood was dripping though, dyeing his clothes red. His eyes locked onto hers, and for a moment, a shiver went down his spine. That playful grin and those glowing ice blue eyes reminding him of a fight he much rather has forgotten. Winter elves had a weird naming convention. Few still held it, but the royal family was one of them. The children gained names when they were born, but they had to earn their last names with feats of strength. It was a tradition older than the most ancient human kingdoms. Vorgner Severus only had the misfortune of knowing one of those honorary names bestowed upon a royal. Lyriel Winterrath. Just thinking about that monster made him flinch. Blade dancers and battle mages were both some of the most dangerous opponents to fight, and that woman made the masters of both fields look like children before her. And I'm trying to train her little sister. One moment he was still, and the next he was upon the girl, fingers spread out like claws, aiming to rake through her torso. She was already dodging, and only because of his speed did he even nick her clothes. Her instincts were almost supernatural. Even if on their first training he easily caught her and landed his attacks, she went from an amateur to a well-trained fighter in a single afternoon. She sucked up knowledge and skills like a sponge, and until now, he never saw her repeat a mistake, never saw her forget even a single advice he'd given. Vorgner fell and his legs kicked out and swept out the girl's own from under her. She might see the swipe coming, but if she couldn't dodge fast enough, she'd still fall. He was up again before she even hit the ground and had an axe kick aimed at her fallen form. She kicked off of his shin maybe half a meter above the ground, and his kick hit only leaves and the dry ground beneath them, with the girl already rolling away and jumping back onto her feet. He was faster than her yesterday. Today, he was not. She leveled up. Again, and I lost a level. Again. Winter elves were far faster and more agile than humans of the same level, and with the girl finally starting to cultivate, he was being left in the dust. Enough. He spoke with a sigh as he fished out a bomb from his pack. He had a healing artifact before, but it broke when his core did so. Bombs and potions it was. The elves at least made them taste like berries, not vomit like the ones in the Empire. They were more effective too. Does that mean I won? During training, he might forget that she was a teenager by elven standards, but her bouncing on her feet did wonders for his memory afterward. Yes, he nodded, showing none of his annoyance to the girl as he knew she would be protecting him when he was at his weakest. Yay, and now she was throwing her hands up in celebration. And now she is jumping into a pile of fallen leaves. His gaze softened. She was a child. I am relying on a child. I need to start working on my levels as soon as my core is fully repaired. It should be done by the end of the week. He sat down on a tree stump. They'd spent a month in the village so far, only one more, and they should be back on the road. If nothing comes along to interrupt our plans. Centuries of being alive on this treacherous rock called Etheria, Vorgner knew things never went as smoothly as one expected. 27. Advancing. Oh, Kha'Lythria, good morning. The lavender-haired sweets vendor chirped as she noticed Callie. Morning, Phelan. The white-haired elf greeted back with a smile, her gaze washing over the sweets spread out in front of her. How's your training? I should be done with the basic stuff today, said Callie, picking up 2 chocolate-covered fruit slices. Congratulations. The woman clapped excitedly. The 3rd one is on me today. And while you are at it, please take another one for little Lexi. Sure. Thank you, Callie smiled gratefully. Over the past month, she'd become a regular at Phelan's stall. Sweets and treats were few and far between in this village, and the woman made the best ones. See you later. Sure, you are my favorite customer. Of course I am, Callie rolled her eyes with a smile. I pay 10 times the money others do for the same snacks. Teehee. Callie walked through the village with a smile, slowly nibbling on one of the treats while she made her way over to Averial's house. Today was a big day. Yesterday, they had gone over the range expansion structure for the last time, and today would be the time when the Archdruid gave Callie a last check-over, a test of sorts. Not that she was overly worried. She felt a quarter of this time would have been more than enough for her to memorize everything, but the Druid was nothing if not thorough. Callie patted down her pockets, finding them once again running low on mana crystals. With her lacking any other expertise she could leverage in bantering, she had to use the pricey crystals as currency, even if she was grossly overpaying everyone. Averial was nice enough to give her some more once she'd run out and promised to teach her how to make some of her own once she made sure Callie has mastered the cultivation technique along with all of its auxiliary parts. As Callie strode through the streets, some people gave her reserved nods and some even greeted her, which she cheerily reciprocated. The children she came to know form running into them at Phelan's stall even gave her waves when they saw her. There were still grumpy old people here and there, giving her glares and huffs while making sure she heard them as they disparaged her between themselves. But overall the village has warmed up to her. They weren't treating her as one of their own, far from it, but the change still put a spring into the girl's steps. Callie slowed as she neared her destination, her ears flicking up and listening intently. Averial wasn't alone in her home, there was another voice echoing in the building. A voice which quickly went from distress to shouting and screaming. Callie stopped, biting her cheeks as she thought about what to do. As far as she knew, the Archdruid cleared her schedule whenever she came over, so if someone was in there with her it should be important, and based on the stranger's tone, it might even be an emergency. She didn't want to intrude. That was one of the few things that managed to endear her to the villagers so far. She was a guest, a nice guest who wasn't sticking her nose into their business, and was more than happy to stay that way while she learned fun stuff from the resident Eladrin. Still, Callie was a curious girl barely out of her teenage years. If Averial didn't want others to listen in, she'd have put up a silencing barrier. Callie knew the woman could do that, and so much more so a little, listening and couldn't hurt. Right? As I've said, the previous 10 times. It is impossible. That's Averial's voice. Damn, she sounds irritated. But why? You should be the greatest alchemist on the planet? How is it impossible? The other voice was definitively female. No male could make a screeching sound like that. Callie stopped listening in. The stranger sounded almost hysterical, with her tone cracking on every second word. She might start sobbing at any second. Now I feel bad for eavesdropping. Not long after, the door flew open and a woman, no, a girl, stormed out with a furious expression on her face as she wiped her eyes with her long sleeves. Callie barely noticed those parts though as her jaw hung open, her gaze locking onto a pair of fluffy silver ears lying prone on the woman's head, and a long busy tail of the same color swimming through the air as the girl stomped away. Sorry, Callie apologized as she jumped away, hopping out of the girl's path. Oh, the girl stopped, blinking at her for a moment. After a moment of awkward staring between the two, the argent-haired and furred, girl shook her head as she murmured an apology before rushing past Callie. Callie's gaze lingered where the girl disappeared behind a house. Callie? Averial's voice shook the princess out of her daze. Yes, quit standing around and come on in. Oh, okay. Callie nodded, pushing the weird encounter to the back of her mind, but the girl's enthralling amethyst-colored eyes lingered in her head for a while more. Callie stayed silent as she followed behind the Archdruid. Despite her rarely showing it, she had actually developed some social acumen over her life dealing with some upstart nobles and tutors. Using this experience, she could tell that the Druid was miffed by the meeting with the strange fox girl. Callie couldn't tell if it was due to the girl shouting at her. She was rather sure if the fluffy stranger didn't have a good reason to do so, she'd have left the house flying with her legs above her head and wouldn't have landed until she was out of the village. Callie was curious, of course she was. She had to mentally slap her cheeks every few seconds to keep herself from asking about what happened, but since she was such a considerate young lady, she managed to keep herself from doing so. The wall shifted again, the simple wooden surface turning into the by now familiar entry into the underground hall. The two walked down silently and settled into their usual meditative positions in the center. "We will go over everything you've learned so far," the woman stated. "First, a session of cultivation, then you will absorb mana through the buffer from a mana crystal, and then you will absorb a small core through the essence buffer, with us finishing with another session of cultivation where you test out the range expansion structure. All right? You got me a core?" Callie latched onto the most interesting thing she caught. "I did," the woman gave a slight smile. "It's the core of a very weak monster, but it is a core and it is fresh enough to still have enough essence to push you to the next level." "Thanks," Callie chirped with an excited smile. "What about the mana drain?" she asked after a moment. "You should try using that together with the mana buffer." "Didn't you say I could only use one of them at a time?" Callie gasped. "Mean? Did she lie to me? You should be only capable of using the base technique for a long while, but you are unusual." The woman narrowed her eyes at the princess. "You have proven that you can use the technique with a single add-on more than well enough, so for your test, we will try 2 at once. Those 2 should be the least dangerous if we do it while your core is near empty." "Okay," Callie said uncertainly, looking dubiously at the woman. "So, I could theoretically use all of them at once?" "Not that you'd ever have to, or should for that matter," Arawn sighed while sending Callie a tired look. "But yes, you could." "Could I cast magic while cultivating? Can you overpower the pull of the technique with your control?" "Maybe," Callie answered uncertainly. "Yeah. It'd probably rip out any mana out of my grasp that I tried to fill my runes with." "No, you wouldn't," the woman rolled her eyes. "Maybe after the second breakthrough, but I doubt you'd be using the same technique by then." "Why?" Callie blinked. "You used it to reach your current level, right?" "I did," the woman shrugged. "And it took me 15 centuries. Do you want to wait that long?" "I could hunt monsters." "And you should," Arawn nodded. "With moderation, of course. Do not decimate the environment by sucking up all mana and killing all monsters. Am I understood?" "Yes," Callie nodded seriously, her spine straightening as she did. Meanwhile, she was swooning inside. Such a druidy thing to say, so cool. "Keep in mind though," Callie started paying attention again. "You can use some of them together, but some, like the essence buffer, should only ever be used by themselves. You shouldn't even use that together with the main technique." "So it won't overload me with mana, right?" Callie asked back, receiving a nod. "Can't I just use the mana buffer then and be done with it?" "You could," the woman rolled her eyes. "Yes, certainly you could use 4 highly complex rune structures at once to make it a bit faster when your most complex spell is made up of 5 runes at most, or you could just use 1. "I understand." Callie deflated a little at the druid's scathing tone. "Your line of thought wasn't wrong, dear," the woman sighed, and her gaze softened. "You are already ahead most of what I'd consider your peers. I don't want you to harm or cripple yourself with a dumb mistake. You might be able to handle all 4 at once here, in the calm, silent meditation hall, but what if you got interrupted by someone while doing it out in the wilds? Death is just a single mistake away when you are playing with powers so much beyond us." "Us? I'd get that it is beyond me, but her too? Mana is a power that can reshape the world, Kha'Lythria. All mages strive to learn all there is to know, but even our collective knowledge would only ever amount to a tiny speck when compared to everything there is to know about magic." "Really?" Callie blinked owlishly. "You know, I was alive during the time of the descent," the woman mused as she leaned back in thought. "I didn't personally meet her, but I spoke with some who did, and a single quote stuck with me over the centuries." Callie leaned forward. "Stories about the goddess of magic were few and far between." "Well, the ones that had any speck of reality mixed into the outlandish tales were, to be exact. They asked her, 'What is mana?' Do you know how she answered them?" "No. I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. Can you believe that? The druid giggled. The being that taught every sentient race on this planet about magic, the one who knew most, admitted to not knowing what mana is? But surely she knew? Callie tilted her head. How else would she come up with runes and enchanting? There is a saying among the Eldar, the woman said with a distasteful curl of her mouth. The more we learn, the more we understand how little we know, and while the Eldar might be obnoxious lunatics, the saying applies perfectly to magic and mana. Come on. Master somehow came out as an Eldar, and if it wasn't his mother who was one, then it was his father. Callie hid the twitch of her lips behind a thoughtfully raised fist. Get started on it, young lady. Narrowed, reptilian eyes stared at Callie. Callie could almost picture it before her mind's eyes, a swirling mass of arcane energy collecting into a hollow orb with two large constructs orbiting around it. One acted like a secondary storage for her mana, and only a small, controlled stream of mana went from it to the large swirling mass of energy below. This was her mana buffer. Somehow, it interdicted mana that wanted to just rush into her core, making itself the center of all the attractive force the vortex generated while keeping her core safe from overloading. It wasn't perfect. The buffer itself had a limit, and to keep itself from reaching that limit, it was doing something to use up the mana, but it could still be overwhelmed. Not that it was an issue at the moment. The second structure was like a string extending from the buffer, or a vein to be clear. It extended from the beating heart of her spiritual self that was the core and crawled up to her shoulders and down along the bones in her right arm. Around her wrists, the magical artery split into 5, one running along each of her fingers before separating to uncountable hair-thin veins to cover every cell in her fingertips. Fingertips, which were holding a tiny fingertip-sized blue crystal. Callie watched with utmost curiosity as layers upon layers of the shiny crystal flaked off into bluish dust, which dissipated into the air, leaving behind nothing as a steady stream of mana surged through her newly made magical veins. She could clearly feel the vein now that the warm energy was flowing through it. Her eyes narrowed as her amateurish mana senses tried push beyond the surface of her skin. With a bit of effort, she extended it to cover the little crystal in her palm, and she stared transfixed as the hundreds of thin mana veins extended into it and dexterously dismantled the structure layer after layer. Mana drain was a weird thing, but all the more useful. She could now drain almost anything magical to recover mana once she ran out of crystals and didn't have the time to sit down and cultivate for half a day. Mana was everywhere, and with this technique, she could drain it to replenish her reserves. Plus, it could dismantle basic enchantments if she ever needed to use it that way, though anything beyond amateurish work would have at least a basic layer of shielding which would ward off her attempts at cannibalizing it. Callie closed her hand into a fist as the last tiny shard of the crystal turned into dust, but she felt nothing in it, and when she opened it up, she found only air. Solid mana, that was what mana crystals were, but Callie still found it fascinating how an invisible, untouchable energy could turn into normal matter, and then back into mana so simply. Good, Avariel said, nodding. Now shut down the main technique, but keep the 2 auxiliary ones running. Okay, Callie obliged. Only her curiosity for what she was about to learn holding her back from voicing said curiosity. Now, the woman spoke as the small vortex crawled to a halt, having only been started half an hour ago. Try to reverse it. Now that your core isn't pulling the mana in, control the mana in your buffer to slowly start going back up through your veins and into your fingertips. Callie nodded and did just that. The action was rather instinctual. Like flipping a switch, the inert mana in the buffer got back to moving, and aside from the small amounts already flowing towards her core, it all followed her guidance and flowed to her fingertips. Remember how that crystal looked, how it was set up? Imagine solidifying the mana in your grasp into that. Callie nodded, her fingers snapping into place as if she was still holding the crystal as she imagined it all. She felt it perfectly with her mana sense before. Tiny crystalline structures went between even tinier blobs of mana. Callie closed her eyes, focusing only on the image even as she felt the warm energy flowing out of her fingertips. She stopped when she felt something solid in her grasp, and with her focus relaxing, the mana at her beck and call slowly retreated into the buffer. Still, Callie felt it was much less than before, but with the tiny, crude crystal grasped between her fingers, it was clear why. Why is it so ugly? Callie whined as she turned the thing around. It looked more like a blue rick she'd have found in the dirt than the shiny crystals she was familiar with. It's quite good for a first attempt, Arawn smiled as she took the crude rock out of the girl's hold. The structure is good, very good, but I think you forgot to hold the image of how it should look as clearly in your mind. Maybe? Callie flinched. She just focused on how the tiny balls of mana connected to each other and recreating that base structure, but she might have forgotten to look at the bigger picture. Not a problem, really. The woman flicked the rock back to Callie with a gentle smile. Much better than Zad's first crystal. That thing looked nice, but it could barely hold 1/100th of the mana that yours could. Won't people laugh at me if I try to pay with this? Callie stared at the thing in her palm like the child she'd just given birth to turned out to be a goblin. They might, the druid gigged at Callie's crestfallen expression. But only because they are not mages and have no way of measuring how much mana this crude little rock holds. It is the quantity of mana held that gives it value, not how shiny it is. Okay, Callie grumbled, promising to herself that she was going to make it look at least somewhat presentable before she ever considered using it as a currency. Still, it'll be good as an emergency mana source. Remember how you made this one? The woman said sternly. As I said, it holds much more mana than most other first-try crystals. Whatever mental image you use to make this one should be a solid starting point. Don't change it much, just expand on that image. Alright? Yes! Now let's check that range expansion structure, and then you can go rest some, alright? Yes! Bath. 28. Fluffy foxes and ugly trolls. Kha'Lythria. Race. Winter elf, plus 50% mana. Bloodline. Royal, plus 30% mana. Level. 181. Mana capacity. 116.2. Essence requirement. 20. 0.05%/H. So let me get this straight, Callie said slowly, her eyes narrowing on the stranger sitting in her temporary home. You want me and my partner to risk our lives to get you the core of a damn troll of all things? Callie twirled her dagger in her hand as she leaned back in her chair and threw her boot-clad legs up onto the shoddy wooden table. Borgner sat next to her, being Callie's partner, and all he gave off was a stoic face and let Callie do the talking, and little Lexi was out playing with Celine. The little munchkin somehow convinced the redhead to start training her to be a hunter. The pinkette even declared to Callie's face that she'd grow strong enough so she couldn't leave her behind anymore. Of course, Callie patted her head and rewarded her commitment with extra sweets that day, not that she expected to see the girl for a good few decades at the shortest after she left this village. Yes, the stranger's fluffy ears flopped onto her head as she averted her gaze. I'd come and help you out, of course, but I heard that you two are supposedly the strongest fighters in this village, so I could only turn to you. Aside from Arawn, Callie noted. Do not look at the fluffy ears and tail, do not. You are being weird. How would you feel if she was staring at your ears? Stupid. Yes, the fox fawn covered her mouth as she turned away. Somehow having noticed Callie's lingering gazes despite the princess's best attempts at hiding them. Why would we do that? Callie crossed her arms with a huff. Negotiation and stuff. The secrets of a trade prince might have been the most boring rut of my life, but it sure is coming in handy. Nevertheless, her overactive mind strayed. There were a variety of species on Etheria, with elves and humans on being two of those. If one only counted the sentient and sapient ones, then there were also dwarves up in the cold northern continent of Ymfend, but when one went further than those three base races, that was where things got a bunch more complicated. It could be assumed that elves could all interbreed with each other, just like humans and dwarves could among themselves. Humans could fuck a dog, and it'd still somehow result in a combat-capable child. Humans were notorious for being able to successfully interbreed with every damned species on the planet, including all fawn clans. Which is so damned weird because some fawn clans can't breed with another fawn clan. Horse people and fish people are not compatible. What a surprise. Fawns were humanoid elvenoid animals. But that was only when one looked at them with their eyes squinted to the max. There were fawn clans only comprising sentient wolves, and there were ones made up of beautiful women with fox ears and tails. If one could come up with a combination of elf and animal, then there was probably a clan of fawns hidden in some corner of the world. If the three previous species were all carefully designed masterpieces made by nature, then fawns were, for lack of a better word, a hit-and-miss experiment of nature. Does a clan of fawns with deer-like legs and a human upper body work? Throw them into a forest and see if they survive. It was a game of what sort of shit sticks to the wall, with most clans having gone extinct long ago, but the few that remained still out of the thousands had something that made them stand out. There is supposedly a clan of lions who can control the powers of the sun, which was why Callie was being especially careful around the strange woman. For all she knew, this seemingly frail girl might transform into a 10-meter-tall fox monster at any moment. The girl started, her amethyst gaze locking onto Callie, and the princess thought she noticed a playful glimmer in those eyes. I heard you want to get out of this empire, right? We do, Callie collected herself, putting her legs back onto the floor and intertwining her fingers in her lap. Why? I could help. The vixen's ears twitched and her tail threatened to swish from side to side. Damn you, why is it so cute? I'm not from around here. I snuck in on my way here and I could help you sneak back out just as easily. Why would we need your help for that? Callie asked, trying to look stern as she threw a sideways glance at Vorgner. The demon told her he knew how to get out of the Empire, but help couldn't hurt. Still, if they got smashed into a bloody paste under a trolls club, it wouldn't matter. I'm not sure you know, but just after I snuck in, the humans tightened their borders. They have patrol ships going up and down on the coast, and the number of guards tripled in the port city. The girl puffed herself up. I can help you get past them. I have a talent for convincing people. For some reason, a shiver went down Callie's spine as the fox girl's eyes twinkled in mischief. Vorgner? What do you think? Callie turned to her partner. Without knowing how confident he was in his own escape plan, she wasn't sure if they should put themselves in danger for such a dubious source of help. It would be helpful to have her, he said sourly, tasting his words before speaking them. Though I am unsure whether it is worth fighting a troll for. Actually, why are you waggling your tail? I know of a small encampment of trolls close to here, and they go out hunting by themselves. I even noticed that there are young ones among them, so it shouldn't be too hard to get one's core. I see, Callie nodded. Her eyebrows twitched as she held herself back from rushing over to pet the mischievous tail. We will need to think it through. We are staying another 3 weeks, so we will give you an answer by the end of it at the latest. I see. The girl deflated, her ears and tail flopping down sadly. Still, Callie caught a glimmer in her eyes that sent another shiver down her spine. Her instincts were working in overdrive to alert her that the girl might appear fluffy, but she was somehow very dangerous. Thank you for hearing me out. The girl stood up and bowed in a perfect 60-degree angle. It's nothing, Callie stood as well and smiled politely. I wish I could say for certain that we'd help you, but suicide by trolls is not among my goals at the moment. The girl looked up, looking a bit shocked before she released a soft giggle. Well, it's not among mine either at the moment. I hope I'll hear from you and thank you again for hearing me out and letting me into your home. It's fine, Callie waved it off. Some distraction was nice. The village was interesting for the first week, but it quickly grew monotonous, so she would have invited the girl in just out of curiosity and boredom, even if she had no intention of helping her. Not that such was the case. She wished she could go over and smash a troll into the dirt and give its core to the fluffy fox girl, but she had to consider how likely that outcome was and how much risk she and her partner were willing to take. You can come over in the meantime if you want, Callie said as she led the girl to the door. We are strangers in this village too, so it gets rather lonely being ostracized by the people here. I will consider it, the girl smiled slightly. But thank you for the invitation. With that she was off, stepping through the door and walking off with her tail swishing entrancingly behind her. So, she cleared her throat as she closed the door. What do you think? If what she says about the borders is true, Vorgner said sourly. We might have to take her up on her offer. What about your plan? Callie asked as she flopped over a tiny couch, face first into a soft pillow. I know some people that dealt in having people transported into and out of the Empire in this province. He spoke in a weary voice. I knew them at least. If the Empire is tightening its borders this hard, then I'm not sure they haven't sent my contacts sleeping with the fishes yet. Sleeping with the fishes? Callie mumbled into her pillow. It's a metaphor for being killed, said Vorgner. We could try other smugglers or try escaping through the Blood River up north, but that is far from preferable. The Blood River? Callie mumbled, rolling over to her side so she could stare at Vorgner. Oh, right. But the Republic up north only has a port in the capital, which is on the other side of the country from the river. Which is why that is a last resort. Don't they send trade ships down the river, though? Callie squinted her eyes and thought. Economy was somewhere between sort of interesting and I don't give a shit in her mind, so she only barely remembered the important trade routes. They do, Vorgner shrugged. But I'd rather swim across the sea than try sneaking onto one of those. Those ships sail from Red Rock and the cash buy their ships from the dwarves. Yeah, Callie grimaced. Suicide by dwarven cannons is not much better than suicide by troll clubs. The dwarves don't eat you afterward. Could we beat up a troll, though? I'm sure we couldn't beat up a dwarven ship. Perhaps? Vorgner stopped to think. So you were considering her offer? You said I should a moment ago. I did. He went back to thinking. I'm not sure about killing one. You have your fireballs, but those brutes have thick hides which only grow denser as they age, and we'd have to turn them into ash to kill them. How do you go about getting their cores, anyway? Callie tilted her head. Does it just pop into being after they die over a pile of ash or something? Something like that, he shrugged. Ah, fuck me. Callie rolled off of the couch and jumped to her feet, whining all the while. Are we really going to go fight those ugly monsters that regenerate from being diced up? She shivered at the thought. Go to bed or the trolls will eat you was a common scare tactic used among the elves, and many a maid used it on impressionable little Callie in her childhood. Of course, she went researching what trolls were and whether they actually ate children not long after, and what she found was much worse than she expected. Not only was it all true, but they were some of the ugliest things Callie had ever had the misfortune of laying her eyes on, even if elven artists tended to stylize ugly monsters a bit in their illustrations. Little 7-year-old Callie back then had to drag a maid to hug as a body pillow for a few months after that to be able to fall asleep. The illustration giving small Callie nightmares. She didn't like trolls. Not one bit, but due to her research, she was aware of how damned hard it was to kill them. There were ancient tales of armies going to kill off just a small group of trolls. Those tales came from before the advent of magic. Even so, trolls were as tough as they were ugly. If you decide that way, I will fight with you. Vorgner nodded solemnly, and Callie stilled for a moment. This was a serious discussion, and she was acting like a damn child. Okay, said Callie, her voice mimicking her brother's authoritative tone as she answered. I think we should take her up on her offer. Thought we should make sure she can actually back up her claims first. How do you plan to do that? Vorgner raised an eyebrow. She said she has a talent for convincing people. Callie mused, sitting down next to Vorgner. Do you think she is one of those weird fawns that can have weird clouds of drugs come out of their bodies? No, Vorgner snorted. She is a foxkin. Fox clans usually have talents for illusions or hypnosis in some rare cases. Hypnosis? A shiver went down Callie's spine. Mental magic was extremely complicated, so very few practiced it, and those who did tended to be hunted down for it, but some lucky or unlucky. People had talents that gave them the ability to cast a single mental magic spell as easily as Callie used her ears for detecting rune activation. Callie heard there was a human noble family that rose to prominence only because they had an inheritable talent that let them tell whether someone was telling the truth if they were looking into the eyes of the victim. Said family was a line of notorious torturers feared among the enemies of the Empire. Hypnosis was something even worse. It let the possessor of that talent put their victim under their thrall for a while. The one silver lining of it was that no mage managed to reverse engineer the talent yet, so it was extremely rare. I believe foxkin tend to have either mental or illusion-related talents, he shrugged. It is hard to know with fawns. Right, Callie grimaced. Elves weren't like that. They had a small list of talents they might activate during a breakthrough, but there weren't any super rare or dangerous ones like among the fawns. At best, she'd learn a talent which, while active, reduced her weight by 95%, but nothing as outrageous as mindfucking someone. Of course, it didn't for a moment enter her mind that fawns usually had about as terrible a talent for mainstream magic as humans, if not worse. Some of the more bestial clans had no hope of ever even producing a mage, while almost every elf was a mage, even if not a good one. Okay, Callie took a deep breath, psyching herself up. Let's test her, and if she is legit, then we get ready to kill a troll. I'm not going without getting a bunch of potions and new weapons from Averial. Good thinking, Vorgner smiled slightly. My core has finished repairing itself just yesterday, so I think I'll go out hunting. Oh! Callie jumped up. That's great. She clapped her hands excitedly. Indeed. Vorgner nodded, but a satisfied smile was plastered on his face. This calls for a celebration. In another part of the village, the silver-haired fox-skin girl collapsed onto a bed. Her head was pounding from her overusing her talent, but she felt that negotiation was just too important. If she failed to convince the elf and the half-blood, she might as well have wasted the last 5 years of her life traveling all the way here from the other side of the planet. She massaged her delicate temples as she relaxed into the soft embrace of the sheets. She needed that damned potion. A potion only the best alchemist on the planet could make, but for goddess knows why it needs a fresh troll core. She couldn't kill it by herself. Her talent was useless against something that had muscles for brains. She needed the help of those two. She sighed wearily, hoping against all hope that they'd accept. She tried to frame her request as best as she could, straining her mind to catch any flickering surface thought swimming in the shallow parts of their minds, but that might not have been enough. Who would go fight a troll just because I asked them nicely? She growled. There was nothing else to do. She had nothing else to give but her help, and she was far too young to bend the minds of two people just as powerful as herself to her will. She fell asleep after a while, swearing to herself that tomorrow she'd take the elven girl up on her word and go back. She'd beg and plead as much as it took if it meant them helping her. Everything for that potion, I'd do anything for you. 29. Herbology lesson. Kha'Lythria. Race. Winter Elf, plus 50% mana. Bloodline. Royal, plus 30% mana. Level, 182. Mana capacity, 118.9. Essence requirement, 20.5, 0.05%/H. Shiver went down Callie's spine. The girl stumbled and barely managed to catch herself before her face got into a physically intimate relationship with the ground. Something was happening. She could feel it. Her core felt full despite only being at around 85% capacity at the moment. Callie rested her back against a nearby wall, sliding down until she felt the stable soil under her, but there was a moment of suspense. Callie felt a vertigo hit her, but as quickly as it came, the nauseating feeling was gone and in its place was a surging feeling of power. Pure power surged from her core and dispersed into every pore of her being. Her bones became just a touch stronger, lighter and tougher, her muscles and tendons undergoing the same, while her mind felt just a bit faster and complex calculations were just a fraction faster. Everything about her became better, for a lack of a better word. Callie blinked, feeling the overwhelming discrepancy between the previous moment of her life and the current one. It was gone. She clenched and unclenched her fists. If she really focused on it, she felt just a smidge stronger than before, but that sense of power was gone. Callie closed her eyes and calmed her ragged breathing. This feeling was nice, but far from the first core she absorbed and whatever Averial did to her. She pushed herself back to her feet, a small smile ever so slowly crawling onto her lips. My first natural level up. It was easy to guess what her experience was. She might have been barred from cultivating before, but the core passively turned mana into essence, so that couldn't quite be stopped unless they starved the princess of mana, which would be far from a good look. So they didn't. It didn't matter if the young princess was level 100 or 105 when her guards were all over level 300. Overkill wasn't a word found in the old elven language. Level up was what the exact moment when the core releases all of its newly transmuted essence into the body and spirit, letting the energy strengthen every part of the person receiving it. Nobody knew why it did it in bursts like these. The mysteries of how cores worked were still beyond mortal mages. All they could do was observe. From those observations came the concept of levels, and with this one, I should be 182, I think. Only 18 more until the first breakthrough. The locals' still prevalent dislike of her was clear in that none came to check on her when she collapsed against the wall. It soured Kha'Ly's feelings for a moment, but she shook it off with a shrug. She couldn't force them to like her, and these people lived in fear all their lives. With the wall serving as a support, she crawled back onto her feet. The level up might have left her without an afterglow, but it did sap the energy out of her body, and so now her knees were quivering like a newborn fawn's. During every level up, according to some, the person you were before is gone and a new, better one is constructed out of essence. Kha'Ly banished the dumb myth out of her head. Satkiel would berate her for even entertaining the moronic rumor. After a minute of standing, she felt like she could walk again. Where was I going again? Right. I was going to bother Avariel into giving me something to kill a troll with. Magical plants were weird. This one had strong bark-like vines that it used to crawl all over the walls, and it had tear-shaped leaves that wouldn't have stood out in a forest. Though, the red and yellow little berries hidden between them would be hard to miss at night. Little orbs of white, yellow, and red glowed with a brightness that was hard to miss even during the day, but they'd be unmistakable at night. So, Avariel asked as she stood a step behind Kha'Ly with her arms crossed. Kha'Ly just hummed, taking out her dagger and poking carefully at the plant. She scratched the leaves and the barks first, earning herself some white liquid dripping out of the wound. That should be poisonous? Kha'Ly mused, but she knew it wouldn't be enough. A plant that actively attracted attention with its bright light had to have had some sort of a defense mechanism that made animals leave it alone. Poison would work for a while, but most animals were dumb, and with time, they'd develop enough immunity to it to eat it. With a quick strike, she severed a stem just above a single thumb-sized red orb and jumped back quickly, a shield spell springing into being on her arm, which she used to cover her upper body should the thing explode. It wasn't exploding. The red orb plopped onto the ground with a wet smack, sending a small rain of juice flying in every direction. Kha'Ly evaded any droplets she noticed and used her magical buckler to swipe aside any she couldn't. Congratulations, said Avariel with a single clap. You beat up a berry. Was it dangerous? Do you think it was? Kha'Ly crunched down and took a whiff of the juices already getting soaked up by the living wooden floor. Sweet, very sweet. Doesn't smell poisonous? No, Kha'Ly answered uncertainly. The plant had to have something to it. She could feel mana flowing through it when she was really close, so it wasn't just a simple plant that glowed for ancestors to know why. Correct, the archdruid nodded as she stepped up to the vine. So, MHHH, Kha'Ly groaned as she stood back up and leaned in to observe the plant. She squinted, her gaze flickering between the 3 types of berries on it. Small, bright, white ones. Medium, glowy, yellow ones, and big dim red ones. She tilted her head. The big red ones are the ripe ones, so the white should be the freshest ones, and they are glowing the brightest too. The plant's goal is to have animals consume only the red berries, while avoiding the yellow and white ones. A new plant could only grow out of the ripe berries. I think the white berries should have something dangerous in them. Kha'Ly looked expectantly at the druid. To keep animals from eating them and only going for the red ones, right? Very good, Avariel nodded. Step back. Kha'Ly obliged, hopping back a few meters while training her hawkish gaze on the druid's hands as they closed in on a small bundle of bright white berries. Green fingers expertly latched onto only the stem, the berries never touching the Eladrin's skin. She twisted her hand and the stem broke without effort. Now these, she turned around and showed her small branch filled with tiny white orbs off to Kha'Ly, are what we used to call white agony. I'm not sure what they call them now, but the name is quite apt, so I stuck with it. What does it do? Callie asked, curiosity warring with common sense in her head, one trying to push her forward while the other urged her to get away from the malicious plant already. Callie stepped up, her curious gaze going over the little berries. They'd make for good natural torches, but if even a Varial was this careful with handling them, then they would probably be a bigger hazard than oil burners. It explodes with an extremely bright light while coating anything near it in its poisonous juice. Didn't you say it wasn't poisonous? Callie hopped back just a bit. A meter should be enough distance. The ripe ones aren't, the woman smirked. But these could make anyone under level 400 have a very bad day. And a troll? Callie glanced up at the woman, trying to sound innocent. Normal poison doesn't work on trolls, the woman looked thoughtful. But these have magical properties. It should counteract their helling for a short while at least. Can they be stored in a spatial artifact? They can, the woman nodded with a meaningful look. So you decide to help the girl? Callie stilled. I did, though only if she wasn't lying. They say druids can actually speak with plants in their domains, not the basic stuff I do, but actually hear or speak through them. Did she listen in on our conversation through a flower or something? I doubt she was, a Varial shrugged. Here, have this. Callie's eyes widened as the very dangerous bundle of berries was being dangled in front of her eyes. She yelped and stumbled back. You don't want it? Phew, I mean, yes, I do. With a grumble, she reached out with her hand and activated her spatial ring with a trickle of mana, snatching the goods out of the druid's hand. Thanks, Callie bowed slightly. Do you have anything else? You wouldn't expect me to be wasting my fire blossoms that I've been growing for the last 60 years on a single troll, now would you? No, Callie averted her gaze. But such a magnificent and generous druid such as you must have something that could help me out? Don't push your luck, girl, said a Varial, her smirk betraying her amusement. I told you that you'd be protected here. Why do you even want to fight a troll? Because Callie hopped up next to the druid as the two continued walking. Another door revealed itself as the wall peeled back, leading down into an even lower section of the druids' fortress? Grove. Even if it is an underground maze, a druid could only ever have a grove. She is going to help me sneak out of the country if I do. You could just stay here, the woman said with a slightly dejected sigh. Nah, Callie shook her head. I've been staying in a safe castle my whole life. I don't want to just let others protect me while I stay weak. They walked in silence for a few seconds, the druid only giving an understanding nod. Plus, I can't learn magic and explore the world here. Callie interjected, silence not really being her thing. That is true. Callie couldn't see her face, but the tinge of amusement in it was clear. If that is the path you chose, then I won't stop you, but this village will always welcome you, or I will at least. Thank you, Callie smiled, a warm feeling settling into her chest. Continuing to travel was a self-evident choice to Callie. This village might be a safe haven now, but would it remain that way when her father caught wind of it? A Varial might be strong, but she didn't want to bring her father's wrath down on her and the people here. They were innocent. It's just a first stop. My resolve can't be so weak as to stumble on the first step. Still, the sense of safety and peace here without a sword called arranged marriage hanging over her head was tempting. Fortunately, she was far too obsessed with magic as to stop here. This is a big tree, Callie mused. The walls still seemed to be carved out of a single large tree, but she was sure none of the ones she saw above ground should have roots this long and thick. It is, isn't it? Yeah? Callie raised an eyebrow. And? See these? A Varial tapped her knuckles on the sidewall, making it creep back a little and reveal bluish vines running through it just below the surface. These vines usually grow around ley lines and siphon mana from them, which they give to magical plants in return for nutrients. I see. Callie tapped the tiny part of it that she could and pushing her mana sense out a few centimeters, she could feel the esoteric energy pulse in the plant like a heartbeat. So, you're sapping a ley line? I am. The druid shrugged. Though I barely use the energy for myself, the mana goes into all the plants around the village. It is just a happy little coincidence that all of these plants are perfect for defending the place should the barrier ever fall. This really is a fortress, Callie noted as the vine sunk into the solid bark as if it was liquid. Grove, the Druid corrected. It lives with barely any maintenance, and I am not siphoning away enough mana from the ley line to negatively impact the environment. I see, Kelly nodded. Just when the following silence started to bother her again, they'd arrived. The natural door that opened up didn't reveal a hall with wooden walls for a change, but an underground cavern. Callie squinted, allowing her eyes to adjust to the darkness. The soft glow of bioluminescent moss on the ceiling providing enough light for her to see comfortably. As soon as she took in the cavern in its entirety, she squealed and jumped back, hiding behind the druid as she peeked back out at a large scaly back taking up a quarter of the underground chamber. Even as the scaly animal, or more likely magical beast, was lying down, the top of its back was a head over Callie's height. The rough, dirty brown scales of the being were as large as her palms, but her gaze was fixated on the beast slowly rising and falling. Stomach? It's breathing. Oh shit. Callie almost jumped out of her skin in fright as a Varial clapped once. She was frozen stiff as the beast shifted, a burly neck raising from behind its mast, shortly followed by a head filled with jagged horns in far too many places. Eyes opened up and revealed orbs of angry orange with slitted irises, not unlike the Archdruid's own eyes. Is that a fucking dragon? Calm down. A Varial flicked the panicking girl's forehead. What? Would you move aside for a moment, please, dear? The druid smiled at the beast as it just stared at the two of them. It released a low, growly breath as it climbed onto its feet. It dragged itself to the other side of the chamber and collapsed back down. As its eyes closed, it went back to sleeping without another thought. Thank you, Quake. A Varial nodded as she started walking again, right in the direction where the beast first slept. Come on, Callie. Callie tore her gaze off of the slumbering beast and dashed up to the woman, putting the druid between herself and the little dragon. Quake? Callie asked as she peeked back at it. You don't need to fear him. He is far too lazy to even catch his own meals. Callie jumped as a low grunt reverberated through the cavern. Does someone not want a meal today? The next sound somehow managed to sound like a whine, despite it vibrating through the stone walls. That's what I thought, the druid smirked. Quake is an earth drake. I'm sure you learned of them. Idiot, of course, it's an earth drake and not a damned dragon. I have, Callie grumbled. As I said, she shrugged. He is lazy and hasn't eaten anything besides cattle for centuries. I see. Callie blinked. Earth drakes were one of the main reasons winter elves mostly kept to living on the mountains and not in the mountains. They could almost swim through rock and dirt with how fast they could tunnel, and as any healthy magical beast, they should hunger for mana and the cores of other beings. Though, if she's just giving it mana from a ley line every once in a while. We're here. Callie snapped out of her musings and noticed with a start that the drake was lying right before an entrance into another chamber, covering it with his bulk. Callie stepped into the hall only after a moment of hesitation, bracing herself for finding another sleepy monster inside, but what she found was a room filled with bookcases, chests, and a myriad of other containers. Welcome to my vault. 30. The Call. Kha'Lythria. Race. Winter Elf, plus 50% mana. Bloodline. Royal, plus 30% mana. Level, 182. Mana capacity, 118.9. Essence requirement, 20.5, 0.05%/H. Take this, a Varial placed an old tome into Callie's waiting hands, having pulled it from its dusty place just a moment ago. This is an old tome. It might be outdated by now, but it is the only one I have that actually teaches about runes. Oh, Callie hugged the book to her chest like a precious treasure. Thank you. That is the book I learned the basics of magic from, just like your master. The woman smiled. I have no need for it, but keep in mind that it is almost 2,000 years old. Okay, Callie chirped. Actual runes. She could finally add something new to her toolkit. I'd give you a staff, but I think it'd just hinder you, a Varial mused as she walked over to another part of the chamber where a slew of gnarly staffs and metallic staves were hanging off the wall. Why? Callie asked, barely keeping the pout off of her face. Staffs were cool. How do you fight Kha'Lythria? Oh, this is a full name-worthy question. Callie furrowed her eyebrows in thought. I'm fast and mostly dodge while hitting the enemy with a big spell? And would a cumbersome staff help you in that? The big spells would be bigger, Callie retorted uncertainly, not quite willing to give up on fighting with a call staff. Uh-huh. Averial raised a single, judging eyebrow. Okay, no staffs. Callie pouted. Wands? A single snort was all the answer she got. Okay, no wands either. Callie grumbled. I think it'd be much more beneficial if you made a casting focus of your own in the future, Averial said gently. All these staffs here weren't made for you, and after a while would just hold you back. But they'd work for a while, Callie retorted. And I could store them in my ring if I wasn't using them. Let me be a bit blunt then, said Averial. You don't need a focus, especially one not made especially for you. You already cast magic better than the average elven mage with a focus. Callie deflated. But I'd just be even better with a focus, wouldn't I? Being a competent mage without a focus will come in handy, trust me. Averial placed a hand on Callie's shoulder. You will regret taking one of these. Okay, Callie said sourly. A part of her realizing how childish she was being, but the part wanting a staff was still stronger. Good. The druid nodded and patted her shoulder comfortingly. What I am going to give you, though, is this. She pulled a long wooden case off of shelf and blew off the thick layer of dust collected on it before placing it down onto a nearby table. Callie hopped up next to her, curiosity quickly washing away her sour feelings. It's good that you have a weapon other than your magic. She glanced down at Callie's belt, holding her dagger. Totally not an over-enchanted kitchen knife. Nah, but this should serve you better than that butter knife. Gah, Callie stumbled. Per knife. Oh! The case snapping open quickly drew her attention. Bathed in the dim blue light of the luminescent moss, the silvery face of a blade sparkled with elegance. It was an elven sword. None could say it wasn't, with ancient elvish script being carved into its face. It was thin and short for a sword, but Callie knew the most important part of an elven blade was its lightness and sharpness and not its reach. A blade dancer should be swimming in and out of the enemy's reach like a fish would in water. The teachings in that tome might help you a few months or years from now, but this should help you right now, the druid said as she looked down at the blade with a tinge of distaste. Though, I admit it'll be good to have that thing out of my grove. Callie was just about to touch its handle when the words reached her brain, making her flinch back. Is it cursed or something? Callie asked as she eyed it suspiciously. Nothing of the sort, the druid snorted. This was your grandfather's sword when he was young. Eh? Callie blinked. Why is it here then? An interesting tale, that one, Averial smirked. But I think I won't bore you with it now. Just know that I am merely returning a family heirloom. Wait, Callie stopped just as her fingers wrapped around the blade. When my grandfather was young, there wasn't any magic yet. Magic was always there, Kha'Lythria, said Averial. We just couldn't harness it as directly as we do now. The blacksmiths of old had very specific techniques since lost to time to forge blades out of magical materials that brought out their supernatural powers. Finally, Callie lifted the sword out of its velvet case. The sword was deceptively light. Callie doubted she could hold up a wrought iron blade of the same size just as easily, especially with her dainty arms only fit to look nice in a dress. I should really start working out. She gave it a few test swings, and the blade cut through air without a sound. She pushed herself, straining her muscles for a last slash, and not even that made a single sound. Just so you know, Averial said dryly. That case was just as old as the sword. Oh, Callie stopped and watched the poor case split in half along where she cut it. I'm sorry. She quickly bowed her head. It's fine, the druid waved her off. I was going to give it to you anyway. Ow, Callie deflated, eyeing the two halves of the case. Can I still have it? Sure, Averial waved her off. Now go and practice. That sword isn't something fit for you if you don't bother learning how to wield it. Callie fidgeted with the sword still as she strode after the druid, the case safely stored in her ring. Who could teach me? Virendal's sister is passable with the sword. Averial shrugged. Take at least a few lessons from her before you go throwing yourself at a troll, understood? Yes. Fine. Celine threw up her hands. Yes, I will teach you a bit. Just stop looking at me like that. Thanks. Callie stopped looking like a kicked puppy and threw her hands around the older woman. You're the best. Yes, yes, sure. Celine rolled her eyes. Lexi would have whined for weeks if I didn't anyway, she murmured under her breath. Away, Celine pushed her away. Grab a wooden sword. We aren't using whatever you were planning to. Why not? Callie whined. Because if you manage to somehow stab yourself with a wooden sword, we won't have to clean your entrails off of the floor. Callie raised an eyebrow, glancing down at the floor. Yep, that's dirt. Find one that is about the same weight as your own sword and the same reach. After a few minutes of weighing the carved branches they called swords, Callie decided on a short sword imitation. So, Celine crossed her arms as she looked Callie over. The problem is that if I taught you a sword style we use, it'd do more damage than good. Callie nodded. Autumn elves had weights similar to humans. They didn't even have blade dancers, and they tended to use some very unusual styles to make the most out of their magical legs. Not only was Callie a tenth of their weight, but she also lacked those leg muscles. She glanced down at her own legs for a moment, then over at Celine's. There wasn't too much of a visible difference with both of them wearing pants, but Callie knew that if Celine kicked her in the chest, she'd go flying off like a cannonball. Still nice thighs, though. Okay, Lexi continued doing what we did yesterday. All right, the woman looked at the small elf, who nodded back resolutely. Callie watched on as the girl grabbed a wooden glaive fit for her size and started going through a set of swings and swipes. Try mimicking what I do. Celine grabbed a similar sword of her own and showed a simple overhead slash to Callie, which she repeated to the best of her abilities. What followed was Celine doing a swipe and Callie repeating it, but even Callie could feel that it wasn't quite right. Who did overhead swings with short swords, anyway? Arg, Celine shook her head. I don't know. Sorry. You know what? Celine asked. Can you pass me the swords you want to use for a second? Sure. Callie did so, taking it out of her spatial storage and handing it over to the woman. She did some test swings, her eyes widening as she finished up and gave it back to Callie. Okay. Weird question. Celine rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Can I lift you? I'm sure you can. Callie tilted her head. I think even Lexi might manage it. I see, Celine nodded. I heard that you winter elves are light as feathers, but can I try? Lifting me? Callie raised an eyebrow. Yeah? Okay, Callie shrugged, spreading her arms out to the sides. I'll, get to it then, Celine mumbled as she stepped closer. Damn my short jeans, every other elven race is at least 180, but I am here a full head shorter. Celine carefully grabbed Callie under her armpits and fixed her footing, huffing once before she pushed her muscles a bit too much, maybe. She easily lifted Callie, who let out a yelp as she was suddenly thrown a meter up into the air. Ah shit, Celine cursed as Callie fell back and instead of collapsing together, Callie just got plastered on the woman's shoulder. Oof, exclaimed as she received the shoulder to her stomach, sliding off of it like a sack of potatoes. Thankfully, Celine grabbed her before she fell to the floor. Sorry, I didn't think you were that light, she apologized with a flush to her cheeks as Callie coughed for breath. Gut punches were a bitch. Callie huffed after she recollected herself, a painful ache still in her side, but she could live with that. So what was the point of that? I wanted to know what we are working with, she coughed awkwardly. Or you were working with. I'm afraid I can't teach you much, but what I can do is some basic moves that should work well with your light build. Callie's shoulders slacked. I see. Sorry, we can do some spars once you get more used to the sword. Okay, Callie nodded. She never had an instructor before, and she'd learned how to fight with the dagger based purely on her instincts and learning from her mistakes while sparring with Forgner. If she had enough sparring, she could probably learn how to fight passably well with a sword. Plus, I'm going to fight trolls. Not swords masters. Callie stretched her arms above her head as she walked, a satisfied smile on her lips from the few hours of exercise she had. The pleasant soreness that spread through her entire body was something she liked. It was a warmth unlike when mana bathed every cell of her body, combined with the constant reminder that she did something, that she was getting stronger. The muscle fibers might tear, but they'd be rebuilt stronger than ever. She could still go for another few hours of training, but Celine, having a bunch fewer levels than Callie, didn't have the stamina for that. It was a sad thing, really. The woman was obviously skilled in more than one weapon, but Callie still found it rather easy to beat her once she got the hang of it. There wasn't really much the redhead could do when Callie could move as fast as she could swing her sword, and due to her training with Vorgner, Callie was getting very good at rolling with the punches, as the demon called it. I'll need to find someone to spar with who is closer to me in level. For a moment she wished she could ask her sister. Lyriel was supposedly very good at both swords and magic. Callie never saw her do either, always just coming to her with something dumb and trying to lighten her younger sister's mood. Shiny crystals, nice dresses, painting utensils, sculpting, or whatever the girl could come up with. The thought was appreciated, but when Callie only wanted to learn magic, the nice, wifely hobbies all left a sour taste in her mouth. She didn't want to learn to stitch or painting, she just wanted to throw fireballs around. Was that too much to ask for? A soft sigh left Callie's lips, her stretching done for now along with the brooding. There were runes to decipher and learn. She hadn't even opened that old tome yet, so just the thought of it managed to brighten her mood. If the book was really as old as the Druid proclaimed, then it should be pure. Even Callie knew that all the newer stuff tended to be a touch more complicated than they need be. After all, which mage that worked on making and modifying spells wanted to give their work over to everyone else just as it was? They put in useless stuff to drive down the efficiency and power of most spells, giving an edge over their competition to themselves. Which was why Callie learned stuff from the ground up. She learned the runes making up the spells and not an overcomplicated spell circle. Not that she had much of a choice. The single book she previously had only contained a single spell circle, and it was a convoluted mess of lines and shapes that she couldn't make any sense of. Who thought that it was a good idea to put a three-dimensional structure onto paper just to demonstrate the heights of magic, or something stupid like that? It was just annoying, a thorn in her side that always reminded her back in the castle that no matter how much she practiced her simple little set of runes, she was never going to cast that complex spell in her life. It lit a fire in her heart back then, but over the years, it simmered down to a tiny ember. What could she do? She was right under the nose of the most powerful being in the kingdom. Her puny spells wouldn't as much as tickle him. Not anymore. She was barely on the first step, but she resolved herself to grow strong. One day, she was going to cast that dumb spell. One day, she was going to show her father that she was more than his pawn. Callie rounded the corner next to a gnarly twisted tree that reminded her that she was almost back at the house. She'd be alone for now as Lexi was still going strong at shooting arrows into unoffending trees when she left, even if her little arms were wobbling. Callie saw the resolute steel in her eyes, so she didn't even bother trying to stop the girl. Celine was there to watch over her, even if Callie exhausted the poor woman. The princess stopped when she saw a person on her doorstep, but continued walking when she recognized the argent-haired girl. "Hello," Callie greeted, making the foxkin snap her gaze up to meet the approaching elf's icy gaze. "Ah, good afternoon." She stood up, dusting off her pants and straightening her shirt. Both of which Callie found a bit too fancy to wear out in nature like this, but who was she to talk in a full set of leather clothing? "I just finished sparring and I could use a cup of tea. Want to share one with me?" Callie smiled at the girl. Being the first fawn she saw in her life, she couldn't help but be interested in the girl's story. How did one end up on another continent seeking the help of an archdruid hiding out in the depths of a forest? "If it is not an inconvenience," responded the foxkin with an awkward smile. "Not at all," Callie chirped as she threw open the door. In a village as peaceful as this, locks weren't really a thing. "Come on in. Make yourself comfortable, okay?" "Thank you." The girl stepped in, carefully prying off her boots and setting them aside near the door. So considerate, there is someone who didn't spend her etiquette lessons drawing bunnies. Into her notebook. "We have, Callie opened the small box filled with a bunch of satchels full of tea leaves. Black, green, and white tea. Any preferences?" "I'd like to have green, please, if it isn't too much trouble," the girl said as she settled down into a chair. Somehow, the image of the graceful foxkin dressed in clothing that wouldn't have looked out of place on a noble lady's travel clothes. Which it probably is now that I'm thinking about it. All right, Callie hummed, grabbing the green tea leaves and a nice set of teacups. She then went to settle down next to the fox girl, her hands working already to carefully set up the kettle. So, Callie asked as she glanced up into a set of curious amethyst orbs. I don't think I even caught your name the other day. I apologize for that. The girl bowed her head ever so slightly, her ears flopping down sadly in a way which made Callie want to pat them. Names are very personal in our culture, but I suppose with what I am asking you to do, introducing myself is the least I could do. Callie just hummed, grabbing a canteen to fill the kettle with. Her water gathering was only useful if she was willing to suck the moisture out of the surroundings, and right now that might result in the table drying into ash or something similarly disastrous. I'm Izuna from the Flowing Silver Fox clan, said the girl, no, Izuna, while puffing out her chest slightly. And I am Kha'Lythria from Kha'Lythria. The princess smiled slightly, deciding to use the elvish name of her kingdom for once. Mountain Kingdom and Winter Kingdom didn't quite sound as nice as the name her ancestors used to call it, despite the name meaning the same as it roughly translated to Winter Mountain. The ancestors were creative like that. I am glad to have met you, Kha'Lythria, the foxkin said with a slight twitch of her mouth, a twitch which Callie couldn't quite decipher. Likewise, Callie smiled, setting her palms onto the kettle and conjuring up a small candle flame inside of it. Magical flames were goofy like that. If she gave the simple flame rune some more mana with a subsequent hold rune. This was even as the water tried to snuff out the fire. While the flame had enough fuel to draw from the other rune, it'd hold and burn. She focused on the simple spell matrix, and having extended her mana sense to cover the kettle, she controlled it. Under her control, the flame swam around in the water like a fish, and under her palms, Callie started to feel the kettle slowly warming up. Not that I'm not happy that you visited, Callie spoke up. But I somehow got the feeling you weren't planning to yesterday. I had some time to think, said Izuna, deliberating each of her words before speaking them. I'm not sure what I expected. I didn't really have a plan when I came here, just ideas. Callie nodded as the girl swallowed a lump in her throat. I was planning to come begging if I had to. Her ears drooped dejectedly. This is not something I can fail. I don't know how I could convince you, but I am willing to do anything to have you help me. That last part might have sounded ominous if the girl's voice didn't crack in the middle of it. Callie felt bad just looking at the girl looking so dejected and maybe even desperate. You don't need to do that, Callie sighed. She was planning on testing the girl's supposed talent, but she was already sure she'd be helping her, and dragging Vorgner along wouldn't be much of a challenge. A month of beating each other up brought the two of them from acquaintances working together to actual friends, at least in Callie's mind. Not that she was wrong about how easy it'd be to convince the Wolfman. What do you mean? The fox girl perked up. We're going to see if your talent is really as useful as you said Callie, reconjuring the flames in the kettle as they ran out of mana. And if it is, I and my partner have already decided to aid you. Oh, the girl blinked, and then her tail started swishing left and right behind her. Callie watched on in amusement as the girl caught herself a moment later, and as she snapped out of her daze, the tail stopped waggling. I hope my ears aren't as expressive as that. Thank you. There is no need for that, Callie said hastily as the girl nearly bashed her forehead into the table as she bowed again. Though, Callie trailed off. If you want to thank me, I could use another sparring partner? Izuna blinked before nodding slowly. I can do that, but what do you mean? Testing my talent, she asked defensively. Weren't talents closely guarded secrets with the fawn? Oh well. I can't just take your word for it, Callie shrugged. I don't need you to tell me what your talent exactly does, just demonstrate that you could get us through. Callie frowned and thought. Border check? Or something similar. You know, guards and stuff like that. I can do that, Izuna nodded slowly once, then repeated it more quickly twice. Yes, I can do that. Great, Callie smiled. Tea is done. Let's enjoy it for now, and we can talk more about the serious stuff after, all right? All right, Izuna smiled, her polite smile back in place as Callie got to filling their cups. following which Callie embarrassed herself with her rather lacking tea etiquette, but the tea was rather good and she had a new sparring partner. One that should be capable of keeping up with her just as much as Vorgner. And then we can go fight some trolls. The peace and safety of the village was nice, but the call of adventure getting louder by the day. Soon, they'd be back out in the wilds and fighting for their lives. 31. A peculiar conversation. Kha'Lythria. Race: Winter Elf, plus 50% mana. Bloodline: Royal, plus 30% mana. Level: 182. Mana capacity: 118.9. Essence requirement: 20.5, 0.05%/H. Archdruid Avariel. Avariel settled down in the center of the circular hall and let her mind relax. One moment she was a singular Eladrin and the next she was the whole grove spreading up to the circular barrier surrounding the village. She felt every tree, every blade of grass and every flower as they lived and breathed to a single heartbeat, her heartbeat. For a moment, she heard everything one could hear in the village. Old elves grumbling, artists arguing, and children laughing. She narrowed her focus, casting a cursory glance and quickly going over anyone that might be trouble. Some of the old ones wouldn't care if the entire village came down along with them if they could have a smudge of vengeance on the Winter Elves. The fools were all too quick to forget that it was they who stood against the High King so long ago. Not that it was their idea. The Autumn Elves were always cowardly. Anyone with even a fragment of a brain could tell that if the Forest King hadn't launched his revolution, the Autumn Elves and their Water King would have been all too happy to just laze around for another millennium. Avariel sighed wryly. It was all history now. The High Elves were extinct, but they took along with them the whole royal line of both the Forest and the Water King, leaving both the Spring and the Autumn Elves without their royalty for when the humans invaded them. There was still a Forest King, 3 in fact, but they were just pretenders, 1 and all. They might have the title, but not the ritual and the power that it entailed. They were no different from others of their kind. The golden age of the elves was long gone, and nothing could bring it back. Kha'Lythria held out, but it was a last bastion standing against the rising tide of humanity. What was Sadkiel thinking? Taking in the daughter of the Winter King of all people as his disciple? With that thought, her eyes narrowed and her grasp on her grove focused. Vines and roots shifted deep beneath the earth. Mana flowed freely in them, and she tapped into the overwhelming powers of the planet itself more than she did in centuries. Ethereal power in the form of wild mana flowed up from the ley line and surged along the roots and vines. Avariel took in the whole of it, a picture forming in her mind. Deep beneath the surface, powered by the very energy of the planet, a grand ritual circle was forming. Rituals were complex and powerful. They gave mages the ability to punch up, to pull on more power than they should be able to by externalizing the process of spellcasting. It was a mix of enchanting and spellcasting using magical materials as a crutch instead of the core of a mage. A ritual as large as a village filled with pure wild mana directly from a ley line would have archmages running with their tails between their legs. Anyone messing with ley lines tended to die horribly, and sometimes it seemed the planet itself had vengeance delivered upon them. One such example was the enormous mana storm raging above the Corvus Empire's capital even after a century had passed since a group of foolish mages tried to siphon a major ley line. From one moment to the next, the whole tapestry of interwoven mana gained meaning, and right in front of Avariel, a spell matrix was taking shape. She made sure that the chamber was shielded enough so not a single particle of mana would escape it, lest half the village went into a hysteric frenzy from such a large spell going off right next to them. Avariel breathed in and out once. She stood up. Ever so slowly, the spell matrix expanded and the invisible mana slowly morphed into a visible illusion. First a swirling mass of colors, but as the druid looked on it took on a humanoid shape. Taking it as her cue, she placed her palm on its chest and a single ebony heartwood ring on her finger resonated with the matrix. She stepped back as the form rippled. Uncertain shapes straightening and blurry colors coming into focus one after the other from the soles of the form's feet crawling upwards and finally reaching the face. The form stood frozen with its hands to its sides and an impassive expression on its bluish-gray face with long silver hair falling to the sides of his wrinkly old face. The spell paused for a moment that might be mistaken for dramatic suspense by anyone else, but Arawn knew this was the most essential part of the ritual. She'd constructed an illusionary avatar and sent out a call, but whether the person she was summoning would answer was mostly up to him. Well, in theory it was. The matrix pulsed, and in that moment, the form came to life. Twin orbs of glowing silver were revealed as his eyelids opened, his back straightened, and his hands clasped behind his back. "Greetings, Mother," Sadkiel said with a light nod of his head. One would think this was his casual weekend visit to his mother, and not his once-in-a-century call which he didn't even initiate. "How has life been treating you?" "Quite well," Arawn crossed her arms. "But the most curious thing happened just a month ago. You'd never guess it." "I'm afraid I have a guess already," he said, though his lips twitched nervously. Even the greatest archmages weren't immune to their mother's judging stares. "I assume she safely made her way there? If you can call being captured by bandits and tortured safely, Sadkiel." Arawn raised an eyebrow, neither judging nor accepting of it. "She is young, naive, and brash," said Sadkiel. "I hoped it'd serve as a learning experience." "Oh, she learned all right," Arawn rolled her eyes. "But only to be paranoid out in the wilds and maybe to be less brash." "I see," he nodded. "I hope she wasn't too much trouble." "Look at you," she smirked. "Acting like her father." "Huh," he scoffed. "Don't let her hear you say that. That word carries nothing but negatives for that girl, and rightly so." "How come she is so spoiled, then?" Arawn raised an eyebrow. "The perfect euphemism for her situation would be the golden cage, I think. She had all she could have ever wanted and more, aside from a select few things." "Like freedom?" "Yes. She lacked the freedom to learn magic, to travel and to bed who she wanted," Sadkiel said, the last one with a smirk. Youth. To see guards rushing around every other week because their beloved princess seduced another maid was entertaining." So she likes flowers?" Arawn hummed. "Oh, she is not the type to be so choosy. There was a reason they stopped giving her young personal guards." Sadkiel snorted. "I think she had 4, all of which she convinced to help her escape after some time. The last one was a royal guard even. They banished the poor boy for his troubles." Arawn shrugged. She was only mildly interested in another perspective on the girl's story, and that wouldn't have been enough to warrant this ritual. "So tell me." Arawn stared straight into his eyes. "What are you planning with her?" "I think I deserve to know that much now that you dumped her on my head." "Nothing," he smiled. "I have done what I wanted to, gave her freedom and a chance to fulfill her dreams. You could have given her a teleport scroll, Zad." Arawn narrowed her eyes. "Why are you even bothering to hide your tracks?" "There was nothing to cover," he scoffed. "There might have been more mana in her carriage than there should have been, but that is hardly my fault. They should have noticed it before departing." She said she was only moments away from getting eaten by the serpent. "It'd have prioritized the enchantment and the mana core in the carriage," Sadkiel shrugged. "And her bracelet could keep her alive even if she got torn in half. Doubt it'd have killed her. My zodiacs only gave a 1 in 10,000 chance of her dying in the ambush." "You and your zodiacs," Arawn scoffed. "Did you base all of this on your predictions?" Sadkiel stayed silent. "I gave her the Blade of Winter," Arawn said offhandedly, and she got just the reaction she was expecting. Throwing his precious predictions off course has always been a talent of hers. "You what?" Sadkiel shouted. "If they ever find out that it was you who gave it to her dash." "They can't do anything then," Arawn shrugged. "I doubt even Myrddin at the height of his power could have penetrated my grove as it is now." "I hope you are right, Mother," Sadkiel said after spending a moment to recollect himself. Arundrol is not quite his father, and he never was a great fighter, but he got his viciousness from Myrddin for sure. Arawn looked thoughtful for a moment. "I doubt even he would have given his daughter's hand away to a human just to ward off the Empire." "He was a fool," Sadkiel scoffed. "He might have killed their champion and a dozen of their archmages, but in the end, he died and the Empire remained standing." "Poor Myrddin," So loyal to his people, so vicious to his enemies, but so idiotic in the end. His granddaughter seems better, at least. I didn't summon you to talk about long-dead men. Avariel clicked her tongue as she glared at her son. I'm not sold on you helping the girl out of the goodness of your old cold heart. You wound me, mother. Sadkiel gave a slight smirk. But in this one instance, you're wrong. Letting a talent like that girl fade away with time and break beneath a human like a simple mare would have broken something in me. She is fast at learning, but I'm not sure what you are seeing in her, Avariel frowned. Sure, the girl learned faster than almost anyone she'd met before, but that hardly meant she'd be a good mage much further down the line. It is not just speed one needs to be a mage, but a combination of many things. Sadkiel straightened his spine. Memory, cognitive speed, visualization, multitasking, depth vision, and quick calculation are all vital for a mage, but what is even more important is the drive to hone all those talents into unmatched skills, and I have never met another who had all the right talents along with the pure obsession with magic that Princess Kha'Lythria showed. Then why aren't you teaching her? Avariel cut back. If the fates and the ancestors will it, our paths will cross again, and I'll impart on her all the knowledge she'd need at that moment. Sadkiel raised his chin. Just like I did before, she has all the knowledge she needs to flourish into a respectable mage. The journey there will be arduous, but surely more thrilling than sitting in a boring room with me. Both for me and for her. I have been away from my research for more than a decade already. So you got bored. It is in her best interest, he huffed. None will find her with my ward on her ring, and the zodiacs show favorable odds for her future. So be it, Avariel frowned. She is to leave for a troll hunting mission in a week. As I foresaw, the fox arrived in time. Enough of that. Roots grew up from the floor, and Avariel got comfortable in the chair they formed beneath her. Tell me what you've been up to in the last century. I am currently working with an undiscovered dungeon core deep into the mountains of Yimfend. The constructs it makes. I have seen nothing quite like this before. Oh, hi Kha'Lythria. Phelan smiled, her head snapping up as she noticed the familiar set of approaching footsteps. How have you been? Good so far, Izuna smiled back at the sweets vendor. Do you have any recommendations today? Yes, the elf chirped. I tried a new yogurt cover today, and I think it goes really well with strawberries. Want some? I'm sure Lexi would love it. Sure, Izuna nodded. Not that she wouldn't love anything you made. Phelan flushed politely, waving the compliment off. I'm not making it any cheaper if you compliment me. If you say so. Izuna rolled her eyes and Callie just watched on from the side, hidden behind a simple minor illusion wall. This was the test she came up with after the fox girl easily aced her first few ideas. She could walk around like she was an elf, or even walk into shops, and they'd greet her like one of their own. The rangers nodded to her respectively, and everyone seemed to think of her as a friend despite none of them having talked to her before. Callie worried at first, thinking her talent to be some sort of hypnosis or mind control, but as she continued observing the girl in action, she came to the conclusion that it was more like a mental illusion. Izuna wasn't casting light-based illusions, but instead was fooling her victim's sight directly. The foxkin was able to deceive someone who knew Callie into thinking they were talking to her. However, in reality, they were actually conversing with Izuna. She never met Lexi, as far as I know. Neither does she know that she is a little glutton. That was the one thing that made another thing clear to the princess. Izuna somehow always knew just the right thing to say to keep up her facade. It could be some sort of subconscious instinct? Combined with mind reading? That prompted a slew of other questions, some of which worried Callie. If she has a mind-reading talent, can she control it? Did she use it on me? Does she know who I am already? The foxkin was done trading and was heading over to the illusion. Callie shook her head slightly and snapped out of it. Her overactive mind was helpful most of the time, but it made paranoia a constant companion. How did I do? Asked Izuna with a polite smirk, her head tilting to the side. Very well, Callie smiled back, keeping as much of her nervousness out of her tone as she could. I think that'll be enough testing. You'd more than proven your ability. Thank you, Izuna nodded in thanks, her relief slipping into her voice. So, Callie started, looking the fox girl up and down. I've been made to believe you are about as strong as me and Vorgner, right? I'm not sure whether that's true, Izuna shrugged lightly. Callie thought. I should reach the first breakthrough in a few months, maybe a few years if I don't hunt any monsters and just cultivate. Breakthrough. Ah, you mean the steps, said Izuna as Callie looked at her curiously. We call them that where I'm from. Would it be rude to ask where that is? Asked Kale, her curiosity getting the better of her. Izuna blinked. It's on the other side of the planet, on a small island hidden in an eternal mist. Cool, Callie smiled, not pressing further as she noticed how shifty the fox girl got at her question. Let's walk. Receiving a nod, Callie dismissed the illusion, and the two started wandering the village with the white-haired elf in the lead. So, steps, Callie mused. Where does that come from? We call it breakthroughs because break through to the next tier. We call it the 3 steps of ascension, Izuna said as she walked beside Callie. The fox girl did something that made the other villagers just ignore the two of them and step out of their way like it was the most natural thing in the world. Callie felt thankful. This was the first time nobody was throwing stinky gazes at her as she passed. You have the mortals up to level 200. Once you reach that, you can enter the first step, and so on with all the others. Do you have names for them? Callie asked back. We only really put mages into tiers as far as I know. Acolyte, Adept, Master, and Archmage. We do, and isn't that the same? Izuna asked back. Well, you aren't an acolyte just because you've reached a set level. You need to fulfill a bunch of other requirements, like knowing enough spells and such. I see, Izuna nodded. It isn't universal, but the most widespread names I know are luminal, ephemeral, celestial, and transcendent. Callie smiled. Sounds much cooler to say, I'm a luminal, than, I'm in the second breakthrough, isn't it? I suppose, Izuna shrugged. We are both mortals, so there isn't much of a difference. Yet, Callie corrected. There isn't much of a difference yet. All right? Izuna smiled awkwardly and Callie just scratched her cheek in embarrassment at her outburst. I will be called Ascendant one day or Transcendent. Both sounds cool. Sorry, she smiled apologetically. It is nothing. Izuna nodded. So, said Callie, intending to change the topic. I am close to becoming luminal. Do you think we could spar? I could really use a sparring partner that wasn't a brooding wolfman. I suppose we could, Izuna nodded slowly. Great, Callie clapped excitedly. We train a week together, get used to each other, and then we set out to get you troll core right after. Sounds good. It does, Izuna nodded in relief. It sounds just perfect. And so began a whole week of Callie getting her butt kicked. As it turns out, fighting someone who could read her thoughts and react to every move she made even before she made them was a pain in the ass. Still, it would surely come in handy against the trolls. That's what Callie told herself, at least. 32. Back into the wilds. Come on, Lexi, I'm not leaving for real yet. But you will, said Lexi, her entire body wrapped around Callie's thigh. The trio was just about to set off on their hunt and were gathering at the edge of the village, but Callie couldn't just go without saying goodbye to Lexi, could she? Yes, Callie grimaced as those glistening, sky-blue eyes threatened to turn into a waterfall. We are elves, Lexi. She patted the girl's fluffy head. We will live for thousands of years. You won't even notice it, and a few decades have passed. I'll be back before you know it. What if you die? How could I die? Callie smiled as she flicked the girl's forehead gently. I have to show the world that I got it in me to become one of the strong. By the next time you see me, you might have to call me Archmage Kha'Lythria. I'll catch up, Lexi said as she wiped her eyes, ever so slowly untangling herself from Callie. The girl puffed herself up and resolutely stared up into Callie's glowing blue eyes. I'll be strong too. I hope so, Callie smiled and ruffled the girl's hair. If everything goes well, I'll be back in a few weeks. See you later, Lexi. Be good. Goodbye, Callie. Callie smiled at the strong little elf who was doing her best not to cry. Callie turned around, making eye contact with Vorgner and Izuna. She nodded at them, and then they were off with the foxkin leading them, with Callie slowly dialing up her spatial hearing range. She pushed her mana sense a few centimeters beyond her skin so she could sense and react to any sneaky spell, like that electric torture spell, before it could even touch her body. Now that there wasn't a slow alchemist in their group, but there was now a fox girl in his stead, the trio could go much faster. Over the last week of sparring, Callie had been made more than aware that the argent-haired girl was monstrously fast. Izuna still couldn't outpace Callie, but the elven girl assumed that if they had been the same weight, she would be left in the dust. This was the result of Callie never training until after obtaining her freedom. Callie could tell her muscles were growing. She had a pleasant soreness every so often as she had been running quite a lot lately. Not to mention the month she'd spent sparring with Vorgner and later on with Izuna. Callie wasn't being lazy, but it was clear that the fox girl had been working on her physique for much longer than her. They reached the wall of vines, the barrier of nature opening up before them with no prompting, and Callie gave a mental thanks to Averial. She was sure the archdruid was looking on through the plants somehow, so she gave an appreciative nod towards a tree, even if she felt quite foolish doing it. From there, the three jogged through the well-walked trail and reached the barrier of celestial magic. Callie shivered as she stepped through. Feeling like your entire existence was laid bare before a tree and then judged by said tree was a feeling unlike any other. Vorgner stepped through right after her with only a slight frown signifying he experienced the same thing, while the fox girl was somewhere between the two, not quite shivering, but her entire face was pulled into a grimace as she stepped through. "You two all right?" Callie asked, receiving 2 nods. "Okay. Izuna and me go first and you watch our backs." Vorgner nodded again. They started at a jog, but they quickly dialed it up. Where Callie gracefully hopped between trees, over bushes, and kicked off of branches, Izuna was like a breeze flowing through the foliage. The way she moved reminded Callie of foxes or feline predators if she was being honest. The fawn was more surface-bound than the elf. Where Callie flipped over an obstacle, Izuna quickly went around it with 2 short hops. Bit to the right, Callie heard Izuna's whispered words clearly and nodded back, correcting her direction. "Sure," she whispered back, and the foxkin nodded. It didn't matter to the two of them that the wind was blowing into their faces, nor that they were running as fast as some birds flew. Callie might have near-perfect hearing, but those fluffy fox ears weren't losing out to her too much when it came to regular hearing. Trees flew by with Callie only making a token effort to identify what sort of trees they were. Being back from safety, back in the grasp of nature and the uncertain wilds, had her heart thrumming in excitement. The 6 weeks of pace and rest in the village were nice, but Callie had to admit, she loved being out away from civilization. It made her feel free. She made sure to not slack off on her sensory duties though. Even if Izuna might have auditory senses of a similar caliber to her, she had to do her best. A family of hares hid under the roots of a tree, a flock of birds watched on from branches, and a single feline beast watched on from under a bush as the 3 of them passed through. Callie noted them all, keeping her eye on the predator until they left it behind just to be sure, but the beast didn't attack them. Why would it when there was a perfectly tasty group of hares nearby? It didn't need mana like magical beasts either, just meat. "Stop," Callie whispered as she came to a halt in only 2 steps, with the other 2 not quite managing to stop as quickly as she did. Vorgner was further back, so he stopped next to Callie, but Izuna skidded to a halt further ahead. Wait. It was too late already. She wasn't sure what she sensed. It was barely a shift in the air, a little sound that somehow felt out of place, and as Izuna stomped on a thorny vine on the ground with her last step, all the alarm bells were chiming in Callie's head. Her gaze flashed over the vine and found a small bundle of thorny vines collected in the shape of a small bush only reaching up to her knee a meter away from the fox girl. A shield spell was already activating in Callie's mind as she dashed towards the girl only a few meters ahead, but all that accomplished was her seeing as the vines of the bush untangled and lashed out at the surprised Izuna like a slew of vicious whips. The girl tried to twist out of the way. She even managed to dodge the first vine that came at her, but when the one she stepped on coiled around her ankle, she slammed face first into the ground with 2 thorny vines drawing bloody lines on her back. The girl screamed out in pain, kicking off the vine from her ankle and rolling away as another 3 struck at the ground where she was just a moment ago. That was when Callie finally reached the girl. The bush was far too fast for a normal plant, not to mention normal plants didn't usually move and whip people with their thorny vines. The shield spell materialized on Kha'Ly's fist like a buckler, and the princess used it to slap away the furious vines. "You dash," Kha'Ly gasped as a vine managed to graze her ankle. She stomped down on it hard, but she couldn't be too happy as the leg she used to do it was growing numb. "Izuna." All she heard in response to her question was a groan. "Venom, neurotoxin, she got hit more. Must protect her." She stared at the plant, which was ever so slowly edging away. 2 vines had their ends torn off, but around 3 were still snapping at Kha'Ly angrily. She could keep up with their speed. The problem came from the fact that she only had 1 shield, and the plant, while obviously not quite intelligent, sometimes attacked with 2 vines at the same time, which was how it nicked Kha'Ly's ankle. Kha'Ly's mind was going into overdrive just as Vorgner also stepped up next to her, but the man didn't have any armor or weapon that she knew of. The toxin would paralyze him without much effort. Esichi had to do something. Her right leg started to tremble. She couldn't feel anything below her knee, and her thigh was barely doing a passable job at keeping her standing. The elven sword appeared in her left hand, slashing off a vine that came at her, but the whiny groan afterward made her flinch. She heard the vine impact the prone Izuna. "Idiot. Damn it. I have to get it away quickly." There were only 4 vines snapping at their group. Weird, as Kha'Ly heard at least 10 snapping all around the place, but she couldn't dwell on the issue at the moment. Her right knee gave out under her just as she slapped away another vine. Her mind made up, she dismissed the shield spell and resolved herself to use the sword to cut off the next vine while runes were already materializing in her mind. Vorgner growled next to her. "I need to hurry." Kha'Ly was down on 1 knee when the next vine came at her with a hiss as it cut through the air. The spell activated and shot out of her right palm, aimed right at the center of the vines, the small bush that was still inching away from them. Kha'Ly saw the vine getting closer alarmingly fast. She lashed out with her sword, but her strike came out far too weak, not that she was even close to striking true. The venom is spreading. She fell onto her back. The vine came from above, aimed to embed its thorns into her body from her shoulder to her waist, but just at the last moment, her spell hit. The kinetic hammer slammed into a small bush, launching it into the depths of the forest along with its vines. She sighed, blinking tiredly. Something else was still above her prone body, which forced her to refocus a thick arm. It was Vorgner's arm, unprotected, between her body and the vine that never came. "He is bleeding." Ugh, Kha'Ly groaned, some of her mana streaming into her bracelet, making the numbness of both body and mind slowly retreat. "You are bleeding." "I am," Vorgner said in a low tone, and Kha'Ly just now noticed that his arms were riddled with wounds up to his elbows. "Are you all right?" In a moment, Kha'Ly said weakly. The venom had made her lethargic, as if it were an especially nasty fever. "I will be fine," said Vorgner. He flexed his fingers, which were twitching uncontrollably every few moments. "I'm not sure about the fox, though." "Fox?" Kha'Ly blinked. "Izuna, shit." She managed to climb to her knees, feeling far too weak to stand, yet, even as the bracelet slowly banished the weakness out of her body, she scrambled over to Izuna, sprawled out on her back as she was. The foxkin lay there, staring up into the canopy as her chest rose and fell with each heavy breath she took. Her tail and ears flopped down weakly, and not a single muscle was as much as twitching in her. It is numbing her muscles, if it reaches her lungs or heart. Kha'Ly glanced down at her bracelet for a moment, but shook off the idea. She remembered something about it being tied to her core and spirit. She might just make things worse if she tried to give it to the girl. "Hi," Kha'Ly greeted the girl, and she thought she saw her mouth twitch, but that might be the venom playing with her head. Potions, yeah, we have those." Kha'Ly hastily pushed some mana into her spatial ring and rummaged through her increasing stash of more or less useful stuff. Apple, chocolate, boots, Lexi's drawing, a stick? Why do I have a stick in there? Bandage. Potion. Her focus latching onto the satchel filled with potions, it quickly appeared near her on the grass. It was like a large leather-bound book with pages made of leather that had small little holders in them where she could slide vials into. Is it still around? Callie asked as she nearly stopped the satchel, the idea that the bush would come back after she threw it away just now making its way into her head. No, said Vorgner, though he still stood above the two girls protectively as his predatory gaze scanned the surrounding forest. It shouldn't come back, heal her. Okay, Callie blinked, a sour aftertaste left in her mouth just from speaking that word. Being told what to do was not something she enjoyed. I was going to do it anyway. Immune strengthening, general antidote, reinvigoration, general vitality. She quickly snatched those 4 potions out of the holster containing a few dozen and, after a bit of hesitation, she selected the general antidote. Use antidote against neurotoxins, Vorgner interrupted, and Callie nodded, beating herself up inside for not thinking about that. She grabbed the right potion and crawled over to Izuna's head, the foxskin's eyes having locked onto her as she did, even if her head couldn't move. Sorry, Callie apologized as she held the girl's mouth open and poured in the antidote. Then she held up the girl's head just so it'd slide down her throat. Making others drink potions by kissing them is such a dumb trope. She couldn't help but let her mind wander as she stared down at the helpless fox girl, arms weakly hanging by her sides as the girl couldn't even keep her head up without Callie holding it. I wouldn't mind, though. Okay. Good. Next one, Callie whispered to herself as much as to the girl. She grabbed the immune-strengthening potion next. She wasn't sure whether it'd help with a venom like this, but it most certainly couldn't hurt to magically reinforce her immune system for a while. Swallow if you can. Seeing the girl swallow the potion weakly as she was asked to put a smile on Callie's face. The antidote was already working. She quickly followed up with the other 2 potions, aiming to heal the girl's nervous system if the venom damaged anything and give her back some wholesale energy. Reinvigorate was a very high-level biomancy spell according to the tome Callie received from the Archdruid, and the potion was a weaker but distilled version of that spell. Callie clambered to her feet after she had seen Izuna swallow the contents of the last vial. She put the potion holster back into her ring. She noticed the girl's fingers and limbs twitching, so she put her focus back into scanning their surroundings. Izuna would be fine unless another bush ambushed them while she wasn't paying attention. She paid express attention to any weird bush with thorns, but nowhere in her half-kilometer radius saw anything like that bundle of vines. She now took note of every blade of grass that swayed weirdly in the breeze running through the undergrowth. Every thorn looked like a weapon, and every vine like a noose waiting to tighten around her neck. A soft groan pulled a part of her attention back to the fox girl, who was just now trying to prop herself up to a sitting position. How do you feel? Callie asked with a hint of worry. She might not know much about the girl, but she'd taken a liking to her, or maybe she'd just got hit over the head a bit too much when they sparred. Shit, Izuna said sourly, making it the first time the elven girl ever heard her swear. Callie grimaced. She should have noticed that damned bush sooner. But it's quickly getting better. Thank you for the potions. It's nothing, Callie shook her head, throwing a single glance at the prone girl. The venom was mostly out of Callie's own system, only her ankle and feet remained numb. It'd be challenging to run or even walk like that, but she could manage standing just fine. What even was that? Izuna grumbled, pulling her legs under her. She was trying and failing to stand up, but the numerous shallow wounds left by the thorns were closing on her body and the rips and tears in her clothes were already mending themselves. Her clothes are just like mine. That wasn't new. Callie already suspected it when the girl wore the same set of clothes for a week and during sparring without them ever getting dirty or smelling. A thornvine prowler, Vorgner answered the foxkin's question while Callie was lost in her thoughts. Peaceful creatures unless provoked. Their neurotoxin is weak too. The only way to die to them is to have the venom injected directly into your blood flow near the heart. Peaceful? Callie asked with a frown. Didn't seem too peaceful to me. Yeah, Izuna agreed. Wait, she asked with a hint of uncertainty. Was it because I stepped on it? Yes, Vorgner nodded. Callie started. She wanted to apologize since it would have been her task to alert them of any danger, even if she had no way of actually detecting that damned bush, thornvine prowler before it attacked. Her ears twitched and her head snapped to the side, a frown creeping onto her face. Did I hear that wrong? For a single moment, she almost heard a footfall right at the edge of her spatial hearing's range. Leaves crunched, dirt compressed under a foot, or so she thought she heard, but a moment later there was nothing. Her normal hearing didn't catch even the slightest hint of anything being there. Kha'Lythria? Vorgner asked in his usual blunt tone, without even turning to her. I thought I heard something. She shook her head. It is half a kilometer away and probably nothing. The venom might be playing with my senses still. I see, said Vorgner, his stance lowering a bit as he scanned the trees and bushes, but no monster jumped out of them. Will you be able to detect another one of those? Izuna asked, now standing up straight with only the tiniest trembles in her legs as she stepped up to Callie. Callie averted her gaze awkwardly. Could she? There were a bunch of vines, and even if most of those didn't have thorns, the ones that did still counted among the dozens just in the little kilometer circle she could sense them in. None of them looked quite like the one that attacked them. She was sure it wasn't the same vine, but were those other ones regular vines or not? She didn't know. I could tell if there are thorny vines ahead, but not if they're one of those things. I see, said Izuna with a stormy expression on her face, her tail swishing from side to side angrily. I'm sorry, said Callie, her gaze downcast. Just, Izuna sighed. That was terrible. Make sure it doesn't happen again. I will, Callie nodded. She forced the slowly bubbling frustration back down. It wasn't her fault that the bush was nearly undetectable. Who would think a bush would attack them? She could hear heartbeat and breathing from animals, if nothing else, but what could she hear from a plant? She couldn't differentiate it from a normal vine. There were only a few dozen animals in her range that she had to track, but there were thousands of plants. She couldn't keep track of every blade of grass. It was unreasonable to expect it from her. She wasn't the one to step on the vine. It'd have been fine if Izuna hadn't stepped on the vine. She just recovered from being paralyzed by venom. I need to be considerate. Breathe in and out. Callie just nodded again and Izuna turned away with a huff, stumbling in her step, but catching herself on the next. The trio spent the next half an hour making sure the venom was fully gone from all three of them, and then they continued traveling, though Izuna now followed a few steps behind Callie, not right next to her. They fell back into a rhythm, just running, jumping, and swinging through the forest when a peculiar thought crept into Callie's head. That weird footstep sounded familiar. It was just like the frost wolves. 33. Found M. Stop, Callie whispered as she raised her arm in a signal that Vorgner taught her. She herself came to a halt up on a high branch from where she peeked through the canopy and out into an opening in the forest. The dense forest coating the sloping hillside was interrupted by a wide ravine filled with upturned dirt, protruding rocks and bare trees torn out of the dirt and thrown all around it, with a dozen large forms ambling about between them. Vorgner came to a stop below Callie, and Izuna was already climbing a nearby tree to get a vantage point for herself. Meanwhile, Callie continued observing the clearing, noting one or two openings on the steep sides. She couldn't tell whether those were just burrowed nests or natural cave systems going further down from how far away she was. Her ability to hear spatially only reached 1/3 across the dry ravine, but that was far enough to have a few of the ambling forms in her range. Callie watched on as two of those forms were beating the ever-living shit out of each other, with tree trunks of all things used as makeshift clubs. Callie wondered if the club shape resulted from them beating each other enough times to trim it into that shape. She shook her head to shake the dumb thoughts out of her head. She didn't want to waste brain power pondering the intricacies of trolls crafting their infamous weapons. Trolls. Dumb, ugly, huge, and disgustingly hard to kill. They were far away, just a bit outside of Callie's spatial hearing, but while her hearing was supernatural, her eyesight was also exceptional. She could easily see them, a dozen huge forms ambling about while keeping a respectful distance from two trolls that had a head's height on all the others. These two trolls were also the ones beating each other over the head with trunks at the moment. Callie focused on one of the trolls inside her spatial hearing range first. It was tall compared to her. She could tell that even from far away, but that wasn't telling much, as she was rather tiny compared to even Vorgner or Azuna. That troll would make Vorgner look tiny in comparison. How tall could it be? Maybe 3 meters. 3.5 tops. Her chosen observation target was blissfully unaware that an elf was looking at it with a sort of disgusted curiosity. It was lost in the taste of wood. Yes, wood, as in the troll, was chowing on a branch the size of Kha'Ly's thighs. Its teeth easily snapped bite-sized chunks off, which it then chowed and swallowed like it was the tastiest treat in the world. Kha'Ly might have found it cute if the thing hadn't been even uglier than the ones she had nightmares about in her childhood. Sometimes, reality was stranger than fiction, or, in this case, uglier. The troll, like all the other ones Kha'Ly saw, had a hunched-over posture which only showed off its ugly face filled with warts and the long crooked nose even more. Apart from that, the only noteworthy aspect of its face was the 2 large teeth resembling trunks extending out of its thick lips. The troll's had an unnatural physique. Its stomach was bulging out as if it had just shoved an entire cow down its throat, but aside from that, its muscles were bulging out from under its rough greenish skin. It made Kha'Ly think that maybe it did shove something large down its throat and somehow it just hadn't ruptured its stomach. Then again, it was a troll. She wouldn't be surprised if it could eat one of those Thornbine prowlers alive and still act the same as it was right then. A loud thud drew her attention away from the snacking troll, back to where the 2 larger trolls were beating the hell out of each other. From how one of them was shaking its wrinkly gray head, she assumed it had just gotten whacked over the head with the tree the other one was holding. One might imagine a ferocious bout with wild swings and bestial wrestling when one thought of 2 trolls locked in a duel. But the reality was underwhelming. One troll, with a rough gray hide and only one trunk in its mouth, raised the battered tree held in its grip high above his head while the other waited with an unimpressed look. The tree came down, smashing the other troll's head down into its chest cavity. The unfortunate troll, who now was trying to pull its skull out of its ribs, had a bluish hide which was marred with burns and scars, but otherwise, it seemed better off than the gray one. If one ignores its head being caved in, that is. The scarred one managed to get himself back into a healthy state in less than 10 seconds, making Kha'Ly flinch as her regular hearing caught bones snapping and muscles tearing. The troll seemed annoyed, more than anything though, as it glared at the gray troll, which was laughing at it. It raised its own tree over his head, which made the other troll quiet down, but it too just stood there, waiting for the strike to come. Kha'Ly grimaced as the tree broke in half over the gray troll's head, making it stumble back as it massaged its head as if it was having a headache. On the other hand, the blue one was staring at its broken tree in apparent shock. What the hell am I watching? For some reason, she couldn't tear his gaze away though. She knew it was pointless to watch, but she was growing curious. Were they trying to decide who was the leader of the group? Would the gray one beat the blue into a pulp, or would it somehow still win their bout with a broken weapon? To Kha'Ly's immense disappointment, the gray one recovered rather quickly and puffed itself up. With its long crooked nose pointing at the sky, it stared down at the blue one which slouched in defeat, and that was that. The blue one ambled away and went into the cave while the gray one strutted over to a group of onlooking trolls, then it proceeded to. You. Kha'Ly scrunched her eyes shut. Mastered Sadkiel might be enough of a deviant to document how trolls reproduced, but I am not. I need to burn out my eyes and regrow them with the bracelet. Having better eyes than a hawk was a blessing most of the time, but when a troll lost his loincloth too quickly to avert her eyes, it quickly turned into a curse. So they were competing to see who was going to do the thing today. Kha'Ly noted as she turned away to banish any chance of her laying her gaze on that cursed thing once again. She suddenly felt thankful the trolls weren't inside her spatial hearing range. Her normal hearing was bad enough already. Laying her eyes on the monsters she grew up fearing was an unusual feeling. Seeing them in flesh and blood took away the veil of mysticism that covered them before, but at the same time, it made the faraway and distant monsters into present and real dangers to her safety. The tales might be just mere shades of what they once were when they were first told, but all tales had some reality mixed in. Trolls snacking on bad elven children who didn't listen to their parents and ran away from home suddenly didn't feel like a scare story told to them to keep them from playing outside of the villages, but something that could actually happen. It was something that probably happened more times than she could count. Trolls were hardy bastards. The chill of the mountains would hardly be enough to deter them from living there if they could sustain themselves. She had to kill one of those? A disgusting troll that wouldn't mind crunching on elven children instead of a branch? A monster that recovered in less than 30 seconds from having his head bashed in so hard that he could see the contents of his own stomach? Not to say that the whack it gave back in turn made a thundering explosive sound no less impressive than her own fireballs, and it only made the gray troll stagger. She had to fight her childhood nightmares once again, just a bit more literally this time. Why was she doing this again? Izuna, who nearly killed all three of them just a short while ago. Even in the depths of her doubts, she knew she would be glad she enlisted the Foxkin's help. She would be heading into human towns after this mission, and all she had to hide non-humanity would be a cowl. An ally who could keep up an illusion and fool any guard that might suspect something would be something that could flip the scales in her favor just enough. If humans discovered her, her fate could be even worse than what her father planned for her. The Kashgari were humans too, but they were a multi-species society, even if humans tended to be the ruling class. The Corvids were not. For them, you were either a human or an animal awaiting integration and slavery. She heard mentions that she once had an aunt, though nobody dared talk of her, and even her siblings shushed her in the very few instances when she dared to ask. All she knew was that she didn't have an aunt anymore, and that it was the Corvids' fault, their Raven Lords to be exact. Can't they just call an emperor? They just had to be special little snowflakes and make up a unique title. She shook her head, attempting to dispel the gloomy thoughts with varying degrees of success. She stepped off the branch and landed 5 meters below on the ground with only a slight sound made as she bled off the momentum with a bend of her knees. What? Vorgner asked calmly, putting away a canteen he was drinking from just when Callie dropped down. They will hear us, Callie hissed. We found the trolls. Trolls have infamously bad hearing, Vorgner said with a shrug, leaning against a tree as he stared toward the clearing. If we aren't talking right next to them, there is nothing to worry about. Really? Callie blinked uncertainly, her voice slowly rising to a normal level. I didn't know that either, Izuna noted. She was only a few meters off the ground, nestled in a V-shaped bend between two branches, so she heard the conversation easily, though Callie doubted she saw the trolls from just there. This isn't my first time hunting trolls, said Vorgner, drawing both girls' attention. Really? Yes, Vorgner nodded, unfazed by the two intense stares he was receiving. When? Callie asked. Why? Izuna quickly followed up with her own question. Vorgner just smiled slightly at the two overly curious girls. Though, one was much more reserved in her curiosity than the other white-haired one. Fine, Callie huffed. So as our resident troll expert, what do you think? How should we go about this? We need to isolate a younger one, preferably a female, said Vorgner. Those are weaker. We should be able to incapacitate it for long enough for Kha'Lythria to bathe it in fire. Will my fireballs be enough? Callie asked. They should be if they're young. The hide of the older males is tough enough to ward off any spell you, or even an adept mage throw at them. Don't you have something for that in that tome of yours? Izuna asked curiously. Callie grimaced. The tome. She had that and skimmed through it once or twice, but learning new runes would take a while longer still. She only had a single one she could cast with any consistency, and that was the channel rune. I don't think that will help much. Perhaps she could incorporate the rune into the fireball spell formula, but that would transform it into a flamethrower, sacrificing its piercing capability. Channel was a sort of rune usually called a cast modification rune. These usually added a twist to how the mage could cast spells, and this one was no different. Now she wouldn't have to recast the flame plus hold spell whenever she wanted a consistent flame. She just had to swap hold for channel, and it would let her continue fueling the spell with mana even after she activated it. This robbed her of the ability to launch the spell matrix out of her body, though. Pros and cons had to be deliberated for each spell, but it'd be a godsend for any spell that she used on herself and also had a time limit on it, like the shield spell and the shadow cloak. If she added the channel rune to them, she would have to consistently fuel spells like the shield spell and the shadow cloak while they were up, instead of taking a single sizable chunk of mana from her when she initially cast them. That said, fueling active spells required some focus, while she didn't have to worry about a regular shield spell fizzling out because she wasn't maintaining a constant stream of mana to fuel it. The tome had dozens of pages written just about how she could easily incorporate the rune into basic spells and practices that should help her train her focus on maintaining the channel rune. All in all, it was a useful addition to her toolkit, but useless for killing a troll. She needed quick explosive power with enough oomph to blow through the troll's thick hide. I might have something in there that could help, but I'm not sure how long it'd take for me to learn it. The tome was a thick book, but the number of new runes contained in it was lower than what Callie thought at first. Overall, it had quite a number of them, but as it turned out, her lazy-ass master just gave her the abridged version of the first half of this very same damned book when he started teaching her. The tome contained all the runes she knew and a few others. However, most of the information in it was just further details about the runes she already knew, rather than new ones. "We still need to scout out the area and construct a plan based on that," said Vorgner. "It could very well take 1 or 2 weeks, and it wouldn't be the end of the world if we had to camp out here for a month." Yes, Izuna nodded, though she sounded sour about it. She obviously wanted to be done with this mission as quickly as possible. All right, Callie nodded, though she felt uncertain. She had years to practice the spells she knew. She could use the runes she already knew consistently and flexibly, but she worried that if she clammed a bunch of new runes into her head and went out into a fight right after, she'd mess up. A single line in a rune that bent just a touch too far or a line that was just a smidge too long would be all it'd take to have her bleeding through every orifice on her head. The spell she'd be casting would be even stronger than the fireball, and the backlash was proportional to the quantity of mana used in a spell. She could handle a backlash from a tiny spell that barely took 1,000th of her total reserves, but what about one that she loaded half of it into? She might just blow her head off in a single go. "All right, I will try." Callie gave her 2 companions a shaky smile. She'd just have to try her best, and if it failed, they still had other options. 34. Testing a new rune. "So," Callie asked in a hushed whisper, her eyes still trained on the 3 trolls wandering about at the edge of the forest. "Is it working?" "No, it isn't," Izuna grimaced. "Why is it not working?" "I thought mental magic worked better on simpler people." "These aren't people," said Izuna, her amethyst gaze locked onto the one still hauling about a leg and occasionally munching on it. "It's like their minds have nothing but muscle in it." "There's a strength in simplicity," Callie mused, very much trying to distract herself from the bloody leg. "Huh," Izuna blinked. "At least I can mostly sense what they are thinking." "Really?" Callie raised an eyebrow, hunching down and flattening herself onto the ground as a troll started wandering about and ended up selecting the bush they were hiding under as his next munching victim. "Yes," nodded Izuna. "I'm surprised they can even think." "What are they thinking?" Callie asked back, trying her hardest to not look at the brutalized leg she really wanted to think wasn't from an elf. "Food. Tasty. Angry. Hungry. Bush tasty. Want bush." Izuna trailed off as the troll in question came to a stop only a few meters away from them, at the edge of the large berry bush. Callie had made sure it wasn't going to come alive this time like that damned pile of vines the other day with some kinetic strikes before the 2 hid inside. They wanted to test the viability of Izuna's talent on the trolls, but as it turned out, they'd need to come up with another plan. "You try your thing now," Izuna whispered in such a low voice that Callie doubted anyone but she could have heard it. She gave the fox girl a nod. The trio spent the majority of the last few days scouting around the ravine, trailing troll groups that wandered outside of it and just outright stalking them. They needed to know which ones were weaker and whether there was any sense of a system in how they moved. There was none. That was the answer in Callie's opinion. Trolls ate when they grew hungry, they slept when they grew tired, and they fucked when they were horny. Callie took a deep breath through her nose and barely held down a gag. With how close the troll was, she almost vomited when she caught a whiff of its stench. Trolls weren't a race that was especially set on cleanliness, and with that one whiff Callie unfortunately caught, she was sure this exact troll had been avoiding bathing religiously. Years of built-up mucus covered its body, combined with the stench of blood and rot that came with its breath, were enough to make Izuna hold her breath next to her. Callie breathed out through her mouth, trying to calm herself with the action, which more or less worked. Then, she started forming a rune. It was a new one and one she'd never tested in active combat, so she was being especially careful with it. She drew it in her mind line by line, twist by twist and bend by bend. This was how she started drawing every rune when she first learned them, trying to have them snap into being at once by imagining the rune in its entirety was leagues faster, but also much more likely to have her mess something up on a new rune. The seconds trickled by as Callie kept her gaze locked on the troll. It snapped off a branch full of thorns and some sour berries, then it shoved it in its entirety down its throat. No chewing or anything of the sort. When the troll reached for its third branch, the rune was done. Callie felt it solidify in her mind, going from a tangible state to a stable mental image that was only waiting for her mana to fuel it before activating. Her tome called this rune Silence, and it mostly did what the name implied. Yet, at the same time, it did so much more than just make a spell silent. It was a complex rune made of dozens of lines and twists bending all around, so much so that Callie would probably rank it as the most complex rune she knew at that moment. Not that her list was too long to begin with. The rune would make spells it was used in more silent and harder to notice, but it did this by somehow streamlining the runes that came after it. This was an optimization rune, or so it was referred to in the tome. Callie wasn't quite sure what that meant in the context of a rune, but apparently it made the mana expenditure and wastage of the runes coming after it much less, which somehow made spells less visible and audible. This wasn't her first time testing the spell, of course. She'd tested it out in a safer environment. The rune worked best with pure arcane spells that didn't use source runes like Water Collect or Flame, as it could only make mana harder to notice, but what was that worth when the whole damn spell was a ball of angry flames hissing through the air? She was working on a spell which was inspired by this one rune. She had a good base set of spells already, but what her repertoire previously lacked was a spell that could kill silently and go unnoticed. 5 more runes snapped into being after the first one. These were ones she knew already, so she could form them in a blink. The Silence rune was followed by a Needle rune like the one she had used to kill insects months ago. She wanted maximum piercing capability, so this was the best choice, and the next Overcharge rune only made that property that much stronger. The Overcharge came first, followed by a Condense rune. The goal was to strengthen the needle structure, ensuring it would stay intact while piercing through a troll's hide. She completed the spell with Launch and Overcharge runes to propel the needle at maximum speed. Callie lamented the fact that there were no actual alternatives to the Launch rune in the tome that were superior to it in speed. There were some other ways to strengthen the Launch rune beside the Overcharge rune, but no actual alternative. She checked the spell once, then twice, and then a third time. During the third check, she focused more on the Silence rune just to make sure nothing slipped under her notice in the previous checks. She had cast the spell successfully before, but if she messed it up now with a troll within a dozen meters of her, she'd be in quite the predicament. How did she know the backlash would be a hemorrhage in her brain? Well, there was a reason she was even more paranoid about casting the new rune than usual. It was good. No errors, no wrongfully drawn twists, and she didn't mess up the rune sequence either. For a last finishing touch, she connected the Overcharge runes to the preceding runes with a small thread of mana. She only knew this much about how to use mana threads and turning basic spells into magic circle, and even this came from a tip in the tome mentioned in the Overcharge runes chapter. That will make sure the damned rune doesn't attach itself to the wrong god's forsaken rune. Which was, as it turned out, a problem when she kept adding more and more runes to a spell. Rune sequencing had its limits. She wanted to harumph or snort, but even the half-deaf troll would notice that. Instead, she took another silent breath, careful to only breath through her mouth this time, and let it out. Right as her lungs contracted and the last touch of air left her lips, The runes pulsed in her mind and collapsed. The formed spell matrix rushed down to her right index finger according to her will and stopped there. She raised her hand, aiming with her extended finger at the troll's throat, and finally released the matrix. She relaxed ever so slightly as no sudden pain bloomed in her head. Good, it activated without an issue. Now onto the next part. Her knuckles went white as she clenched her hands into fists. Leaves and branches disappeared from sight as she stared at where her spell should strike the monster of her nightmares. An ever-so-tiny swirl of mana formed into a circle right above her fingertip, and a moment later a needle the length of her palm and as wide as one of her fingers made of pure mana shot out from it. Well, a sound the trolls could hear. Callie could clearly follow it as it left a whisper in the air as it passed, but it was much fainter than before. She doubted anyone other than elves or a fawn like Azuna could catch the sound of it. Perfect against human. She mused as she eagerly tracked the needle as it lunged into the troll's unprotected throat. Her eyes widened, and she nearly squealed in excitement as it pierced the skin. Murky dark blood came bubbling out slowly with a troll slapping itself on the neck, much like she'd have if a mosquito bit her. Damage of that extent had only a minor effect on a troll. Nevertheless, it was damage she caused to a troll. It didn't even realize it was under attack, and the wound healed in a matter of seconds. Only the trail of blood now coating its thick neck left as a sign of it ever having been there. Callie couldn't quite say that she wasn't disheartened by how quickly it healed from the damage, but she took solace in the fact that her amateurish, wish-wash spell wounded a monster they wrote fairy tales about. A pull on her jacket pulled her attention away from the troll, who carelessly went back to eating branches full of berries while occasionally scratching its neck as if it was itching. The needle might have not dissipated yet. Condense and overcharge should keep it intact for a while, even if it lost a bunch of integrity while puncturing the hide. Callie raised an eyebrow as she turned her head at Azuna, who in turn was glaring at her and motioning with her head away from the man-eating troll. Right, they were done here and they should be leaving. The two girls ever so carefully crawled out from under the bush and snuck away. The forest was dense, and after a few dozen meters, the many trunks hid the trolls from their view already. Callie could still hear them, of course, but that should mean that the trolls had no way of noticing them. She reviewed the encounter in her mind as she hopped from branch to branch, having grown much more comfortable traveling higher up, away from the ground the trolls used. The spell was a foundation, but just that at this point. A human or magical beast without regeneration would easily die if she hit them with this spell somewhere vital, but it wouldn't be enough against a troll or someone who had an artifact like her bracelet. If it went through the head, maybe one hit of this could down her with her bracelet, but she could probably heal from it if it went through her heart. It needs more oomph. She held back a giggle at that thought. Callie had watched Lyriel mulling over her spells and say that before. Callie couldn't help but wonder whether her sister would be proud of her for making a spell that could wound a troll. Lyriel was everything she had ever wanted to be. She was strong, independent, loved by the people and feared by their enemies. Lyriel was her hero. She would be proud, right? Callie bit her lips, shaking her head. There was no way to know. She jumped from branch to branch, twisting her body to slip through the dense canopy. She felt smaller, willowy branches filled with leaves scrape against her body and get stuck in her hair. A darker part of her mind was whispering to her still. It was a part that resented her sister for never helping her, for always taking father's word at face value and as the only truth. She'd just admonish you for it. You should be on your way to Kashgar to get married, not playing with trolls. The kingdom is more important than your happiness. That was a phrase she hated so very much. She didn't hate the kingdom as it was. It was one of the last safe havens for elves on the continent, or maybe on the entire planet. She loved her people. She would have been more than willing to become a soldier, to learn magic and defend her home as a battle mage or a blade dancer like her sister, but she was never given the chance to make that choice. She was to serve her kingdom by being a political pawn. Where her sister was loved and respected for her strength, she was pitted. Pity and guilt. Two things that haunted those that were close to her. It could have all been so very different if only her father had given her a chance. If only he loved me. A vine hung from an upper branch and Callie grasped it mid-flight, slowly letting herself descend onto the ground. A faint smile slipped back onto her lips as her feet touched the ground. She just had to become strong. Strength would change everything. Callie looked around, taking in her surroundings with a cursory glance. She flexed her ears, focusing on her regular hearing to orient herself. Water crashing against rock, that was on my right. Gentle stream of water was behind me much further, and a nest of hawks was only a few dozen meters away. What she thought was a waterfall was the easiest to notice. From there she searched for the smaller stream she heard, and finally she heard the distant call of a hawk a good way outside of her spatial hearing. "What are you doing?" Izuna asked, her head popping out from behind a row of trees. I was lost in thought for a moment. Callie gave a nervous smile. Needed a second to reorient myself. Okay. Izuna blinked at her weirdly, obviously questioning how she could have gotten lost with hearing just as good as hers. "So you're all right now?" "Yeah," Callie shrugged. "We should get back before sundown. Vorgner should be done with the new camp by now." Yesterday, while the three of them went out scouting, they had left their camp and some of their stuff behind, but when they returned, they found the whole place brutalized. Trees torn out, patches of dirt funned up in the canopy, their stuff spread across a newly made clearing in fragments. It wasn't much of a mystery who did it. Taking a single breath was all it took to identify the trolls as the culprits. The real question was how, rather than who. By now, they knew the trolls didn't really go on hunting trips unless they were especially hungry, and even then they tended to just walk around the ravine and hope for some magical beast to try to take a bite out of them. Why did the trolls beat up their camp, which was a good distance away from the ravine, and how did they even find it? That was the mystery that had been haunting the three of them. It only took another few minutes of rushing through the forest before the two girls arrived back at their campsite of the day. It wasn't much, but they couldn't be too picky when they had to find a new one every day. "You are back," Vorgner nodded at them, looking up from the campfire he'd been blowing air at. It still amazed Callie that he didn't just use a flame rune to do it, even if he couldn't cast it himself. Just inscribing it onto a rock had to be something even a hobbyist enchanter should be able to do. It seemed like such a pain to collect little flammable branches and cut up wood, but if he liked to do it that way, she would not intrude. "Yeah," Callie gave him a smile. "It worked." "Congrats," Vorgner nodded with a slight smile. It barely hurt it. Izuna had to shoot down Callie's celebration though, like the sour little fox she was. "But it did hurt it," Callie said indignantly. "Now I just need to add something inside it to dash." The leaves rattled as a terrible howl shook the air, sending a chilling shiver down Callie's spine. "This again," Izuna said with a frown. Vorgner stood up and nodded, staring into the depths of the forest where the howl originated from. It was kilometers away, but it sent flocks of frightened birds flying all over this part of the forest. The mysterious troll ambushes weren't the only thing haunting the three of them. 35. Danger berries. Callie watched on with a hawk-like gaze as the translucent needle plunged into the thick trunk of an ironwood tree. These were the best target dummies she found to test her spells on. Their barks were about as hard to puncture as an adolescent troll's, according to Vorgner. The needle went in easily, leaving only a finger-width hole in the rough metallic surface of the trunk, and Callie started counting down in her mind. 5 to 4, 3 to 2, 1, Anandund? Flames burst through the small hole as the whole tree trunk expanded and then collapsed back down. The explosive sound shook the nearby branches, but it was still much more muffled than a regular fireball. The ironwood tree creaked, making that horrible screeching sound of iron tearing apart before it doubled over and smashed into the dirt with a resounding crash. "That wasn't too silent," Izuna noted, leaning against a tree further away. "It's either this or we build a bonfire inside the nest after chopping up a troll." Callie huffed. Her nerves were straining from the foxskin's incessant whining. There was always something wrong that she was doing, and the girl couldn't keep herself from pointing them out. "Fair," said Izuna, chewing on her lips as she stared at the fallen-over tree. She should know that this was their best chance. Callie had worked tirelessly, barely sleeping on making this damned spell work. The base idea was to shove a fireball into that silent needle and let the troll explode from the inside out. The flames should have been more than enough to keep it from regenerating. She even managed to learn another new rune. Amplify. It was a simple one, though almost as complex as the silence one. She just threw it at the end of the spell and it somehow amplified it. The spell matrix grew a touch more stable and she could channel much more mana into each rune through this one, making them all stronger without giving up on structural integrity. That was a problem too, as it turned out. If she overcharged a launch rune too much, it'd rip apart the mana structure it was supposed to be launching, which was obviously suboptimal. This rune was an overcharge that didn't work on singular runes, but the spell in its entirety. That was the only reason the damned ironwood tree as much as shook from her spell. Before she incorporated the Amplify rune, the spell only scorched the bark, but the tree kept standing just as it had been standing before. Even the needle only penetrated a finger's length into it, unlike now. That would be a tricky problem to have. She might overshoot on an actual troll. What if the needle flew through the troll before it exploded? She'd need to make sure she timed the delay rune just so it'd explode right after it went through the hide. She really started feeling the downsides of her obvious lack of knowledge about magic circles and enchanting languages. The tome mentioned that it was possible to tie the delay rune to a conditional clause like 1 second after impacting something, which would work perfectly for the spell. I'll just have to calculate it on the run. Shouldn't be too hard to do if I know the needle's speed, and the distance should be easy enough to judge. Didn't you say you had some exploding plants or something, too? Asked Izuna, interrupting Callie's musings. I do have some of those. She glanced up at the girl. Though I'm not sure how they work. How? Izuna massaged her forehead. We need to test them at least once before we use them in active combat. We were planning to go tonight, Kha'Lythria. It's supposed to have a powerful poison. Callie scratched her cheek, suddenly finding the clouds above to be especially interesting. Do you need to coat a dagger with them, or will they explode in a shower of acid? Do they work through the skin, troll skin, or do we need to inject them into a wound? All right, I get it. Callie stomped her feet on the ground, glaring at the fox girl whose tail fuzzed up at her sudden aggression. Let's go test it then. Callie huffed, turning away and quickly locating a sizable bear-like magical beast not too far away from them. As she dashed in its direction, Izuna rushed after her, seemingly intent on keeping up with her. Callie cared little for stealth at the moment, foregoing paying attention to her steps in favor of speed, which took her to the opening of a shallow dirt cave opening up between the roots of a sizable tree. Izuna came to a stop next to her, throwing an annoyed glare at Callie, who was tilting her head left and right as she listened to the sounds of the beast only tens of meters away from them. Even at the entrance, she could smell the beastly scent of the animal, and hearing its low growl echo through the soggy walls of its nest wasn't much of a challenge. It was just a bit larger than the regular bears she'd seen until now, so it should be a rather low-leveled magical beast. How did she know it had to be magical? The sound it's making is really strange, Izuna noted. Looking all around the forest with a weirded out look on her face, her ears twitching in every direction. I agree, Callie agreed. The growl seemed to be coming from everywhere at the same time. Even Callie found herself a touch disoriented from hearing the same growl coming in synchrony from all around her. Bushes, trees, leaves, all sounded like angry bears at the moment. Even with her spatial hearing clearly showing that there was nothing behind these sounds, and that the only real one came from the end of that dirt tunnel, she had to shake her head to focus. Sounds. She had to remember that. She never felt like her hearing was a weakness before, just that she couldn't use it well enough yet. But if a damned bear could give her a slight headache, what could a mage that specialized in sound-based magic do to her? There had to be mages like those out there. Come on. Callie had her brows pulled together in a frown as she walked forward. Well, if you're going to play dirty. She mumbled ominously as she aimed her palm down towards the tunnel's opening. She knew just the right spell to fuck with the bear. Flame, overcharge, launch, channel, amplify. She mumbled the names of the runes in her mind, taking special care as she formed the last two, line by line. She named the spell Flamethrower, and it more than lived up to its name. The spell activated, and the tiny blob of mana, still connected by a mana vein to her core, glimmered in a furious orange before hell descended into the tunnel. Mana streamed into the active spell matrix and fed the waves of flames that flowed down into the unfortunate bear's home, while a nasty grin formed on Kha'Ly's face. "If you kill it before it even comes out, we won't be able to test your poisonous plants." Right, the berries. She kept the flames flowing for another few seconds, and just as she started, the loud footfalls of a furious bear thundering out of the tunnel's depths, she cut off the mana supply and the spell matrix fizzled out. Kha'Ly closed her hand into a fist, feeling the last embers of the conjured flames dissolve into nothing. "It's coming," said Kha'Ly, hopping back a few meters as the bear, coated in magical flames, burst out from the burning tunnel with a roar. The fire might fuck with the berries. Thinking that, Kha'Ly circled to the left. She eyed the bear all the while as it started rolling around the ground to douse the flames. She decided that she might as well help it to make the testing easier. Water collect, overcharge, condense, ball, launch. Leaves, grass and dirt dried up in a small circle around Kha'Ly as all the moisture outside of her body collected into her spell, making up a blob of water, which then shot off and splashed against the flaming bear. Maybe it was already close to dousing the flames with its rolling around, but Kha'Ly mentally patted herself on the back as she saw the last flicks of fire die out and the monster stumble back onto its feet. Its deep brown eyes burned with rage as it zeroed in on the white-haired elf that not only ignored its menacing growl, but lit fire to its home. Unfortunately for the bear, Kha'Ly had berries to test, some annoyance to kill, and getting a core was always a good thing. Kha'Ly glanced to the side, spotting the whiny foxkin looking on from behind a tree. Right, this was a fight to test her poison, not one she'd need help in. Hopefully. Kha'Ly formed a launch rune in her mind as she took a single glowing white berry out of her storage space and gently threw it into the air. She jumped back as the spell went loose and smacked into the berry, which then shot off towards the bear. There was a reason Avariel was so careful with the berries, though, and it was made apparent as it burst apart in a blinding white light not 3 meters into its flight. Kha'Ly hastily conjured up a shield and held it in front of herself as she threw herself further away from the poisonous fruit which could supposedly down-level 300 beings. Not that the small shield that only covered her torso could have saved her, had a lucky circumstance she didn't even consider not been in her favor. When Kha'Ly noticed she was clearly not getting bathed in poison, she peeked out from behind her shield and saw the cloud of glittering white death float through the air towards the bear. She blinked, a shiver running down her spine as a chilly breeze from behind caressed her sensitive ears. "Wait, breeze." She heard the bear backing up a bit, obviously not sure what to make of the weird cloud floating towards it. Kha'Ly wasn't going to let it consider its options, of course. The breeze might be driving the cloud of death towards its unknowing victim, but it was far too slow for Kha'Ly's liking. Plus, the bear was starting to cautiously circle around the cloud to get the annoying elf that set it on fire back into its sight. Air collect plus launch plus channel. A large gust of air flowed from her palm, redirecting a portion of the cloud onto the bear, which, having had enough of staring at it, opted for rushing through it and finally sinking its teeth into Kha'Ly. Kha'Ly kicked off of the ground, easily launching herself 5 meters into the air where she cast an arcane foothold for herself. The magical foothold launched her sideways, where she caught a high branch and flipped herself onto it with little effort. She flinched as she heard an anguished roar which quickly turned into a whimper, accompanied by the sound of flesh melting under the acidic touch of the poison. That is, a bit much, isn't it? Well, if it has to work on trolls, this much is the minimum, but she couldn't help but pity the beast. Just a year ago, it would have had a good chance at making a meal out of her, but now it was degraded into being her poison tester. She pointed down at it and a translucent needle shot out of her finger, soundlessly going through the beast's head not a second later and ending its suffering. Kha'Ly dropped down, landing with a slight bend of her knees before walking up to the quickly liquidating corpse of the bear. It stank really damned bad, but she had no one to blame, so she just had to bear with it. Well, Izuna walked out, keeping a respectful distance from the corpse. It worked. Yeah, Kha'Ly grimaced. It worked more than she expected, and she almost got to test whether her bracelet could save her from being turned into elf soup. Sorry, bear. Callie held her nose and stepped a few meters away before she recast her flamethrower spell, pointing her palm at the corpse. Cremation was the least she could do for the bear after making it suffer through that. Plus, it'd save me the hassle of having to dig through its liquefied entrails for its core. With mana no longer reinforcing the bear's body, the flames burned it to ash in less than a minute, and Callie quickly snatched up the small blue crystal poking out of the leftover pile of ash. She twirled it around in her fingers. It was an uneven little crystal filled with mana and essence that would once again push her just a bit closer to her goals. Can we go now? Izuna asked, still standing quite a distance away from the scene of the battle with a deep frown on her face. A supernatural sense of smell might be just as much of a curse at times as Callie's hearing. Yeah, Callie shrugged, pocketing the core. Callie was staring at the campfire while the last rays of the sun crested over the horizon and let the moonlight take center stage. The gentle blue light was dimmer, with the smaller red moon almost eclipsing the blue one. Still, with it being only half the diameter of the blue one, at least to someone watching from the surface of Etheria, it looked more like a giant blue eye with a burning crimson pupil instead of an eclipse of two moons. We need to make a plan for the ambush, Izuna spoke up, her arms crossed as she flickered her gaze between the sour princess and the stoic demon. We have the location, we have the poison to kill a troll silently, and we have her spell to fall back on should it fail. What are we waiting for, then? Izuna bit back, feet tapping so damned annoyingly on the ground. Callie, too, looked up at Vorgner for a moment, eyebrows raised in curiosity. Nothing, he said. What we need now is for the two of you to calm down. Callie frowned and Izuna huffed. I am calm. Vorgner didn't answer. He didn't need to. The simple half-lidded gaze he sent to the fox girl said it all, and Callie couldn't help but snort. She was a touch nervous, maybe more than a touch, but the fox girl was visibly vibrating from the stress, and it was only getting worse with every day they spent just scouting. It also had the adverse effect of straining Callie's own nerves. They should be done and over with the ambush sooner rather than later. Even Callie knew that with the way things were going, their chances were only going to get worse. A distant howl made her grimace. That was probably the primary reason all of them were so on edge. Some damned beast had been circling them for days on end, and no matter how Callie searched, they couldn't find any tracks or signs of where or what it could be. We should get it over with, she said, though she looked up at Vorgner, seeking for any signs of displeasure on his face. She found none as the man nodded. We should do it tonight, he said. The red moon should make it harder for them to notice us. What about the howling dog? Asked Callie. She was more than willing to get this thing over with, but that thing following them around was concerning. Once we get the core, we can figure out what to do with it, Vorgner shrugged. Or just ignore it and get back to the village. It is only a day's run away. Callie nodded, her heart starting its obnoxious hammering in her chest while she took some measured breaths. Finally. 36. Prelude to success, hopefully. As the three of them were eager to get on with their quest, they swiftly packed the camp and extinguished the fire. They moved on, heading towards the ravine they had scouted for a week now with purpose, their way lighted by the blood-red moonlight slipping through the dense canopy. Animals and monsters stayed away from the ravine, knowing it to be the home of trolls, and with the wind carrying their unique stench, it wasn't hard for even the dumber animals to keep away from them. Callie could feel her heart beating in her chest, pumping blood filled with adrenaline through her body with a nervous vigor. She wasn't sure what it was she felt as they approached the ravine, but the closest thing would be a mix of relief and nervousness. That week of just watching and sneaking around was nerve-wracking, so knowing that they were finally going to do something was refreshing, revitalizing even. She'd been burying herself in that tome and exerting her body with numerous spell backlashes over the week for this. She was more than ready, or so she should feel, right? Was she really ready? She hadn't got the chance to test her fireball-loaded needle on anything truly dangerous, and she worried that her tests on an immobile tree, no matter how hard, weren't the best way to check whether it'd work on a troll. Not that she would even have to use that spell if it all worked out how they planned. She'd given a berry to Vorgner, who was holding on to it now and would shove it into a wound he would make on the troll. Plans never survive first contact with the enemy. That was a quote and a half. She didn't even remember the context in which her brother said it, but it was making her worry at the moment. What if the troll survived the berry, and she had to use her spell? Would it wake up all other trolls in the nest, making them fight through 5 more trolls to escape, or would it rouse all of them throughout the ravine and have dozens of the hulking man-eaters descend upon them? Callie stopped those thoughts before they got out of hand. Self-doubt would do her nothing good aside from making her even more nervous than she already was. Wasn't I supposed to be inflated with arrogance from that frost wolf's essence? I could use some of that confidence now. Where was this sudden lack of confidence coming from? She had to wonder. She wasn't lacking any confidence back in the bandit camp, and neither did she feel like this back in the village. I really should stop this. She was going to stop thinking too, but the sound of the still distant trolls sent shivers down her spine. Was it the enemy she was facing this time? She'd faced monsters, huge and slash, or dangerous magical beasts and humans so far, but trolls were something new. Monsters were to be feared and respected, humans were to be feared and hated, but trolls were the stuff of nightmares for her. She found herself waking up to nightmares where a troll was gnawing on her more times than she would have liked to admit just over the last month. It will be fine. The spell works, the berries work, and I am not alone. That was something she was aware of, but it didn't quite sink into her. Her subconscious wasn't willing to accept her 2 companions as anything more than temporary partners to be used so she could stay alive and escape this human-ridden empire. She just had to do that now, didn't she? Izuna was the reason they were here in the first place, so the girl better make herself useful. Callie knew the foxkin was strong, her prowess with the glaive was something to behold, and her skill in that weird mental talent of hers was useful, even if not against muscle-brained trolls. Vorgner, well, he was both knowledgeable and skilled in many things, obviously having centuries of experiences to lean on, which was especially apparent when Callie only had herself and Izuna to compare him to. She pitied him. He was supposedly one of the strongest beings on the continent, and yet he got himself beaten black and blue by a runaway elven princess who barely knew which end of the sword she was supposed to hold. She felt the core of that bear in her pocket, unsure of why she even kept that thing and hadn't just absorbed it already. It wasn't supposed to be like that, neither of those things. Vorgner had been meticulously going on hunts more than he'd been scouting like the 2 girls, and his level was slowly catching up to her, but she felt it was still a bit below her. He'd make a better use of it. Callie changed her course, slowly inching closer to where she heard Vorgner running and hopped down next to him. "What is it?" he asked, not even slowing his sprint. Callie hesitated for a moment, but she felt this was something she had to do. She shook her head and quickly snatched the core out of her pocket and gave it to Vorgner, pushing it into his confused hands. "Take it," she said, jumping back up into the canopy. Her nervousness settled down a bit, and she felt her muscles relaxing. She felt like she'd done something worthwhile already. From there, the trio quickly reached the side of the ravine where they raised their care another notch. Vorgner activated whatever artifact he used back in the bandit camp and went nearly invisible. Callie flicked up her ears. She'd been practicing paying attention to what she came to call the song of nature and ignoring it when she didn't need it. Now, as she crept closer to the edge of the ravine, she could hear the song, much like a backdrop. It was background noise that she was aware was there, but it wasn't something her conscious mind paid more than a sliver of attention to. Slowly, she shifted a bit of her attention onto it, flinching ever so slightly as the barrage of new sounds bombarded her mind like whiny little kittens asking for her attention. The metaphorical kittens used their claws, of course. How else would they get her attention when there were thousands of them, even in just a small 100-meter sphere around her? The edges of her lips curled up. She could clearly hear the trail of wailing grass and whatnot left behind in Vorgner's footsteps. The artifact might cut off all sound in a sphere around it, and following that was possible. She'd done just that in the bandit camp. Keeping track of him through the song was much easier. Just more practice. I can keep it up if I hold the spatial hearing at only 100 meters. Giving herself a mental nod, she tuned out the song again and let her spatial hearing extend to its entire range, covering a sphere with a diameter of a whole kilometer with her at the center. She could hear, and through her hearing, visualize this part of the ravine clearly in her mind. The wind cresting over the mountain and blowing down its slopes had an easy route through the ravine, howling as it blew through the gaping wound on in the forest's greenery. Callie could hear how it flowed over each rock, boulder, and uprooted trunk in the ravine, and she could hear how it broke on the entrances of the troll nests. She halted her movements for a moment. She could hear the nests, but the depths of them grew increasingly muddy before her mind's eye. She could visualize it all and hear it for a good 20 or 30 meters in, but after that all she got were vague impressions. Those are inside the 500-meter radius. Why can't I hear them? She looked down. One such nest should be right under her boots, with only a few dozen meters of hardened dirt and roots separating her from them. That was well within her range. So what could be obfuscating her senses? Her ears twitched. Once they stood up on her head and flattened to the sides of her skull, and then they stood perpendicular to it, pointing down at the ground under her. She heard bugs, worms, and even a few mice scuttling about. The farthest one is at most 2 meters underground. So dirt thicker than 2 meters blocked her spatial hearing? That was new. She frowned, or was it? She couldn't quite remember ever hearing underground caverns or anything like that with her spatial hearing, despite her 500-meter radius being more than enough to cover some shallower ones. Maybe she shouldn't have neglected doing her own scouting during the last week, but then again, she had new spells to make and runes to learn and practice, so pushing the boring troll stalking to the others was the obvious choice. She did do some scouting of her own, but those were all during the day, when the trolls were mostly out and about, so not hearing the ones inside their nests somehow never seemed suspicious in her mind. Thinking back, she couldn't remember ever hearing anything really far underground. Weird. That brought with itself the question of why. Why does 2 meters of seemingly simple dirt block her hearing? She glared down at the outwardly inconspicuous dirt. There had to be a secret hidden in it. She'd always thought that her spatial hearing was some super powerful magical sense thingy that anything other than wards made by expert mages couldn't block. Then came the dirt and had to disprove her. She bit her lips. This was really not the time to prod random mounds of dirt for answers. They were on a mission. So, despite her reluctance, she pushed this new knowledge to the back of her mind. There were so many things to investigate, but despite having all the time in the world now, she was somehow always pressed for time. Callie caught up with the other two, foregoing doing unnecessary, but fun, acrobatics on her way in favor of speed. A bush marked the edge of the tree-line and Callie jumped up, kicking off of a trunk midway and sending herself over the bush. She landed silently on the other end, her boots touching down only half a meter away from the ledge. She glanced right. About 20 meters away, Azuna was crouching near the ledge, her head moving as if she was looking for a spot to land. Callie tilted her head, glancing down at herself. There was nothing but good landing spots there. She listened for a moment, noting any troll that might be doing the equivalent of patrolling. Trolls weren't the type to do any actual patrolling. That'd require a more complex hierarchy than the biggest and meanest troll as boss. Organizing patrols and keeping the lazy trolls awake at night to keep guard was something that probably never even occurred in the hollow head of the troll boss. There was only a single one wandering out in the red moonlight that was within her range, and even that one was at the edge. Callie stared at it, her eyes piercing through the darkness. The troll was scratching its back on a large boulder like a bear would on a trunk. She stared at it. It was alone and away from most nests. No, we go with the plan. The ravine was mostly open, and if they failed to silence the troll before killing it, it could wake up the whole ravine and have them converge on their heads. It was much safer to target the nest right under her feet. Even if they couldn't keep it silent, they were at the edge of the troll's territory, so running would be much easier. It came with the caveat that the nest had more than one troll. 3 to be exact. They chose this nest both because it was the farthest from the other nests, and since it was one of the smallest ones. Callie shrugged, psyching herself up a bit. You are a badass mage, Kha'Lythria. Time to kill a troll and become a real adventurer, or something. She stepped off the ledge, plummeting like an owl and landing like a cat. Soundless and deadly. Her newish sword appeared in her hand, and the feel of its handle under her fingers calmed her racing heart somewhat. Hopefully, the sword would prove useful in this fight to come, even if she hadn't once managed to touch Izuna with her training sword throughout their week of sparring. She crept up to the side of the opening. The ground beneath her feet was stiff and stable, crushed and pressed into being that way under the feet of the 3 trolls living in the nest. With them weighing a ton or more, making a beaten path like this was something that just happened when they walked around. Kha'Lythria glanced behind her, hearing Izuna finally come down into the ravine and approach her. Where is Vorgner, though? There were no plants around in the upturned dirt to wail in his footsteps, so Kha'Lythria could only resort to searching for a sphere void of sounds. There, just on the other side of the opening. She gave a slight wave. The plan they made up was simple, really. Sneak into the selected nest, search for the troll closest to the opening, incapacitate it and make sure it wouldn't scream, and then shove berries into it until it died. Plan B would come into effect if other trolls were woken up, and it comprised Kha'Lythria throwing 2 or 3 of her exploding needles at the troll before the trio would skedaddle, whether they managed to get the core or not. Live to fight another day, or something like that. Trolls weren't especially migratory, so they could always come back later, though Izuna, being as much of a fidgety and objectively nervous mess as she was, spoke of the fact that time was probably of the essence for the girl. Not that knowing that fact made Kha'Lythria any less annoyed with her antics. So she was pressed for time, so what? Kha'Lythria herself was on the run from probably 3 damned countries, some of which counting among the superpowers of Etheria. Kha'Lythria shrugged. She was more than willing to get on with it herself. If she was by herself, she'd have abandoned the mission a while ago when she realized some damn dog was following them around. It gave her all sorts of bad vibes, but maybe she was just too paranoid. If Vorgner doesn't think it is too big of a problem, it probably isn't. His knowledge comes from experience and not adventure books. Kha'Lythria hummed under her breath, giving a glance backwards where Izuna finally stepped up behind her. She nodded at the elf and Kha'Lythria nodded back. Then she crouched down and stepped into the opening, noticing Vorgner having done just that a moment before. She followed in his footsteps, and Izuna wasn't far behind her, being the least sneaky. You can do this, Kha'Lythria. She psyched herself up, though it did little to calm her racing heart. Let's go kill a troll. 37. Executing the plan. Breathing in through the mouth was something uncouth. That was one of the few things Kha'Lythria's etiquette tutor hammered into her head. Still, whatever instances that tutor had in mind for the young princess's future, she probably didn't include infiltrating a troll den among them. Kha'Lythria didn't dare take a single whiff of breath through her nose, lest she empties her stomach right there and then. The rancid bodily smell of 3 trolls making themselves home in this burrowed nest was almost tajin, and Kha'Lythria could feel it on her tongue, taste their disgusting smell. She had to control her breathing, keep it slow and steady, while also trying to divert her attention from the smell. It was like being punched in the gut, but through her senses, almost similar to how noises overwhelmed her hearing before. It was terrible. They never spoke of how bad trolls smelled in the stories. Heroes just went in, killed the troll, saved the princess, who was somehow not turned into a nibble toy by the cannibalistic monsters, and then it was a happily ever after. Kha'Lythria was wholeheartedly certain that she wouldn't want to get into any romantic entanglement with someone who'd just gotten out of a troll den. Take a bath right fucking now would be the realistic first thing to say to someone like that, and not a passionate kiss. The smell would surely linger on the lips. You, disgusting. The moonlight from outside cast long shadows over the tunnel, going deeper underground than Kha'Lythria expected. She knew the trolls were a lazy bunch, or at least she thought they were, and that would make it obvious that they would do the bare minimum for their nests. All it needed to do was give them some warmth and keep the rain off of them. She found trolls hated water, not to the point where it would be effective against them in a fight, but it did visibly disgust them almost as much as they disgusted Kha'Lythria. That being the reason they had nests at all, even if a landslide covering them in their sleep wouldn't do anything other than annoy them. Rain protection. With each step taking her further into the den, The moonlight grew dimmer and Callie had to rely more and more on her hearing to visualize her surroundings and the path ahead. Sounds were few down here, bugs and worms in the dirt being some of the few, with the occasional wail of a root that was in the tunnel's way and so fell victim to the brutish monsters. She could hear them deeper in, the three of loud snoring beasts. Where she slept silently and still as a painting, these monsters slept like animals. They growled in their sleep, turned about, lashed out at the walls in some nightmare-induced panic, or just snored so loudly that it reverberated through the enclosed nest. Callie had to hop from side to side, dodging falling globs of dirt coming from the ceiling. The ground might be dense and stable, but the walls and ceilings were only fixed in place by visible punch marks. Troll architecture was something else for sure. A soft breeze left her, and along with it her heart calmed to a steady rhythm. The extra adrenaline and other hormones pumping through her veins could have come in handy, but right now she needed to keep her wits about her and take in her surroundings with care. There would be a time for instinct-driven, heart-pumping combat. The tunnel opened up to a larger space, and from there, Callie could clearly make out the three side rooms opening up into this one central hall, if it could be called that. The whole place reminded Callie of an ant nest more than any architecture she was familiar with, as the place lacked both furniture and belongings aside from clubs, trunks, rocks, and half-rotting carcasses left laying all around the nest. Callie focused, taking in the deep snores, the twitches, and the heartbeats coming from the three trolls. Her brows furrowed, but after a few seconds, her head turned towards the room, opening up to the right. She pointed at it and, with a touch of reluctance, offered her blade to thin air. An invisible hand grasped onto it and pulled it out of her hold, the blade shimmering out of her vision after another second of floating about. That was it. Callie knew the plan down to the words used in each explanation Vorgner gave them. She engraved them into her mind. She could make no mistakes here, or she might finish herself and her two companions turning into troll chow. She stalked up to the opening, a roughly circular entrance separating the hall from the room where the weakest-looking troll was snoring sprawled out on its back. She noted Izuna taking her place on the other side of the opening, but she ignored that for now. Based on how well the berry's toxin would work, she'd have to decide whether to resort to casting her spell before the trashing troll woke up the other two. Her ears stood upright, constantly checking on the state of all the trolls she could hear. Everything outside became slightly foggy. That was suboptimal. She was supposed to be keeping tracks of the few closest nests and alert the others whether they were waking up. That was shot now. She might notice them if they made themselves obvious, but if they just woke up inside their nests, she wouldn't be able to tell a thing. Callie stiffened up, but she forced herself to relax as she heard blades sinking into rugged hide and piercing into flesh. There was no reaction yet. As it turned out, trolls had very muted pain reception, but a moment later the troll started whining in a breathless voice. It gasped and shivered, which Callie took as a signal to ready her spell just to be sure. When the sphere of silence left the troll's prone body, Callie could finally see, hear/visualize, how things were going. She flinched. The troll's throat and upper torso were melting and regenerating at the same time, flesh sizzling as the potent toxin worked on turning into mush while the beast's regeneration tried to stitch its flesh back together. The reason it didn't scratch or howl in pain was obvious. It lacked the vocal cords to do so, as the epicenter of the melting flesh was around the base of its neck, where she could still sense bone-deep slash marks. She tore her attention away for a moment, going over her constructed runes. Getting an aneurysm right now would be all sorts of bad, and the troll wasn't in any shape to either be a danger or alert others at the moment. Or so she thought. The beast's regeneration was going toe-to-toe with the toxin. It was impossible to tell which would win just yet, but somehow it still had the strength to pound the dirt ground under it. Callie gulped as she had to buckle her knees as tremors shook the whole nest before quickly cutting off. Back in the room, the sphere blocking her perception of Vorgner faded away as he stood next to the prone beast with her blade impaling it through the skull. For a moment she thought a sword through the skull would do even the troll in, but it proved her wrong as it aimlessly lashed out with its enormous arms a moment later, which Vorgner dodged only by a hair's breadth. Callie shook herself out of her astonishment, noting that all her runes were solid and she had made no errors. Her head snapped to the side as the troll in the opposite room clambered onto its feet. Then it made a step towards them, and then another. "Vorgner," they woke up. "I'm casting the spell." Callie spoke in a sort of whispered shout, not really knowing whether she should still worry about making too much noise. The man nodded. He jumped over the flailing troll and tore Callie's blade out of its head midway. He ended it with a roll which took him right in front of Callie, which she took as the perfect opportunity to cast her spell. Runes glimmered in her mind, stabilizing, and mana rushed into them. Then they collapsed and rushed into her head, where she threw the spell matrix out of her palm right at the troll, which was by now fighting off the last dregs of the flesh-melting berry toxin. Troll regeneration winning out in the end. A translucent needle with an orange tint shimmered into being, and then it dashed off faster than the eye could see, burying itself into the troll's chest. The beast stopped dead in its track, halfway between kneeling and standing up. Its arms clawed at its chest for a single second as it stumbled back before its whole torso exploded outwards in a roaring inferno. Callie threw herself behind the dirt wall as the edge of the flames licked all over the walls, scorching even the central hall's entrance a bit and burning skin and flesh on her right arm. She gritted her teeth, scuttling further away as she channeled mana into her bracelet, which slowly worked on stitching her charred black hand back together. In the meantime, the other two were engaging the new troll, but Callie noticed the third also slowly climbing to its feet in the furthest room. "The third one is awake." Izuna nodded midway through a slash, her glaive raking through both of its ankles in a single swing and making the beast fall over with its tendons cut. It pounded the ground, shaking the nest much like the previous one, and Callie noticed cracks forming on the ceiling. "We need to get out," she shouted, rushing back into the scorched room right after. They came for the core after all. If she got that, they could skedaddle and call today's battle a victory. "Hurry!" Vorgner shouted, and Callie was too busy shoveling ash aside to even check what the other two were up to and how they were holding up. "I have it," she shouted back, her fingers brushing against a fist-size core brimming with potent magical energy amidst the piles of ashes. "We need to Leah dash," the sound of something hard striking something fleshy with a wet crunch cut Vorgner shout off. Callie turned around, core grasped in her arm and her wide-eyed gaze catching Vorgner's form fly through the air. "Shit." She dashed out of the room, throwing only a glance at the still incapacitated troll whose right leg was now melting from the thigh down. The other troll was the problem. It was bigger, and its rugged brown hide appeared much like rock to her senses. The one saving grace of it all was that it wasn't attacking, but licking at its fist, the fist it smashed into Vorgner just a moment ago. Callie tore her gaze away from the disgusting beast, feeling a roiling fury in her stomach at its ecstatic expression as it savored the taste of blood with an utter disregard for the danger the three of them posed to it. Izuna, Callie searched, finding the girl already at Vorgner's side and pouring a glittering red liquid down his throat. "We need to get out of here." "Why yes," the fox girl muttered. She shook her head. The thing, the core, you have it?" "Yes," Callie bit back a curse, throwing the orb at the girl and grabbing onto Vorgner. "Help." She might have had the muscle needed to lift Vorgner's weight, but he was slippery from all the blood coating him and barely holding on to consciousness by the looks of it. Right?" Izuna blinked, her gaze having been transfixed on the core. "Let me." Callie bit her lips, but let the foxkin haul Vorgner up. The man could be as much as 10 times her weight, so moving his boneless body was nearly impossible. How useless. Instead, she twirled around. She flicked a single fireball back at the troll, which just about finished up with licking all the blood off of its fist. The other wasn't far from having its leg back either. They needed to get out of here as damned fast as possible. The beady black eyes of the troll beheld the flaming ball rushing at its face with nothing but a contemptuous glance. Callie sort of assumed it would do something, but as the orb of flames died down a moment later, the troll coughed, spat out some black soot, and continued coughing. That was it. Callie gulped. She turned out and ran. Izuna had already dragged the much larger man up to the nest's entrance where she now stood, heaving and in the process of down a weird-looking potion down his throat. Izuna, Callie said as she stopped next to her, all the urgency she felt seeping into her tone. I know, but I can't carry him. He is too fucking heavy, she cursed with a frown marring her face. This should get him back on his feet, even if he's at the edge of death. Okay, said Callie, turning around and staring back into the tunnel. She could still hear the hacking and coughing, but it was getting lighter by the second. She could also hear the slumbering footsteps of the other troll. How quickly does it work? Callie glanced up, the edge of the tree calling to her cowardly nature, tempting her to leave Vorgner behind and just run. Any second now, Izuna tapped her feet, showing only a touch more patience than the elf. Callie looked around nervously. There was a worry nagging at the back of her mind that made her even more jumpy than she should have been. The dark landscape with only a tint of red to it wasn't helping her nerves either with the ominous vibes it gave off. The one saving grace of it all was that she could neither see nor hear any trolls from other nests walking about the ravine yet despite the pounding having shook the earth. Trolls might just be deep sleepers, she reasoned. There was nothing wrong with deep sleepers. They could sleep for eternity for all she cared. The footsteps from inside the nest came pounding out. Callie gulped, trying to force the lump in her throat down when her head snapped to the side. Something stepped into her spatial hearing range, and as her eyes focused on it, they flew wide. Right at the center of the ravine stood an enormous wolf with pure white fur and an icy glare. It was large enough to swallow her in whole and to make trolls look human-sized next to it. The wolf disappeared from her vision as a large back stood in her way. Vorgner? Callie blinked. We need to go. The man twirled around, his chest still stitching itself back together and dripping blood, but he seemed unconcerned or even unknowing of it. His eyes were bloodshot and almost rabid as he stared Callie down. Callie nodded rapidly, relief flooding her, and just as she was about to hop up to the top of the ravine, dread grasped her spine as the earth trembled under her feet. An ear-piercing howl rang out, echoing well into the depths of the forest, and as Callie glanced behind her, she stared into those icy blue eyes. There was hatred and venom in them, along with cold intelligence. Go! Vorgner shouted, kicking himself up the wall and launching himself further up from a handhold, and Izuna followed behind him a moment later. Callie activated a kinetic hammer and aimed it at herself, sending her body flying just as the large troll exited the nest with a furious stomp. Midair still, Callie could hear many other stomps just like that reverberate through the ground, and when she glanced back at the center of the ravine, the frost wolf was gone like a mirage. That thing is hunting us, hunting me.